A few years ago, on a quiet night, Vincent kept hearing the faint sound of crying coming from the stable. At first, he thought it was some kind of wild animal, but when he carried his axe all the way to the place, Vincent was astonished to see a fair-skinned child with blonde hair, wrapped in a diaper, lying in the middle of the stable. He had a beautiful wife named Alina, but unfortunately, the couple suffered from infertility and could not have children. Years passed, and the child grew up with blonde hair and blue eyes, incredibly beautiful and adorable. The boy was named Shirone, who is our protagonist. Vincent and Alina always regarded him as their own son, their treasure. Every day when heading to the forest, Vincent took his son along. While he chopped wood, Shirone would be engrossed in reading the magic books that his father had bought for him. Their family was warm and happy like that, but the village children didn't really like Shirone. The reason was quite silly. He was always absorbed in reading books, and besides, he was skinny and delicate, almost like a girl. Nothing like Vincent's tall and strong appearance. The gossiping women in the village often whispered that Shirone was a child Vincent and his wife found somewhere unknown. The village children also knew this, so they stayed away from him even more. Although Shirone was indeed adopted, Vincent could not accept people talking badly about the child he considered his treasure. Although Shirone was indeed adopted, Vincent could not accept people talking badly about the child he considered his treasure. He always felt that Shirone's being distant from the village children was his fault. Of course, he couldn't just storm in and scold each kid, so to make up for his guilt, he often took his son on trips to broaden his horizons. The next morning, Vincent took his son to Chris City in the suburbs of the Kingdom of Tomia. This was Shirone's first time visiting a city. The luxury and hustle of the place dazzled him. Vincent still had some business to settle, so he stopped the carriage in front of a fruit shop owned by an acquaintance named Ma, then told his son to stay there until he came back. Although Shirone was usually very well behaved, because this was his first time in the city, Vincent kept reminding him repeatedly not to enter any shady alleys nor get involved with the nobles. Afterward, he drove the carriage away. Shirone stayed at the fruit stand, trying to prove his usefulness by writing a signboard to help Ma. He was quite surprised that a rural child like him could read, and moreover was intelligent and quick-witted. While Ma was admiring that beautiful child, Shirone curiously asked, "Mr. Ma, do you know magic?" "What, the law? No magic." Ma laughed. Kids are still kids after all. Every one of them likes grand things like dragons, heroes, and wizards. But seeing Shirone's sparkling, hopeful eyes, he couldn't bear to disappoint him, so he pointed toward the alley ahead. "I don't know much about magic, but over there are plenty of books about it." Shirone followed the direction of the finger, and his eyes immediately lit up. Behind the alley was a large bookstore. With the devil's permission, he ran eagerly toward it. However, upon entering the store, Shirone was rudely stopped by the proprietress. She refused to let him touch the books on the shelves, giving the reason, "These expensive books are not for poor people like you." Just then, the bookstore received a distinguished guest. The shopkeeper referred to him as the head steward, though it was unclear which prestigious family he belonged to. While the proprietress was busy attending to the guest, Shirone quickly flipped through some books on the shelf and found the content uninteresting. He wearily left the store, just as he happened to see a man carrying a box of books walking past. Being a book lover, Shirone impulsively ran after him. But what shocked him was that the man straightforwardly dumped the entire box of books into a trash heap. So this was where his father got books for him. Shirone stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, then approached the trash pile and carefully picked up each book to look through. At that moment, some laughter and voices echoed nearby. He turned around and saw two noble girls happily chatting, each holding a book in her hand. Shirone was extremely curious. He wondered how he was different from them. Why had his father once warned him not to clash with the nobles? Why were they free to read the books they loved while he was not? Thinking of this, Shirone unconsciously followed the two girls. But before he could catch up, a tall guard soldier stopped him. "Hey kid, this isn't a place for kids like you to be wandering around. Beyond this gate is an area reserved exclusively for nobles. Where are your parents?" My father is nearby," Shirone replied awkwardly. At that moment, another soldier approached. Just a glance and he found Shirone suspicious, since he didn't look like the children living around here. They immediately assumed Shirone was either an orphan or an accomplice of thieves. Therefore, the soldiers wanted to drag him away for questioning. But Shirone was quick as lightning, slipped off his outer jacket and escaped. He hid behind some bushes, hair disheveled, clothes dirtied, but still felt lucky for not being caught. As he was about to pick up his shoe and return to Mr. Ma's place, Shirone suddenly heard voices coming from behind the large outer wall. "So now we will discuss the topic. What is magic? Headmaster, please show us a fire-spitting spell." A few excited laughs echoed. Scion raised his head to look at the wall that was twice, even 3 times his height, but of course saw nothing. But then he was stunned. Wait, could this be the Magic Academy? The excitement inside him rose strongly. So Scion pressed his ear against the wall and listened attentively. Inside this room, the person called the principal was continuing to ask questions to his students. He asked, "What is the most important thing when learning magic?" Some said knowledge, some said diligence, others believed the most important thing was money. Yet no one had answered correctly. Scion tried to listen carefully and finally received the answer from the principal. The most important thing when studying magic is clarity. The group of noble-born students inside, roughly his age, all looked confused when the principal mentioned clarity. "What is clarity?" one student asked. The principal did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked back, "Is there anyone here who does not know what 1 + 1 equals?" "Who doesn't know that? It's 2, of course," the students shouted in unison. "Can anyone explain why it equals 2? The principal asked again. The students looked at each other, but none could answer. He then said, "That strange feeling you have right now is clarity. There was a time when people did not even know that 1 + 1 equals 2. Many scholars worked hard just to prove that. But even without definitive proof, we still understand that 1 + 1 equals 2, right? That's because it is a law that has always existed in the world. It's also why we don't need to learn it, because we already automatically understand and accept it. Magic is the same. From the beginning, it has been present in this world. We can sense and accept it through our own clarity. That is why it is more important than knowledge and diligence." The children in the academy still hadn't fully processed what the headmaster said, but Scion, who was eavesdropping outside, felt his heart pounding wildly. The most important thing in learning magic is not money, nor noble status, but clarity. So then, a child like him could also become a great mage, right? Thinking this, Scion felt both excited and nervous, almost as if his heart might jump out of his chest. At that moment, the headmaster spoke up. "Child behind that wall, I want to hear your thoughts." Scion was startled. He hadn't expected that he could still be detected through such a thick wall. Should he run away now or respond? Especially in such a dirty, shabby state. He feared the headmaster, and the children inside would despise someone as poor and lowly as him, just like the bookstore owner and the guards. But he also feared that missing this chance would be a regret for life. So, driven by some great motivation, Scion used his small body to climb up the wall. His appearance was indeed very shabby, but his eyes shone brightly. Scion saw the headmaster of the Academy of Magic sitting under the tree with a few children. His demeanor was gentle, nothing like the bookstore owner or the guards. As soon as he saw Scion, he spoke up. "Hello, child. Have you come to play with me?" This noble headmaster's name was Alpheas, a 4th-level wizard and the founder of the Alpheas Academy of Magic. Scion mustered all his strength to jump down from the wall. Then he took a few steps forward. The children gathered around Alpheas were all from noble families, clean and tidy in appearance, quite different from Scion. Some of them, upon seeing his appearance, immediately recognized he was a commoner and rudely chased him away. But the headmaster of Alpheas was different. "It's all right, come over here. What did this old man just say that caught your attention?" The gentle demeanor of the Alpheas headmaster made Scion feel less inferior. Although still quite shy, he dared to voice his wish. I want to see magic. I've only ever seen it in books, but never witnessed it in real life." Before Alpheas could respond, the students nearby began to murmur. They called Scion a liar, believing that a commoner couldn't possibly read books. Scion knew he had no voice here, so he bowed his head low and pleaded. "Please, sir, any spell is fine. I just want to witness it with my own eyes." Alpheas chuckled. "Ha ha, it's simple. I will show you all a spell that can create wind." No sooner had he finished speaking than a strong gust of wind blew in, lifting Scion high into the sky. Not only you, but the kids around the principal were also blown away. Each one of them was enjoying it, except Scion, who was both scared and confused. After reaching a certain height, the whole group began to fall down. While they were still excited, Scion's heart seemed like it would drop from fear. This was the first time he had ever free-fallen in his life, and from such a terrifying height. Terrified, he shut his eyes tightly. After a while, Scion no longer heard the wind whistling by his ears, only the giggling of the children. He opened his eyes to find himself hovering just a meter above the ground. The students using magic teased him for being such a coward. Principal Alpheas couldn't help but laugh heartily. "How do you feel? That's magic." Scion landed safely, but his heart was still pounding from fear. So this is what magic really is. So sublime, far beyond the understanding that any book could provide. "What exactly is magic, Principal?" Scion stammered, still unable to overcome the shock. Alpheas stroked his long beard. apparently searching for an easy example to explain. Impatient, Siren spoke up. Please tell me the truth. His voice was quite loud, making outsiders think Siren was being rude to the principal. The noble students were amazed because no one had ever dared raise their voice at Alpheas before, not even the teachers. They were sure that Alpheas would become angry and punish Siren. But when he saw the intelligent face and bright eyes of the boy, Alpheas couldn't stay angry. He burst out laughing. Ha ha, if you really want to know, I will explain. It's a bit complicated. He stroked his beard as he explained to Siren what true magic really is. It is something beyond the ordinary. In other words, it is an expansion of the mind to discover the truth of the world. It is something unrealistic, but perhaps because of that, it is closer to the truth. Really? Siren suddenly asked. Alpheas couldn't hide the excitement on his face, because what Siren just said was something even the noble-born students here hadn't realized themselves. Did you read this in a book? He asked. No, but I have seen similarities across many books. Many ideas from great people were once considered irrational, shunned by society, but eventually they had to accept those ideas as newly discovered truths. So the truth is actually hidden within those irrational things. That's what I thought. Siren replied. As Alpheas listened, he kept nodding. He seemed very pleased with this intelligent and sharp child. Despite the difficult circumstances, he tried to absorb and sift through the scarce information he had to truly understand the matter. It's just a pity that he is only a commoner. After all, his resources can never compare to those noble children, so that Siren could understand more about magic. Alpheas called out a pink-haired girl named Sumin and asked her to enter the spiritual world. Then he took a handful of coins from his pocket and asked Sumin to guess how many coins he was holding. Sumin almost didn't need to think and directly answered the number 6. And to everyone's surprise, the answer was completely correct. Siren was extremely astonished, with 100,000 questions rushing through his mind. Anticipating that he would think this way, Alpheas explained. When a mage concentrates their mind, they become sharp enough to sense everything around them. In fact, more advanced mages can even count the number of leaves on a tree from a very far distance. This is called an extraordinarily sensitive mental state, or the spiritual world. While explaining, Alpheas continued to change the number of coins in his hand. This time, Sumin guessed correctly again. He went on, a mage who can enter the spiritual world perceives the outside world through a supernatural ability and can ultimately master reality itself. It's not limited to small things like counting coins. They also have the capacity to sense the entire situation happening right before their eyes. This is also the fundamental ability I want you to achieve if you aspire to become a mage, because not everyone can enter this spiritual world state. First, you need to be able to sense yourself. Try practicing in a quiet place, then break through the vague thoughts in your mind. When you can do that, a new world will be open for you to explore. Do you understand what I mean? So if you cannot feel yourself, you won't be able to master your own thoughts. Siren asked back. Alpheas was repeatedly surprised by Siren's questions. He asked him to try to feel himself right here, because ultimately, if Siren couldn't do that, then he would be disqualified from studying magic. What exactly is the self? Siren began searching for the answer to that question. While the brain is just an organ, and the senses and reality you perceive cannot surpass the brain's concept. You don't have to figure out its meaning, but rather feel it. Like that, after quite a long while, Siren opened his eyes. In front of him were still Principal Alpheas and the group of students, but it seemed like something was different. Alpheas asked with a hopeful look, "What do you feel now?" Siren, drenched in sweat, answered, "Sound, I hear all the sounds." The children laughed heartily. Of course you would hear the sound. Alpheas did not show his feelings clearly, but seemed quite disappointed. He thought Siren couldn't do it, just as he had initially predicted, because what happens inside the spiritual world is in another dimension. There, people sense things with completely different senses, similar to synesthesia, a neurological condition where the brain processes data through multiple senses simultaneously. At that time, you could smell sounds, taste light, and sense the landscape through the breeze. Yet Siren said he heard sounds which proved he hadn't entered the spiritual world at all. After all, this isn't something just anyone can do. Alpheas slowly stood up, gently patted Siren's head to comfort him. Well done. If you keep practicing, in the future you might be able to hear many more sounds. Then Alpheas turned to his students and said, "All right, the special lesson is over. Let's head back to school." After leaving, Alpheas still felt a sense of regret, because finding a smart child like Siren is no easy matter. He simply thought that if Siren were born into a noble family and had been educated from a young age, then perhaps what he achieved would far surpass those other children. As for Siren, he climbed over the wall to return to the outside. However, Siren's mood was extremely chaotic, because he knew that just now he had entered the spiritual world for the first time. He only told Alpheas that he heard sounds, but he couldn't recount everything that followed. After that overwhelming sound, he felt as if he had been torn into hundreds of pieces and scattered across the world. He felt he was no longer a small entity, but that he was the entire world itself. That feeling caused tears to unconsciously stream down Siren's face. He couldn't help but tremble before the vastness and grandeur of this world. It was just a brief moment, but Siren truly escaped his own body and became boundless, merging into the world. He plunged ahead running, as if wanting to vent the emotions inside him. It was because of that chaos that Siren accidentally collided head-on with a passerby. Only he fell flat backward, while the other party was quite tall and big. Siren frantically apologized, but the other party had no intention of letting him off. Beside him were a few others as well. The one Siren had bumped into immediately grabbed Siren's collar. "Are you crazy or what? When you hit someone you have to pay, right?" I'm sorry. Siren stammered in panic. "Sorry won't make it enough. You belong to the Lang Society, right? Have you come to take my life?" Siren had absolutely no idea what the Lang Society the other party mentioned was. But if it kept like this, at best he'd get beaten, at worst he'd lose his life. In the midst of his panic, he suddenly heard a female voice ring out. "What are you guys doing? Anything interesting?" "Miss Ami, why are you here? Are you bored again?" The thug quickly turned to greet the newcomer but still didn't let go of Siren's collar. The one called Miss Ami was a young noblewoman with striking red hair. Siren initially wanted to ask for help, but when he saw she was a noble, he immediately gave up the idea. The thug quickly turned to greet the newcomer, but still didn't let go of Siren's collar. On the side of the thugs, after greeting Ami, they turned back to the main issue. First, Siren was struck squarely in the knee and immediately collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling in pain. Bullying a tiny child like Siren did not embarrass them. On the contrary, it only excited them more. The whole gang began to surround him, continuously using crude language to provoke him, even dragging Siren's parents into their insults. Seeing them dare to mention his parents, Siren's expression immediately changed, from fearful to filled with hatred. The opponents also noticed his anger, but Siren had no chance to fight back. Right after, he was kicked straight in the head. The big thugs rushed forward to gang up on a child. Siren couldn't resist. He just held his head and endured. After a while, Ami couldn't hold back any longer and slyly stepped closer. "Stop! At this rate, he'll really die." Then she sat down beside Siren and asked, "Are you okay?" I didn't do anything. I just happened to walk by," Siren explained while crying, seemingly finding a glimmer of hope in this girl. "All right, stop it," Ami said. "Isn't there any more fun to be had?" Siren thought he would be saved, but he didn't expect that the seemingly pure girl was actually even stranger than those thugs. In Ami's eyes, Siren was truly just a toy. "We plan to beat him up, then sell him to the village in the south. He's just a civilian, no need to worry." One thug spoke up. Siren immediately fell into despair. He began to regret not sitting still with Mr. Ma earlier. If those guys really sold him off, would he never see his parents again in his lifetime? Ami stared at Siren with a judging gaze for a long moment, then suddenly gave a strange smile. "Slaves shouldn't have flaws, right? If so, why don't I just confirm it myself?" The group of thugs surrounding them immediately burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, Miss Ami, you mean to check on him? Did you hear that, kid? Take your clothes off." Hearing the two words, "take your clothes off," Ami's face changed color and she stepped back automatically. Originally, she only intended to tease Siren a little and then let him go. But she didn't expect these crazy guys to be serious about it. Moreover, looking at Siren at that moment, he seemed about to lose his mind. The threatening laughter of the thugs faded gradually in his mind. Instead, Siren clearly heard the flap of a fly's wings passing by. Then the space seemed to freeze. Siren felt his mind drifting backwards several hours when he saw Principal Alpheas and a group of students sitting under the old tree's shade, and he was reading a wind-creating spell for Siren to see. He no longer doubted. He was inside his own memory. Alpheas's spell became clear, all pouring into Siren's mind, turning into his proprietary knowledge capital. While Siren's soul exited to travel to the world of memory, in reality, he stood frozen like a log. The thugs, seeing his lack of reaction, went crazy and roughly grabbed his collar, shaking him. "You brat Ryan, are you deaf? Do I look like I'm joking?" Only Ami noticed the unusual situation. She quickly shouted, "Stop," but it was already too late. Siren, relying on the memories he had just recovered, subconsciously cast the wind spell, just like Alpheas had done. A large whirlwind appeared, sweeping all the thugs up into the... When Siren came back to his senses, they had already begun to fall freely. From such a height, it was understandable that they would break their arms and legs. That was only natural. With just one move, Siren defeated nearly a dozen thugs many times his size, while he himself still didn't fully understand how he had done it. Ami shouted loudly, rushed forward, and temporarily snapped Siren back to reality. What the hell are you? Where did you learn magic? Why does an ordinary civilian like you possess magic? At that moment, a few people, having heard the loud noise, ran over. Fearing a crowd and complications, Ami quickly fled before they could arrive. Siren was amazed to see her darting like a squirrel, sprinting to the rooftop, and then disappearing. But that no longer mattered. What was important was that in front of Siren now was a chaotic mess, and he was certain that the newcomers wouldn't give him a chance to explain. Siren wanted to escape. He couldn't afford to be caught again, so he ran headlong out of that alley. Leaving the village for the first time brought Siren many terrifying experiences. He felt the world was too frightening and just wanted to return quickly into his parents' embrace, that was all. Meanwhile, Ami had returned home. Her family originally belonged to the Sis clan, one of the top noble families. Ami returned home in a huff because she had been defeated by a commoner kid. Kami Sakura, the head of the family, upon seeing his daughter come back, immediately guessed. "You've finished all your lessons. There's nothing enjoyable at all, father," Ami replied sullenly before going up to her room. Sakura could only sigh. "I don't know when you'll ever mature. Even if you are a genius, you mustn't be so indifferent. Otherwise, someday you'll be outdone." He spoke casually, but the last sentence struck directly at Ami's sore spot. Because today she truly had been outdone, and by a commoner kid, no less. Seeing his daughter suddenly silent, Sakura was a bit surprised. Normally, whenever criticized by him, Ami would argue loudly, but today was different. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, in a tone unlike her usual demeanor, "Father, that magic. Do you know anyone at the Magic Academy who could introduce me?" After that stormy journey, Siren finally found his father. Upon meeting Vincent, he immediately threw himself into his arms, crying and saying he had been lost. The two returned to the small village, but from then on, Siren's personality changed completely. Winter arrived. The next day, when Vincent returned home, he only saw his wife sitting and knitting a scarf. Alina said that Siren had gone to the logging area to chop more firewood, even as heavy snow was falling. Uneasy, Vincent immediately went searching. Although they were not biologically father and son, he had raised Siren since childhood and always regarded him as his own son. With that paternal affection, Vincent clearly sensed the change in his son after the spring trip to the city. Although Siren only said he got lost, Vincent still felt that things were far from simple. At this moment, Siren was in the forest chopping wood. Even though several days had passed, he still could not forget the day he unconsciously unleashed magic to attack the thugs. Since then, he had not been able to use it again even once. The magic that day was summoned instinctively, but lacking basic knowledge, Siren could not reproduce it. However, now he had mastered entering the spiritual world. Inside it, Siren could sense everything, shapes, scents, all the details of the tree in front of him at once. He even saw its weakest point. That allowed Siren to swing his axe, with a strike that brought down a tree 5 to 6 times taller than his body. The entire scene was witnessed by Vincent. As an experienced hunter, he immediately recognized this as a lightning strike phenomenon, targeting the tree's weak point so one blow could fell it. But why could Siren, a small, skinny child, do something even skilled hunters struggle to achieve? Watching his little son carefully sawing the tree trunk in the freezing winter snow, Vincent could not hold back tears. Meanwhile, Siren was extremely excited, because this was the first time he successfully created Thunder Strike after countless attempts. It was just like the day he unconsciously summoned magic. Siren knew he was not as fortunate as noble children, but that did not stop his desire to seek foundational knowledge about magic. Tomorrow, the day after, and the days following, he would continue repeating this process to feel the magic, because he believed that one day opportunity would certainly come to him. This sincere persistence truly brought Siren some achievements. Time passed. 3 years later, Siren had grown much taller, and his hair had grown longer. He had succeeded in creating Thunder Strike with perfect accuracy every time. Now, he was almost one with nature, even able to sense the trembling of each bush, the movement of insects, or the nutrients flowing through the roots. But Siren knew that was not all. If he continued practicing, a new world would open up. Today, he had spent 5 hours meditating in the forest to cultivate his spiritual realm. After achieving success, Siren carried the firewood back home. On the way, he encountered 2 white horses. Such rare and precious horses normally never appeared in remote areas. In front of his house, a luxurious carriage was parked. Shirone immediately guessed that his family had guests. Entering the house, he saw his parents were both tense, which made him uneasy as well. "You're home, come and meet this person," Vincent called out. The owner of that luxurious carriage was the assassin steward of the Ent family. He introduced himself as Temmo Ryan. Shirone did not know why such a figure came to see him, since the Ojan family, the second highest nobility in the kingdom, had nothing to do with his family. Nevertheless, Shirone responded politely. Temmo Ryan stepped forward, carefully observing Shirone's face and stature, as if examining a precious item. "So can you read?" he asked. "I've learned a little since I was young," Shirone replied. Temmo Ryan pondered for a moment, then nodded, and continued to scrutinize him. "You seem well brought up. Just a hunter's son, yet you can read. You're also a good child. Wait, could you explain to me why you came here?" Shirone seemed impatient. Finally, Temmo Ryan revealed the true purpose of his visit. He came to recruit Shirone to work for the Own family. Although Shirone didn't understand how he knew him, the job was clearly stated, to move a total of 10,000 books out of the main library of the mansion. Among them were many important volumes. This work was to be completed within 2 years. Transportation would be handled by others, but sorting would be done only by Temmo Ryan and Shirone together. The moment Shirone heard the words library, his heart pounded wildly. Moreover, it was the Own family's library, surely filled with precious knowledge for a mage. But Temmo Ryan continued coldly. "The only people who know about this are your family. If even one book leaks out, or word of this matter gets out, the lives of both you and your family will be destroyed." At that moment, Shirone finally understood why his parents looked so worried. Of course, because the work was so dangerous, the Own family would pay a hefty sum, an amount Vincent could never earn even if he hunted all his life. But he was not so greedy for money as to willingly sell his precious son. He agreed to Temmo Ryan's request simply because he wanted his son to freely read the books in the Own family's library. Temmo Ryan looked at Vincent, smirking mockingly. Those words were no different from saying that Vincent was raising Shirone just for money. He immediately stood up suddenly, banging the table. "I'm not doing it for money. I only want Shirone to be able to fulfill his dream." Temmo Ryan burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, you think too much. You think the boy will have a career? Stop dreaming. If you're not doing it for money, then what reason do you have to beg me to choose this son of yours?" His tone was full of sarcasm. Vincent nearly shouted. "He knows how to read." He recalled that when Shirone was little, Alina only taught him a few letters for fun. He did not expect that by the time he was 5 or 6, he had taught himself to read and write. Vincent still clearly remembered the obedient, adorable appearance of the boy then, and above all, his sharp intelligence. Every time Vincent looked into Shirone's clear, bright eyes and saw his focused posture while reading, a thought flashed through his mind. Could this adopted child possibly be from noble lineage? If Shirone had been raised by a noble family instead of a hunter's family, his life might have been different. During all those days, Vincent struggled with a painful ideological conflict. On one hand, he just wanted to keep Shirone by his side and raise him to be a hunter, a woodcutter like himself. But on the other hand, every time he saw Shirone spending hours in the forest, diligently practicing and reading books, his heart ached. In the end, Vincent was the one who took the initiative to approach Temmo Ryan, after hearing that the Own family was looking for a literate commoner child. All he wanted was for Shirone to be able to read the books he so deeply desired. Unexpectedly, that arrogant man accused Vincent of wanting to sell the child for money. This truly infuriated him. "I don't need any money. If I had known you would look at me like that, I wouldn't have come to beg you. Now get out of my house immediately." Temmo Ryan was also proud by nature, so when he was insulted to his face like that, he immediately turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, Shirone quickly called out, I will take the job." Vincent was horrified, while Temmo Ryan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. "Are you serious? I'm not threatening you. Just a little rumor is enough to cost you your life." But Shirone remained determined. "I can keep it a secret. No matter what happens, I will not blame you or the Own family." Seeing the determination in the young man's eyes, Temmo Ryan said no more. "Very well, I will send a carriage to pick you up within a week. During that time, if you change your mind, there is still time. But once you set foot in the Own mansion, you will not be allowed to leave until the task is complete." Having said that, he left, leaving the 3 of them inside the house. Only then did Vincent frantically ask his son, "Shirone, why did you agree? Those bastards only want a scapegoat. "This is my fault. I will take responsibility. You must refuse immediately." Vincent's face was covered in tears. Siren also began to cry, but he did not blame his father. On the contrary, he cried knowing that Vincent had given him an invaluable gift, the chance to step into the own family's library, home to magical books he would never dare to dream of his entire life. "Father, thank you so much," Siren cried while breaking into a radiant smile. Vincent hurriedly embraced him, continuously comforting him. "Don't worry, Siren. Remember to come back safe and sound. I guarantee they will not lay a finger on any member of this family." At that moment, Vincent truly did not know whether his actions were right or wrong. Even Alina could not hold back her tears out of worry for her son. But if Siren had made up his mind, they could not stop him. 1 week later, Mo Ryan kept his appointment and sent someone to pick up Siren. After having Vincent sign a pledge, they hurriedly took him away. The carriage door closed and began to wheel the carriage. Siren immediately entered the spiritual realm. He saw Vincent and Alina hugging each other, crying bitterly. In his subconscious, Siren wanted to reach out to touch his parents, but the last spark of reason made him withdraw his hand. Yes, this opportunity was a double-edged sword. Working for the own family was very dangerous, but it would also bring Siren immense knowledge, and he would no longer tremble and retreat. Speaking of the own family, their main residence was in Gray's City, within the Kingdom of Thea, not far from the capital, Basuki. This was a family renowned for training orthodox swordsmen. The previous head of the family was a third-rank swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Owen, was a fourth-rank Orthodox knight. In short, they were capable of controlling many powerful forces within the city. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage brought Siren to the gates of the Owen mansion. This was his first time setting foot in a noble family, moreover a second-rank noble, an extremely powerful force within the kingdom. The majestic and magnificent scene before him overwhelmed him. 2 attendants led Siren to the administrative room cum butler's resting room, which would also be where he stayed for the next 2 years. There Mo Ryan was already waiting. He did not let Siren rest, but immediately took him to the family's grand library to explain his mission. Entering the library, Siren was even more overwhelmed. He had never seen so many books before. For a demanding person like you, this place is nothing less than paradise. The Own clan has just built a new library, so all the books here need to be transferred there. Siren's task is to arrange them according to the weekly incoming list, finding and gathering them based on the book titles. Working hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Outside of these hours, you are allowed to rest but not permitted to leave the mansion, nor to enter the garden without permission. Mo Ryan is the head steward, so he is much busier, but besides him, there are other stewards who will teach Siren the clan's protocols. He asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Siren was still processing the information he had just heard. He felt this truly was a risk worth taking. He responded with a question, "When do I start work?" "Tomorrow." Mo Ryan answered curtly. The next morning, Siren wore a brand new steward uniform, carrying the list as he stepped into the grand library. After a night of reflection, he finally understood why such a large family like the Owens would entrust the arrangement of books to just one person. Perhaps they needed a consistent standard of organization. For example, take a book titled History of Swordsmanship. Some might file it under martial arts and sword techniques, while others might place it under comprehensive history. Having experienced many systems, Siren realized all knowledge is interconnected, and the core element that links them all is history. Knowledge is layered atop a single axis called history. Among the 10,000 books in this library, about 850 are history books, and Siren plans to read them all within 2 years, to get closer to his dream of becoming a wizard. Time passed slowly like that. Siren quickly adapted to the job. One evening, while secretly reading more books in the library, he heard footsteps. Mo Ryan and a deputy steward came in. Siren hurriedly put away his book because reading outside working hours was not allowed. "Have you organized everything properly, working overtime again?" Mo Ryan asked. "Yes, sir." Siren stood at attention and replied. Mo Ryan did not suspect anything and only reminded him, "Don't let your body weaken. You still have 2 years in this library. The most important thing is to be responsible for everything you do. If you become exhausted and cause mistakes, who knows when your head might roll off your neck." After leaving the new list, Mo Ryan was about to leave, but after just a few steps, he suddenly turned back and walked straight to Siren, making him extremely nervous. He worried that he might have been caught reading secretly, but Mo Ryan only stepped forward and adjusted the bow tie on Siren's collar. In this library, not only the stewards, but also the master of the house and the young master often come here. Pay attention to your uniform, Don't disgrace the own family. He also reminded him further. He further added, cut your long hair short. After finishing his words, he truly left. Scion breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about tying his hair neatly like his father. But then he sank into a deeper worry. The knowledge in the library was overwhelmingly vast. Scion originally wanted to memorize to remember quickly, but if he wanted to access it any time, he had to thoroughly understand every event. Therefore, he forced himself to cram more words into his mind, until he was exhausted and collapsed on the table. In his drowsy sleep, a hand reached out to take the book he was reading. Temmo Ryan didn't know when he had returned, softly clicking his tongue. Foolish, I've spent a whole month reading this volume. Did you think you could succeed by studying alone? If you had chosen to read more practical books, I would have forbidden you from coming here outside working hours. However, it was fortunate because he was just a determined fool. 3 months had passed, and Scion began to get used to working at the Ojin family's great library. He also learned many other things from the maids. After 3 months of working, Scion realized that, in fact, the nobles didn't really care about 1 or 2 books going missing. That also meant there probably wasn't a single book in the library that was too important. But that didn't mean Scion would be any safer, so he still stuck to the principle he had when Temmu Ryan came to him, that he must not allow himself to make any mistakes. While he was lost in deep thought, the door of the great library suddenly flew open, followed by a voice piercing his eardrums. Scion, you bastard, you damned old man. He jumped in surprise and looked up. The person who stormed in was a tall young man with blue hair, Ryan Ojin. After Ryan, another voice rang out, even more threatening this time. Ryan, how dare you run away? When I catch you, you'll have to run another 100 laps. Ryan hurriedly dashed towards Scion, and then crawled under the desk in front of him. Before hiding, he didn't forget to remind Scion not to tell the next person coming that he was hiding there. Ryan's large physique put a lot of pressure on Scion, but the person rushing into the great library after him was even bigger. He shouted, I know you're hiding here, Ryan. Hey, kid, there was a little bean-sized boy with blue hair who just barged in here, right? Scion was speechless. If the blue-haired kid is bean-sized, then in this uncle's eyes, what does Scion's skinny frame count as? But the man looked so scary that Scion had to probe his identity first. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? He roared, I am the swordsmanship instructor. I am the teacher who has the authority to beat that bean-sized kid to a pulp clear. The words clear seemed to pierce Scion's eardrums. He felt that if he didn't answer, this uncle might just bury him then and there. Therefore, although the youngest master had strongly warned him, Scion had to honestly confess that Ryan was hiding under the bookshelf nearby. The swordsmanship instructor immediately grabbed Ryan by the collar with one hand and pulled him out. Master, this is just a misunderstanding, Ryan hurriedly explained. But the other party didn't give him a chance. Ryan was thrown hard onto the ground by his master, who then grabbed his leg and dragged him away. Come with me, you scoundrel who dares to skip practice. You need to be taught a lesson in discipline. Ryan's expression was one of extreme misery. Scion could clearly read the mouth movement of the boy at that moment. You will pay for this. But Ryan's swordsmanship instructor looked even more powerful than the head of the household. So Scion had no other choice. After that day, he vaguely heard that the youngest master had been taken to the mountains for cultivation. Therefore, in the following days, no one suddenly burst into the library shouting, causing Scion to be startled anymore. During the following time at the Grand Library, Scion continued to both complete his work and take advantage of time to read books. The first book took him 20 days to finish, but after fully understanding that entire volume, he read 82 books within just 4 months. Everything progressed exactly as Scion expected. Only the beginning was difficult, and afterward no book contained entirely new content. If he could build a foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 would be easier to absorb. When reading books about history and the origins of magic, Scion began to doubt whether studying history and the origins of magic at this point was the right choice. But because he had previously studied the formation of all things, he became even more certain that this decision was correct. If a scholar creates a theorem, then so does a mage. But mages must also realize that theory to apply it in practice. Therefore, mages are similar to scholars. However, not all scholars are mages, because not everyone can enter the atheistic sensory state of consciousness, which is the spiritual world. Thus, Scion grew even more confident that by absorbing a vast amount of knowledge conveyed in these books, he could become a true mage. You kept thinking those peaceful days would last forever, until one evening. Ryan angrily shouted, "You bastard, I've crossed through hell to wait for this day." Still the green hair, tall figure, and that piercingly annoying voice. Scion silently broke out in a cold sweat. This young master was truly persistent. After enduring that grueling ordeal on the mountain, he still remembered the grudge he exposed in the library. Ryan was so furious that his teeth clenched rattlingly. "Do you know how many troubles I've had to get through, you bastard?" Then he began recounting how his master had tormented him, climbing countless cliff faces until his fingers had no strength left. Yet every time he thought he was about to die, Ryan remembered the grudge in the library and was somehow pumped up with new strength. Scion sighed silently. This young master was not merely stubborn in holding grudges, but his anger seemed to have been accumulating, reaching a peak. "Don't you dare open your mouth to speak. I asked for your help and trusted you, but you turned your back to accuse me to the master. Just seeing a weakling like you makes me want to vomit." As he spoke, Ryan grabbed Sion's collar. "That's not true. I was only telling the truth, sir. Don't try to justify yourself. You should have said you didn't follow my request. That would have been the right thing to say." Sion sighed silently. It seemed that reasoning with someone this angry and overwhelmingly powerful was impossible. "So, young master, what should I do?" Ryan seemed surprised when Sion asked him back with such a calm demeanor. Then he burst into hearty laughter and dragged Sion to the sword training ground, even though it was already midnight. Sion thought that the other intended to use a sword to strike him until he was satisfied. He didn't want to lose the chance that his parents had risked their lives to beg for, so he resolved to lie still and endure Ryan's blows. However, after a while of eyeing the weapons hanging on the rack, Ryan randomly grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Sion. He asked Sion to duel him one-on-one. "I am not as cowardly as you think. This is the price for underestimating me. You are destined to become a great swordsman, and you will have to face the fury of my sword." "What cowardly thing have I done, young master?" Because Ryan kept calling me a coward, Sion seemed agitated and snapped back. "As a servant in the Ojin family, you should protect the Ojin household, yet you betrayed me to the master just because you were afraid of being punished. Isn't that cowardice?" When Ryan said this, Sion could clearly feel his gaze change, becoming more ferocious. Sion subconsciously gripped the sword tightly, which was exactly what Ryan wanted. Because the skill gap between them was so large, Ryan allowed Sion to make the first 3 moves. Sion was extremely tense. Although it was only a wooden sword and couldn't kill him outright, the wood was very hard, and if he broke a bone, Sion would be sent home and lose this job. A question kept flashing through his mind. What should I do now? After a few seconds of thought, Sion clenched his sword tightly and launched a fierce attack. But on the very first strike, Ryan easily dodged it. On the second attempt, Sion struck again. He blocked it with his own sword, unlike Sion's trembling hands holding the sword. Ryan clearly had a much stronger foundation and superior strength. Sweat was pouring down Sion's neck. He only had one last chance to attack his opponent, and if he failed this time, Sion would lose completely. He focused all his spirit, entering his soul world. In the spiritual realm, Sion could sense the weakest point on his opponent's sword, just like the times he had successfully created the thunder strike while chopping wood. After identifying the target, Sion immediately launched the attack. Ryan immediately raised his sword to block, and even mocked Sion's ridiculously exaggerated stance. However, when Sion's sword came down, Ryan could no longer laugh, as the sword in his hand instantly shattered into many pieces. Ryan was utterly terrified. He stood frozen, staring at the broken sword in his hand for a long time. Sion's sword had also broken, but he had succeeded. Ryan allowed Sion 3 moves, the first to feel the force and calculate the opponent's timing, the second as a test, and executed his plan on the third. This was the thunder strike he had practiced for 3 years. Ryan trembled as he spoke. "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" "This is not a sword technique. This is just lightning strike," Sion replied honestly. "Huh." Ryan put on a puzzled expression. Sion even patiently explained that his father was a hunter, and from a young age, he had followed him up the mountain to chop wood. Because of his weak physique, he couldn't chop wood in the usual way, so he discovered this technique to make chopping easier. Lightning strike is the name the lumberjacks gave it. Ryan grew increasingly confused. Such a powerful strike was discovered by his opponent while chopping wood, whereas he had been wielding a sword for 15 years and still lost to the son of a lumberjack. Moreover, what Sion just called lightning strike was actually the all-killing sword technique, a secret technique of the Ojin family, which Ryan's older brother had learned when he was just 12 years old. At that time, Ryan had been defeated by his older brother using exactly this technique. Today, he was defeated by Sion using the same skill. "I won't accept this." Ryan clenched his fists tightly and shouted, unable to hold back. seeing his opponent's expression grow more serious. Scion, who had just relaxed a bit, began to tense up again. "Young master, have I made you uncomfortable?" "Shut up," Ryan barked. Then he pulled out another sword, this time a real, genuine sword, and threw it towards Scion. "Because both our weapons were destroyed, this duel isn't over yet. If you have mastered the all-killing sword technique, then I should treat you accordingly." Sion's heart seemed ready to leap out of his chest. Don't tell me the young master has gone mad and actually wants to duel with a real sword. Fortunately, Ryan wasn't that crazy yet. A real sword duel was real, but before that, he gave Scion 1 month to prepare. 1 month sounds long, but for someone like Scion who has never had any foundation in swordsmanship, it was practically useless. Holding the sword in his hand, his whole body kept trembling uncontrollably. If it were a real sword, he could actually lose his life. Scion didn't want to risk his life and begged Ryan to reconsider, arguing that since he had never learned swordsmanship in his life, how could he possibly duel? But Ryan had absolutely no intention of taking back his words. "That's why I give you a month. If you can master sword techniques that can kill just by chopping wood, then somehow you will manage it. And don't think about running away, because I'm certain I will surpass you." The sword in his hand wasn't too heavy, but Scion felt it was truly crushing his heart. After returning to the Grand Library and gathering information, Scion finally understood why the youngest master was so tense. It was said that the people of the Ojin clan possessed 2 hair colors, black and green. The clan chief, Ojin had black hair and fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son had black hair and was currently a level 6 swordsman. The eldest daughter has blue hair and possesses a special musical talent, so she is currently working as a musician in the palace instead of pursuing the family's path of swordsmanship. The second son, Ojin, also has black hair. He is a prodigy who mastered the all-kill sword technique by the age of 12. Ryan Ojin, however, is completely different from his siblings. The household servants all agree that he is rather incompetent, even though he has his own dedicated instructor. Sion's mood was deeply shattered. He began to regret why he hadn't allowed Ryan to beat him thoroughly with a wooden sword back then, instead of resisting and letting things escalate to this point. Ryan's self-esteem was seriously damaged, and it seemed he was determined to win a match against Scion to finally lift this psychological burden. Scion even cried from the stress. If he died in the upcoming match against Ryan within a month, surely his parents would no longer live in peace. Thinking of his parents, Scion would not allow himself to continue losing spirit. "Think harder, you are going to become a mage," Scion silently thought. After that, he began searching for some books in the library. Back when he was living in the mountains, Scion had been very confident in his physical strength. Therefore, he felt that learning some additional defensive skills would surely allow him to survive. Thus, Scion started studying everything within his capability. Meanwhile, Ryan plunged into intense training. This sudden enthusiasm greatly surprised his swordsmanship mentor. In fact, it was from the very mouth of the child, who had always been avoiding practice until now demanding that I give him even more intense and rigorous training methods. The swordsmanship teacher is not stupid. He quickly realized that something had happened to Ryan, but he only replied that nothing was wrong. Seeing Ryan so determined, he stopped asking questions and instead began to give him a grueling, devilish training regimen, much more brutal than before. While Ryan was sweating profusely on the training ground, Scion was carefully studying the force diagram. It is considered a simple schematic of the human body. If mages have spirit domains, swordsmen have force diagrams to help them visualize their own bodies. The force diagram can push limits to the extreme. Those who master the force diagram can perfectly utilize and control every cell in their body. This is the most important factor in becoming a swordsman. This aspect is completely opposite to the spirit domain that Scion had opened, but it also intrigued him. Should I try it? Scion thought silently, and he thought about it as he hurriedly closed the book in his hands, closed his eyes, and began to sense himself. This is the first step in opening the force diagram, and it is quite simple because it is similar to entering the spirit domain. If opening the spirit domain requires a person to erase themselves, then opening the force diagram requires them to delve deeply into their own existence. In fact, Scion did not want to invest all his effort into the force diagram, because it is the opposite of the spirit domain. Therefore, he shifted focus to learning some basic swordsmanship skills using the spirit domain foundation he already had. Scion carried a pile of swordsmanship books out to the backyard. He started with the most basic things, the 8 directions of slashing. At the same time, Ryan was still pushing himself to train to the point that even his swordsmanship teacher was frightened. He had never seen his student get this agitated, despite having taught him since he was a child. Ryan's mood was very complicated. In reality, Shirone was just the last straw. The core issue was that Ryan was always compared to his older siblings. The fact that he had trained in swordsmanship for 15 years, but still hadn't unlocked his power, made him a failure in the Ojin clan. The master who trained him in swordsmanship, though seeming strict, was actually very compassionate. Today, seeing the frightening change in his student, he truly shed tears. "Ryan, that's enough. Let's stop here for today." The sword in Ryan's hand was easily caught by his teacher. Only then did he feel all the muscles in his body aching. Ryan obediently put down his sword, then sat down, staring into the distance. "What are you thinking about?" Ryan's master asked as he wiped the sweat from his pupil's face. "I'm thinking my hands hurt so badly they might rot away." "Ryan, you know, I never knew you could try this hard before. But I think you did very well. Have you ever thought about what you've done best so far?" "I don't know. I only know the things I haven't done well." "Yes, exactly. That's why you aren't a genius." Ryan got annoyed. He thought his master was mocking him. But when he turned around, Ryan saw that the man's expression was very serious, and his eyes were heavy with unspoken thoughts. He said, "All geniuses know what they are best at, and they only put an effort to act when they are 10,000% confident they will do well. But geniuses also have a fear, which is the diligence to achieve the impossible, a burning will that challenges what cannot be done. That will and determination are the nemesis of genius." "Thank you, master. Among all the encouragement I've ever heard, I like these words the most." Ryan's swordsmanship teacher was not speaking casually. Those words truly sparked a strong fighting spirit in him. If talent is not innate, then he will grit his teeth and forge it through diligent, hard training. Ryan wants to use determination to turn the impossible into possible. He wants to win. And coincidentally, that is exactly what Shirone thought, as he was struggling to practice basic swordsmanship right now. Shirone was also very serious about his first sword strikes. Swordsmanship is the process of learning the actions to take a person's life. Therefore, its downside is an intense psychological battle of life and death. Without a training partner, Shirone could only grip the sword that Ryan threw him and imagine an invisible enemy in front of him who could attack from many directions. In fact, when attacking with a sword, there are 8 major directions, and Shirone, with his extraordinary efforts, had trained himself in those 8 slashes, as well as the way to counter the 8 directions of slashes. You just keep practicing like that, and then discover the path of swordsmanship is as infinite as magic. All that, Shirone, what you have learned on your own, is only like a grain of sand in the desert. "Parents, I am sorry, but perhaps this time I cannot come home anymore," Shirone said to himself, his tone full of sorrow. But since stepping into the Ojin family until now, he has never regretted it. Although the path he walks faces death, he has also seen a wonderful world. A month passed swiftly. Shirone arrived at the training ground as promised and entered the life-or-death duel with Ryan. In just a short month, he could clearly sense that the aura on the opponent had completely changed, and Ryan could also feel that from Shirone, because only a month ago, he still appeared in a chaotic form both in stance and center of balance. But now Shirone was extremely steady. Even though it was his first time holding a real sword, he remained very calm. This made Ryan inevitably associate Shirone with his older brother Rai, and it made Ryan even more eager to win. Ryan was the one who charged first. Shirone was extremely tense because although servants called him incompetent, Ryan's swordsmanship was on a completely different level from him. But fortunately, thanks to relentless effort over the past month, Shirone could still sense the direction of the sword. Shirone's calmness and his way of observing the sword's direction. It only made the hot blood rush to Ryan's brain. He thought silently, was he not afraid of this sword? In fact, Shirone was not a reckless person, nor was he unafraid of death, but he had completely controlled his emotions. On the other side, Ryan continued to attack. This time it was a strike from the right hand. Shirone once again managed to block it. But if the first time, the second time was still gentle. Then from the following strikes, Ryan's attack speed kept increasing. It began to surpass Shirone's ability to sense the direction of the sword. Finally, the tip of Ryan's sword successfully traced a shallow cut across Shirone's chest. Fresh blood gushed out. Shirone knew he was about to lose. He quickly changed his strategy, using full force to retreat backward. The pain from his chest made it hard for him to comprehend. Ryan looked into his eyes and seemed to understand that confusion, growing even more smug. What he had just used was the Ojin sword technique to train with the great sword. Every strike was Ryan's full effort, so the power was completely different from normal swordsmanship. After injuring Shirone, he became even more bloodthirsty. In Ryan's eyes now, there was only one goal: to crush Shirone with his own strength. They continued into the second round. But this time, Siren again felt puzzled. If Ryan had swung upward after hitting his chest, he would have been cut at the side already. However, Ryan's subsequent attacks didn't seem to be finishing moves. This meant his understanding of swordsmanship was less than Siren had thought. Ryan could wield the sword skillfully, but didn't clearly understand how to use techniques effectively. This is the loophole for Siren to turn the tide. He immediately changed his combat plan, focusing all his strength on attacking. Siren had learned the basic sword swing, so each strike was relatively decisive. Ryan was truly shocked once again. Why did he suddenly attack? Wasn't he already exhausted? He was extremely confused and became even more disoriented, realizing clearly that Siren's techniques were very simple, but he still couldn't block them. Ryan, who was in a dominant position, frantically attacking, suddenly fell into a passive stance. Noticing the opponent's stamina gradually declining after awkward parries, Siren grew even more hopeful about preserving his life. He only needed to persist in maintaining his stamina and continue this attack rhythm to win. On Ryan's side, his psyche was wildly unsettled. Siren's dominance brought the ghost of the past back into his mind once more. Ryan remembered his older brother, Rai, who was hailed by their father as a genius, and was also the one who had defeated him with precise swordplay. Recalling the arrogant, fully satisfied smile his brother wore when he defeated him, Ryan's anger erupted again. He funneled all that anger into an assault against Siren. Ryan's sudden loss of composure made Siren think that he had given up. But just then, a new problem arose. Ryan really was not calm, but the burst of anger caused his sword swings to multiply in speed. They became so fast that Siren couldn't read all the directions of the sword strike. In the final strike, he felt as if death itself had come to tap him on the shoulder. However, with the strong hero's aura, of course Siren would not lose his life. Neither hit the other because Ryan's sword had been knocked away by Siren's sword. Ryan stood there, strangely dazed. While Siren was so exhausted that he could hardly breathe, Ryan could clearly see in that final strike that Siren had read the direction of his own sword and changed his grip in the blink of an eye. Siren's sword tip pointed upward, directly meeting Ryan's downward swinging blade. With all the strength he had left, Siren defeated Ryan. By knocking away his sword, Siren gasped for breath. He had won but still could not believe that he actually had. And even though he truly won, Siren felt awkward. Although it was a contest, the opponent was still a noble, and Siren had once again trampled on Ryan's already lofty pride. Not knowing what else Ryan might do next, Siren was tense, unable to imagine how furious his opponent's next rage might be. But this time, Ryan was not angry. He simply bowed his head and said 3 words, "I admit defeat." While Siren was still regaining his composure, Ryan scratched his head and repeated those 3 words, "I admit defeat," several more times in a flustered manner. "I admit defeat, and you have won. Since I have lost, even if you decide to take my life, I have nothing to say." Siren was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Ryan to admit defeat so readily. Moreover, you have the freedom to decide someone's life and death. But he is a noble. How could you stay alive if you even touched a single strand of his hair? "What nonsense are you spouting, young master?" Siren nearly shouted. Ryan said, "We fought with our very lives, and I already admitted defeat. So you have the right to take my life, don't you? It's just that you're the only one willing to gamble your life on this. Meanwhile, I'm the one who wants to live." Siren yelled, meaning that from the start I found this fight utterly boring. From the start, why do you blame me and want to beat me up when you're actually the one avoiding your master just because you don't want to train? The anger boiling in his mind made Siren fearless as he bluntly criticized the young master in front of him. Ryan was not about to lose and immediately fired back. "Wait, you bastard. Who's supposed to blame whom here? It's all because you're a coward. Even if this is the first time we've met and under such circumstances, you should still respect me, right?" "Respect my ass," Siren cut him off. "Have you ever thought about how much trouble you've put me through? I've been caught between the son of the family head and your sword-teaching master. If you truly deserved respect, you wouldn't have put someone as insignificant as me in such a situation." Siren grew increasingly heated as he spoke, unleashing all his frustration in a torrent of scolding directed at Ryan. Honestly, this young master was a genuine brat. He challenged Siren purely out of his soaring pride, not because he wanted to corner Siren to death. Meanwhile, Siren truly believed this time he might end up selling salt after all. After berating Ryan thoroughly, he was so exhausted that he slumped down onto the ground. Across from him, Ryan was being verbally scolded by the household servant so swiftly he barely had time to react. But strangely, he wasn't angry at all. In the moment Siren unleashed his anger, Ryan sensed that the cold, calm warrior he had just confronted vanished. Instead, there was merely a teenager about his own age. And most importantly, although Ryan recognized Siren as undoubtedly a genius, He did not mock Ryan as Rai once did. Scion gave his all in the confrontation, both to protect himself and to show respect for his opponent. Because of this, Ryan viewed the young man before him in a different light. "What's your name?" Ryan suddenly asked. "Aryan Scion." Scion mumbled, not knowing what the other meant. "And I am Ojin T. Ryan. Ryan responded clearly. Scion once again felt puzzled. Who didn't know that this blue-haired youth was Ryan Ojin? The confusion peaked when Ryan suddenly reached out to help Scion up, accompanied by a proposal. "Let's become friends." The duel between the two had ended just like that. Scion continued to return to his work. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the first time he stepped into the Ojin mansion. In total, Scion had categorized 7,028 out of 10,453 books. This progress far exceeded expectations. Even the tough Tem-Mu Ryan couldn't help but leave a word of praise, because the number of books needing Scion's categorization had significantly decreased, which further improved work efficiency. Scion's goal of finishing all 850 history books now only had 200 volumes left. Every day, he read up to 3 books. Soon, Scion would complete the foundational knowledge he had always dreamed of. Not only that, thanks to Ryan, he also experienced swordsmanship and came to understand the true nature of fear. As a result, the endurance of Scion's spirit realm had increased. Although the start was rather slow, he knew that as long as he did not give up, he would eventually achieve his goal. And most importantly, Scion had found his first true friend in life, the very person who had shouted in his face when they first met. After that duel, Ryan almost always stayed rooted in the great library to talk with Scion. He realized that Ryan was quite emotional and had very endearing qualities, completely contrasting with his imposing appearance. Although sometimes Ryan's behavior gave Scion a headache, for example, rummaging through the stack of books he had just categorized. But all in all, this friend was still quite trustworthy. It's just that after becoming close friends, Ryan started to become lazy with his training. For example, today, after finishing the basics, he told his master that he wanted to go to the library to study, and then stayed rooted there. Scion also knew that this seemingly lazy person was in fact a flame burning quietly, ready to flare up at any moment. Ryan would become strong as long as he had the opportunity, so there was no need to push him to train excessively. Thus, Scion agreed to let Ryan stay in the library and read with him. But after only 10 minutes, Ryan was already tired of the piles of words. "Scion, didn't you say you want to become a mage? Do you really have to read that many books? 800 volumes, you're crazy," Ryan grumbled. "Of course, actually I was still behind. Before coming here, I had no opportunity to study. But now, after reading more than 600 history books, I almost know everything," Scion replied. Ryan had no interest in reading, so he just focused on observing Scion. Every time he watched him work, Ryan was amazed all over again. Scion's reading speed was unbelievably fast, to the point that Ryan felt he could be sucked into the book at any moment. Because he was so bored, Ryan read a few words and then started chatting with Scion. Whenever they were near each other, it was as noisy as a market. Because of this, Scion couldn't concentrate on his reading either. The two began debating about the book in Ryan's hands. It was about the most common comparisons made across the continent. If a swordsman and a wizard were to face off, who would be the winner? Of course, the swordsman would win. As soon as Scion heard this, he stood up abruptly, because the owner of that voice was Ojin Rai, the second young master of the Ojin family. He was also the older brother, whom Ryan loathed intensely. Scion was extremely tense, afraid that Rai had overheard the previous conversation between the two. A servant who dares to speak disrespectfully to noble children would not be easily forgiven. Rai's gaze at that moment seemed as if it could pierce right through him. Seeing Scion at a loss for words, Ryan had to speak up for him. "Then why do you speak as if you already know the outcome? Are you sure you're not siding with the swordsman just because you yourself are a swordsman?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to pay so much attention to this matter. Just look at the status of swordsmen and wizards across the continent, and you'll see immediately." Ryan laughed heartily. "We're talking about combat here. What does their social status have to do with it? Do people choose battlefield positions based on military rank? You're not seriously going to say something nonsensical like that, are you?" Ryan showed clear defiance, but Rai didn't bother to care. Instead, he turned to Scion, who was standing nearby. "Oh, you standing over there, what do you think?" It was just a perfectly normal question, but Scion felt an invisible pressure emanating from his opponent. He could not guess what Rai's intentions were, and whether you remain safe if you don't give him the answer he wants. Even so, Scion couldn't ignore the question and could only cautiously share his opinion. He believed that if the swordsman and the mage were on equal footing, The swordsman would find it difficult to win once the mage entered the spiritual realm. But if the swordsman uses his exceptional physical strength to fight before the mage manages to enter the spiritual realm, he could completely win. No, you are wrong. Rai cut Scion off. Without Scion noticing, he had stepped right in front of him. Rai was taller than Scion, so his presence was overwhelmingly imposing. You are wrong, the mage will lose. As he spoke these words, Rai wore a triumphant smile. That familiar look of superiority made Ryan extremely displeased. That expression of Rai's had been there since he was young. Whenever he was annoyed with someone, he enjoyed trampling on what they held dear. It used to be Ryan, and now he wanted to suppress Scion. You seem to enjoy history. I'm sure you've heard of the 5 divine armors, haven't you? Those are sacred relics capable of breaking a mage's spiritual world. I am referring to that magic resistance. Scion was stunned by Rai's words. A mage's innate ability is the spiritual realm, or the spiritual world. Fighting a mage within their spiritual realm is like confronting a pack of sharks in the deep sea. However, there is something that can stir the waters and distract the sharks. That is precisely why magic resistance was created. If the spiritual world has no ability to influence, then magic cannot either. Once someone possesses a relic with this attribute, the mage will be completely powerless. But ultimately, this is still just a hypothesis. Previously, magic resistance was a precious power created from the mana flow in a dragon's heart. That alone was enough to make its value soar. Additionally, because the frequency oscillations couldn't be controlled, no amount of wealth could improve their effectiveness. Even master mages like Iakra could only harness up to 65% of the power of the 5 gods' armor. Therefore, the price to acquire this relic is even more exorbitant. To this day, it also holds historical value. The worth of magic resistance can be equal to the annual budget of an entire kingdom. But the biggest problem here is, the creators of magic resistance are themselves mages. They created something to counter themselves because the demand was too great. Therefore, acquiring it is easy, and those mages are lining up, eager to be valued. Rai's tone dripped with disdain. Ryan was extremely upset because he knew Scion dreamed of becoming a mage, yet Rai openly insulted that profession. However, the one who should have been angry, Scion, showed little change in his emotions. That's just the nature of mages. He suddenly broke into a bright smile and said, this attitude of Scion surprised both Ojin brothers, especially Rai. What did you say? He thought he misheard and asked again. You are not wrong. Anti-magic is indeed created by mages. It is used to limit the power of magic within no-magic zones, and it is also effectively utilized to support the training of magic apprentices. Sion's knowledge was no less than Rai's. He knew that anti-magic was truly used to counter mages, but its existence was more like an intellectual achievement serving a noble purpose. Therefore, Scion maintained his view that Rai's opinion that swordsmen are superior to mages was merely a one-sided and mistaken perspective. Rai was the second young master of the Ojin family, always used to harshly trampling others with his arrogant mouth. Yet today, right in his own house, he was pressed by Scion with a calm tone. But Sion's attitude was still very proper, leaving Rai no grounds to argue. HMPH, the theory you speak of and reality are two very different things. No matter what, the truth is mages will never be able to defeat swordsmen. After saying this, Rai grumpily walked away. Only then could Scion finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, when the young master Rai appeared with such a frightening face, he thought he was done for. Ryan was also very happy, because in the end, he found a witty way to sarcastically jab back at Rai. After that event, Rai no longer came to the library to cause trouble. Because of that, Scion had more time to focus on his work. 6 months later, as winter had just arrived, he had completed the task of sorting more than 10,000 books. He finished the job 6 months earlier than expected. Temu Ryan seemed very relieved that the books neglected for over 20 years were finally properly categorized. Scion had completed the task and should have been able to return home, but a steward from the Ojin household regretted losing such a useful worker like him. He wanted to force an extension of Sion's contract with ridiculous reasons, but Temu Ryan disagreed with this. Meanwhile, at the Grand Library, Scion finished reading the last book he needed, completing a year and a half of hard work reading books for the noble Ojin family. Ryan, who was practicing swordsmanship, hurried over after hearing the news that he had finished the book-sorting task. He was worried that Scion would just go home. Seeing that Scion had read through more than 800 volumes, Ryan looked even more excited than Scion himself. To celebrate this, Scion wanted to do something very special, and he asked Ryan to take him on a tour of his family's mansion. Although they lived in the same Triang estate, Most of the time, they only met at the library. Moreover, Ryan took the initiative to come, while Sion was just a worker who had never had the chance to see what a noble's real home looked like. Coincidentally, the entire Ojin family was out and would return after the afternoon, so Ryan cheerfully agreed to his request. Sion had already seen that the grand library was very large, but when he stepped inside the mansion, he was truly overwhelmed. Just one room here must be as large as his entire house. Ryan really was the heir of a wealthy family, yet not only was he not arrogant at all, he was even somewhat carefree. Ryan took Sion to tour his bedroom, which was the smallest room located at the end of the corridor. Sion had prepared himself to be dazzled by luxury once he entered. However, the truth was that Ryan's bedroom was much simpler than the other rooms. Most importantly, it was filled with objects for training and sword practice, and the messy bed looked like a temporary resting spot after training. Sion couldn't believe his eyes. The heir like Ryan lived in such a simple place. Sion couldn't believe his eyes. The heir like Ryan lived in such a simple place. Indeed, you really can't judge a book by its cover. After the tour, Sion and Ryan decided to play poker together. However, Ryan kept complaining about losing. Hey, you're cheating by using your spiritual sense, aren't you? Who do you think I am to play such dirty tricks? Sion replied. Then he revealed to Ryan how he guessed the cards correctly. It was by observing his habits. He has the habit of arranging several cards on the outside, and it is quite easy to tell when he holds a pair because he is very easy to read. Ryan was hit right in the nerve. He really just wanted to stomp his feet and throw a tantrum to feel better. Observational skills will bring great benefits even when he is not focused on any particular thought. Therefore, when observing an opponent, he should watch all of their actions, and then he can guess what they are thinking. Sion honestly gave Ryan this advice, hoping he would soon break through to new limits for himself. But unexpectedly, before he could finish 2 sentences, Ryan had already dozed off. Sion originally intended to return to his own room, but then heard a melodious voice. No matter the melody, tone, or rhythm, everything was controlled perfectly by the player. Sion unconsciously followed the music. He knew that in this world there was only one person who could reach this level on the piano, and that was Ryan's sister, Rena Ojin. So what do you think of my sonata? After the music stopped, Rena suddenly asked. At that moment, Sion was hiding behind the door and was startled, realizing he had been discovered. He stopped hiding and walked straight in front of her. I think it was wonderful. Sion's mood began to tense up again. Maybe because a noble's daughter was in front of him, or perhaps because Rena was so beautiful. Ah, yes, miss. I am in charge of sorting books in the library, and it has been a year now, Rena exclaimed, because she had already heard of Sion before, the smart boy who could categorize more than 10,000 books by himself. If that's the case, have you ever played the piano before? Sion really wanted to refuse. Aside from Ryan, he didn't want to get involved with any other heirs. Moreover, Rena was an expert at using force techniques while performing. Because of this, he just wanted to stay away from her. Ryan once said that his sister was the worst-tempered person in this mansion. So when responding, Sion appeared very cautious. No, miss. Then let me teach you. Come here. Rena proactively scooted to one side, leaving some space on the chair. Sion truly did not dare to sit down. What on earth was wrong with these Ojin siblings? Sion thought to himself. He couldn't be careless. She was an expert in using force techniques during her performance. He awkwardly replied, "It's okay." Though he said it was okay, inside Sion was in turmoil. Ryan had said the most difficult person in this mansion was his sister. She looked at Sion and smiled gently. "Then I will teach you. Sit down here." After saying that, one hand of hers rested on the piano keys, and the other hand patted the spot beside her. He was stunned by her invitation, sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. He was constantly tense, his inner self shattered like broken steel. "Just sit there." Rene keenly noticed his tense expression and calmly reassured him. "You're fine. I've given permission, so no one will blame you." He pressed his lips tightly, hesitating and wavering, his inner struggle relentless. He insisted on doing this, yet he felt he had no right to refuse. Finally, he reluctantly sat down, both nervous and excited, his heart fluttering endlessly. He told himself, "I won't have another chance to sit before a piano again." He seriously listened as she gave him a basic music lesson. She was enthusiastic, patiently teaching each musical note. Now he knew the notes do, re, mi, and the symbols in the sheet music. She asked him to try pressing these 3 keys simultaneously. He quickly obeyed, gently pressing the 3 keys together. The sound that came out made him a bit embarrassed. The sound was soaring, clear, and moving. He exclaimed, "What a beautiful resonance." She turned to look at him and said in surprise, "A good start." His mood was restless and hard to describe, his eyes betraying his awkwardness. He shyly said, "Sorry if I'm asking too much, but can I try playing?" She was very surprised by this proposal, but quickly agreed, "All right." Siren bowed his head, realizing his earlier behavior was somewhat rude and the offer seemed a bit excessive. He felt that it wasn't very appropriate. Maybe this won't be good. But Riene smiled gently. That's how everyone starts. Siren placed both hands on the piano keys, gently touching down. He began moving his fingers gracefully, pressing the black and white keys. A clear, enchanting sound arose. Riene was so amazed that she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes staring fixedly at his hands. She admired him. Unbelievable. He played all the notes wrong. But he did not hesitate at all when pressing the piano keys. Should I stop him? Vina, sweating as she watched Siren play, had a thought cross her mind. Although he was completely off, producing chaotic, imperfect sounds, there was still a strange allure. She listened intently. Then suddenly, Jenna noticed something. She was astonished to see Siren seemingly, perfectly imitating the feeling of the piece she had just played. The harmony in each note left her stunned. Siren's eyes suddenly glowed with an emerald light. He seemed trapped in a matrix of musical notes. The two sat in the center of a dim, mystical glow. Under his skillful hands, the melody continued to resonate. His hands moved lightly and gracefully, the notes dancing around the space. Riene furrowed her brows, her gaze turning serious. It seemed he was on the right track. She pondered, that sounds more accurate, actually. His hands moved up and down continuously, like a true artist. She concentrated on listening, savoring each melody he wove. Riene was stunned as she looked at the man before her. What was happening was unbelievable. An indescribable feeling rose within her. What is this? It can't be called a performance. Yet he seemed to see through everything, sensing the very essence. Riene observed every gesture and action of Siren. A series of questions surfaced in her mind. How could this child be a butler? Moreover, he even looked aristocratic. Noticing her thoughtful expression, he realized and quickly said, "Sorry, I just..." The shout startled Siren, causing sweat to bead on his forehead again. Ryan entered with an irritated expression and angry eyes. Before finishing his sentence, Ryan's shout tore through the melodic atmosphere. "Don't be so noisy, you annoying gremlin." He stood at Riene's door, scratching lightly under his shirt, revealing a toned body. He kept yelling, "Since we're home, just rest. Why are you acting so crazy, sis?" Looking into the room besides her, the person next to Riene surprised Ryan. He looked at Siren in astonishment. "Hey, you're here too, Siren?" In an awkward situation, Siren shyly, embarrassedly, and awkwardly replied, "Yes. Yes, that's right." Riene, sitting beside them, was also confused, not quite understanding the situation. "Huh, do you two know each other?" Ryan stood still. Siren kept looking from him to her, shyly stammering, "No, no. I haven't had a chance to answer yet," sweat streaming down, feeling uneasy inside. Will the friendship between Ryan and me be exposed? I just feel like I've committed some crime. From behind, Ryan scratched himself and said casually, "Oh, Siren, he's my friend." He seemed frozen, crouching down on the floor, eyes filled with terror. "Sir? Sir, what are you saying, Ryan?" Deep down, he understood clearly, probably afraid that revealing this friendship wouldn't end well. Ryan smiled brightly, hands on his hips, reassuring him. "Don't worry, the gremlin witch may be difficult, but she doesn't care about those things." Siren's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard. Inside, turmoil rose. What? How could that be? How could she not care? He didn't know how to face her when Riene spoke up first. "So your name? Your Siren?" She squatted down beside him, gentle and caring. She lightly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, if Ryan says you two are friends, then that's good. The boy is a bit annoying, but he's always responsible for his words." Her behavior was beyond his imagination, making him somewhat worried. Riene did not really care whether he and Ryan were truly friends or not, but what intrigued her most was his thoughts. She was curious. "So what did you think about while playing the piano? I really want to know." He was frightened by this question, a myriad of question marks flashing through his mind. Ryan was equally astonished. "What? Siren played? I thought you were going crazy in here." Witnessing that scene, his 16 years of logic seemed to collapse. His beliefs shattered in an instant. Inside, he kept wondering, doesn't he care that his sister is friends with a commoner? Siren turned to look at Ryan. "But why did you lie? Your sister is a beautiful, kind young lady." Hearing that, Riene burst into amused laughter. As for Ryan, he turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. "Don't be fooled by her. She's a witch. Who knows when she might be following you and swallow you whole." He was amazed by those words. Riene leaned in close, covering her mouth with her hand, and then smiled apologetically. "Sorry, my little brother is a bit childish. I'm glad he has you as a friend. Please keep an eye on him for me." He looked at Riene's gentle smile and softly replied, "It's nothing. Actually, I'm the one who owes him thanks." Her enthusiasm made Siren shy. Rene then praised him enthusiastically. "Oh my, you are really adorable." Seeing that, Ryan smiled slyly. "So cute. Why don't you keep him around and let him join our family while you're at it?" Rene was surprised by this opinion, then broke into an interested smile. "So close like this, aren't you afraid he'll steal your sister away?" Ryan laughed with satisfaction. "What are you talking about? You're not the one I'm worried about, it's Sire." As soon as she finished speaking, a hand grabbed Ryan's collar tightly. The two siblings launched into a fight. Rene didn't hold back and didn't care that her opponent was her brother, fiercely throwing punches. "Thought I didn't say anything because you think you're so good." They struggled right there on the floor. Ryan couldn't stand it and yelled loudly, "Ouch, that hurts." Sire watched this scene, his mind in turmoil, feeling confused. Just as he thought he was beginning to understand the nobility, they became even more unpredictable. After taking a beating, Ryan snorted coldly and shouted, "HMPH, why did you come back home? You just recently had time off." Rene calmly dusted off her hands. "Don't you know, the family is preparing for the examination. I came to pick up Guy. Tomorrow we're leaving and he's visiting a friend before coming back." Ryan's mouth dropped open in shock. "What? Are you crazy?" He lowered his head, his voice fatting. "So the distance is that far?" He noticed that Ryan seemed upset and kept recalling Rene's words. "The certification exam is the standard and condition for mages or swordsmen to be recognized, not only within the kingdom, but across the entire continent. Each year, more than 1,000 people participate, but fewer than 30 succeed each time. There is also another certification. If you graduate from an academy certified by the kingdom, such as the Alpheas Magic Academy, you will have the opportunity to become a level 10 junior mage. After that, you must earn achievement points from organizations and guilds to be able to rank up. Hundreds, even thousands of people flock here every year. The line stretches endlessly. Wherever there is wealth and fame, people naturally gather. Even after obtaining certificates, they still yearn for more. This examination is legendary, and Guy was preparing to take it at the age of 18. Ryan admired him openly. A genius truly stands apart. Besides, they also have the full backing of their family. He sighed deeply, feeling downcast. Rene stepped forward, gently patting his head to comfort him. "You're doing fine. I'll go prepare dinner. It's seafood from the royal palace, so I have to cook it myself." She turned to Sire, smiling brightly. "It's been a pleasure meeting you, Sire. See you next time." He looked bewildered. "Yes, have a good day, sir." He silently wondered, will I ever have the chance to see him again? Thinking back to the moment when Rene played the piano, that feeling was wonderful. But tomorrow, I will leave the mansion. Rene left, leaving Sire and Ryan behind. He turned and hesitated before speaking. "Ryan, your sister." He looked at him indifferently, eyes distant but resolute. He asked, "Does she have a boyfriend yet?" The question left Ryan stunned and astonished. Seeing that expression, Sire realized he'd spoken out of turn and quickly tried to cover. "It's nothing." Ryan burst out laughing, unable to keep his mouth shut, his eyes sparkling. He quickly reacted, flustered. "I was just curious, forget that question. And besides, not yet." He hadn't finished his sentence when Ryan darted out the door, shouting, "Sister!" Sire panicked, calling after him. "I said it's nothing." He gritted his teeth, his face anxious. Seeing Ryan about to run out to the door, he hurriedly chased after him. A feeling of urgency filled his heart. He blamed himself for letting words slip, feeling sad inside. Meanwhile, Ryan ran outside at full speed, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Sister, Sire is asking." Ryan stood on the floor, grabbed the railing, then bent down and yelled loudly, "If you have a boyfriend." Rene was then leading the maidservants to prepare the meal from the royal palace. Ryan's shouts echoed throughout the hall. He shouted once more, "Sister, do you have a boyfriend yet?" Those words stunned everyone, who all turned around to look. Sire hurriedly covered Ryan's mouth from behind and pulled him back, causing him to utter muffled, unclear sounds. He held him tightly, trying to stop him, but the vague noises still stirred a lively buzz among the crowd. "What's going on?" "A boyfriend." Inside, Rene's heart was pounding like a drum. Seeing the maids turn to look at her, she could only force a smile, trying to hide her embarrassment and shyness. She laughed and said, "They're just teasing each other, don't mind it." Rene and the maids continued walking. As they walked, she said, "Now that we've finished separating the poison, next we have to steam it." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, miss." Behind the nearby wall, the chief butler had long been standing ready. He caught every detail of what had just happened. He turned back and called to a servant nearby, "Hands, any guests today?" The servant lowered his head and replied, "No scheduled appointments, Sir Chief Butler." Upstairs, Ryan was about to say more. "Sire, he said he saw her preparing to cause trouble." Sire immediately grabbed his arm. The chief butler spoke coldly to the servant. "I've heard that name before. Now I remember. His eyes sharp as a blade, he turned and ordered his subordinate. Tell Mo Ryan to come to my office immediately. He frowned, and a sharp voice barked out. Immediately, the blue sky, above the forest covered by tall tree canopies. The sound of heavy breathing and Ryan's training echoed through the air. A shout came, "Stop, rest for 10 minutes." He was exhausted, gasping for breath. His left hand held the training stick while his right kept wiping sweat. Ket, his master, stroked his beard and thought about his pupil. He's become more enthusiastic again. It's been about a year, hasn't it? Watching Ryan practicing enthusiastically, the old man recalled how last time he gave up very quickly. He pondered, but once he enters the royal palace, the boy will change. The key is to hold onto the strategy map. Sweat streamed down Ryan's face. Suddenly, a loud, urgent call rang out. "Young master." Ryan was startled and glanced in that direction. A man wearing a hat, looking hurried and anxious, ran over, his voice carrying far. "Young master, Miss Duenna demands you return to the mansion immediately." Ryan was about to drink water, but stopped at those words. He frowned her. "If it's praise for my brother, I'm not interested. Tell her to do as she pleases." The servant quickly denied. "No, the lady says that Scion is in danger. He might die." Hearing this, Ryan spat out the mouthful of water he was about to swallow. He stood up abruptly, worried. "What? Why? I thought he was coming home today." The servant, running so fast he stumbled, gasped. "The chief steward has reported to the head of the family. I'm not sure, but the lady said it's because of his connection with that lord." Ryan hastily put on his coat, anxiously turning to Ket. "Master, I have to go see father." Seeing his anxious expression, the old man knew something was wrong and pressed. "What's going on?" Ryan, a bit unsettled. "A steward named Scion is my friend. Somehow father found out. There isn't much time left. I'm sure father will forgive him if I can convince him. I will train later." No sooner had he spoken than Ket raised his voice to stop him. "You must not." Ryan paused, straightened up, unable to believe his ears. What? The magnificent mansion appeared beside the mountain peak. Inside the spacious main hall, Scion knelt on the floor with male and female servants lined up on both sides. Seated on the central throne was the head of the bishop family, sitting solemnly. On either side were Miss Duenna and young Master Gia. Behind them stood the chief steward. Scion knelt, feeling like ants crawling under his skin, burning with anxiety. Then a dignified, powerful voice rang out. "Scion Arian, sir." Just a short phrase, but it exuded the aristocratic elegance of nobility. Holding the report in his hand with an angry glare fixed on Scion, he said, "You will be executed." The entire hall shook. Whispering and murmuring erupted non-stop. How could this possibly happen? A female servant whispered, "A commoner dares to behave this way towards nobility." The gossip grew louder. Others said, "He is ignorant. Even if he is uneducated, he should at least understand these rules." All judgments reached Mo Ryan's ears. He merely glanced at the group of maids without saying a word. The three people sitting on the long couch. Bishop focused on reading the documents. Gia sat arrogantly beside him, hardly concerned, while only Shirone was restless, as if sitting on hot coals. The head butler's provided dossier was carefully reviewed. The entire staff lined up neatly, anxiety etched on their faces. Mr. Bishop used a stack of documents to accuse him. These were testimonies from numerous servants, affirming that this kid had acted carelessly in front of Ryan. He turned to Shirone and questioned, "You have read the contract details thoroughly. There should be no objections, right? Is there anything else you want to say?" Scion lowered his head, hesitating slightly, but then exclaimed, "I want to ask something." He lifted his head, eyes cautious. "If I and the young master are friends, what would happen to the young master?" The entire hall was shaken. The servants were terrified to the extreme, each thinking he was finished this time. Didn't he even understand his current situation? He should have been begging for mercy. Mr. Bishop was angry. "You still dare to ask me that?" Shirone looked at her father, then at Scion. In such a critical moment, he still had the courage to ask about matters relating to Ryan. She silently wondered, is he concerned for Ryan, even though he's fallen into this situation? Mr. Bishop flew into a rage, not sparing harsh words. "You're a foolish commoner. Do you think nobility would suffer any harm from messing around with someone like you?" Scion lowered his head, sighed, then broke into a smile. He looked up, stared straight at him, and clearly admitted, "Yes, Ryan and I are friends." In front of everyone, he confessed once more, "We've been friends for a year, and I declare we will always be friends." The servants were terrified to hear these words come from his own mouth. They exclaimed in fear, "This guy." Bishop's eyes flashed with a murderous glare. The servants were curious. Why isn't he afraid at all? He used a contemptuous tone to warn, "It seems you underestimate this bishop." Losing his temper, he shouted loudly, "Head steward, deal with him quickly. Don't let this news leak out." He handed a stack of documents to the head steward. Ryan bowed respectfully as he accepted them. Two soldiers stepped forward, each grabbing one of Siren's arms, escorting him outside to face punishment. Shirone shouted, intervening, "Father, wait, please listen to me." She bowed deeply, her face betraying her worry. But Bishop turned a furious gaze towards her. He has already confessed. Once I have made a decision, I won't take it back. The servants felt like they were sitting on a powder keg, anxious for their lives. The blond man felt it was unjust and turned to the head steward to say, "Head steward, isn't this a little too harsh?" The chubby man beside him refused to accept it either and decided to speak up to protect himself. "It's unreasonable for all of us to die because of one person." Hearing this, the blond man turned pale with fear as he looked over. He grimaced and explained, "This family is our lifeline. To protect it, we must eliminate all conflicts, no matter how small." As Siren was escorted away by the two soldiers, he looked back and uttered a cryptic remark. "Now you think it's wrong, but later you will be grateful for this choice." Suddenly the main door burst open. A shout echoed, "I won't let that happen." Ryan appeared, looking hurried and urgent, holding his master's sword in hand. Shirone was overjoyed, her face lighting up as she called out loudly, "Ryan!" Her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. Contrary to her expectations, Bishop's face darkened, arms crossed, his gaze stern and devoid of any joy as he looked at his son. Siren looked up at Ryan. But in his eyes was not the hopeful look Shirone had, but a resigned expression, awaiting any punishment. Perhaps he feared dragging Ryan into trouble. In his impatience and anger, Ryan shouted loudly, almost losing control, "Who dares to kill my friend without my permission?" Bishop replied coldly and decisively with calmness, just one brief word, but it was enough to show his authority and status within the clan." Below, Ryan used all his words to defend Siren. He questioned, "Why? He didn't commit any fatal mistakes. He just befriended your child." Shirone also anxiously stood up, worried for both Siren and her brother. Bishop snorted coldly, "You understand nothing. I consider the lives of commoners worthless. It doesn't take a fatal mistake to deserve death. Matters involving nobility are very complicated. You cannot imagine them." Ryan resisted, shouting angrily, "If the privilege of noble sons forces me to kill my friend, then I don't want it." Bishop looked at his son with a domineering, imposing gaze, his words heavy with class division. "You ask why that man must die. Befriending a noble means that relationship must be equal." Siren was still being escorted by two soldiers. His eyes were indifferent, but the earlier declaration only made Bishop angrier. He insulted, "Do you really think that commoner considers you a friend? There are many who only want to exploit nobles in this world." Ryan shouted loudly, vehemently objecting, "Siren would never do that." Bishop gave him a half-eyed look, impatience in his words. "How can I trust you? Prove that you and Siren are really friends." Those words left Ryan stunned, frozen in place. "Prove it?" A doubt and unease stirred within him. Shirone, standing nearby, also did not expect her father to ask such a question. She nervously looked toward him. He stared intently at him, a half-smile playing on his lips, eyes full of smug satisfaction. Ryan's thoughts were tangled like a skein of thread. If I say I can't prove it, then everything ends. He wondered, can a person prove their feelings? Ryan fell into deep thought, but inwardly knew he couldn't speak recklessly. He tried putting himself in Siren's position. If I were Siren, I'd have easily defeated him by now. Suddenly a thought struck him. What if I were Siren? He glanced over at him. I saw a carefree, relaxed face without worry or fear, but the eyes were resolute and incredibly strong. Those eyes seemed to absorb everything, just like when he competed against me. Ryan looked straight into those eyes, as if receiving his guidance, recalling every word from before. Siren had once said, "Sometimes not focusing on trivial matters brings better results." Memories came back to playing cards with him. When the cards weren't favorable, Ryan rested his head on his hand, feeling frustrated. Siren then held the ace of spades, gently saying, "Don't focus on the opponent's minor details. Look at the big picture." Siren held the ace of spades and softly said, "Don't focus on the opponent's minor details. Look at the big picture." Ryan once doubted this. "Look at the big picture?" Siren flipped the card and handed it to him. "That way you'll see their true intent." Ryan silently committed it to memory. Now Ryan felt courage renewed. Looking at the bigger picture, the person standing before him was his father, a second-rank noble, the head of the own family, a certified fourth-rank knight. He tightly gripped the sword his master had given him, firmly standing inside. Indeed, this was not a quarrel between father and son, but a duel. Rewinding to 30 minutes earlier, when Ryan received the news and prepared to leave, his master stopped him. Ryan shouted, "Master, why won't you let me go?" My friend might die. Keat applied reason calmly. Right, you're talking about the kid who works in the library, aren't you? Ryan hesitated before saying, but that kid is just a commoner. He was stunned silent when he heard those words. Ryan choked up, Master. I didn't expect you to feel the same way. You had taught me otherwise. Ryan couldn't believe the person he respected could have such narrow-minded, old-fashioned views, exactly like his father. His mood collapsed. Losing control, he shouted, if swinging a sword meant you could talk, then everyone would want to be my friend. Keat remained calm and explained, Ryan, don't you know what is most important to a noble? Nobles must eliminate every threat to their family's status. Have you ever considered the burden your friend bears when his worth is as insignificant as a fly's? Hearing this, Ryan gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks, his shoulders trembling intermittently. Every tear that fell was proof of his helplessness and inner pain. Keat advised with a warm but firm tone, don't think you can solve this problem with emotion. Ryan clenched his fists tightly, fingers gripping hard, speaking with determination but clearly overwhelmed. But I can't just stand here and do nothing. I was the one who first suggested becoming friends with him. Ryan raised his hand, his eyes blazing, his resolve at its peak. I don't want to become a coward. His words challenged adversity, and every gesture, every glance clearly showed his steadfastness. Keat looked at Ryan, his gaze changing, silently approving. He said, good determination. The boy is affectionate, honest, and pure, but that alone cannot make him a great swordsman. I have high expectations for you, and I will support you. Keat brought the sword before Ryan, handing it to him. Fortunately, he was truly not a conservative man full of prejudice. He advised and warned, I will let you leave if you bring this back with you. But if you are not ready for this, then don't even dream of stepping out of here. Ryan took the sword from his master's hand. His eyes shone with determination and seriousness. Ryan said, Master, I will never forget this favor. Each word was like a vow engraved deeply in his heart. Keat glanced at him. Remember this. Abandoning a friend is like abandoning a part of your own body. That reminder was deeply etched in Ryan's mind, making his inner self stormy. This was a duel where one's life was on the line. Returning to the present in the great hall, Ryan realized the truth his master had taught. Holding the sword in his hand, he tilted his head back and laughed loudly. The laughter echoed throughout the mansion, giving everyone goosebumps. Ryan shouted in fury, Prove we are friends? I believe it, because I believe that Scion and I are friends. He added that his very existence as Sion's friend was the proof of the friendship between the two. Bishop was furious at those sharp rebuttals. He clenched his teeth and hissed, This is absurd. This is not a father-son quarrel. He shouted angrily. The prestige of countless families was also crumbling. He kept uttering frenzied words. If it means I can avoid the downfall of the family, I am even willing to sever ties with my own son. Those words just spoken caused Shirone and all the maids to be terrified. Father, she shouted loudly. Ryan stepped forward, standing straight on both feet, his voice resolute and unwavering. If I have to do that to save my friend's life. He bowed, placing his right hand on his chest, adopting the most solemn and respectful posture. Then I will willingly leave. Everyone was fearful of that action. Bishop, enraged beyond measure, stood up abruptly, clenching both hands tightly, veins bulging. He shouted, This brat, draw your sword. If you truly consider that kid your friend, then wager your life right now. Without hesitation, Ryan drew his sword. The sharp clang of metal sounded, signaling that even the father-son relationship was about to be severed. Bishop could hardly believe his eyes seeing his son draw a sword to duel for a commoner. He looked at him and stammered, Son, you even dare to take up a sword against your own father. Ryan raised his sword, placing it before him with the tip pointed toward the sky. His eyes flashed sharply. I am not pointing the sword at you, father. I am only expressing my trust. Bishop clutched his chest, trying to appear helpless. How could you possibly have friends? You can't even get along with other noble families. Perhaps because you can't reach the level of other nobles, you keep weaker people around to comfort yourself. Ryan lowered his voice, deep and intense, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. This time, father is wrong. He lowered his sword, speaking firmly, Scion is a friend, and he's better than me. I want to help Scion so he can shine brilliantly in a higher position. Such determination even surprised Scion. Bishop, angry and embarrassed, pointed sharply at Scion and demanded, Did you deceive him? Did you convince him that a commoner could be friends with a noble? Those words stabbed at Sion's pride. He denied it. No. Ryan immediately stepped in front of his friend, his voice full of protection. Scion, stay right there. I will protect you. Scion knew this was a decisive moment, not just for himself, but for their friendship. He called out his name directly, Ryan. He was stunned by that call. Scion spoke up, taking full responsibility. You don't have to be responsible for everything. I will take my share. Ryan turned around, astonished as he looked at him. Scion recalled the moment when Ryan reached out his hand in friendship. He said, "From the moment you wanted to be friends with me, I had a premonition. That one day I would stand at a crossroads, having to choose between being friends with you or saving my own life." Sion's eyes were filled with gratitude. He looked at Ryan and said, "Even if it means I have to die here, I would not regret having befriended you." Ryan bowed his head, eyes brimming with tears. That sincere friendship did not disappoint him at all. He choked out, "That's right." Suddenly, Ryan lifted his face and shouted towards Bishop, "That's exactly what I mean." Those words echoed throughout the great hall, strongly affirming the friendship and an unshakable determination. Ryan continued shouting, "My friendship with Scion, even if isolated, remains a true friendship." That passionate declaration left Bishop dumbfounded, only able to frown and look at him. Shirone, standing nearby, was also moved by those heartfelt words and shed tears. She silently thought, "Even though we are not yet mature, we are still emotional beings. A true friend will never turn their back on us." The household staff were also touched, each shedding tears. The head butler glanced at Ryan and Scion, frowned, then clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the mansion. "How amusing!" Everyone was surprised and looked up to the upper floor. Shirone happily called out, "Sir." Clum, her grandfather, stood upstairs looking down, full of vitality, delight, and admiration. "I never thought I would witness such a touching scene when I'm close to the end of my life. Youth truly is the best time." Shirone was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. If it were him, he would certainly be able to handle it more easily. In contrast to her, Bishop's expression became forced. He looked at Clum suspiciously. "Father, have you arrived?" Shirone told me it would take a few more days. Clum spoke up. "I arrived early because my friend ran away with a young lady." Having said that, he sat down comfortably on the chair. Scion was also very surprised by his appearance. He stared blankly in that direction and subconsciously recognized his identity. He was Tomia's general, a third-grade swordsman and also Ryan's grandfather. He sat cross-legged comfortably, speaking enthusiastically. "Anyway, this place is as noisy as ever. Youth really is wonderful." He was the former head of the family, Clum. While he laughed and talked with everyone, the current head of the family, his son, was not happy at all. Bishop, looking solemn, respectfully said to him, "In this situation, it's not very good either. The reputation of our family has completely collapsed." Clum didn't pay attention to his son's demeanor and enthusiastically looked toward the representative. "Don't be so quick to conclude. I've been observing from behind for a while now, and clearly everyone here has a lot to say. So why don't we first listen to each other's opinions and see if we have really lost face?" He called the first witness, the eldest daughter, Shirone Ojin. She was delighted to speak. She stood up and spoke like an orator. All eyes were on her, listening attentively. Moreover, Scion had fulfilled all the contract requirements and was supposed to leave the family today. Given such circumstances, it was hard to say that he approached Ryan with any specific ill intent. As a result, I do not believe his actions have tainted the family's honor. Clum stroked his chin, nodding as if he understood her point. He grunted coldly, "I see. If that's the case, what do you think, my second grandson?" The second witness, the second son, Zozin, was called. He had been silent until now, but his expression showed no liking for Scion. Zozin frowned, his voice hissing through clenched teeth. "I don't like that kid." Bishop stood nearby, very pleased, flashing a smug smile. He silently admired his second son's words. "That's right, I knew I could trust you." However, Zozin crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and said indifferently, "But this has nothing to do with me. I don't like him, but who he befriends is none of my business. I just want this matter over so we can depart for the royal palace." His words stunned Bishop, whose face darkened as he reproached. "What do you mean? You say you don't like him, then you say you don't care." Zozin softly closed his eyes and calmly repeated, "That's right." Shirone was also surprised by his attitude, her eyes shining with silent admiration. "Wow, that's my little brother's attitude." Clum laughed out loud. "The opinion of the youngest grandson, this is exactly why there's no place like home." He stroked his chin and turned to Ryan. "So, in conclusion, I want to hear the thoughts of the person who surely has observed Scion the longest." He called the third witness, Deputy Steward Temu Ryan. He cleared his throat, but the attention was fixed on the head steward. This person raised a hand near his chin, giving a subtle signal. "Remember, we do not express opinions. We obey the will of our master." Temu Ryan hesitated, then finally spoke. "Scion." He glanced at the head steward, but still spoke honestly. "He completed every task I assigned perfectly." He even finished 6 months ahead of schedule. Those words struck the head steward like a thunderclap. He did not expect Temu Ryan to dare defy the implicit order. Gritting his teeth, he silently cursed, "Has this guy gone mad?" Bishop sighed deeply, his demeanor somewhat diminished in stature. Clum looked at Temu Ryan and asked, "Do you know if those two are friends?" The deputy steward placed his hand on his chest and answered respectfully, "I know he often goes out with the young master, but I am not sure if they are truly friends. However, in my opinion, if he were an ill-mannered child, he would not have been able to organize those 10,000 books." Scion was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He didn't expect that in the mansion, besides Ryan and the kind young lady Shirone, there would be someone else who would speak up for him. Ryan glanced at him, a smirk on his lips. Finally, someone acknowledged his friend's efforts. Shirone also raised her hand to her chin, quietly pleased on Sion's behalf. Very good, the atmosphere has completely changed. But that joy was extinguished when she looked towards her father. Bishop's gaze remained unchanged. Frowning and displeased as time after time someone defended Sion, especially since Clum's return, everything was no longer under his control. Shirone understood that the only person wanting to punish Sion was still her father. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice rang out. "No." Clum stood up firmly. "I cannot agree to this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Shirone and Bishop simultaneously exclaimed, "Father!" Shirone didn't understand why he changed his mind at the last moment. She had just relaxed, but now felt like ants crawling on a hot pan. Conversely, Bishop looked brighter than ever. Clum quickly corrected himself. "No, no. I understand that those two consider each other friends." Sion and Ryan stood before him, full of worry and tension. He looked at them thoughtfully. However, it must stop here. If this relationship continues, rumors will inevitably spread outside, and this could become a vulnerability that political opponents seize upon to undermine us. Bishop sat listening to the man speak with increased attention, because what he worried about had been clearly explained by Clum. Guy, sitting beside him, still paid no attention, his appearance indifferent. Clum continued, "All the members of our clan are outstanding individuals in the kingdom. Jai is even preparing to take the certification exam. Moreover, what else could I do when so many other clans depend on me like this?" The maids stood straight, and even they couldn't help but worry for their own fate and that of their families upon hearing this. For commoners, working for the nobility was already an honor. Clum then turned to Sion. "You are a smart child. I believe you will understand." Shirone looked at him, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. Ryan, however, could not sit still. He gritted his teeth, staring firmly at the man, resolute and unwilling to be bound. Clum was torn between laughter and tears as he looked at his beloved grandson. He thought to himself, "I see that you have great potential and intelligence, but why can't you understand the words I speak?" His heart was also in turmoil. He wanted Ryan to fully understand the heavy responsibility he bore, how many lives depended on him. Now he turned to Sion, wanting to know his feelings and also to learn what Ryan had gained after making this friendship. "What do you think, Sion? I want to thank you for teaching my innocent grandson what true friendship is. But I do not want this clan to be condemned because of you. So, can we end this matter here?" Sion could only lower his head, gently close his eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Then suddenly he uttered two words, "Impossible." The answer stunned both Clum and Shirone, and even Bishop found it hard to believe. Gi, who usually didn't care about anything, now had to look at him with a different gaze. Ryan was shocked, expecting Sion would beg for forgiveness and sever their friendship to save his life. But unexpectedly, he was that brave. Ryan hesitated to call his name. He looked at Sion, sincere, straightforward, and could no longer hold back as he spoke. "Sion." He placed his hand on his chest, looked at Clum, and spoke words from the bottom of his heart. "If I am an obstacle to Ryan, then I do not mind never seeing him again forever. However, that does not mean I will not consider him a friend." He asserted confidently, "Ryan and I are friends. I cannot let our friendship be constrained or tainted by anyone's words." He said to Clum, "If you take that into consideration, I will obey any order you give." The hand holding Ryan's sword trembled. He felt humiliated, tears fell again. Inside, he blamed himself, but also felt relieved that Sion did not have to die. But Sion already knew. Abandoning friends also meant abandoning a part of oneself. Ryan widened his eyes in surprise. The words his master had taught him during training were something he struggled greatly to comprehend. As for Sion, he would rather lose his life than betray the word friendship. Ryan felt deeply ashamed. He made a firm resolution, fine. After all, this is not something open for negotiation. He raised his sword straight to the sky and shouted loudly and decisively. The shout echoed like thunder. Here, I solemnly declare. Clum and Shirone were instantly terrified by his next action. She screamed, "Don't do that. I don't know what you intend, but don't." She panicked, uncertain whether her younger brother was mature enough. A single mistake could affect the fate of the entire family. Ryan thrust his sword forcefully into the ground. The resounding sound shook everyone deeply. He knelt down, drove the sword in deeply, then declared boldly, "I, Ryan Ojin, the third son of the own family, from this moment forward will become the sword of Sire." The vow echoed like thunder in the tense, suffocating atmosphere. Bishop trembled with anger. He ground his teeth fiercely, his face contorted, and growled, "What, damn brat?" The entire mansion shook under the force of his fury. The origin of the knightly vow dates back to the founding of the Kingdom of Tomia. During that chaotic era, various large and small nations fought fiercely over the Atopi colony. The strongest among them succeeded in unifying all and proclaimed the establishment of the Thea kingdom. However, the newly established kingdom had to stand against powerful neighboring countries. Therefore, instead of being purged during unification, the defeated kings were allowed to continue ruling their own territories. In the process, they had to create the Knight's Oath. The defeated kings would kneel before the new monarch, pledging that they would become swords belonging solely to their master. In return, they were granted noble status. This is the origin of the Knight's Oath and also the starting point for the emergence of the nobility. Thus, breaking the Knight's Oath meant becoming someone more despicable than a rabid dog. Ryan turned to look at everyone, then grinned mischievously. "What do you all think? Now I can't take it back, can I?" Everyone fell silent, jaws dropped at his sudden decision. Ryan still held the sword tightly in his hand, one foot planted firmly, the other kneeling. In his heart, he couldn't help but blame himself. "Master, it seems this time I've caused a catastrophe." He even imagined his master getting angry and scolding him. "I didn't give you the sword for you to do this." Sire knelt down beside him, grabbed his hand, alarmed. "Ryan, what the hell are you doing?" He did not answer, only glanced at everyone. Mr. Clum's voice rang out, his face hardened, his gaze even more resolute. "Ryan, if I am truly witnessing you say you will become his sword, then surely that boy must be worthy. Answer me." Sire helped him stand up, and the two of them looked towards the old man. Clum continued, "Is he really that talented, or is he only talented in your eyes because you yourself are useless?" Hearing this, Ryan relaxed slightly and smiled confidently. He placed his hand on his chest and shouted loudly, "A sword does not judge, it only protects." Everyone's faces darkened upon hearing that answer. Even Sire was astonished. Suddenly, a long burst of laughter echoed through the tense air. Everyone's faces darkened upon hearing that answer. Even Sire was astonished. Suddenly, a long burst of laughter echoed through the tense air. While Bishop helplessly rubbed his forehead, Clum kept praising without pause. "Your tongue is sharp, too. But with your mediocre swordsmanship, I feel sorry for your friend having to receive such a sword." Ryan didn't expect him to say that and could only stammer, "You, sir?" Clum placed his hand on Sire's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. "Enough, enough, it's all over. Although this boy isn't the sharpest sword yet, Sire, he will never betray you. Take good care of my nephew." He gently patted his shoulder. Sire closed his eyes, savoring this moment, then looked at him with grateful eyes. "Thank you for acknowledging me." Clum pointed at the head butler and ordered, "The two have sworn to be lifelong friends, so I can't just let you leave like that. Use the carriage that was meant to take Sire home to fetch his parents here." The head butler was startled but still bowed to accept the order. "Yes, right away." The two servants glanced at each other, chuckled softly, and put on their hats, getting ready. Meanwhile, the head butler silently screamed inside. Seriously. Looking up at the blue sky and the drifting clouds, he helplessly thought, "I'll never understand what nobles are thinking." Ryan finally relaxed his mood. He smiled comfortably, constantly exclaiming, "This feels great." He leaned back on the bed, stretching his arms straight out. Sire also sat down beside him. Ryan laughed and asked, "Did you see my family's expressions? Just fantastic." But Sire felt uneasy. "Ryan, the knight's vow, you didn't have to do that for me." Ryan jumped up suddenly, startling Sire. Ryan looked straight at him, eyes blazing with determination. "I'm not doing this just because you're my friend. I'm different from my brother. He has the power to influence others. I simply chose to bet my life on someone like you." Sire blushed and stammered, What?" Embarrassed, he thought silently, why did he suddenly say that? Their eyes met, then Sire sighed, "I'm feeling the pressure. But if you want to protect me, you'll need to train a lot harder." That remark made Ryan so angry he coughed up blood. Sire panicked. What's wrong?" he responded feebly. "Nothing. It's just that you hit a sore spot in my heart." At that moment, Shirone suddenly opened the door and stepped in. her voice loud and decisive. "Ryan, is it true that you swore to the knights that you would become Siren's sword?" She came in and saw her younger brother collapsed in a pool of blood, immediately worried and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Ryan summoned the last of his strength to say, "Go outside." Siren stopped her. "What are you talking about? Your sister just helped a lot. Please come in." Renee proudly stepped inside. "That's right, I bring important information from the opposition faction." Hearing this, Ryan instantly cleared his mind and asked anxiously, "What are father and grandfather doing?" She sat down on the bed and replied gently, "They are indeed ruthless, but I have already played the Knight's Oath card. Now they are planning what to do next." She looked at the two of them and continued, "I also bring important news. Father is considering enrolling you and Siren in the Cairn Swordsmanship Academy. Siren, you said her swordsmanship skills are incredible, right? You said it yourself." He was confused, but, "To that extent?" Renee smiled. "Of course. Now that you are a member of the family, I've told them all about your talents. Let's see if any of them will voluntarily invest something in you. They want to take advantage of your talent to help Ryan. Surely they arranged it for his future." After hearing this, Ryan shouted at his sister, "Without my permission, who would dare let me go to school? It was so hard that I finally got to play with Siren as I pleased." Renee didn't hesitate, immediately kicking her younger brother to the ground and stepping on him. She sighed and yelled sternly, "You damn idiot. You've already caused such a ruckus. What else do you want to do?" Ryan was defiant, turning his head to look at his sister with eyes sharp as knives, shouting, "And anyway, Siren isn't even attending the academy. Siren will be a mage in the future. He has already unlocked the spirit realm." Renee was surprised, looking at Ryan suspiciously. "What? The spirit realm? Siren has already unlocked it. Wait, does that mean you have sworn the Knight's Oath to a future mage?" She looked at her brother, unable to believe her own ears. Ryan angrily yelled, "Being useless still has its limits. Get lost now, old hag." Renee thought about Siren and Ryan fencing with each other and said, "So you used Seizure to sense the spiritual world and read Ryan's movements to win, right?" She rubbed her chin, marveling, "That's quite clever. Your spiritual world energy is pretty high, so this is completely possible." Siren awkwardly replied, "So? Then?" Renee smiled continuously in admiration. "You're amazing. From what I learned at school, the more concentrated the energy is, the stronger the spiritual world becomes, and maintaining that concentration while using a sword is absolutely wonderful." Hearing this, Siren's cheekbones flushed red, and he unconsciously rubbed his hair gently. Renee and Ryan said in unison, "So now you're embarrassed." Renee continued, "I will tell you about Siren's path. Of course, the condition for your admission to the swordsmanship school will also be included." Upon hearing this, Ryan suddenly shouted, "What? Then what will happen to your master?" Renee calmly replied, "Master Ket already knows about this. Yesterday he terminated the contract. Tomorrow morning will be when he says goodbye." Ryan grew even more shocked, gripping the sword tightly in his hand, his mind filled with sorrow. He silently thought of his master, the man about to leave this land forever. At that moment, a butler opened the door and stepped in, announcing, "Siren, your family has arrived and is waiting in the living room. The master has allowed you to go meet them first if you wish." Renee turned to ask, "What do you think, Siren?" At first, he just smiled, but unable to hide his happiness, he jumped up and shouted, "I will go." Siren ran quickly downstairs, causing the two butlers to worry and remind him, "The stairs, be careful on the stairs." Siren forced a smile, "Just talk to me as before, naturally like that." He smiled to reassure them, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Although he tried to reassure them, they still firmly refused. After a few minutes, the whole group arrived in front of the living room door. Siren hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped inside, where the most beloved people were. Seeing his parents, he immediately shouted, "Mom, Dad." They were deeply moved, calling his name in unison, Siren. He seemed to abandon everything else, rushing forward to bury himself in his parents' warm embrace. The three of them held each other tightly, happiness surging. Siren looked at his parents with a heavy heart. "They have become thin. Surely they have worked hard day and night, worrying about me." Siren's mother, tears falling, reassured him, "Don't worry, we're still fine." Vincent frowned, puzzled. "Why did you suddenly call us here? If you're done, you should be going home, right? Or did they keep you from leaving?" he asked anxiously, his voice trembling. Siren quickly explained, "No, that's not it. I've been given a pretty good opportunity. Both of them were uncertain." Siren then recounted the entire sequence and the opportunity he was offered. After hearing it, both of them seemed stunned. Vincent's eyes were wide open, motionless, staring intently at his son. He forced a smile, then his voice trembled. "You mean, you became friends with a noble young master while working at the library, and that young master has sworn knighthood with you? You were even allowed to be his friend. Scion calmly replied, yes, that's correct. Vincent immediately grabbed his son's shoulders, shaking him vigorously with tears welling up. Scion, tell me the truth. How could someone as smart as you have such illusions? Is there someone treating you badly, isn't there? He was shaken until he felt like he might fly off, but still tried to shout. No, it's true. The man tightly embraced his child, crying loudly, oh God, people say those who go to a noble's house never return intact. My child. Sion's mother tried to pull her husband away. Just then, the door opened and a butler announced, young master, the head of the house has arrived. The three of them entered. Bishop spoke first, very pleased to meet you both. I am the master of this house, Bishop Ogen. Ryan bowed slightly and said, hello, I am Sion's sword. Riene gently introduced herself. I am the eldest daughter, Riene. I've heard a great deal about you too. Upon hearing this, Sion's parents were stunned, their faces turning pale. They immediately bowed respectfully. Hello, we are Sion's parents. How could such great people like you? Riene frowned slightly, surprised. Oh my, you two haven't heard from Sion yet. Vincent panicked, his voice trembling. The things the boy says, his delusions, are they all true? Even after sitting down at the luxurious banquet table filled with delicacies, he still couldn't believe it. He kept muttering inwardly, it can't be, it can't be. In the end, Vincent sat dazed as if lost in the clouds. Sion's mother was awkward, quietly lamenting, oh dear, so many dishes. After the meal, Vincent still felt like he was floating, his mind in turmoil. Sion's mother could only force a smile, feeling grateful as she accepted a cup of hot tea. Vincent felt the atmosphere suffocating, his head as if wanting to scream about what was happening. His hand trembled so much that the glass of tea in it almost slipped and fell. He thought, although I don't clearly know what the knight's oath entails, there's no way they would treat a merchant family like ours well. I need to get to the bottom of this. Thinking so, Vincent spoke up. Excuse me, I am very glad that you think highly of my son, but I am also very worried. For a noble's son like Ogen to swear the knight's oath with Sion, it really is unbelievable. Bishop frowned. To be honest, I also feel somewhat uneasy. However, for a militaristic house like Ogen's, the knight's oath is absolute. If we discriminate just because of social rank differences, it would ruin Ryan's honor. Therefore, from now on we will use honorific language. Please don't feel uncomfortable, and our family will fully support your sons. Clum laughed heartily. It's been a long time since I heard you say something right. Bishop, annoyed. Father, you're too loud. Sion thought to himself. A family head who manages and decides all major family affairs, his decisiveness and pride truly suit him, despite how difficult it was for him to decide to place a commoner under his protection. He quietly turned and saw Riene winking at him. Seeing Ryan's bright smile, he thought again, he isn't afraid of anyone at all. Bishop returned to a serious expression. To get straight to the point, I have to say, your son is a user of the spirit world. The spirit world is not something one attains just by hard work. It's a true talent, something one is born with. From what we know, he aims to become a wizard. If he wants to obtain an unofficial wizard degree as quickly as possible, then the Alpheas Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, would be suitable. He stroked his chin and continued. I'm not saying he absolutely must enter there to become a wizard, but otherwise it would be a loss for that talent. I do not encourage otherwise, so he should study at Alpheas Academy to meet the Ogen family standards. Clum reminded, consider their limited understanding a bit. Seeing Vincent's stunned expression, Bishop immediately understood. He said bluntly, if your son graduates from a magic school, he will become a wizard. Hearing that, Vincent jumped up and trembled as he said, our son will become a wizard? Impossible. Is this a dream? Bishop continued, however, the biggest problem is his identity. Vincent was startled. He awkwardly explained, the magic school is selective, only allowing nobles' descendants to enroll. Clum added, so there is only one choice left. He said seriously, we will adopt Sion as a member of the Ogen family. Vincent was speechless, his mind in turmoil. What? Clum firmly laid out the plan. This is the only choice. I have a cousin who still has no children. If we add the boy's name to my cousin's genealogy, all problems will be resolved. However, we have no intention of taking your child away. This is only on paper. But with that, Sion will become a noble. Vincent thought to himself, Sion will become a noble. How lucky the boy must be to get such an opportunity. But if he does this, it feels like my own child is being taken away. He looked at his son with a troubled gaze, as if begging, Sion, my son, what should I do? But Sion's calm expression made him even more panicked. Could it be that he had already made up his mind? Sion glanced quietly at his father, then placed his hand on the large hand that had endured a lifetime of hardship for him, gripping it tightly. Vincent felt a sharp pain. Shirone raised his head, his eyes resolute, and said loudly, "No way, I am your son. I cannot become someone else's adopted child." Vincent shouted in alarm. Shirone, Rene, sitting opposite, quickly explained, "Shirone, this is only in name. We will still treat your parents as your biological parents. You will achieve your dream and nothing will change at all." Clum added, "The kid will become a noble. Opportunities like this don't come often." But Shirone remained firm. "If I have to change my father, then I'd rather live as a commoner." Clum angrily shouted, "Commoners can't enroll in magic school." Shirone decisively said, "Then I won't go to school." He tried another angle, "Then you won't become a mage." Bishop and Rene were astonished. Shirone insisted, "Then I won't be a mage." His words left Shirene's mother and Ryan stunned. Clum shouted excitedly, "Shirone, why are you so stubborn? This world is that easy. There are things you have to give up to succeed. If you can't, then is your dream just child's play?" Shirone replied calmly, "Perhaps so." Those words left Clum stunned. Vincent shed tears. The once passionate face now showed only awkwardness and sadness. Shirone spoke, "No matter how wonderful your dream is, it is something you receive from your parents. If the parents are the roots, then your dream is the fruit that draws nourishment from them." He recalled the memories of standing shoulder to shoulder with his family, the day he learned to read, the opportunity to work at Ojan's house. All were possible because of having parents as roots. Shirone was resolute. "This is just one opportunity. It is nothing compared to the countless opportunities your parents have given you." Shirone laughed and decisively said, "Now asking me to deny my roots is like telling me to die. I am grateful for everyone's offer, but my parents are my only family." Everyone in the room remained motionless after he finished speaking. No one uttered another word. Clum was so astonished that he widened his eyes, silently thinking, "What is this feeling of guilt? What is this child trying to say?" Suddenly, Vincent bent down and shouted, "Please accept Shirone as your adopted son. I beg you, I implore you." Shirone was embarrassed, while Clum remained silent. He understood Vincent's intent but kept his gaze fixed on Shirone, paying no attention to anyone else. Vincent struggled to speak, his voice strained. "Shirone is not my biological son." Shirone's mother was stunned. "Vincent, what are you talking about?" He still bowed his head, his voice trembling. "We cannot have children. We got Shirone through an unexpected event. I'm sure you can tell the boy definitely comes from a noble family. He is extraordinary." Clum and Rene grew more and more astonished as they listened. Vincent continued, "If he becomes the adopted child of a noble family, then that's where he truly belongs. This is not about parents abandoning their child, but about bringing him back to his real origins." Bishop thought to himself, "Is that really so?" Looking at Shirone, he also realized the boy is completely different from his parents. He stroked his chin, speculating, but could he really want to give up his own son? Shirone could no longer listen. He grasped his father's arm excitedly and shouted loudly, "Father, what are you doing? How could you say that without ever telling me before?" Vincent avoided his son's gaze, his voice choked. "I'm sorry, but you are grown now, you have to know." Shirone said sternly, "Do you really think I didn't know?" The words shocked Vincent deeply. Shirone fell silent, then said with difficulty, "The reason I didn't ask is because a person only has one father and one mother, and I want it to be that way. So now you want me to have 6 parents." Vincent panicked, his voice trembling, tears streaming down. "Father, I just don't want you to give up your own dream because of me." Shirone shouted loudly, resolutely, "Who's giving up their dream? As long as I try, the opportunity will come." He burst into tears, looking at his father in pain. "Have you ever thought about how I feel? Who would want to be abandoned by their parents twice?" Vincent clenched Shirone's hand tightly, trembling. "It's all your fault. You will never abandon me." After saying that, he embraced his little son tightly. Tears streamed down like a river. "Please forgive this foolish father. You are everything to me." The father and son held each other tightly, expressing their sacred feelings. Everyone around was silent, quietly watching this touching scene. Bishop looked at the scene and suddenly realized, what we do for our children can hurt them deeply. Clum replied, "Being a father and mother is truly difficult." He asked, "Haven't you also struggled a lot raising your child alone?" Bishop's eyes welled up with tears, but he tried to hide them so no one would see him crying. His gaze gently shifted toward Ryan, noticing his son crying bitterly, moved by the profound bond between Vincent and Shirone. Suddenly Bishop said, "I heard that Alpheas Magic Academy has special consideration criteria. Father can help with that." Clum wondered, what can an old man do? How could he possibly persuade that stubborn Alpheas?" Bishop replied, "Why not? I heard he still owes you a favor." Upon hearing that, Clum laughed out loud. For someone as principled as him, isn't being stubborn the best approach? Bishop chuckled as well. I once used that method to force you to become the family head. Clum slightly avoided. It was all for your own good. 3 days later, Ryan arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy. The head of the family allowed the Scion family to stay in Ojin. Vincent still felt guilty about his son and didn't know when he would ever get over it. Finally, Ryan and Scion had some free time, and the two slept together. Ryan smiled happily, delighting in looking at the friend lying beside him. Scion, listening to the stories he told, couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction, even bursting into laughter. But then, 3 days later, they were forced to leave this place to go to the academy, where their dreams awaited. Scion turned his head back and suddenly heard sobbing. It turned out that Ryan was crying loudly. He worriedly said, "Ryan, don't cry anymore." Ryan replied painfully, "How can I not cry? Once I get on the carriage, I have to go to the Swordsmanship Academy. We really have to say goodbye." The more he spoke, the louder he cried. "Why can't I enroll next year like you?" Scion reassured him, "It's not even certain that I'll be accepted under special consideration. But we can still meet during the holidays. Remember to write every day." Suddenly, Ryan placed his hand on Scion's shoulder and said firmly, "Scion, you must become a mage. I will also become the strongest knight to protect you. I promise you." Before he could finish, Shirone punched him hard on the head, saying, "Just focus on graduating first. I worry about you the most." Then she turned to Scion. "Don't worry about anything, just enjoy being with your family for now. The master will definitely help you get admitted." Scion quietly replied, "All right, thank you for your help." He placed his hand over his chest and bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Shirone smiled, thinking to herself, "What a strange child. At first, I thought he was just a cute boy, but he is also very considerate. And moreover, he can maintain his faith in such a frightening situation." She suddenly looked at him and said, "Scion may be able to when you graduate," but then she stopped talking and became silent. She thought to herself, "What am I thinking? He is just a child about to live in a completely new environment, the Magic Academy." Then Shirone stepped forward, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said, "No, just do your best. You will definitely become a mage." He replied, "Please take care of Ryan." After that, she pulled Ryan into the carriage and turned to wave goodbye. Scion got on the carriage on this side, where his parents were sitting, feeling extremely excited and full of anticipation. The horses began to run. The two carriages passed each other, going in opposite directions, and gradually drifted apart. He sat in the carriage, suddenly hearing a loud call coming from outside. Scion immediately looked out to see who it was. It turned out to be Ryan Ojin, who was shouting towards him, "When you get to the Magic Academy, remember to surpass them." He found that so funny that he burst out laughing. Then Scion Arian also shouted back loudly in response, "You too." And that was the meeting of two passionate young men, remembered as the beginning of the event that broke the balance of the entire continent. Below the roadside, there was a nest of baby birds. The mother bird just flew back and perched beside them, then took off and flew high, flying over the grand Riang castles with solemn Riang architecture. "This is the Alpheas Magic Academy." A man set a teacup down on the table. That was Clum. He was tired, forced a smile, then said, "You've been thinking for 30 minutes already, so the answer must be yes, right?" Alpheas replied, "Even though we've been good friends for 50 years, I truly cannot accept your proposal." Hearing this, Clum shouted in frustration, "What are you saying? Do you know how hard I struggled when I was young because of you?" Alpheas calmly said, "It seems this matter is quite important for you to utter such empty words. However, the special consideration category is not a backdoor for nobles. Each year, many requests arrive, but this category has its own standards." The more Clum heard, the more unpleasant he felt. His face showed annoyance as he silently cursed the cunning old man for making him wait 30 minutes in vain. Then he laughed. "This time it's different." Alpheas was somewhat surprised. "Indeed, it must be important. It's been a long time since I've seen that expression on you." Clum laughed fiercely and continued, "I never said you should accept a useless person. On the contrary, it's quite the opposite. That boy is my youngest grandson's friend. He's very talented. Do you know what I thought when I met him? I almost felt like I was looking at you when you were young." Alpheas drank a sip of tea, then questioned, "If he's that talented, why doesn't he enroll in the normal way? Surely there must be some problem." Clum said seriously, "There is indeed a big problem. He is not a noble." Alpheas heard that and exclaimed, startled, "Impossible." Then Clum accurately described Scion's appearance. A child with blonde hair and blue eyes. Clum recalled Scion's previous words, "Even if I lose my life, I would never regret being friends with you." He commented, "That was my first impression of him." Clum was serious. "He sure talks big. At first, I thought he was just a smart kid who knew how to manipulate adults. However, after I offered to adopt him, he retorted, If you now tell me to deny my origins, that's no different from telling me to find my death. Just remembering that statement made Clum cover his face and burst into laughter. Do you think that makes sense? Who would turn down the chance to become a noble? Alpheas gently stroked his beard. He understands the natural law of cause and effect. Clum nodded, that's right. Without a cause, there can be no effect. However, not everyone understands this law, and many people easily lose themselves. A new opportunity can come at any time, but the moment a person rejects their origins, they lose everything and can no longer decide what they believe is right. Does that remind you of yourself when you were young? Alpheas fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Their refusal to compromise means others may agree with what they believe is right, but those same others can also judge them. That is what I find dangerous. Hearing this, Clum clicked his tongue, then gently said, "You still can't forgive yourself, can you? You have done everything you could. You have taught many talented people. Isn't it time to forgive yourself?" He laughed. "If I were to forgive myself, that would be too arrogant, my friend." Alpheas looked out the window and confided, "The reason I teach children is to prevent someone like me from appearing again." With a deeply sorrowful expression, he continued, "I'm not even sure myself. If that child really is as you said, then who can guarantee he won't tread the terrible path I once took?" Clum spoke up. "You were once a genius, Alpheas, a once-in-a-century genius. You were considered the light of the Milch family. You only went astray once and nearly lost everything. But then you returned. Who would have thought you'd become the principal of a school in such a remote place?" Alpheas then teased, "Then luck must be on your side. An incompetent kid who becomes a legitimate third-rank swordsman. I worry about the future of the Tomia kingdom." Then the two burst into hearty laughter together. Clum suddenly stood up, walked to the window to gaze at the school. Without a cause, there can be no effect. He poured more tea and said, "Is this fate? Who would have thought you knew that boy? The child who was driven away 4 years ago has now returned." He laughed. "I don't believe in fate." However, Alpheas silently thought of Shirone, a talent buried by class, struggling for 4 years and now standing before him. Could this really be fate? He decisively announced, "I will take Shirone. In the spring 3 years from now." A carriage was approaching the small house deep in the forest. Shirone had finished getting ready from his hair to his clothes, then called out loudly, "Mother, father." Shirone Arian, now 17 years old, smiled excitedly. "I will be home soon, mother." Shirone's mother hugged him tightly, praising him endlessly. "My dear child, I will miss you so much." He promised, "I will write letters regularly." "But does my hair look good? I've never worn it like this, so it feels strange." She replied, "Miss Duna says short hair is currently popular among the nobility. Just act normal." Vincent cleared his throat a few times, a little embarrassed. "Did you forget anything?" Shirone waved his hand. "Father, I'm already 17. He firmly replied, "Hey, if you don't do it, then let me." He let out a shout, and Vincent gently placed a kiss filled with boundless love on his little son's forehead, then softly embraced him, expressing a father's heart. "Shirone, I'm proud of you." He also deeply enjoyed this warm feeling. Afterwards, Shirone asked, "But is it really okay? The head of the family also said he would give you a house." Vincent replied seriously, "Oh my, I really am. I am the only son of a hunter, right? The home of a hunter is the forest and the fields." He was startled, silently thinking, "Is that really so?" The man saw him off at the car and said, "Even though your father refused the subsidies that the own family wanted to provide you, they are still determined to give them to you." Honestly, Shirone thought to himself, "Today is a joyful day in the village because I am about to join the Magic Academy, yet my father hasn't told anyone. Perhaps the reason he declined the invitation to live in the city is to avoid becoming a threat to me." Temmo Ryan was already waiting outside and respectfully said, "Please get in the carriage. We will escort you to the academy." Shirone climbed into the carriage, stuck his head out the window, and shouted loudly, "I'll be back soon." And that is how my first day at the academy began. The carriage moved farther away, leaving behind the couple who saw their child off on the journey to adulthood and the pursuit of dreams. Inside the carriage, it was just Shirone and Temmo Ryan, making the atmosphere awkward. Upon arrival, he took the initiative to open the door and called out to him, "Young master, we have arrived." Temmo Ryan helped Shirone down from the horse, his face showing clear surprise and admiration. He continued, "At Alpheas Witch School, the place is very crowded right now, bustling with activity. The school gates are tall and majestic, looking truly noble." Temmo Ryan spoke up, "The cost of study materials will be covered by me, young master. You just need to focus on your studies." Shirone gratefully said, "Thank you, my escorting steward." He gently bowed his head, expressing his feelings sincerely. "Now I finally have the chance to thank you. I was able to come here because you valued me. I will never forget this kindness." He smiled as he spoke words he had always cherished. Suddenly, a remark startled Cyan. No matter how talented a commoner is, they remain just that, a commoner, and can never surpass nobility. Opposite him was the stern, darkened face of Temmo Ryan. But then he continued, saying, however, not everyone is given this opportunity. After you join the school, there will be many nobles who dislike you. He smiled as he offered advice, but you must persevere. If you can endure until the very end, everything will eventually pass. Cyan was moved and replied, thank you, sir. I will definitely become a mage. Temmo Ryan nodded. Now, if you are ready, follow me. We need to enroll you. So the two of them went deeper into the academy. He thought quietly, at Anpa's wizard school, known as the Cradle of Geniuses, what will I learn, and who else will I meet? Inside, the guards spoke in unison. We will serve you wholeheartedly. On the school grounds were people coming to fulfill their dreams, just like Cyan. After completing the formalities, Temmo Ryan instructed, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Cyan replied, yes, thank you very much. Then he glanced around, thinking, who will come to pick me up? Should I take a tour while I wait? Suddenly, he noticed many long boards posted on the wall. The Anpa's wizarding school operates based on a system of 10 ranks, with a total of 420 students. Among them, 30 are in the graduating class. Each year, the number of graduates is. Cyan was startled, his eyes wide open, only a few dozen. Suddenly, someone spoke up, so you are Cyan. Hearing that, he immediately turned his head and bowed respectfully. Hello, principal. Anpa's chuckled, we've met before, do you remember me? He replied, thank you very much for that time. The old man gently patted his back and said, it's all right. We can talk slowly as we walk. Anpa's announced, you will need to take an entrance exam. Cyan was shocked. I haven't reviewed anything at all. How could I possibly know anything for the test? The old man reassured him, don't worry, it's just some simple tests to place you in the right class. Temmo Ryan asked, can you penetrate the spirit realm? He answered, yes, sir. Hearing this, Anpas was very impressed. Oh, that's really remarkable. He thought inwardly, who would have guessed he could open the spirit realm on his own? If I had started teaching the boy when he was younger, it would have been great. Though it's late, I need to teach him the basics first. The entrance examination hall will be filled with 10-year-old children. If he arrives early, this boy will be really embarrassed. So the old man made a suggestion. Do you want to take a walk around the school? The two of them entered another area. A young boy was reading with 3 books floating around him. As they passed by, Cyan noticed something unusual. He stammered, The principal Anpas introduced. This is the classroom where students study. He looked up amazed. It's the freshman class from Group 18. This is the introductory class. Class 18 has many kids flying around above and using magic. Cyan was still standing there in a daze, watching those kids happily passing books and playing together. Some of them even gathered to play games and snack. Cyan excitedly looked around and exclaimed, everyone is using magic. Anpas nodded. That's right, but the place we need to go to is a bit different. They continued on to the advanced class, Group 74. This place was very quiet. Everyone was seriously studying and not joking around. Cyan silently noted the different atmosphere, because everyone around was about the same age. They were fervently discussing something. A young man with black hair spoke up. A large amount of magical power can lower the air pressure. Wouldn't freezing condensation work better? Although the drawback is that the reaction occurs faster. How about this, adjusting the timing instead of the magical power? Cyan was startled as if wanting to scream. What is that? He was shaken by a painful realization. Why couldn't he understand what they were saying, even though they used the same language? Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind. A girl stepped out from the smoke, coughing repeatedly. When she saw Anpas, she quickly bowed and said, Ah, hello, principal. The old man smiled. All right, it seems there are a few issues. The red-haired girl wearing glasses replied, Yes, sir, I was experimenting with some things to amplify sound, but the results were faulty. Cyan wondered silently, do they not care about it at all? Anpas commented, It seems there is an imbalance between the input and output. Check if the electric current is balanced. She eagerly gave a thumbs up. Thank you, principal, I will try again. Cyan was extremely surprised. The principal didn't stop her, and she intended to try once more. He looked around in bewilderment, feeling as if he were in a different world. The two continued their tour. A girl with long red hair swept past, graceful and stunningly beautiful, captivating the boys nearby. That was Ami. They then proceeded to another room, where something caught Cyan's attention. He looked, is this a bulletin board? On the wall was a yellow board, full of writing. He glanced at it and thought, this lists the rankings of the entire intermediate class. At the top was Kami's. Is she a top-tier noble? More precisely, Ami Kami's. He stood there stunned, his face blank, unable to believe it. All the people named here are talents like me, but she stands at the top. A sudden desire sprouts in my heart. I want to be like that too. I will start learning again right here. His eyes flashed with hope for the future, urging him to improve his rank. Suddenly a voice called from behind. Hey, Ami, wait for me. That voice made Siren curiously turn around. He silently thought, could this Ami be Ami Kami's, the top student in the intermediate class? Suddenly, he froze when he saw that red-haired girl. Her face reminded him of a frightening dark past, when some thugs grabbed his shirt and beat him up. And the leader was Ami herself. At that time, she was like a little crazy demon, pointing straight at his face and questioning, where did you learn magic? Why does a commoner know magic? Back to the present, Ami just brushed past him without a word, but unexpectedly, she glanced in Siren's direction. He immediately turned his face away. An orange-haired girl ran up from behind, calling out loudly, Ami, I told you to wait and go together, you idiot. Siren lowered his head, silently praying, please don't see me, please. Then the two girls passed by. Cyril looked back with interest and said, did you see that guy we just passed? He looks really handsome. She added, is he a new student? But he doesn't look quite right. Maybe a transfer student. Ami replied, that's quite interesting. It seems like I have met him before. Cyril suddenly exclaimed loudly, what, you're interested in him too? But you're not into guys, right? She objected, no, that's not what I meant. I just find him very familiar. Hearing this, Cyril giggled and shouted, don't lie, you've already fallen for him, haven't you? Ami firmly refused, no, I never said that. She is Ami Kami's, a top intermediate student, the most famous girl. She has turned down many confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates alike. She is the exemplary student among exemplary students. But the only person who knows about her dark past is trying to get accepted into this academy. Alpheas inquired, are you cold? Siren trembled and replied, no, sir. The third testing location of the Magic Academy is a solidly built, majestic building. The two of them entered inside. Alpheas spoke, oh dear, it seems it's not over yet. The old man leaned toward Siren and said, that's good, take a close look at what that child is doing. Above are the judges. Standing at the center of 3 circles filled with magical characters is a brown-haired child. Alpheas briefed Siren, when you enter the spirit realm, you will see the characters on the wall appear differently. How you perceive them will help us understand the size, power, flexibility, and tendencies of the spirit realm. The old man continued, so you just need to answer the professor's questions honestly. He replied, yes, sir. Excitement surged in Siren's heart. How interesting. Letter 1 EFT, the person sitting above, called out, so, Kami, can you use magic? The child replied, yes, sir. The boy began to demonstrate his ability. I can levitate objects. The man praised, ah, how cute. Very good, now try entering the spirit realm. Kami answered, yes, sir. The boy closed his eyes and then announced, I've entered. Letter 1 EFT quietly asked, which number is the farthest? The boy replied, 6, sir. A professor smiled and asked again, 6. Alpheas explained, number 6 means the diameter of the spirit realm is 6 meters. Siren immediately absorbed more knowledge. A brown-haired man asked next, which color do you see as the strongest? Kami answered, red, sir. I feel like I'm entering a red world. The man immediately recorded, divergence type like light and fire. That indicates this child tends to be very active. Alpheas explained again, divergence type means his spirit realm is much stronger than his age. A female professor asked, do you see the giant tower? Kami replied, it's on my left. Then Sienna asked, how do you feel about the temperature? The boy answered, it's a bit hot, I'm sweating already. When finished, she said, very well done, Kami. Praised, the child happily ran away. Sienna exclaimed, this year's freshman class is really impressive. Letter 1 EFT laughed as he said, that's right, the student's spirit realm size is 12 meters. It seems the quality of students has been improving year by year. Finally, they wrote a comment line, overall evaluation. Good use of the spirit realm, but endurance is somewhat lacking. Then they called the next name, Siren Aryan. Alpheas draped his arm around him, smiled, and said, show them your skills. He smiled and replied, yes, I will do my best. Letter 1 EAFT rubbed his chin and thought silently. So this child is the one who went through the special test that the principal mentioned. Sienna also thought to herself, quite an unusual choice, but he's also fairly old, borrowing the noble title to be listed. Isn't that family very famous? The documents list Siren Aryan, age 17, as a noble guest. Perhaps they discovered his talent a bit late. Sienna looked at him and marveled inwardly. His appearance is truly unique, but here at this school he'll soon be buried. Letter 1 EAFT spoke up. Scion Aryan, can you use magic? He replied. No, I have never learned before. The man raised his eyebrows. Is that so? But even if you haven't learned, you should be able to do a few things. Anpas frowned slightly, thinking, that's what they would think. Magic is an act that brings knowledge into the mind. Noble children are taught many things, so they can naturally use magic. But this child has no knowledge at all. That tightened up and said, all right. Now step into the circle and proceed to your spirit realm. He asked, can you enter the spirit realm? Scion hesitated and answered, I'll try. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be a serious case of domestic abuse. He gradually entered his own spirit realm. Around him, a blue light appeared. A beam of light descended from above onto his head. The surrounding characters began to move and hover. Scion opened his eyes and was amazed by the scene. So that's how it is. That spoke up, asking the familiar questions. Now, Scion, tell us the farthest number. He froze, not responding. The man called out once more, Scion. The brown-haired woman smiled. It seems he is embarrassed. Anpas, standing outside, said, Scion, please answer quickly. We won't categorize you, we're just trying to find the best way to educate you. He still hesitated, then explained, I see a number, but it's so long that I can't read it. That looked puzzled, you can't read it. It's not based on sight, but on your perception. Scion clarified, no, that's not what I mean. I can sense it, but it's too long. Even now it keeps getting longer. He sighed deeply, thinking, really? Then he frowned and said, then let's start with the first numbers you can see. Scion focused, slowly looking at the results in the spirit realm. It stretched endlessly. He looked at the number 3.415 followed by a long string behind it. He summarized and replied, 3.14. Letter 1 EAFD was startled. What? Sienna was extremely alarmed. Scion, we did not put the number 3.14 in there. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He frowned and responded, is that so? But that's what I see. She thought to herself, really? Of course, there will be some cases where the ratio pi appears. That means the region's size has exceeded the range we set. Could he really see as far as 30 meters? The brown-haired woman asked, so what color do you see the strongest? Scion looked around and replied, blue, completely blue. Once again, the professors looked at each other in surprise. If it really is blue, isn't that the convergent type? But his spirit realm is that large. The convergent type emphasizes durability over size, unlike the divergent type. Anpas, standing outside, was also stunned. He now understood why he had been so adamant, but this was no longer just a good talent. He opened his eyes wide, sweat dripping down his forehead. They recorded in his file the two words, convergent. Then they added both hemispheres. The old professor asked, how many numbers are floating around? Scion looked up into his own spirit realm and thought silently. Is he asking about this? No need to count each one individually. I can just feel it. Inside this place, there are many brightly shining dots. He decisively answered, 867 spots. The old professor was stunned upon hearing this. His face frozen, his mouth stammering, 867. Then tremblingly wrote it down on the paper. Density, 86.7%. Anpas remained silent outside, but suddenly his face clearly showed seriousness. He quietly thought, this is dangerous. Sienna gently pushed her glasses up, her eyes showing some caution. But she quickly regained her composure to continue the examination. Scion, how cold are you feeling right now? He replied, quite cold, to the point of numbness all over. She was not surprised and immediately wrote on the paper, as predicted. Then Sienna wrote in the overall assessment, convergent, defensive with exceptional durability. Unusually large spiritual domain size. The brown-haired woman smiled in praise. Very good. Now we need to sort classes to decide where you all will go. So all new students please wait outside. Scion obeyed, turned around with the other children, and moved out. He took the lead, slowly pushing the door open and stepping out, then waited until everyone had left before closing the door. As soon as the door closed, the room instantly buzzed with chatter. An interesting student. Exactly how can a 17-year-old teenager possess a spiritual domain with a diameter over 300? The spiritual domain increases in density along with size, yet his density is as high as 86.7%. The old professor continued. Above all, it was pure concentration, with no use of any enhancement skills. Is that kid some kind of monk training non-stop on a mountain? Suddenly, a comment from that made everyone stop discussing. Could it be that he's lying? He smiled mockingly. Think about it, a spirit realm density of 90 pH with a diameter of 30 meters coming from a 17-year-old teenager who has no idea what magic is. It's a bit absurd. Is it possible he boosted the numbers before telling us? Sienna frowned and replied, Sir, that have you forgotten? There's no reason for a new student to lie. If they got into an advanced class that way, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the rest. Not to mention taking tests. Would a student just make up something like that upon arrival? She continued, Moreover, it seems some here have forgotten that pi was displayed as an error code. Siren is now sitting awkwardly among the children. That's not something an ordinary student could fabricate just to attract attention. That was angry and clicked his tongue. Alpheas stepped forward and asked, So which class should we put him in? I mean Siren. Sienna stood up and said, Principal, Class B studies the development of the spirit realm and its theories. Meanwhile, Class 5 begins learning actual magic. I think this student's spirit realm is almost complete, so I suggest putting him in Class 5. The man behind decisively said, I object. This made Sienna angry. That letter 1 EAFD, a 6th-level mage, spoke up. He's a 17-year-old teenager who knows nothing about magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant if he's placed in an advanced class. I think he should be taught from the basics. Sienna bluntly replied, That may be true, but not every student is like him, Mr. letter 1 EAFD. He angrily shouted, Honestly, you just want to put him in Class 5 because you manage that class and you want to have that student, don't you? Sienna responded, What's wrong with wanting to teach such a talented student? A brown-haired professor interjected, Mr. letter 1 EAFD is right as well. Even with outstanding talent, he's still a young student. So why don't we teach him step by step starting from grade 10? The old professor beside him wearily said, In the end, these two are back to their old ways again. A brown-haired woman said gently, But if he's sent to the basic class with an unsuitable age, he will lose motivation. What does everyone think about postponing the placement, then observing him first? The old professor spoke up. I think Class B would be appropriate. Class B is an advanced class, but also includes fundamental lessons about the spirit realm. If that child is that talented, skipping a grade is also a good option. Alpheas rubbed his chin and replied, As expected, what you say makes a lot of sense. He no longer hesitated and decided. Siren will be assigned to Class B. The Magic Academy has a system of 10 classes. Based on assessments, students are placed into different classes from level 10 to level 1. The classes are divided into 3 groups. Grades 10 to 8 are elementary levels, focusing on developing the spirit domain. Grades 7 to B are advanced levels, learning how to use magic and the spirit domain. Finally, there is the graduation class from 3 to 1, where strict training is conducted to cultivate professional mages. The next morning at Alpheas Academy, a newly arrived young man bore the Class B insignia on his chest. He attracted the attention of many eyes, especially female students. Siren slowly stepped into the classroom, carrying his school bag under a crowd of curious glances. The teacher announced, Today our class has a new student. The girls kept chatting nonstop. He was placed in the intermediate class right upon enrollment. He seems older, but he's so handsome. He stood on the podium, flashing a radiant smile, and introduced himself. I am Arian Siren, pleased to meet you. The whole class immediately buzzed like New Year's, filled with applause and cheerful chatter everywhere. Most of the girls warmly welcomed Siren, and the teacher had to ask for silence. Siren felt extremely excited because his wish finally had a chance to come true. He had arrived at the Magic Academy. Alpheas Magic Academy occupies the entire 75.45 square kilometers of mountain area, including the dormitories. It owns 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going outside is prohibited on non-weekend days, this poses no inconvenience, as most facilities are located within the school. Classes end at 5 o'clock. Any time after that is free time, but students often go to the library, which is open 24 hours, to satisfy their desire to learn and to connect with other students who share the same interests. All of this has created a prestigious environment. Siren thought quietly. Just as expected, the classes are very difficult. There are many subjects, all advanced knowledge, originally intended for nobles, those who have studied from a young age and undergone long periods of rigorous training. Therefore, he encountered quite a few difficulties. However, by any means possible, Siren was determined to keep up with the knowledge. The knowledge, arranged in chronological order of history, was deeply engraved in him. All the world's knowledge was gradually accumulated. One beautiful morning, the teacher announced, Now the class will end here. Well done, everyone. As Siren closed his book, he pondered. The afternoon session is the Spirit Realm Combat class, but the schedule didn't specify an address. Looking around the classroom, he felt a little embarrassed and didn't know whom to ask. Fortunately, there were a few people around his age. Siren stepped forward quietly and asked, "Hello, do you know which training house we need to go to?" Mario was startled by the question. "You're asking me?" He thought to himself. She seems shy. It's no wonder that I feel more at ease. She replied, "You probably don't know today's practical class is at the #2 Comprehensive Training Center." Siren asked, "Comprehensive? Comprehensive of what?" Mario explained, "All the intermediate classes will train together for 2 weeks. The orientation session is today." Hearing that, Siren hesitated a little. Combined intermediate classes. That means moving to the second central training area. At that moment, many students entered inside, where it was noisy with voices laughing and cheerfully greeting. "Hello, senior. Thank you for last time. Hello, senior. Please come sit here." They all greeted in unison. "Hello, senior Ami." It turned out to be lively because of Ami. Cyril beside her also enjoyed it a bit, waving back. Siren, sitting above looking down, silently thought, "She's really famous. She's someone I definitely don't want to interact with if I can avoid it. But with 2 combined training sessions each week, sooner or later we'll meet." Even so, if she's been in the intermediate class from the start, she will definitely move up to the graduation class soon. While seniors and juniors chatted lively, strict rules still remained. Siren worried, wondering, "Can I remain invisible here?" At that moment, the special teacher of the intermediate class, Et Ramit, a 6th-level sorcerer, appeared and said loudly, "Hello, everyone in the intermediate class. I am E, and I will be responsible for your spirit realm class this year." She looked around once more and continued, "Surely there are students transferred from the beginning of this new year, right? Although our class is full of famous faces, we have a new face joining the intermediate class today." Because of that sentence, everyone looked towards Siren. Is the rumor true? Who is he? He forced a smile, thinking, wait, this is too dangerous. Et Ramit continued, "Siren, will you stand up and greet everyone?" He froze but still tried to comply. Swallowing hard, gathering his courage, Siren stood up. At that moment, Ami and Cyril also looked towards him. Siren smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Aryan Siren. I just started studying in Class B. Pleased to meet you all." Before he could finish his sentence, the whole room burst into applause to welcome him. Siren stood frozen, feeling like he was about to faint. I don't know what to say anymore." Cyril excitedly said to Ami, "Is that the guy you saw yesterday? It seems his name is Siren." Ami appeared uninterested, thinking silently, "This is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems famous. I should have known him." Suddenly, a brown-haired girl spoke up. "Senior, do you know him? According to what I've heard, the teachers are all paying close attention to him." Cyril exclaimed, "Really?" The girl explained, "They said all his scores were outstanding during the entrance exam." Cyril replied, "Wow, that makes me like him even more. I wonder which wealthy family he comes from." That casual question made Ami pause. Her eyes blazed brightly, shining intensely, and her hair flew wildly. She seemed to recall a memory from the past, when she and a few others were caught in a whirlwind. At that time, she looked directly at a boy outside and questioned him. "Where did you learn magic? How could an ordinary citizen?" And the boy crying loudly outside was none other than Siren. Back in reality, Ami trembled, sweat pouring down, forcing a bitter smile. Damn it. The Kami's family was famous for its line of geniuses. Their red eyes were unique, passed down to every descendant of the clan, allowing the bearer to recall every moment they had ever seen with perfect accuracy. An arrow was shot, precisely hitting the bullseye. Another arrow flew in, splitting the arrow lodged in the bullseye in half. This made all the studying feel meaningless. The shooter was a red-haired girl. Although she hit the bullseye several times, she showed no joy. On the contrary, the butler standing beside her kept applauding and praising. "Wonderful, miss." That red-haired girl was the youngest daughter of the Kami's family, Ami, also the most talented among her siblings. Ami's father laughed heartily. "My daughter." He placed a chess piece down and continued, "Truly a successor of the Kami's house." Ami silently stared at the chessboard in front of her. The butler called out, "Miss." Ami's father asked, "What's the matter, Ami?" Ami's face grew cold as she stood up, clearly bored. She turned away irritably, followed by a group of thugs. In her heart, Ami seethed, "I hate everything. Family, family, family. What does my ability have to do with this family? I can make it on my own without needing this family's name." She went off with the thugs to fight battles everywhere. Ami thought to herself, "I can do whatever I want." Watching the thugs fight, Ami sat with her legs crossed, bored. "This is so boring." "Yet you," made Ami feel surprised and reconsider everything. Ami stared in astonishment at the thugs collapsing around her, while a little boy stood opposite. That boy was crying, tears streaming down his face. The one who changed Ami's mind was a boy from the lowest class. Damn it! In the lecture hall, Siren was bowing his head to greet everyone. Ami looked at the scene before her, the corner of her mouth twitching as she blurted out, damn it. Suddenly Cyril called out. Ami, the brown-haired girl nearby stammered, Sen Senior. Both were confused. Ami was startled and quickly explained. I mean, my shoes are a bit uncomfortable. In her mind, Ami thought, I knew it, memories seen through red eyes could never be wrong. Yet Ami remained focused on her thoughts. I thought he was a noble. Who would have guessed he was actually a commoner? How did he get into this academy? The person next to her then asked. What exactly are we talking about? Yet Ami remained focused on her thoughts. I thought he was a noble. Who would have guessed he was actually a commoner? How did he get into this academy? Ami's body trembled. For her, that past was extremely embarrassing. Ami slapped her forehead, wishing she could die. Her eyes blurred. I had already erased all clues about that immature phase. There's no way he could still remember that day, right? Ami recalled a memory from 5 years ago, when she squatted in front of a blonde-haired boy, his face blurred with tears. Ami covered her mouth, mocking. A slave doesn't have nails, right? Why don't we just cut them off? A little later, she stood behind, blushing, covering her mouth, watching the thugs force that boy to take off his clothes. Take off? Take off his clothes? What are they doing? Ami imagined Siren mentioning her to others. Senior Ami, she isn't what people think. 5 years ago, she used to hang out with thugs in those small alleys. Why would someone trusted by professors like me lie? Is that all? No, there's more. In her imagination, Siren whispered to everyone, actually, she's very interested in men. Listen, she once tried to strip me completely. Ami was so angry, she accidentally tore the page of the book in front of her. She clenched her fist. No, never, absolutely must not let that happen. The rumor has to be killed in the cradle. On this side, Siren shivered continuously. Someone is watching me, heavens. Intermediate level spiritual domain professor with level 6 mage certification, Romy Etla, stood at the podium. Now then, everyone, what exactly is the spiritual domain? Someone answered, it is the mental state of a mage. She nodded, correct. It is the awareness of a mage's mental state. Its initial formation is only a sphere because that is the most easily focused shape. The blue of the spiritual domain reflected in Etla's eyes. Then she continued, through practical training, we can perceive and transform it as we wish. Etla opened her spiritual domain. She would show them the image field. Siren gaped in amazement. All right. Siren keenly observed the blue image field before her, which she could see with her own eyes. The range of the image field, 10 meters. Etla introduced, this is the basic shape of a spiritual domain, a sphere. But as I said, in practice, the spherical form is rarely used. She snapped her fingers. Let me give you an example. A target board appeared, hovering in midair. Etla said, I will use magic to aim at the target. Etla stood in the center of her spiritual domain. The domain has a range of 10 meters, but the target is 20 meters away. She continued, I will use fireball, a fire element magic. Siren excitedly covered her mouth. Finally, I can see someone use magic. A small fireball appeared on Etla's fingertip. She said, first, I will create a small flame. Etla controlled the fireball, then said, let's see if I can hit the target accurately. The fireball immediately flew straight towards the target. However, as it reached the boundary of the spiritual domain, the flame suddenly extinguished. Below, all the students had wide-open eyes and mouths agape. The flame disappeared. Etla smiled and explained, as you have seen, most magic cannot leave the spiritual domain. Therefore, magic can only maintain its form within the domain. Etla slightly bowed, extending her hand. However, if we expand the spiritual domain, the spherical spiritual field immediately transformed into a straight line. She continued, straight to the target like this. Etla's small flame instantly annihilated the target. She said to the students, see, I can touch it. She said to the students, see, I can touch it. Exclamations of surprise echoed throughout the lecture hall. The older students quietly chatted. Look at those surprised faces of the 7th graders, so cute. Siren and his classmates applauded loudly for the spectacular demonstration. He thought, I didn't expect to be able to do that. Is it really possible to change the shape of the spiritual field? Then Etla continued, but this method has a weakness. Some students showed slight disappointment. A male student asked, isn't that the correct way? Etla opened the adjacent projector screen and pointed. Changing the shape of the spiritual field requires a lot of concentration. In real combat, when opponents can attack in various ways, constantly changing shapes is not the right choice. Etla pointed at the blue screen displaying information about the spiritual field and introduced. Therefore, people have divided the shapes of the spiritual field into 4 main types: defensive, offensive, target, and redirecting forms. These are the four main forms of the spiritual field. Etla continued, let's start with the defensive form. The defensive form is an octagonal shape that allows the spirit domain to withstand most attacks. Etla's spirit domain immediately transformed into an octagon, enveloping her inside. She explained, the more faces in contact, the higher the defensive efficiency. Etla waved her hand again, changing the spirit domain's shape. Next is the star form, also called the offensive form. With this shape, the user can easily locate targets. The brightest point indicates the direction toward the most targets. Etla's spirit domain shifted once more. She continued the lecture. Next is the target form, extremely effective in long-range combat. However, it is ineffective against fast-moving targets. In theory, yes, but in practice, the distance between the points and the center is quite large, making it difficult to rotate. Etla spoke evenly. The important factor when using this form is speed. You can rotate its shape. The students whispered among themselves. She can even use that technique without blinking. Professor, do you think we can do that? Meanwhile, Shirone was deep in thought. With this method, the spirit domain can be used within a 10-meter range in actual combat. Etla continued, and finally the redirection form. It's not very popular because even fifth-year students struggle to master it. But she will give you an example. Just then, a student behind Shirone spoke up. If we can do it, that means we can advance to higher classes, right? Back in 8th grade, I got a perfect score in this spirit realm subject. Easy as pie. Before the girl could finish speaking, the transformation below silenced everyone. Several students stood with their mouths agape in amazement. Shirone was startled as well. The boisterous students exclaimed, the spirit realm below. The blue sphere was gradually separating from the professor's body. Shirone was so agitated he wanted to stand up. I don't understand. The spirit realm is the mage's mental state. How can it separate from the body? Etla's spirit realm slowly transformed into a flowing stream. Shirone curiously wondered, I wonder what's inside it. At the center of that spirit realm, Etla stood below, surrounded by spirit realm streams that had taken form. She said, the redirection form is extremely difficult to use, to the point that even experienced mages struggle. But its strength lies in that the mage is not the center of the spirit realm, so there is no movement limitation. Therefore, targeting with instantaneous spells is no longer theoretical, since its operational range is limitless. Instantaneous spells mean the mage places the spell inside the redirection form, and it activates automatically upon reaching the target. Hearing Etla, the students exclaimed in surprise and murmured, how can the professor do that? She's calm as if just breathing. Just entering the spirit realm is already difficult. A girl sitting behind Shirone replied, she's on a totally different level. A 6th-level mage, and yet. Shirone gazed blankly, his gentle expression hiding an extraordinary talent. Etla adjusted her glasses. You'll be disappointed if we skip practical exercises in the very first lesson, won't you? The person who ranked first in the quick magic test, target type, Etla called out. Ami Camis, class 4, where are you? Let's start with the student representative. The girl sitting next to Cyril cheered. You're amazing, always number 1 in the class. Cyril turned to smile at Ami. Again, Ami, truly a star. The boys already adore you the moment they see you. But when she turned back, she saw Ami's stunned face, her spirit seemingly gone to the clouds. Cyril stammered. I was still talking, was I? Ami was sweating profusely. In her heart, she thought, I really don't want to be the center of attention right now. The first type among the 4 spirit domains, the target type, holds the advantage of a long attack range. However, it is disadvantaged when facing fast-moving targets and multiple enemies. But if used by someone with exceptional focus, controlling the spirit domain at high speed. Boom, boom, 2 successive explosions sounded. Ami turned quickly, launching several fireballs toward the targets. Then that weakness will completely disappear, and it will become an impregnable fortress against distant enemies. The students in their seats admired and exclaimed, as expected of Senior Ami, she's incredible. Usually, participants in rapid shooting competitions switch among 4 forms, but Senior Ami always ranks first, even though she only uses the target form. A classmate sitting in the same row as Shirone murmured, I wonder if I could ever become a mage like her. Shirone stared blankly, thinking, even an amateur like me can see, she's amazing. He couldn't take his eyes off Ami's performance. The fireballs continuously shattered the targets. Not only did she constantly rotate the spirit domain while standing still, but she could also attack every target that the spirit domain swept over. Ami was like a ruler of the arena, even in another dimension. Shirone marveled. Her face showed no expression, yet every gesture exuded elegance and nobility. Applause erupted. Wonderful. The student behind Shirone said, If I could date a senior like her, my school life would be completely different. His friend next to him scoffed. Dream on, she doesn't care about anyone. Don't forget the Cammy's family. Siren overheard them talking, thinking to himself, I can understand why the boys go crazy over her. She's not only high nobility but also lacks for nothing. He shifted his gaze down to Ami below. Someone so perfect. Then why did she once roam around with those street thugs? Below, Ami finished her demonstration, bowed, and used quick magic to finish. Achievement, level 9. Time, 205. A loud round of applause erupted all around. Ami was stunned, then suddenly lifted her head, using her blue eyes to stare intently in one direction. Siren felt a shock as soon as he caught that gaze. The students around began to discuss. What's that? Senior Ami, no way, someone loudly said. She just looked at the new student right. Ami was awakened by the shouting, immediately turning back to her seat. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, why was I looking at that brat for no reason? Ami felt restless and uncomfortable, but at least she confirmed one thing. People around were whispering, do those two know each other? That can't be, he just enrolled today. Siren turned pale, thinking, I understand now. Not just me, now Ami shares the same thought as I do. Ami thinks he remembers her, and Siren also realizes that she misses him. Ami pondered, if he spreads rumors about my past, it would cause serious trouble. Indeed, I have to silence him, right? After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. No, I must stay calm. I am the top student in the school. How could I easily believe random words from someone like that? Being careless will only make things worse. Cyril ran up to ask, Ami, what happened in the image realm? Your face is all red. Ami quickly shook her head, rubbing her face. No, it's nothing. After that, the practical session was divided according to each class. The students moved down below. Etla said, Class B will start with the defensive stance. To begin, you must master the defensive stance first. She walked around explaining to the students. Mages need to maintain concentration in order to survive on the battlefield. Siren stood alone, closing his eyes to focus, thinking of a trick, imagining himself shrinking and condensing his consciousness inside his head. He sketched out a spirit realm belonging only to himself. First, condensing the spirit realm and forming a solid mass. Then he built a frame to prevent it from collapsing. When Siren thought he had succeeded, he suddenly startled. He looked at the image realm in front of him. Not yet, until it's realized he can't be sure. It would be easier if he could see the spirit realm within the image realm. Siren went over to Etla and asked, Excuse me, may I use the image realm? She was surprised. The image realm? Etla looked around and replied, Actually, only the upperclassmen get to use it first. Siren also followed her gaze, silently thinking, there's no need to pay attention to others when learning magic. The opportunity for someone to truly progress doesn't come often. Etla turned back and smiled. It seems no one is using it, then go ahead. She thought to herself, could letting a new student demonstrate be a bit too much? The crowd around him made noise. A new student? Nice, so cute. Cyril nudged Ami. Ami, look. Cyril's next sentence made Ami choke on her drink. That student just entered the image realm. Ami turned back, shouting loudly, startling Cyril. What the heck is he doing? What could a 7th grader possibly do? Everyone's attention focused on the field. Siren was standing alone in the middle, and on the board appeared the words, Field range 0 meters. Siren stared straight ahead. Finally, I've found it. A blue sphere enveloped Siren. He saw it with his own eyes. My spiritual field. The surrounding students immediately gasped. Wah, what is that size? The field's range on the measuring board kept changing. Siren looked up, thinking, did they tell me about the size of the spiritual field during the entrance exam? If the teacher heard that, he would definitely reply, no, we couldn't even measure it. Siren raised both hands high. Then how much bigger can it get? Watching the spiritual field grow larger and larger, Siren panicked internally and screamed. Stop! The measuring board displayed, field range 20 meters. The 5th graders stammered in amazement. Hey, is he really from Class B? Isn't the average for 7th grade only 13 meters? The chatter was non-stop. Are you sure he's not purposely making a mistake? If that were the case, the density would decrease, almost like a flying balloon. Siren was sweating profusely. Stop it now. Thank goodness, too much attention already. Time to switch to defensive mode. As he was preparing to switch the spiritual field mode, Siren suddenly froze. What is this? He looked at the spiritual field before him. The frame isn't lifting up, it's collapsing. Why? But everything was fine during practice just now. Ami stood in the 4th grade area, eyes wide open. There's no way it would succeed on the very first practice session, right? Siren was wondering, where exactly did I go wrong? Am I scared just because I saw it with my own eyes? No, my ability to concentrate can't be affected by something like that. He focused his thoughts. I need to find the reason. So what's the difference between the outside and inside of the realm? Something flashed in his mind, like a drop of water, disturbing a calm lake. Siren's eyes widened. I get it now. He recalled that earlier when Etla stood inside the realm. He had mistaken it because the professor's demonstration was too relaxed. If you want to change the spirit realm, it requires concentration. So, his intention to shrink his spirit realm had already used up that concentration. Siren took a deep breath and gathered his spirit. He said, then I just need to keep it at a normal size. As soon as he finished speaking, the range of his spirit realm began to expand relentlessly. The students around gaped. Wow, what? It's even bigger now. Siren's spirit realm grew larger and larger. His gaze was filled with determination. The number on the spirit realm range meter kept rising. Ami's mouth twitched as she watched the scene. What the hell? The entire hall was almost engulfed in a green hue. All the students standing around had to look up, mouths wide open. The number on the realm meter had reached 41 meters. The whole hall shouted, too big. Looking at the spirit realm before him, someone panicked and screamed out loud. What the hell is this? What kind of spirit field is this that it's so large? Siren raised both hands high, concentrating his thoughts. Now there's no need to do each side separately. He looked at his own hands. I will shrink everything all at once. Siren's spirit field immediately shrank, rising up into solid planes. The senior students exclaimed, that new student, truly. They watched Siren standing inside his spirit field. The entire auditorium broke into a stir. It worked, and it's only the first day. Even Siren himself was surprised by his own spirit field. He reached out to touch it. It felt as if he was inside a gemstone. Etla, standing nearby, was also amazed, adjusting her glasses and thinking to herself. Although the superior convergence characteristics of this defensive form surely helped him, succeeding on the very first day is truly incredible. I heard he even astonished the teachers during the entrance exam. Cyril turned to Ami and said, it seems the rumor that he caught the attention of all the teachers is true. What do you think, Ami? Ami's expression at that moment was terrifying enough to alarm even Cyril. In Ami's mind, thoughts about past matters related to Siren kept circling endlessly. That kid is the root of my humiliation. He could come all the way here. It seems someone must be backing him. She stared fixedly at Siren in the viewing area. Sooner or later, he'll narrow the gap between the classes, and his renown will only grow. Ami resolved to change her plan. I must secretly get close to him. Even Professor Etla was surprised. He's exceptionally skilled in all-around abilities, as if he'd spent his whole life training on a mountain. Siren asked, Professor, its size has been reduced quite a bit, hasn't it? He nodded. That's right. The size is smaller, but the hardness of the spirit field will increase. At this level of hardness, most physical impacts won't be able to break your spirit field. Moreover, the hardness gives you some resistance against magic that attacks the mind. The spirit field around Siren gradually faded. He murmured, thank you, ma'am. The cheers in the hall erupted. Students from the classes kept encouraging him. Well done. New student, congratulations. Siren was startled. Why is everyone looking at me? He shyly offered his thanks, then quickly ran off the central position. Thank you, everyone. He smiled as she watched Siren, thinking to herself. I understand his clarity. With strong convergence ability and an unusually large spirit field, succeeding at a defensive technique is understandable. Etla watched Siren's embarrassed expression as he received so much attention and thought, I need to keep an eye on him. And at this moment, countless eyes were fixed on Siren. But not all of those gazes were the same. A group of students murmured, it looks like he'll be joining our class soon, doesn't it? That talent was truly remarkable. Competitive glances appeared, mingled with admiration and affection from a few girls. There was also jealousy and resentment. And finally, in the back row, Ami was staring at Siren with a menacing look. The next day at the academy, now there was another pair of eyes. A purple-haired woman with her hair tied up was preparing to enter, her curious gaze fixed on Siren. The door was pulled open, and the class immediately erupted into noise when they saw who had come in. Professor Sienna. A student teased, Professor, please tell us about your first love. Siren also saw the person who had just entered. His gaze was cold and serious. It was the fearsome professor from the entrance exam, Sienna Oliver. The students buzzed excitedly. Amazing. Who would have thought our 7th grade class would get to attend her lecture? But the reason someone like her bothered to teach 7th grade was because Sienna grew increasingly annoyed. Professor TH letter 1EA5T is really troublesome. If he put a talent like her in 5th grade, she'd almost certainly find a way to catch up with the others. Sienna pushed up her glasses. She had come to this class because she wanted to personally teach Siren. She thought to herself, I'll make him advance as quickly as possible. And he absolutely must become a student in my class. Siren was startled, glaring forward. It seemed like she had just looked at me. I must be overthinking it. The student sitting in front called out loudly, "Since this is the first period, could you tell us a story?" Another student laughed and teased, "Is it true your dadding teacher, th letter 1e5t?" Sienna said nothing. Her brows knitted, revealing clear disgust. She raised her hand, and a small block of ice immediately appeared in her palm, as beautiful as crystal. Sienna asked, "Class, is there anyone here who can explain the theory behind this spell?" A layer of frost had formed on the glass beside Siren from the cold. Sienna's voice was even. "What is cold air?" On the classroom ceiling, ice crystals had formed as the temperature dropped. Sienna continued, "And what is the process of becoming cold?" The students shivered, clutching themselves and stammering, Professor, it's so cold." Sienna calmly explained, "You are cold because you lack energy. In this world there is no concept of cold energy. Therefore, temperature can increase without bound, but it cannot decrease without bound." The block of ice in Sienna's hand suddenly shattered. She continued, "The state when energy reaches zero, we call that absolute zero." Sienna smiled. "If we mix a little energy from this room, we can easily create things like this ice sample. But if we divide it into extremely tiny pieces and generate a convective current, what would happen?" The shards of ice fell to the floor. Sienna answered herself, "The answer is we can produce a level of cold sufficient to kill a person, as you yourselves have just experienced." The students were both terrified and at a loss for words, thinking, "So we're about to die." Sienna turned her back toward the lectern. "So the question posed here is, how can a mage absorb that energy?" She took the chalk, wrote on the board, looked down at the class, and continued, "There are no tools or devices. So how could they possibly activate magic like that?" Siren focused his gaze on Sienna. She drew a circle on the board to represent the spirit realm and the mage, then said, "A mage controls the world within their spirit realm, and of course it is limited to a certain range. But once inside it, that mage is effectively a god." Sienna's voice was even. "If you want to affect the senses, the spirit realm can create light, sense, or even physical sensation. That's the mage's special sense. It gives them the ability to dominate reality. But even such divine power." Sienna paused for a moment, then tapped the board with the chalk. "What if they don't know what they can do?" She raised her voice. "For a mage to activate magic, they must satisfy two specific conditions, omniscience and omnipotence." The seventh-grade students below gaped, listening to Sienna's lesson. She continued, "Mages activate magic based on their omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how omnipotent you are, without knowledge you still cannot trigger magic." Sienna's words seemed to awaken Siren. She continued, "That is why, aside from possessing special senses, mages still have to study the world like scholars." Siren suddenly realized something, why he couldn't use magic. He recalled how he had once defended himself. He had no notion of omniscience, so he only focused on training his omnipotence. Sienna continued, "You will study countless subjects at this school. The spirit realm is only one half of the elements that make up magic." She smiled. "If you don't work hard, you'll never become a true mage." After the introduction, Sienna began today's lesson. "Now we will begin basic chemistry." "Yes, Professor." Siren resolved, "I can do it." His eyes seemed to say, "I can become a mage." Evening fell. Outside the academy grounds, some girls chatted with each other. "Are you going to the library today?" "Yes, of course, there's a test coming up." They even discussed their studies at the dining table. "What's your research topic?" "There are a few things I need to create first." Students bustled through the schoolyard. After classes ended, many went to the library or joined research groups. Siren carried his satchel and walked ahead. "I go to the library every day, and thanks to that, I'm just able to keep up with the other noble students." He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "Even my sleep time has been cut. I'm exhausted." After a moment's thought, Siren pulled himself together. Learning magic made him feel relieved because his dream was slowly being fulfilled. He quickened his pace. "I wonder if anyone has ever devised a spell that would let a person not need to sleep." Suddenly his feet felt light, hovering above the ground. "What, my body is getting lighter?" Siren jolted as he realized he was flying. "Wah, what the hell is this? Am I really flying?" He glanced back and saw someone grabbing him by the collar. "What the hell is happening?" Siren panicked. The person was carrying him through the sky like a hawk snatching its prey. Deep in the forest, thud. Siren was thrown hard to the ground. The pain brought tears to his eyes. He sat up, looking at the person in front of him. A shock of red hair. Ami Kamis. Siren broke into a sweat, thinking, "I knew I'd have to face her someday, but I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly." He hesitated, staring at the girl before him. Was she really still the same child from back then? Ami spoke, her eyes sharp, that expression. so you really do remember who I am. He hesitated, fixing his gaze on the girl before him. A small flame appeared on the tip of Ami's finger. The flame flared up violently in front of Siren. She gave a terrifying smile. That's right, I should settle everything right here, shouldn't I? Old memories played back like a film in Siren's mind. He clutched his head, trying to fend off the barrage of attacks. Someone shouted, "Hey, stop!" A thug looked at Ami and yelled, "Miss, you're going to kill that boy." Ami remembered that day. At first, she only intended to take the kid home. But when she saw his tearful expression, she wanted to look a little longer. A brilliant flame flared up, controlled by Ami. She thought, then suddenly glared, "That bastard." Siren sat up straight and looked at Ami. That look made her suspicious. Was he really the same boy from 5 years ago? Siren sighed. "Of course I remember." He continued, "Back then you ordered those criminals to forcefully strip me, at your command." Ami also recalled the past. She covered her mouth and laughed. "So what? Shall we verify it?" Then she raised her voice, cutting Siren off. "Stop. You must be remembering wrong. It's actually a misunderstanding of your memory, not me." Ami spoke quickly, trying to explain. "It's not like that, right? It's actually just a serious misunderstanding." See, Siren was about to say something, but Ami interrupted him. She blushed and stammered, I'm not a promiscuous woman." Siren couldn't keep up with her train of thought. "Huh." Ami shouted, "Those thugs tried to strip you on their own. I never gave such an order." Then she hurriedly continued, "No, wait. I think I heard you say you wanted to see it, right? Or something like that." "No, that's not it either, anyway." Ami affirmed in a decisive tone. "From the start, I wasn't interested in men." Siren muttered softly, "No way. Did you kidnap me just to say that?" Ami froze, internally screaming, "Of course not. But why am I standing here making excuses like this?" Siren also realized something. Is she afraid that I will spread rumors all over the school about her misdeeds? Both sides found themselves in an extremely awkward situation. It's really troublesome. Siren stood up and said, "You just need to say sorry, can't you?" Ami stepped back. "What?" Siren, weary, "I understand that's a memory you want to forget. After all, your grades are among the highest in the intermediate class and you're quite well known. But what's happened can't be changed." He continued calmly, so instead of making excuses, wouldn't apologizing and putting an end to this be better? I think that would be the right thing to do. Ami froze. "Apologize? What?" Wait a moment. Ami seemed to snap awake. "Hold on, calm down, Ami." Her eyes flashed with panic. This guy is way too smooth talking. Before Ami's eyes, a chessboard seemed to materialize. Is he saying all the right things to make me lose face and then scheming to gain the upper hand? He dares to outwit me. He must think I'm a pushover. Ami thought to herself, then spoke. "Listen, you commoner. If I apologize to you, what do I get out of it?" Siren couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" Ami rubbed her chin. "What I mean is, let's say I apologize to you. There's no reason to believe you'd simply accept my apology and not stab me in the back afterward. There's no trust between us, right?" She nodded. "If I just apologize, it would be like admitting I was wrong in the past. In the end, wouldn't I be the one who loses out?" Siren asked, "Do you have to get something out of an apology?" An apology is the minimal expression of courtesy. It's meant for the person you've hurt, not something to be negotiated for your own gain. Ami's loud laugh cut across Siren's words. She snorted. "It seems you don't understand how this world works at all." Ami thought to herself, "Another move, using moral arguments to counter me. I get it." She assessed the situation, then thought, "I'll turn the tables right here." Ami continued, her voice hardening. "If I don't gain anything from it, I have no reason to bother. I didn't expect you'd put on that grandstanding just to look good in front of me." Her words left Siren stunned. Ami had forced him to open his eyes. He thought to himself, what the hell? It seems the exemplary student act was just a performance. Her true, malicious nature is still the same. Ami covered her mouth and exhaled, secretly pleased. "I'm about to win. Should I say a little more?" She asked Siren, "Do you know what the scariest thing about the Magic Academy is?" She asked Siren, "Do you know what the scariest thing about the Magic Academy is?" Siren froze. Huh. Ami's next words weighed on Siren like a stone. "If an upperclassman dislikes you, not only will every senior become your enemy, but your classmates will too. And of course, if the fact that you're a commoner is exposed," Ami's red eyes flashed coldly, "there's a high chance you'll be expelled from the academy." Siren shouted, "Are you worried I'll spread the rumor so much that I'll end up getting expelled?" Ami covered her mouth and laughed. "Of course not right away. I'm just saying. I'll wait to see how you behave. I'll verify how well you can keep your mouth shut." Siren asked, "What do you mean?" Ami ordered, "From now on, bring me coffee every day. I'll test your reliability with small errands like that." Siren shouted, "Why do I have to do it?" Ami stepped closer, her voice threatening. I heard you were granted special admission here. A commoner who could get this far probably wasn't an easy case, huh? It would be a real shame if you were expelled. Siren was silent for a moment, then replied, Fine. If you can judge my trustworthiness by those petty tasks, then I'll do them. Ami put on her hooded cloak and smiled faintly. Good choice. Behave yourself, your future depends on it. Immediately, she grew terrifying and threatened Siren. If you dare tell the teachers, I'll drag you down with me. With that, Ami bobbed 2 or 3 times and then vanished, like a whirlwind sweeping by. Siren waited until she walked away, then crouched down and picked up his school bag. Well, I guess this is better than being expelled. It seems her magical ability is still excellent. Even so, I feel it's really unfair to have to do everything she wants. He covered his face and sighed. It's only just begun and it's already this difficult. The next day, everyone bustled toward the library. The students were suddenly drawn to something. Someone called to his friend, Hey, look. Siren, holding a cup of coffee, was walking over. People around were surprised and whispering, He's a new student, right? Oh my God. Siren stood in front of everyone and held out the cup of coffee to Ami with both hands. Here you go, Senior Ami. Cyril stood beside her, patting Ami's shoulder and whispering with her hand over her mouth. No way. Ami, why would you do that? His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear, and all eyes turned to Ami. Ami swept her hair back, her eyes glinting red. She snatched the cup of coffee from Siren's hands. Oh my, you must have spilled a lot. Then she turned and left. Cyril asked, You're just leaving like that? Ami calmly replied, We have to hurry. We're going to be late for class. There's no time. Siren's face flushed. He watched Ami's retreating figure and muttered to himself, What the hell? The students gathered around began to gossip. Oh my God, he just confessed to Ami. But Ami just walked away without saying anything. How pathetic. Cyril chased after her and asked, Ami, do you think the new student likes you? She shook her head. It's not like that. I just gave my junior a little lesson. Outwardly she looked calm, but inside Ami was dancing with excitement, overjoyed. She sipped her coffee and thought, How do you like that, Siren? The humiliation bestowed upon you by me, the great Ami. In Ami's mind, a scenario slowly formed. With this, he'd be listed among the juniors who secretly fancy me. She went on. Even if Siren stood in the middle of the schoolyard and shouted, Ami Camis is a perverted bully, everyone would just sigh and say, oh, he's only trying to get revenge because he was rejected. Ami was sure that from now on, no matter what he said, people wouldn't believe him. She walked along humming. What could be sweeter than revenge? Cyril, walking beside her without understanding, only saw that she was in high spirits. Ami felt a weight lift, as if all the worries of the past 5 years had melted away. Her thoughts were like a booming drumbeat. Absolutely exhilarating. Siren, on the other hand, felt drained of energy, standing amid the crowd. Clearly he was being bullied. When did I ever offend her? Siren clenched his fist, thinking, if I get stuck in negative thoughts, I'll be the only one who loses out. No trust. He raised his head again. The look in Siren's eyes had changed. If it's something I have to do anyway, then I'll do it perfectly. Experience and emotions depend on my mindset. From then on, for the next 10 days, everyone at the academy buzzed. He's here again, he's here today. Someone shouted, a naive, romantic story at the Magic Academy. 10 days straight you're confessing, 10 days in a row. Excited cheers and eager gossip filled the air. Ami and Cyril, standing at the library entrance, also looked this way. Ami laughed. It seems the number of onlookers has increased. Behind Siren, a great many people were staring at him. She bared her teeth in a smile. If there are this many people, then surely everyone already knows. Should I slowly bring this to an end? Suddenly Cyril, standing beside her, spoke. Ami, when are you going to accept Siren's feelings? The unexpected question froze Ami. What did you say? Cyril thought for a moment and then said, there are a lot of rumors. You don't even glance at others, but you always accept Siren's coffee. Cyril's words struck Ami like a thunderbolt. Everyone is ready, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Academy's legendary couple. Another cup of coffee was placed in front of Ami. Siren called out, Senior. He smiled, your coffee. No sooner had Siren finished speaking than the students below erupted, shouting, say yes, say yes. Siren looked at Ami, confident and relaxed. This time I didn't even spill a drop of coffee, right? But inside he urged himself. Ami, please accept quickly, I need to get to the library. Ami gritted her teeth. Now not only were her eyes red, but her cheeks were flushed as well. She tensed, her face flushed as she looked at Siren, suddenly reached out and knocked over the cup of coffee in his hand, then said, how troublesome. Cyril and the other classmates were stunned. Cyril covered her mouth and cried out, Ami. The coffee cup spilled onto the ground. Ami said, do you think I'll fall for you just because you gave me this? She pointed and said, you're a student who won't study and you keep trailing after female students. Then she turned on her heel. Don't ever give me things like this again. Cyril hurriedly told Cyrne, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Everyone around buzzed. What a brutal rejection. Cyril asked, what's going on? What will you do if these rumors spread outside? Ami snapped, who cares? Those people are probably all well-fed and complacent. She shouted, by the time I graduate, it will all stop. Outside on the steps, Cyrne bent down to pick up the coffee cup. The gossip didn't stop. I think she's an ice princess, that's why she acted like that. Report her for wasting coffee, poor Cyrne. Cyrne was still stunned. Really? I don't have to do this anymore. He stood up holding his satchel. The girls sighed, oh no, he looks so miserable. It's heartbreaking. However, contrary to what they said, Cyrne's face brightened. I'm free. That night in the library, Ami was hunched over the book in front of her. Damn it, she snapped, looked up and pressed the pen against her philtrum. I need to stop the freshmen from spreading the rumor. But I'm the one who started it. It would be fine if I could end it before it goes any further, but that's not the most important thing. Ami's eyes glowed red. Cammy's, the rose iris, also called the memory that reflects the surrounding scene. Ami suddenly shifted the scenery, as if sitting in the academy grounds. This is a skill that allows its user to record what they've experienced. Ami recalled the way Cyrne handed her the coffee. He hesitated. Senpai, here your coffee. For 10 days in a row, whenever she met Cyrne, she used the Cammy's red label. Ami had memorized how Cyrne looked while doing small chores. She gritted her teeth. He looked very pleased on the first day, but what she saw didn't change at all over the next 9 days. Ami reflected. His gaze didn't change at all. Even his irises didn't move. She leaned closer, poring over the image in her memory. What does it mean? She seriously wondered. No matter how much someone tries to hide their emotions, they can't conceal their true feelings in their eyes, since the autonomic nervous system is beyond conscious control. If he can control his gaze, Ami's eyes suddenly flashed. He can control his emotions too, like a machine. She shut her eyes, closed the book, and concluded. He had been utterly sincere. Cyril noticed her movements and asked softly, Oh, Ami, are you finished? Ami stood up to gather her books. I'm feeling a bit tired today. Cyril was about to stand as well. Then let's go back together. Ami declined. No, you don't need to do that for me. I'll go alone. Cyril worried. Is it because you feel bad for not accepting Cyrne's cup of coffee? Ami was speechless. I told you it's not like that. Cyril said, if you want to confess anything, tell me, okay? Ami nodded. Yeah, thanks. She stepped outside, her whole body drained of energy. She sighed, oh, I'm so tired. Nothing went according to plan, my head is a mess. Ami pushed the door open. I need to rest for a while. Suddenly someone called out, leaving early today, Ami. She thought it was Zadis. Zadis winked at Ami. I thought I'd have to wait until midnight for you. Ami asked, why would you have to wait for me? Are you that bored? Zadis stepped closer and said, don't be so blunt. I heard a rumor that some effeminate fellow named Cyrne is after you. Ami, dejected, said, no way. Are you here to laugh at me? Zadis laughed. Oh, come on, what are you thinking? Of course not. He handed her a cup of coffee. Here, take it. It's premium Western coffee. You won't find this at school. Amazing. Ami deserves to be treated properly. Ami frowned in disgust. What the hell are you doing? Zadis replied teasingly. As you can see, I'm trying to win your heart. Not like that effeminate fellow. I'm the one who will inherit the post of Royal Minister of Finance. I'm far more suitable for you. Ami's disgust was obvious. She said coldly, I'm not interested in taking part in those disgusting games with you. Ami continued, and I don't think we're close enough to have a relationship like that. She bluntly called him out. Do you think I don't know your clique always looks for opportunities to bring me down? Zadis hurriedly protested loudly. Wait, I think this is just a misunderstanding. It's not. Aren't your words a bit excessive? He took a steaming cup of coffee and stepped closer to Ami, growling. Insulting me is the same as insulting my family. I will not forgive anyone who dares to tarnish my family's honor. Zadis squinted and forced a smile. As a member of the renowned Cammy's family, you surely know that, don't you? Ami said coldly. Pathetic. Zadis froze. What? Ami spared no words, speaking bluntly. Just because you have some renown at school, does that give you the right to lord it over those who don't support your family? She smiled. Someone who founded that bizarre club and secretly humiliated others like you. Do you even know what honor is? Zadis grinned, his nastiness plain to see. He pressed his hand to his forehead and spat. You bastard. Seems like you're acting arrogant just because you're famous, huh? He shouted, do you think no one can stand up to your Cammy's family? Your family may lead in certain fields, but not in terms of power. He stepped closer, forcing Ami to back away. With my family's influence, I can bankrupt the Cammy's family. Zadis's eyes flashed with ferocity. Do you understand now? Ami laughed. I understand. She continued bluntly. Yes, that look is exactly the look of a pathetic man. Ami stared straight at Zadis's ugly face. Unlike Siren, his eyes looked like those of a dead fish. Those words made him doubt his ears. What? Are you saying I'm not as worthy as that clumsy fellow? Zadis went mad. That's right. I've thrown everything out of order. But until I win, you absolutely must not interfere again. His next words made Ami furious. Zadis growled, I can guarantee that within a day, that guy will never be able to use magic again. He continued smugly, I'll prove to you how great I am. But before he finished speaking, Ami's strike knocked over his coffee cup. The coffee cup flew to the floor and shattered into pieces. Zadis gritted his teeth and roared, You arrogant bitch, my patience has its limits, no matter how beautiful you are. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Ami opened her spirit domain. She calmly asked, What did you just say? Ami's red eyes flickered in the darkness. Zadis trembled, thinking, Can she use the 4 forms that quickly? He hesitated. Are you crazy? Do you know this is against the Academy's rules for using magic? Ami laughed loudly, the wind roaring through the enclosed corridor. He's just a man who's all about appearances. At least Siren doesn't rely on his family's status. She said, He's someone who takes responsibility for his actions. I bet you can't catch up to him in half a year. Zadis's veins stood out. He was so angry he was left speechless. He thought to himself, this woman really is. The wind from Ami's spiritual domain blew fiercely through the room. Zadis calculated, if I make any move, will she actually strike? I can't fight the head of this academy. He glanced at Ami, then grabbed the nearby banister, preparing to flee. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Zadis ran downstairs, shouting, Don't think this is over. Ami leaned against the wall, muttering, It's been a long time since I've been this worked up. She wondered, why did I have to do that? Because he threatened me, or because he knows my secret? Ami remembered what Siren had said in the forest. If doing these small tasks will make you trust me, I'll do them. She turned away abruptly, looked at the spilled coffee on the floor and cursed softly, Damn! I guess he won't come tomorrow. The moon outside had risen high. Ami murmured, But thanks to him, nothing is weighing on my mind anymore. A few days later, at the academy, Cyril stood there, tears in her eyes. The ripples caused by Ami were spreading. In her hand was a note that read, I've captured Siren. Come to training center number 14 at 6 p.m. before I deal with him. If you dare tell any teacher, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Siren read the note, then turned to ask Cyril standing beside him, So Senior Ami went there to save me? In the lower corner of the paper was a signature, Dark Mage. These events had turned into a roaring tsunami. The bell on the high tower rang, and students began to trickle into class. Siren walked while reading a book. Everyone around recognized him and whispered, Look, he's the one who was flirting with Senior Ami. It's funny, but kind of embarrassing, you know. Siren sighed helplessly. Oh my, he remembered 4 days earlier when Ami knocked over his cup of coffee and coldly said, No. Inside, Siren wailed, How will I ever dare to raise my head here again? He covered his mouth with a book and cleared his throat. In situations like this, all you need is a confident smile. They won't bother me for long. It seemed they were already less suspicious. Suddenly a figure appeared before him that drew his attention. Siren flinched. That's Senior Cyril. He saw her standing there alone. Siren wondered, she always walks with Senior Ami, doesn't she? Is something wrong? He stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Senior Cyril. No sooner had he finished speaking than Cyril suddenly screamed, causing Siren to startle and scream in response. She lunged forward and grabbed his collar. Why are you here? Where's Ami? Siren was shaken and dazed. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Cyril thrust a piece of paper into his face. Look at this. You should be the one in trouble, shouldn't you? Siren widened his eyes. What? He stared at the paper and asked in confusion, I've been kidnapped. And who is this person? Cyril answered, a dark mage. 30 minutes earlier, Ami and Cyril were walking across the schoolyard when someone blocked their way and greeted them. Senior, are you all right? Cyril frowned. It's him again. Ami said, Haven't I told you to get lost? How dare you talk to me? The blonde-haired guy sneered. You'd look better if you weren't so arrogant. He waved the paper in his hand. The boss wants to see you. Cyril pulled Ami away. Ignore him. Ami said, That's why he'll always be stuck at level 5. The blonde added, Boss says if we send this to you, you'll listen. If you don't want anything to happen to your boyfriend, you'd better accept. Cyril frowned at the madman. What did you just say? That's disgusting. She turned to Ami. Let's get to the library quickly. But Ami suddenly turned back and snatched the paper from his hand. Hey, Cyril called, puzzled. Ami looked at the paper in her hand. Siren has been kidnapped. She thought Jake. Could it be him? At that time, Jake had said, I'll make sure he can never use magic again. Ami muttered angrily under her breath, Jake, you bastard. She clenched the paper in her hand and shouted, "So what?" Ami tossed the paper to the ground. "How is his business any of mine?" Cyril asked, "What's that?" The blonde waved dismissively. "Suit yourself, I'm just delivering a message." Cyril opened the paper and read, murmuring, "Dark wizards. Are they that evil group that picks on the top students? What do they want with Scion? How does it have anything to do with you?" Ami, worried, said, "That day I really couldn't hold myself back and retaliated against him." Cyril said, "Go tell the professor. It's not just Scion, you'll be in danger too." Ami muttered, "Professor, that's the right thing to do, but it won't be that simple." She imagined being called up to a meeting. If the faculty council intervened, during the investigation she'd be forced to admit her relationship with Scion, and her past would be exposed. Ami thought of Sion's appearance. If that happened, they'd discover that he was a commoner. Ami pictured Sion's pitiful expression. She recalled what she'd said. "A commoner like you must have struggled to get here, right? It would be such a shame if you had to stop halfway, wouldn't it?" And Sion's words, "If doing that would make you trust me, then I'm willing." Ami's thoughts drifted back 5 years. "You were on the ground saying it wasn't me." She froze. She watched Sion sprawled on the ground, bedraggled and pleading, "Please." Ami clenched her fist and called Cyril. She handed her bag to Cyril. "I'll go. If I don't come back, go tell the professor, okay?" Cyril started. "What? Why would you?" She watched Ami's figure walk away and shouted, "What are you going to do alone? Do you even know how many of them there are?" Ami turned back. "Sorry, but I have my reasons. Don't worry about me. Even if there are bastards like Jake, they can't do anything to me." Back in the present, Sion looked at the paper in his hand, unable to believe it. He asked Cyril, "Did Senior Ami go to save me?" He thought to himself, "No way, someone as cunning as her." Sion said urgently, "She went alone. What should we do?" Cyril replied, "Ami said she has her own reasons. This is the first time she's asked me for a favor like this. She also told me to wait until 7:00. Sion rubbed his chin. "There's really no other way." He pondered. "The reason she won't tell the professor is to keep the secret between her and me? We're in the same boat." After a moment's thought, Sion concluded that she must have accepted coming alone so her secret would remain safe. He told Cyril, "I have to go too." Sion tossed his bag onto the table with a thud. "Senior, just wait until then." Cyril called out, "Wait." Sion turned and ran off. As he ran, he thought, Hall 14 is toward the mountain. Will I make it in time? Suddenly, Sion's feet lifted off the ground. Cyril was carrying him as they flew. "How long would it take you if you ran?" "It's better if I go with you." She shouted, "Sion, I'm about to teleport. Hold on tight." Sion, bewildered, "What do you mean?" A flash of golden light flared nearby. He saw his hands enveloped in a faint golden glow. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished from the sky. Sion screamed in panic. Students walking inside the building saw something streak across the sky and exclaimed, "What? Who just used magic?" Sion's eyes widened. Their destination was the forest. Holding him, Cyril came to a stop and hit a tree. "Teleporting is too dangerous. From here we should fly instead." Sion's eyes widened. The destination was the forest. Cyril grabbed and stopped him, crashing into a tree. "Teleporting is too dangerous now. From here we should fly instead." Sion's eyes widened. The destination was the forest. Cyril grabbed and stopped him, colliding with a tree. "Teleporting now would be too dangerous. From here we should fly." A moment later, Cyril had landed on the ground. Sion trembled, leaning against the tree to keep himself steady. He hadn't had any time to brace himself. Clutching the tree, he vomited greenish and yellowish bile. As soon as Cyril landed in Hall 14, she ran off, calling as she ran, "Where are you, Ami?" She was worried. "There's no one here." How strange. It's only 10 minutes before the meeting time. Sion wiped his mouth and said, "Perhaps they've changed the location. Since the address in the letter was exposed, they'll try to avoid the teacher's watchful eyes." Cyril shouted, "So what about Ami?" Sion thought, "What an elaborate plan. Secrets and the past intertwined. Now is not the time to worry about whether I'm a commoner or whatever. She and I could be suspended. We're stuck in a situation far more difficult than I imagined." He said, "Senior, please go back and report this to the professor." Sion looked ahead. "If the senior returns alone, it will be much faster." Cyril replied, "But Ami told me to wait until 7. Sion shook his head. "It's fine. She did that because of me. I'll help her, so it's okay. Senior, go quickly." Cyril, surprised, "What?" After hearing that, she grabbed her head and shouted, "His important reason is you. What is the relationship between you two? Are you actually secretly dating? Is there something I don't know?" Sion urgently, "We don't have time. The later we are, the more dangerous it will be." Cyril also came to her senses. "Okay, remember to wait here." She turned and ran, and Sion let out a sigh of relief. Mountains are familiar terrain to him, he thought. Sion stood in the middle of the forest and activated his spirit domain. He closed his eyes and focused, certain that he would find a trace. His spirit domain expanded across the forest, and he seemed to pick up something. Here it is. There were footprints. Siren followed the trail and realized they were the footprints of two people, left only a short time ago. But they stopped halfway, had they flown. Suddenly a noise rang out in the forest, making Siren start, the snap of a branch. He looked up toward a column of smoke rising deep in the woods. Don't tell me something's happened. From within the deep woods, the person who had just used magic spoke up. My hand slipped. The blonde, the one who had delivered the letter to Ami, sneered, "Oh my. I almost hit you with the silver blast I used to welcome you, Ami." Ami glanced at the red flames burning beside her. A few more people appeared above. They landed and surrounded her. "Look who's here, big sister Ami. Landing a catch this big, our boss really is something else." "Don't be ridiculous." Jake, the leader, shouted at Ami. "She's our honored guest, don't be rude." Ami stood in the middle of the circle, arms crossed as she looked at them, her voice cold. "Thought you were something else. Turns out you're just a bunch of bored losers. All you do is eat and laze around." Jake, the group's leader, asked, "You came here alone? Is that kid so important that you'd risk your life to come here?" Ami replied coldly, "Just catching a mouse, no need to burn down the whole house." ZCK ground his teeth, laughing with anger. "Still acting arrogant, huh? With this many eyes watching, I doubt you'll get your way." He wore a mean look. "This time I've planned everything down to the last detail." Ami didn't bother to give him a glance and replied, "How you plan it is your business. I don't care." Jake laughed loudly. Where else would he be? He's probably still nose-deep in a book somewhere in the library. He doesn't even know his girlfriend is about to get into trouble. The blonde chimed in. "Books, I love you. Where that guy is his problem. We're only interested in the little sister." They stared at Ami, cackling. "These guys are crazy for revenge," one of them said. Jake glanced at Ami, gritting his teeth. "What happened last night still stings. Every grudge will be repaid. You better watch yourself." Ami exhaled. "If Siren isn't here, it's easy." She smiled. "Just like you said, with this many eyes watching, it's a nuisance." Ami's body was immediately bathed in a blue light. She murmured, "Because I have to clean up this pile of trash, it's going to be a bit of a hassle." The ZCK group froze. What? No way. They hadn't yet had time to comprehend what was happening. Ami launched a strike at the blonde-haired man. Flames seared his arm, causing him to scream, "Too hot." The others immediately panicked. "That girl, she really can shoot fire." Jake ran, shouting, "Stay calm, get out of the way. The targeted form is ineffective against large numbers." He quickly flew up with a few others to evade. "Get away quickly, and then immediately return to your original positions." However, Ami's spirit domain swept over them. Boom, a thunderous explosion. Ami remained calmly standing below. She swung her hand once. Her eyes flared bright red, so sharp they made the surrounding air tremble. Her domain split into many rays, sweeping across them without missing a single one. She focused all her strength. The flames burst into a fierce blaze. A violent explosion rang out as Ami simultaneously launched countless fireballs in every direction. They covered their heads to dodge. Hey, you said she's only trained up to the targeted form. How can her casting speed be this fast?" One of them got hit and was sent flying. Jake ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, what the hell is that? This level is completely different from the training ground. Could she have real combat experience?" "Too hot," he yelled, then shot straight up. However, no matter how powerful Ami's skill is, it must have a flaw. He hovered in midair, observing. "To counter a horizontal attack form, I must attack along the vertical axis." Wind gathered in his palm. ZCK used all his strength to launch a wind blade from above. The wind blade pressed in toward Ami. Seeing she couldn't dodge, he bared his teeth and grinned. "You're done for." But unexpectedly, just as the wind blade was about to hit, Ami moved like a flash and leaned aside to dodge. Jake shouted, "How is that possible?" Ami mocked, "This is called force art, Jake." She reached out, and the fire power from her spirit domain focused on him. Jake cursed loudly, "Damn it." He was hit squarely by a fireball and was knocked several meters away. Jake went berserk. "That damned demon Ami." Ami stepped forward, smiling gently. "You're always worrying about trivial things. That's why your performance has always been terrible." ZCK gritted his teeth in hatred and raised a hand to counterattack. "Don't you dare underestimate me." Ami smiled. "Don't resist in vain. This time I won't let you off so easily." Suddenly, something struck straight into Ami's eyes. A surge of purple energy rushed in. Her body felt nailed to the spot. Ami, bewildered. "What the hell is this?" She clutched her face and screamed in pain. ZCK's group suddenly appeared all around her and attacked her more fiercely. "Harder, we finally caught her." Jake bared his teeth and grinned. "Surprised little lioness." Ami's spirit domain was collapsing. Ami gritted her teeth and spat. "You bastard." Her eyes flashed bright red. "You dare use forbidden magic." Ami muttered angrily. Damn it, the red eyes still won't help me recover. Suddenly a wind swirled in, binding her hands and feet tightly. Jake laughed loudly. Finally, I've caught you, you bastard. He ran a hand through his hair and stepped closer. So, darling, have you reconsidered yesterday's offer? From somewhere, ZCK drew a dagger and threatened. You'd better think this through. See, I won't hesitate to break the law. Ami gritted her teeth. I've warned you. If you dare pull anything, I'll kill you. She thought to herself, I can't get it off. Not even the force diagram could handle this. After I turned 12, I couldn't continue training. Damn it. Suspended in midair, she told herself she had to find some way. Jake laughed loudly. Looks like you still know exactly what situation you're in, don't you? He stroked the knife in his hand, speaking lecherously. I hear you're tired of guys who have you completely dependent, huh? Let me help you. He pressed the red glinting blade to Ami's face, exultant. I've wanted to do this from the very beginning. You should have been miserable like this from the start. The blade hovered before her eyes. Ami heard his boastful voice. Say it. She shut her eyes tight. Damn it, I don't have any strength left. A memory from 5 years ago suddenly rushed back. The narrow alley, the image of Siren sprawled on the ground. So this is what he felt. At the most tense moment, a shout rang out. Stop. Ami opened her eyes and looked toward where the sound came from. Siren appeared clutching a piece of wood. He barked, You worthless scum. The Jakes froze, that guy is. Ami was even more surprised than ZCK. You, Siren. He was panting, holding the club and staring fixedly at them. Jake sneered, What, you came alone? He brandished the knife. The prince has arrived. His cronies chimed in with mocking laughter. Ami shouted, You idiot, why did you come alone? Siren fell silent, calculating, even though they outnumbered him and thought they could control the head of the intermediate students. After all, by now Senior Cyril had probably called the teachers. I just need to buy time. Siren's body erupted with a spiritual barrier. He steadied his confidence. He'd once beaten Ran with swordsmanship. He could do this. He shouted, Release Senior Ami immediately. ZCK sneered, Are you crazy? Release her so you two can attack us together. Siren rushed forward, still gripping his staff. The blonde guy asked, Jack, is that idiot just running straight at us? Jake waved his hand and said, Let him. They stood still and watched Siren, and at that moment, he also realized something was wrong. There was something off. Siren's spiritual barrier suddenly shattered, just like Ami's had earlier. His gaze froze. The staff fell from his hand. Siren clutched his head. He screamed in pain and collapsed as the ZS laughed derisively. As expected from the prince, you didn't disappoint us one bit. What are you going to do to a mage with that? Ami shouted Siren. Remove your spiritual barrier now, that's anti-magic. Siren knelt on the ground holding his head. Anti-magic, this. Ami continued, you might not be able to use magic for the rest of your life. Remove the spiritual barrier now or you'll go insane. Are you listening to me? Siren's mind was hazy. His senses seemed to drift away, his consciousness fragmenting. He remembered Professor Etla's words. A mage needs to maintain focus to survive on a chaotic battlefield. He suddenly thought, a defensive form designed to prevent the spirit field from collapsing under most disruptive forces. Even physical shocks would struggle to bring it down, and it works against psychic attacks. Etla's voice sounded in his ear. After all, magic resistance and spirit energy are only waves. Still in pain, Siren clutched his head, enduring the mental torture as the spirit field was assaulted. He thought, if I raise the density of the spirit field to the point it can't be pierced. He looked at his hand. Focusing his mind, he rebuilt the spirit field once more. The blonde was surprised. What? He's trying to endure it. Jake sneered, want to act like a top-tier trainee? You're just a novice. Siren snarled, increase output. Ami panicked. Give it up, you idiot. The hit is too much. There's a limit to what you can endure. But the ZS were stunned. What? They saw Siren's spirit field being reestablished. What the hell? The planes of the spirit field became steadily firmer. Siren slowly stood up, continuing to focus. I need more glass shards. Jake's group was struck by a backlash of magical force. They shouted, what is he doing? The waves are reflecting back from him. Jake kept his attack stance and shouted, don't be afraid. Your emotions are creating disruptive waves. He yelled, do you want magical resistance to hit you back? On Siren's side, he stood upright. He advanced one step at a time. With each step he took, the spirit field was further reinforced. The spirit sphere grew larger and harder. The ZS cried out, don't come any closer. Magic resistance is striking back. Z's comrades all clutched their heads at once. They screamed in pain, help me. Ami stood frozen, bewildered. What the hell is happening? Suddenly, the wind that had bound her loosened. Because she wasn't using her spirit field, she didn't notice what had changed. But now her hands were free, the magic resistance had vanished, and she landed on the ground. Ami stared, stunned, at Siren's spirit field before her. No way could such a cold, unyielding spirit field really exist. Siren's nose was bleeding as he looked at the ground. He felt something wriggling under his feet. His spirit field was pressing down on the magic resistance. He fell silent, feeling as if he were standing on a tiny worm. Jake's own binding spell backfired on him. He shouted, "This makes no sense. Are you kidding me?" He looked around, saw his comrades all sprawled out, and bellowed, "There were 6 of us. How could we possibly lose to a runt like him?" Jake, furious at being defeated, began slandering. "That's right. That bastard must be a student specialized in magic resistance. That's surely why he could get into the academy by special recommendation." He stood up, opened his spirit field, and sneered, "You think you can beat me with combat magic?" Siren stood frozen. This was a big problem. Opposite him, ZCK was preparing to unleash 2 wind blades. Siren panicked. He didn't know how to use any magic. ZCK laughed loudly. "I should cut him in 2. Before he could finish his sentence, he took a crushing punch from Ami, sent flying several meters away. Before he could regain his composure, he took another blow square in the face. Ami spat, "You're finished, you bastard." Siren hurriedly lunged forward to stop her. Ami was going mad, beating ZCK senseless. "Senior, calm down," Siren cried. Ami snarled as she struck. "What were you trying to do to me?" "Say it again." She kept hitting him, screaming, "Say it again, you despicable bastard." Siren, eyes hollow with tears, said, "If you keep using that much force, he'll really die." He pulled her back with all his might. "Please stop." After a brief struggle, a hush fell over the forest. Siren panted and asked, "Ami, are you okay?" But Ami just lay motionless on top of him, not responding. Siren called again, "Senior." Finally, he realized Ami had fainted. "Wake up, Senior, Senior." Inside the forest, the 2 of them and the ZCK group all lay scattered. Siren looked at Ami unconscious on him, and thought to himself that he hadn't expected her to collapse from exhaustion. He fell silent for a moment, then murmured, "Thank you, Senior. I heard you came here to save me." Just then, Ami, who had been lying on him, suddenly jolted. She sprang up like a spring. "I feel so refreshed now." She turned to look at Siren. "That's right. How dare you come here to fight them when you're so weak?" Siren was struck by her words, clutching his stomach and kneeling, thinking to himself, just as I thought, there's nothing about her worth praising. Ami cleared her throat. "All right, that's enough. Let's get out of here quickly. If the teachers catch us now, we'll be in big trouble." Siren grabbed her hand and helped her to her feet. "Senior, Cyril has surely already reported this to the teachers. I told her to do that." Ami sprang back. "What? I told Cyril not to do that. Why would she?" Siren replied loudly, "What else could we do? That was an emergency." Ami clutched her head. "That's because you don't understand how things will play out here. Everything will get a lot more complicated if the school intervenes. The mages only let things slide after a thorough investigation and consideration. In other words, they won't let this go." Ami shouted, "Do you want our secret exposed?" Siren answered, "You think that's the problem? We almost died." Jake, sprawled to one side, heard them arguing and mumbled, "Secret, what?" Ami gritted her teeth. "Damn it. We can worry about the consequences later. For now, just run." Siren, bewildered, "We're already running, aren't we?" Just then, a blinding pink light from above shone down, leaving them both stunned. Ami ground her teeth. Please, let it be an older teacher. An easygoing old teacher would overlook this. However, the ones who arrived were 2 of the most feared figures at the academy. One was H letter 1ECF, a DI letter 1EC5, MTH letter 1E5T, a rank 6 certificate holder. The other was Banghan Sienna, also rank 6. At the sight of them, Ami clutched her head in despair. "We're doomed. It's those 2 hot-headed advisors again. It's surprising if we don't get punished." Cyril rushed over. "Ami, are you okay?" She grabbed Ami's face, worried. "Are you hurt anywhere? Is your head okay?" Ami, dazed, answered, "No, I'm fine. Why did you come so quickly?" Meanwhile, TH letter 1EA5T was casting a spell. A fireball shot straight up into the sky. Siren watched in admiration. "That's the blazing sun spell. I hear it's very difficult to use." With that light shining down, TH letter 1EA5T saw 6 members of Jake's group lying unconscious on the ground. He frowned, asking, "What on earth happened here?" The man turned to look at Ami and Siren, startling them. TH letter 1EA5T stepped forward and shook Ami's shoulder. "Ami, how did an outstanding student like you end up in such an awkward situation? Are you hurt?" Sienna looked at them both, voice stern. "We came because we heard you 2 were in danger. Siren, can you explain this situation to us?" Siren nodded. "It's because..." But before he could continue, Jake cut in. "Let me." He, his face bruised, still tried to appear calm. "To be honest, because of a personal grudge, I requested a one-on-one duel. It's something that often happens in our reckless youth." Sienna's gaze turned ice cold. "A one-on-one duel? I heard Ami had received a threatening letter." She glanced at his companions lying unconscious and said, I also saw you use anti-magic. Don't you know the Academy's rules? Jake flinched, defending himself. It's because Ami is too strong, I only used it to cope. And look, we're the ones who suffered the worst of it. He thumped his chest confidently, not to mention, Ami was the one who broke the rules first. She attacked me in the library earlier. That's precisely why I suggested a one-on-one duel. Don't you find it strange? Why didn't Ami immediately report this to a teacher? Ami, hearing him brazenly twist the facts, snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who threatened me first in the library, and this time you even wrote in a letter that you kidnapped Sire. Jake cut her off, but in reality, did we kidnap him? In fact, today you were the one who attacked us first. He pointed at Sire and continued. Moreover, the fact that he didn't report it to a teacher but ran straight here only proves that the two of you are hiding something. He shouted, have you understood, teachers? Those two are the guilty ones. Letter 1EA5D turned to look at Sire, while Ami gritted her teeth and hissed, you bastard. ZCK bared his teeth in a grin, his tone mocking. Well, aren't you two going to reveal your secret right here? Now you understand how terrifying a dark mage is, don't you? He silently calculated. I'll make a big deal out of this, no matter how much money it costs. Once I dig up their secret, I'll report it to the local authorities, national agencies, even the church, then spread the news everywhere. But Professor Sienna coldly cut off that frenzy. The air around them immediately grew icy. She said, you can stop spouting nonsense now, Jake. Cold wind gusted fiercely, and Sienna's voice rang out sternly. You and your friends have used countermagic. You even went so far as to use it to attack others. Do you realize that Siren's or Ami's minds could be destroyed, even driven mad? Siren gritted his teeth, bowed his head, his heart heavy. Professor Sienna's gaze turned an icy blue. Just for what you did, I think it's more than enough to expel you from this academy. Jake thumped his chest and laughed loudly. A mere advisor dares try to expel me. He stepped forward and whispered to Sienna. Miss, House Adios is practically the academy's lifeline. Without their sponsorship, we wouldn't even have our salaries. Sienna replied calmly, isn't our role to steer students onto the right path? If you can't do that, then you'd better pack up and leave this academy. Jake laughed loudly. Fine. Let's see whether I'm expelled or you lose your job. This world runs on money. Before money, everyone bows. Sienna's expression grew worse. Jake kept talking. You should take this opportunity to understand how the world works, teacher. Sienna answered calmly, her voice cold as frost. Before that, she raised her hand high. It seems I still have to teach you a lesson. Immediately, a gigantic column of ice shot up, the wind blasting so hard that no one could keep their eyes open. Siren exclaimed, so cool. Ami squinted and sighed. How did things get to this point? Letter 1EA5T hurriedly intervened. Miss Sienna, you can't just punish a student like that. But a second later, Jake was engulfed by a mountain of ice. Countless spikes pointed straight at his face. Siren gaped in astonishment. Impressive. She didn't even touch a single thread on his shirt. That means she can control magic down to the smallest detail. He muttered. So that's why she's called a genius mage. Sienna said coldly, do you really think everything can be solved with money? Jake still stubbornly yelled. Don't talk nonsense. Undo this freezing spell for me right now. Sienna snapped her fingers and the block of ice immediately shattered. She said calmly, we know that you've harmed many other students, but the academy has always been hesitant to punish you. Jake fell to his knees, shouting, that's because of my family's funding, isn't it? Sienna shouted, don't get me wrong. She continued firmly, school is not a place where teachers teach for money. We teach to pass on lessons that money can't buy. Jake hesitated. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Sienna softened her voice. It's your dream, don't you want to become a mage? Those words stunned him. He recalled his past. When he was a young student, he once told her, if you let me advance to 5th grade, I'll become a great mage and repay you. Sienna continued, the dream you shared with your friends, studying together to become mages. Isn't that the reason you've been striving all this time? ZCK stood dazed, recalling how he and his friends looked when they were children. Sienna asked gently, do you really want to destroy with your own hands everything you've built? He bowed his head and was silent for a long time. Then, his voice trembling, he said, Miss, I'm sorry. Siren looked up at the sky, thinking about what mattered most to him. In the punishment room, a cry rang out, it hurts. Go easy on me, it's only a scratch. Finally, what was bound to happen had happened. Siren and Ami were sitting in the meeting room. Letter 1EA5T asked Siren in a steady voice, why didn't you report this to a teacher immediately? If something like that happens, the first thing you must do is report it. Instead, you took it upon yourself to go and rescue a senior student, someone far above you in rank. Such actions cannot be accepted as a reasonable explanation. Ami and Siren looked at each other, then remained silent for a long while. Ami spoke up. I understand. I'll answer honestly. Siren looked at her and nodded slightly, right as if we could hide this forever. Although, I don't know who was the one who told the headmaster about it. Ami was silent for a moment, then said, actually, Siren is. Siren widened his eyes, not understanding, when Ami winked. That's my boyfriend. As soon as Ami finished speaking, TH letter 1EA5T, Sienna, and Cyril all gaped. A shout reverberated throughout the academy. What? Loud cries rang out. Help me, is anyone there? In Ami's imagination, she transformed into a princess tangled in thorny rose branches, crying out, please save me. As for the Jakes, they were like a band of cruel, dark-clad villains, sneering. Who would bother coming to this desolate mountain to save her? She should have accepted our feelings. Then none of this would have happened. Suddenly, the sound of a horse neighing rang out. The bad guys startled and turned around. A shimmering white steed appeared. Someone shouted, is there anyone else in here? Siren rode in like a prince, kicking the villains away. The whole group cried out, behind you. Ami, dangling from the tree, asked in a panic, you are. Siren swung his sword, cutting the rose branch that bound Ami, then said tenderly, I'm here, Ami. He carried her like a princess. Ami softly called, Siren. He answered with a sweet look, Ami. The two gazed at each other passionately. The students below excitedly yelled, no way, really. The girls stared at Cyril and whispered, so romantic. Cyril nodded firmly, of course, it's all true. I saw it with my own eyes. Just then a sullen Ami appeared behind her, hissing Cyril. Ami's voice echoed throughout the academy. What kind of rumors are you spreading? I know you've been into classic romance novels lately, but this is truly unacceptable. On the academy's bulletin board, a large sheet of paper had been posted. Official announcement regarding the punishment for misconduct by the research club. At the same time, it confirmed the rumor that the goddess of Alpia, Ami Karis, admits to dating the new student Siren Aryan. Upperclassman Ami says she dated Siren to save the one she loves from a violent attack. Young love blossomed the moment they connected. Dark magic was defeated far too easily. The identity of the new student remains a mystery. The story ends with a passionate kiss under the moonlight in the desolate mountain forest. In the schoolyard, a group of girls kept exclaiming, oh my God, I'm so jealous. Ami's voice rang out angrily. Cyril, are you out of your mind? She sighed. You haven't even actually seen any of it with your own eyes. Cyril snorted. I don't need to see it to know. You said you two are dating, so of course you kissed. Besides, that way no annoying boy will dare come near you anymore. Ami clicked her tongue. True, that part does make sense. A few days later in the teacher's room. TH letter 1EA5T banged the table once. Ami, you're lying, aren't you? He shouted, the Ami I know wouldn't be interested in dating anyone. This makes no sense. Besides, Siren is a newly transferred student. Ami calmly made up a story. Actually, we met Siren when we were children. Meeting again here at the Magic Academy can be called fate. She turned, tucked her hair back, and smiled. Right, Siren. Siren whispered, so how are you going to take responsibility for? Before he could finish, he immediately took a sharp kick from Ami. Siren hurriedly nodded, that's right. TH letter 1EA5T and Sienna both sighed, speechless. Is that the reason? No wonder he listens to you so much. Ami thought to herself, pretending to be each other's lovers is better than having the past exposed. Cyril, still excited, said, I knew it. From the start I thought something was off. Ami, you're so clueless. Ami silently drank her water. Cyril continued, there's the joint class today, right? You'll meet Siren there. Are you planning to meet him after class? Maybe have dinner together, or a secret date in the library? Ami replied indifferently, we're just focusing on our studies as usual. Cyril propped his chin, how boring. Ami gave an awkward smile, thinking, I have a ton of work to do, I don't have time to waste on that fake romance. She clenched her hand. Even Siren, that useless guy, is just enjoying a normal school life. He's still carefree and innocent after all. Suddenly Ami noticed something strange. Wait. Why do I feel irritated by that? At the training grounds for the combined second intermediate class, someone called out, Siren. Cyril waved cheerfully, over here. Siren smiled and greeted, hello, senior. Cyril excitedly ran over, hey, how are you today? Have you missed Ami a lot? Siren scratched his head and laughed, you're so funny, senior. Ami covered her mouth, thinking, so that's it. It's him. He should be grateful to be pretending to be my boyfriend, and look at him. He ought to feel pressured standing near me. How dare he treat me like that? She cleared her throat, trying to get Siren's attention. When it's just the few of us, feel free to speak to us casually. No need for senior, junior formalities. After all, we already understand each other. Cyril stood beside her, mouth agape. Oh my God! It's the first time I've heard Ami say something like that. Could this be the power of love? Ami continued. As for the relationship between us, Siren forced a quick smile. Ah, it's fine, I'm okay. After all, you're still a senior. Class is starting now, I'll go ahead. After saying that, he left, leaving Ami standing there. Cyril blinked, bewildered. Hi. Ami turned her back and walked away. Afterwards, in class, Siren pulled out his chair and sat down, silent, listening to the malicious whispers around him. Congratulations, you must be so full of yourself, huh? You come to class just to put on a lovey-dovey act, don't you? You don't even have any skills. You probably got into the academy because of your face, right? Countless looks of contempt were directed at Siren. In their eyes, he was just a boyfriend for fame, nothing more. Siren remained silent as they gossiped. He didn't understand anything about the spell. The hand resting on his thigh clenched so tightly it trembled. Starting 2 days ago, the rumor spread throughout the academy. 2 days ago in 7th grade class, someone rushed in and shouted, "Hey everyone, have you heard the news? Senior Ami and the new student are dating." The whole class exploded. Of course, I heard they even admitted it in front of the teacher. "No way, senior has to be mine. You don't stand a chance. Come cry on my shoulder." A female student complained, "This is so annoying. Just thinking about the two most popular people at the academy becoming a couple makes me furious. I was even planning to flirt with that new student." Maria sat listening to everyone talking and laughing, and she only sighed softly. It's understandable, like attracts like. We should be the ones congratulating him. Suddenly someone appeared next to Maria, startling her. The person said, "Isn't it strange, though?" The whole class turned to look. A short-haired girl asked, "What do you mean?" The guy replied, "I'm talking about that new student. Look at this." The newcomer slammed a sheet of paper down on the desk. "What's this? A midterm report?" Everyone gathered to look, then started murmuring. "What is this? All 30s? Isn't he supposed to be at the top?" The classroom fell silent. All eyes began to turn towards Siren. So he really doesn't know anything about spells? No way. How could he still have been granted special admission? This smells like cheating. Over there, a few people kept uttering spiteful words. He's backed by his family, and they spread the rumor that he's a genius. They even claimed he seduced a prestigious daughter of the Vong clan. This world is so unfair. A wealthy playboy who only knows how to party, did he come to the academy just to find a girlfriend? Those words successfully stirred the whole class's annoyance. You mean he got in here through connections? I only just noticed. That's really outrageous. The class gradually took on a righteous air and wanted to get rid of Siren. For the future of the academy, we must expel that filthy thing. We will never forgive him. Maria remained seated in silence, simply listening. The classroom door popped open. Someone inside was still shouting. How could the academy do something so unjust? Siren walked in and looked around in silence. The classroom was utterly quiet, which struck him as odd. It had been noisy just a moment ago. He asked his desk mate aloud, "What's the next period?" But the boy just stood up and left without a word. Siren fell silent. He understood the reason without needing to ask. From afar, whispers were deliberately raised loud enough for him to hear. Because of him, even Ami will be implicated. It's time for spirit field practice. Siren stood alone in the practice area, trying to concentrate, but he could still hear the murmurs around him. Why is he practicing here too? His spirit field touched me already, disgusting. The taunts kept coming. His spirit field is far larger than it needs to be. At that moment, Professor Atella stepped forward and asked, "Siren, how are things going?" Siren hurriedly stood up straight and saluted. "Yes, I find the redirect form quite difficult. When I try to move the spirit field out of my body, it feels as if my consciousness follows it." Atella smiled. "That feeling is normal. Your convergent spirit field belongs to the natural line, so it will pull your consciousness along. The redirection form is artificial and doesn't suit you very well." Siren nodded. "I feel the same." What about the other 4 formation types?" Atella asked. "How are your other forms?" Siren replied, "No problem at all, I think they're fine." Atella nodded. "Good. Would you like to try practicing in the shadow realm?" Siren surprised. "What, right now?" Atella said gently, "If you're not comfortable, we can leave it for next time." Siren fell silent. The teacher smiled. "You're the only student in the class capable of switching between all 4 spirit field modes. I just want to see it with my own eyes once." Atella thought to herself. This child wanted to try the shadow realm from day one. Could he be feeling pressured by everyone's stares? Siren thought now is not the time to be weak. Someone who believes in themselves won't be easily swayed. He looked up. "I'll try. Please give me your feedback, ma'am." Immediately, the 7th grade students shot scornful looks at him. He's still going to do it. He's just trying to show off in front of the girl. They talked openly without holding back. Atella said, "Try each form, Siren. Switch through all 4 forms in sequence." "Yes, ma'am." One of the criteria for promotion is proficiency in shifting spirit domains. Siren thought, If I succeed, I could come closer to being promoted. Maybe I won't have to face 7th grade students anymore. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Siren's spirit domain immediately spread into the image domain. At first, it took on a defensive form. Ami watched from the side, surprised, even stronger than when he faced the dark sorcerer. A male student blurted out, as many as 144 facets. This is an advanced defensive form, isn't it? The whole class fell silent, listening as others whispered. At that level, it's nothing short of an armored wall. Immediately after, Siren's spirit domain shifted into a floral pattern, then continued to transform into a sleek cross shape, sturdy and brimming with power. Atella smiled. Indeed, this student has a very solid foundation. His speed of spirit domain transformation is markedly superior to that of 7th-year students. At this level, moving up to 4th class would be completely effortless. Siren stood in the spirit domain and exhaled. I really want to prove my true ability, but if I want the professor's advice, I have to show them my failures as well. Siren's spirit domain began to waver. Some 5th-year students were surprised. Did he switch straight to the redirecting form? That form is only taught to 5th years. A 7th-year student frowned. The redirecting form. Could the key be that he moved the focal point of his spirit domain before it retracted completely and vanished? Siren clutched his head, panting from having used too much strength. Like when I practice, I can shift the focus of the spirit realm, but the farther it moves from my body, the more my consciousness gets pulled along. He told himself, try again. Around him, giggles rang out. Malicious whispers followed one another, as if everyone were waiting to see him brought down. What is he doing? Thinks he's a genius. So full of himself, how's that working out for you now? You have no shame, still daring to stand there. Siren fell silent, standing amid the jeers. One student said, that's still just the 4 basic forms. Ami spoke up, hey, he's doing really well. Why would you say that all of a sudden? Cyril looked at Siren's spirit realm and said softly, look, why is it trembling like that? Is he embarrassed about being noticed? Ami shook her head, no way, he's not some weak boy like that. She muttered, hey, what's actually going on? Siren lowered his head and stood still. Why do people take pleasure in others' failures? Do they just want to see me fall? The feeling of isolation and alienation made Siren begin to doubt himself. Am I really not suited for this place? Just then, a voice rang in his head. You're overthinking. Don't hesitate. Do whatever you want to do. Siren startled. Who's there? The voice continued. Isn't that what you want to become a mage? Siren was bewildered, then seemed to snap awake. Wait, what on earth am I thinking? He shut his eyes tightly as the aura around him flared up once more. He told himself he was here to become a mage. Siren's aura blazed brightly. The entire 7th-year class gaped. The 5th-year students stared wide-eyed. Meanwhile, the 7th years looked annoyed. Siren clenched his fists. He focused on controlling the aura before it dissipated. He shouted, the sound reverberating throughout the practice hall. Someone read aloud the student's incident report. Student accident report. 6 perpetrator students attempted to damage the victim's mind by using anti-magic, a type of magic band at the school. However, 7th-year student Siren Arian suppressed the anti-magic with a defensive form, one of the 4 basic forms. The reader frowned. He countered anti-magic with only a defensive form. Sienna fell silent. Anti-magic is so dangerous that even specialists have to use artifacts to control it. Artifacts are objects imbued with magical power, allowing even non-mages to wield comparable strength. She was certain those students couldn't possibly have used anti-magic correctly, but if Siren could stand against all 6 of them, then his mental power must be greater than the combined strength of the 6. Sienna smiled faintly, thinking to herself that he truly was a genius. A knock sounded at the door, and someone called Miss Sienna. Inside the office, Atella entered. Sienna asked, has Siren successfully converted to the redirecting form? Atella nodded. Yes, just yesterday. The boy has only been learning the 4-way conversion for a month, and he's already done it. Atella continued. I confirmed the spirit field detached and disappeared for about 4 seconds. Sienna, pleased, raised her teacup and took a sip, thinking to herself, indeed, my judgment of people was right. Atella said, so to encourage a spirit of study, I have a few suggestions for the teachers. Sienna pushed up her glasses. I suppose we're on the same page. A few days later, during the 7th grade basic magic class, Sienna filled the board with magical runes. She said, that concludes today's lesson. The students all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Sienna added, the reason I'm ending early is because there's a special announcement. She looked around the class, then called, Student Siren, please stand up. Siren quickly rose, yes, ma'am. Sienna said, Student Siren Arian will be specially promoted to 5th grade starting tomorrow. Your schedule will follow the 5th grade curriculum, so please do your best to adapt. The entire 7th grade class erupted into noise. Did you hear that? He was promoted 2 grades at once. No way, normally it takes 2 years to advance a single grade. In their heads there was only one thought, which family is backing him to get promoted like that. Sienna gathered her book and prepared to leave. I hope you all will also work hard to achieve that. That's all. But before she could leave the classroom, a short-haired female student, the one who had always shown hostility toward Siren, stood up and shouted, "Wait, I object. There's never been any precedent for being promoted 2 class levels at once. Something shady is going on here," she demanded. Besides, why is a student who can't use any magic being promoted early? Sienna frowned slightly. Can't use magic. She looked up at Siren. Miss Attella didn't mention this at all. Is that true? Siren remained silent. Countless eyes in the classroom turned to him, full of sarcasm. Clearly it's impossible. He certainly can't do it. Siren kept his composure and answered, "Yes, I can't use any magic." Sienna was slightly stunned, unable to believe it. "You haven't even learned the most basic spells." He bowed his head. "Yes, that's right." The classroom fell into a heavy silence. Sienna sighed softly, then said firmly, "However, there is no rule that requires you to be able to use magic to be promoted. So, there's no problem." As soon as Sienna finished speaking, there was a loud thump on the desk. The one who stood up was the burly guy who had deliberately provoked everyone against Siren. "This is completely unacceptable. This is clearly favoritism," he shouted. "Didn't the teachers themselves say that the spirit realm isn't everything in magic? What else is Siren good at besides the spirit realm? If he could perform even a single spell, I'd accept it immediately." The 7th grade students, as if finding a rallying point, immediately chimed in unison. "Exactly. If it's a contest of magic, we're confident we'd beat him. Siren can't keep up with the theory classes at all." They stared straight at Sienna. "If you insist on letting him level up, we'll submit a proposal to the student council and demand a hearing." Sienna fell silent. I really didn't know beforehand." She said softly, "I understand how you feel. Perhaps I was a little hasty with this announcement. We'll make an official announcement again after the teachers' meeting." The tall boy smiled triumphantly, having achieved his aim. Sienna sat in her office, quietly looking out at the sky. Why were the students so worked up? She pondered, it's not just a protest against unfairness. That tone was tinged with resentment and jealousy. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. "Miss Sienna." She looked up. "What is it?" Maria entered hesitantly. "About what happened earlier, I have something I want to say." Maria slowly recounted everything, starting from a week ago. "At first, we completely ignored Siren, but in the past few days, people began openly badmouthing him. They even dumped trash all over his desk." She sat in front of Sienna, her eyes reddened. "They even harassed him and disrupted his studies. I witnessed it all. I saw him insulted, slandered by baseless rumors, attacked by the entire class. The way they treated him was truly unfair." Maria burst into tears, trembling. Sienna looked at her student and frowned slightly. Then she softened her voice. "Thank you, Maria. You did very well. Now let me handle this." On Sienna's desk was the book The Outstanding Students by physiologist Tokalin. A passage in it read, "Humans should sleep at least 8 hours a day. That's best." Tokalin once said, "Although I only slept 4 hours a day throughout my school years." The interviewer asked, "Doesn't that contradict your needs?" Tokalin smiled, pointed, and replied, "Listen, people in their teens aren't merely human. They're superhuman. Whether they sleep or not, whatever they do, nothing can stop them from moving forward." The clock hands had just passed midnight. Siren leaned back and sighed. He looked around. The library was empty. Was it that late? On his way out of the library, he gave a slight nod to a passing classmate, and luckily, she politely nodded back. He walked alone across the silent campus, the crescent moon hanging high. Siren recalled what Timura had said. "Young master, when you enter the Magic Academy, countless nobles will look down on you. But no matter what, you must endure. If you can persist to the end, you will reap the rewards." Siren looked up at the sky. "I will definitely be able to do it. For the people who believed in me." He thought of the professor and the advanced classes. Then he smiled faintly. "No matter who stands in the way, I'll still become a mage." On the 3rd floor of the dormitory, after finishing his bath, Siren suddenly heard a knock at the door. He hesitated and turned back. So late! Who could it be? He glanced at the clock. It was past 1 in the morning. He briefly thought, could it be those 7th grade students again? A voice from outside called, "Siren, are you free?" A familiar voice. Siren opened the door to find Miss Sienna. She smiled and asked, "May I come in?" Siren hurriedly nodded. "Of course." He awkwardly poured tea. "Would you like some tea?" Sienna shook her head. "No, that's not necessary. I intended to meet you earlier, but you weren't in your room when I arrived. Sorry to bother you so late." Her gaze rested on the study desk. Sienna said softly, so that's it. From the first time she saw Siren's report card, she noticed something odd. Although his scores were low, every subject was level. There was no variation at all. She realized he was trying to study every area evenly rather than chasing short-term achievements. He studied for the future, not for grades. It's not that he couldn't learn magic. It's that he chose not to learn it yet. But why would he do that? She looked at Siren thinking, could it be because he never had the chance to attend school as a child? Siren sat up straight, somewhat embarrassed. He felt a little flustered. The two sat facing each other. Sienna observed him more closely. Although in class he was always attentive and looked directly at her, outside of lessons he seemed rather shy. She asked gently, is school life very hard? Siren nodded. Yes, but it's enjoyable. Studying is very interesting. Sienna asked further, I've heard that some classmates have been bullying you. Is that true? Siren lowered his head. I'm okay, ma'am. You don't need to worry about me, Sienna said sternly. Be honest with me, don't hold back. Siren nodded. I'm really fine. It's just a little sad. I can't seem to make friends with anyone. After a moment, he looked up and said softly, I don't know what to do to make them stop hatting me. Sienna asked, aren't you angry with them? Siren nodded. Of course I am. I'm human after all. I still hope to have a good relationship with them. He said calmly, but I don't want to let it obsess me to the point of denying who I am, even if all the 7th graders think I'm wrong in the end. There are only 40 people in the whole world. He continued calmly, I believe that somewhere in this world there will be someone who truly understands me. Sienna smiled gently and nodded. I understand, Siren. I understand what you're saying. She looked at him kindly. I'll remember that and make note of it at the next teacher's meeting. During the teacher's meeting, her voice was serious and clear. Therefore, I will conclude my proposal by stating that student Siren should be advanced to the next grade ahead of schedule. The meeting room fell silent. A few professors frowned, others nodded. Isn't this a bit sensitive? Someone spoke up. In the council chamber of the Alpheas Academy of Magic, the atmosphere began to grow noisy. A whole group of students bullying someone just because he can't use magic. That's absurd. Another professor said, in the intermediate classes, that's quite common. Students at this age often vary greatly in skill and ability. Younger ones, even when talented, are easily ostracized. Another person concluded that only proves Siren should be advanced as soon as possible. Academically, he could graduate in just 3 years. Sienna sat down, listening silently. The professor continued, from the school's perspective, the sooner he's allowed to graduate, the more beneficial it will be. But letter 1E5T, the Academy's 6th rank advisor, suddenly spoke up. I object. Headmaster Alpheas turned and asked, what's your reason, Master letter 1E5T? He replied, I know Siren is a genius, but the problem is he can't use magic, and frankly, his weak theoretical scores cannot be overlooked. Sienna frowned. As I said, Siren's grades are low because he's studying all areas at once. He's not lacking ability, he's just postponing his study of magic. As teachers, we shouldn't interfere with a student's personal learning methods. letter 1EA5T frowned. I'm not questioning his learning methods, but you're showing excessive concern for him, Ms. Sienna. The corner of Sienna's mouth twitched. What did he just say? letter 1EA5T said slowly. Although the other students may be weaker than Siren in their ability to synthesize information, they are stronger than him in practical skills. A decision like this will make the other students feel defeated and lose motivation to study. He sneered. A teacher shouldn't focus only on geniuses and forget the rest of the students, right? Sienna slammed the table. You're not only trying to ruin the future of a talented student, you also don't recognize that the kid's blind jealousy is the real problem. The two of them started pounding the table. Boom, boom. The other professors clutched their heads and sighed. Again, why are they always like two polar opposites? Another side? The two level 6 advisors, one called letter 1ECF, a letter 1EC5M, and the other Bang Han, are as different as fire and water. It's hard to believe they work at the same academy. Principal Alpheas raised his hand. Enough. Both of you go back to your seats. He continued, both of you have a point. Miss Sienna's view is meaningful, but Mr. letter 1EA5T's opinion isn't wrong either. He's concerned about the academy's overall balance, and I believe that's because of his dedication to the students. Alpheas smiled. We also need to consider the feelings and inclinations of the entire student body. letter 1EA5T nodded. That's exactly what I meant, Principal. Sienna listened as Alpheas spoke. Alpheas nodded slightly. Good, so why don't we do this? The next morning, the academy hallway became bustling. Students hurried toward the intermediate class bulletin board. What's going on? A large notice was posted on the board. Announcement about the class promotion exam. Because there have been many complaints regarding early promotion decisions, the school has decided to hold a special exam for all 7th grade students. Only one student will be promoted early. Subject, magic and spells. Official test, teleportation, the magic taught in 5th grade. The student who passes the exam will be promoted 2 grades straight to 5th grade. Note, evaluation will not be based on the spirit realm, but on the ability to use the teleportation spell. The students around began to buzz. The whole 7th grade gets to take it. If you pass, you go straight to 5th grade. Teleportation. Oh my, who even knows how to use that? Someone said that's a spell taught in 5th grade. We 7th graders haven't learned it. The theory is simple, but the practice is the problem. An upperclassman of mine was once hospitalized for reciting the spell incorrectly. A male student shouted, "Who could possibly do this? Don't they want anyone from 7th grade to be promoted?" While the crowd was still noisy, someone suddenly stepped forward. The 7th grade students immediately parted to make way. All eyes turned to Shirone, the person who had just arrived. He looked up at the notice and muttered, "Teleportation, huh?" After school, at the notice board in the advanced classes area, students had gathered to gossip. "I heard it's true. He was bullied just because he doesn't know how to use magic. He is so young, it is so sad, but 7th grade hasn't even learned magic. It is clearly just jealousy, he is dating Ami after all." Ami stood motionless in front of the notice board, her expression dropping. "So he really was bullied. He avoided me because he didn't want me to get involved." Cyril, standing beside her, said, "Actually, the 7th grader's magical power is still weak, so that is normal. I've been through it too. And getting promoted early isn't such a big deal, is it?" Ami turned and said coldly, "I am going to see Shirone." Cyril flinched. "What? Wait, what are you going to do?" Ami gritted her teeth. "Teach him a lesson. How dare he hide it from me? I'll round up those damn 7th graders," she said, voice full of anger. Cyril panicked. "Are you crazy? You can do that." Ami walked quickly forward without bothering to look back. "Why not? I am involved in this too." Cyril was dragged along roughly, trying to hold her wrist. "If it were you, would you want the person you like to get caught up in a bullying incident? If you go there, things will only get worse." Ami gritted her teeth, cursing quietly to herself. "Stupid, stupid, stupid." She thought, muttering to herself, "Nonsense, I am not the one he likes. So why did he hide this from me?" Cyril said, "After all, instantaneous teleportation is far too difficult for someone at 7th level." Ami pondered, if it is that hard, then that is for the best. For someone who has never studied magic, learning instantaneous teleportation is extremely dangerous. Cyril suddenly suggested, "Ami, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that make more sense?" Ami snapped, "Why should I help that brat? Besides, I am busy preparing for the upcoming exams. I don't have time to worry about that." Cyril nodded. "Right? I forgot. Sorry." Ami crossed her arms, her voice sharp. "If he can even handle something that's small on his own, he is not worthy of being my boyfriend." Night fell over the academy grounds as something streaked incredibly fast through the treetops. A figure alighted lightly. In a soft whisper, she murmured, "This is absolutely not because I have any ulterior motives." Ami, cloaked, sat on a branch, grumbling while trying to reassure herself. "I am doing this out of duty. I am only helping him out of obligation. There is nothing more to it." When she finished speaking, she gave a slight movement and vanished. In the blink of an eye, Ami had flown to Shirone's room. "First, I have to make him beg me to help him," she muttered, landing right beside his window. The noise made Shirone jolt awake. "Who is there?" Before he could finish the sentence, his mouth was covered. Ami grinned slyly. "You came here to teach that boy a lesson, Shirone Arian." She bared her teeth and said, "How dare you hide something like that from me?" But right after that, Ami froze. When she saw the person sitting in Sienna's room. Sienna pushed her glasses up slightly and said calmly, "Are you, Ami, coming to see someone this late? And into the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night, too?" Ami hurriedly waved her hands. "It is a misunderstanding, miss. Really, it is a terrible misunderstanding." Sienna quickly signaled, "SHH, keep your voice down. People in the next room will come over any moment." "All right, come on in." Ami stepped in awkwardly, and Sienna smiled softly. "It has only been a little while since we last met, and you ray already this bold." Ami stammered, "It is my first time here." Shirone hurriedly cut in, "She only came because she was worried you'd get into trouble. Ami suddenly remembered and asked back, but, "Why are you here at this hour, Miss Sienna?" Sienna replied, "I came to give Siren some advice about the advancement exam. The atmosphere in her class is very tense." Ami nodded, "Yes, I see." Siren quickly poured tea and handed it to Ami. "Senior, please have some tea." Ami took a small sip. "Thanks, it smells really nice. Where did you learn to brew tea?" Halfway through, she suddenly remembered her purpose and shouted, "No, it's not like that. That little bastard. Who am I being humiliated for?" Siren panicked, "I am sorry." Ami's voice echoed through the dormitory. "And why didn't you tell me you'd been bullied?" Sienna interjected, her tone soft but firm. "You too. Sit down first. Let me finish talking about the advancement exam." Siren sat down, took a sip of tea, and sighed. He looked at Ami, then at Sienna. "What on earth is going on?" Ami said, "Is this teleportation test too dangerous? Siren hasn't even learned magic yet." Sienna nodded, "I think so too, but the headmaster issued this directive personally. He must have his reasons." Ami muttered, "No wonder. It's always the headmaster's little games." Siren asked, "Is it really that dangerous?" Ami explained, "Of course. You know teleportation uses the properties of light, right?" Siren nodded, "Yes, I've heard of the theory of photization." Ami continued, "Light has an absolute speed. No material can exceed it. Teleportation works by using that speed to overcome the limits of time and space." Siren pondered, "By turning the body into light?" Sienna interjected, "It sounds complicated, but teleportation isn't that difficult. Even new students can perform it. The required level is only near light speed, about 11000 the speed of light. However, that reduces the efficiency of photization, and the remaining body mass is very small." Siren thought, "So learning it is easy, but if something goes wrong when reaching the speed of sound, it would be extremely dangerous." He looked up at Sienna. "Now you understand why instantaneous teleportation used to be banned at the school." Sienna smiled. "You really pick it up fast." Ami, sitting beside them, shot a sidelong glance. "You too. Since when did you get so close? You've abandoned me, Haven T.U." Siren asked, "So how do we pass this dangerous magic test?" Sienna was about to answer when Ami cut in, clearing her throat. "You should practice somewhere without obstacles." Siren wondered, "Is there such a place?" Ami raised a finger and smiled softly. "There is." Siren looked up at the ceiling, then suddenly realized in midair. Sienna nodded. "That's right. The instantaneous teleportation training ground is set at an altitude of 1,000 meters with a length of 700 meters. It's not officially certified yet, but for now it's the only place that's safe enough." She continued, "The test rule is to race from this mountain peak to the other mountain peak." Siren gaped. "Wonderful. No obstacles at all." He smiled faintly. "If you fall, you'd probably die, right?" Ami frowned and asked, "But it's a race where whoever reaches the finish first wins, right? Don't you think that's too hard for 7th grade?" Sienna's expression deepened. "If no one reaches the finish, the person who teleports the farthest will win. In any case, the course difficulty is set to level 1, and there are safety devices to mitigate the danger." Sienna was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "What I am most worried about is that if the students compete too fiercely, collisions are very likely to occur." Ami glanced at Siren. "If that's the case, then obviously Siren will become their target." Sienna nodded. "That's right." Siren fell silent as countless thoughts rang through his mind. "Can I do it? If it's just a hard test, that's fine, but if it's the kind of infighting and jealousy like before, I am not sure I can bear it." He remembered the malicious looks, the feeling of the whole class turning their backs. "I hate that. I hate having to face everyone alone." Siren wondered, "Should I take part in this test?" Sienna's voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. "I am sorry, Siren." She looked at him, her gaze tinged with regret. From the very entrance exam, she had tried to get him into the 5th class. Perhaps her own ambition had caused him a lot of trouble. Siren quickly replied, "No, please don't say that." Sienna bowed her head slightly. "So, starting today, I will take direct responsibility for guiding you." Ami sat beside them, silent for a long time. When she finally looked up, her expression was somewhat dark. "Why do you have to go to such lengths?" Sienna answered, "Because I feel I must take responsibility. The difficulty of this exam is unprecedented. I'll do my best to help him." Ami patted her chest and said boldly, "No need. Doing that will only make things worse. Rumors will spread that the examiner is biased toward Siren. Even if he passes, the results will be questioned. She looked directly at Sienna, her voice full of confidence. Let me take care of Siren. If it has only level 1 difficulty, it has no problem. I can teach him. Siren widened his eyes and stammered, Senior Ami. Isn't she angry with me? Sienna pushed her glasses up and said, That's right. But Ami, she paused for a moment, then asked, You know you've applied to be promoted to the graduating class. Are you sure you're capable of looking after Siren? Siren jolted, turned to look at Ami in disbelief. The graduating class. He opened his eyes wide, a rush of thoughts echoing through his mind. The graduating class. That was the destination every student at the Academy of Magic yearned for. Once you made it into that class, your abilities would be recognized at a near-professional level. Graduating students here even got featured in the Kingdom's magical journal. But once you walked that path, peaceful school life was over. Ahead lay only brutal training, nothing short of hell. The #1 promotion application, it belonged to Ami Kami's. She would be the first to set foot there. Siren took a step back and asked in surprise, Ami, how could you be so fast? Isn't that too early for our age? Ami avoided his gaze and replied softly that. She turned away, the corners of her eyes shining. It's all because of that brat. A string of irritated thoughts ran through Ami's head. He's about to jump 2 grade levels at once, progressing too quickly. The only place I can run to is the graduating class. She gritted her teeth. Even if it's hell, just don't let him catch up to me. Siren looked at Ami, her gaze strangely innocent and clear. She is so strong. I didn't even dare dream of being #1 in the advanced class, yet she confidently signed up for a class far beyond my reach. He fell silent, watching Ami and Sienna talk. Even in a moment this important, they were still here helping me. Over there, Ami kept smiling as she spoke to Sienna. No matter how busy I am, there's nothing I can do well. Please give up, ma am. Sienna smiled and replied, I understand your feelings for your boyfriend, but right now, having the teacher guide you would be more effective. That remark set Ami's competitive spirit alight. She snapped her head toward Siren. So then, Siren, you choose me or Miss Sienna. Siren flustered, I. Ami smiled and said, Wouldn't you rather have your girlfriend teach you? Siren forced a smile, I think I'll manage on my own. What? Their shouts rang out across the dormitory. Ami shouted, You idiot. Do you know how precious this opportunity is? Siren rubbed his head. I don't want to bother the teacher on the judging panel. Besides, the senior still has an important exam coming up. Ami glared. Others are even willing to spend a fortune to hire tutors, and you turned down Miss Sienna. Do you realize you are the target of the whole Class S competition? This isn't something you can do alone. Siren bowed his head and replied softly. Isn't that exactly why the senior wanted to move up to the graduating class early? If I keep hesitating, I'll never get anywhere. The remark left Ami stunned. Siren continued in a firm voice. For me, 5th year is only a small step on the path to becoming a mage, just as it was for you. Ami coughed, blushing, and turned away. Siren looked at her and said seriously, Trust me, senior. Although I can say for sure that I'll pass, I'll do my best, and I won't have any regrets. Sienna listened, in silence, to their conversation. When Siren finished speaking, she nodded slightly and stood up. She understood. If that's what the student wants, a teacher like her must respect it. She smiled. I won't stay much longer. But if anything is unclear, feel free to ask the other students. Siren stood up and bowed. Thank you very much for looking after me, Miss Sienna. Sienna nodded. You two can stay and talk some more. As for Ami, she walked to the door, paused, turned back, and said, Let us forget about today. But if you climb through the boys' room window again, you understand, right? Ami lowered her head and whispered, Yes, ma am. Ami felt as if her soul might leave her body. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Sienna walk away. She collapsed into the chair, clutching her chest and gasping. Oh, that was a scare. Just as she began to relax, Ami jumped again. She quickly stood up and said, I am leaving too. Siren bowed his head in greeting. Yes, thank you very much, senior, and sorry for making you come all this way. Ami froze, then suddenly asked, Hey, tell me the truth. Why are you avoiding me? Siren froze, saying nothing. Ami continued, You could have told me from the start that you were being bullied. That's not something you have to bear on your own. She turned her face away, her gaze briefly darkening. Ami suddenly remembered what Cyril had said. If the person you like saw that scene, their pride would be deeply wounded. A wounded pride, Ami muttered, her face slightly flushed. Siren replied, "It's not that I want to avoid you, senior." Ami covered her mouth, startled. "So, is that true?" Siren continued calmly, "If you are wondering why, it's because you are my target." Ami went still. A moment of silence passed, then she propped her head on her hand and sighed. "So that's it. I knew it." Siren scratched his head, embarrassed. "Actually, from the very first time I came to this school, I saw your name at the top of the honor roll. Back then, I just thought I wanted to study really hard to be like you." He recalled the 4th grade honor roll. 42 students, first place, Kami's Ami. Siren smiled gently, "But I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had told you I was being bullied, it might have made things even more awkward." Ami raised an eyebrow and gave a snorting laugh. A target. Damn, to be regarded as a rival by some brat. She remembered her father's words. "If you meet anyone at the Academy of Magic, remember to introduce them to me." Ami curled her lip, speaking coldly. "What a ridiculous coincidence." She asked, "Are you joking?" Siren bewildered, "Huh." Ami shouted, "What the hell do you mean by?" He sighed, "Why does this have to be so complicated?" Ami stepped to the window. She tossed up her cloak, her voice cold. "If you intend to surpass me." She turned back, eyes resolute. "Then from now on, don't call me senpai anymore." Siren froze, unable to react. Ami said loudly, "Compete with me fairly and openly. Catch up to me soon, or I'll make you call me senpai for the rest of your life." She climbed onto the windowsill, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Siren called out, "Ami." Ami froze, eyes wide. "You called me by my name." Siren looked straight into her eyes, his voice serious. "Wait a moment. I will definitely catch up to you." Ami laughed, her face swallowed by shadow, a sharp, cold edge showing through. "All that just to catch up to me?" She turned back with a challenging smile. "Then I hope I still haven't graduated by then." With that, Ami leaped out the window and vanished into the night. Siren clung to the window frame and watched, only to find she was already gone. He exhaled deeply. He had refused the help, but undoubtedly his attackers were still watching his every move. A determination shone in Siren's eyes. There was no choice but to rely on his own 2 feet. Only 1 month remained until the early promotion exam. The clock had started its countdown. The next day after classes, the academy buzzed with activity. "Are you preparing for the promotion exam?" a student asked. "Yeah, I just hired a tutor today. I have to learn instantaneous teleportation within a month. It's risky, but I heard more than 20 people have already signed up. The theory is easy, but the practical application is the problem." A 7th grade boy with green hair pointed ahead. "Look, that kid signed up too." In the distance, Siren was carrying a towering stack of books. One book fell, its cover red light transmutation theory. He muttered to himself, "I said I'd manage on my own. But with all this theory, it's really daunting." A mage's real-world environment is always changing. Especially with instantaneous teleportation, information about the terrain is crucial. You must flexibly adjust energy levels and light depending on the situation. He reviewed the formula. The units alone were 10 to the 20th power. How could anyone possibly calculate this? Siren tapped his forehead lightly and sighed. "No, don't give up. They wouldn't set an impossible test." He remembered Sienna's words, "Instant teleportation isn't complicated." But he wondered, could that really apply to someone like him who had never studied magic? He thought of her remark, "The 7th graders will definitely manage because they've been taught from a young age and can hire expensive tutors." Siren was merely an onlooker, watching quietly. Sienna once asked him, "Can I close that distance?" He looked up, his gaze steady. Alpheas was smiling at him. On the other side, in the training yard, applause rang out. "Excellent," a man said. Standing next to him was a tall student with silver-gray hair in 7th grade, smiling confidently. "You performed that instantaneous teleportation perfectly. Truly the son of Slider, the technical advisor of the Mage Association." Mark, the 15-year-old magic heir, replied tersely, "It's nothing. I was taught by a level 9 certified teacher." The man handed him a towel to wipe his face. Mark said, I was a little worried, but it's pretty easy, isn't it? The man explained this test is simple so you could focus more. Although mastering instant teleportation in a month is nearly impossible, if you only study the parts needed for the exam and spend the remaining time practicing, you'll pass. Mark grinned smugly. Maybe I should thank that guy who was specially promoted 2 grades. He took a sip of water, then asked, What is that siren doing now? The man replied, As you instructed, I've been monitoring him. He only studies on his own, reading books all day. Mark raised an eyebrow, self-studying from books. I thought he'd hire a tutor. Isn't he that a little suspicious? He ordered, keep watching. He's not the useless type. You can learn to use magic just by reading a few books. On this side, Siren was still diligently working amid a towering stack of books, his gaze resolute as he turned each theoretical page preparing for a challenging month ahead. Siren set his pen down to rest. I've done everything I can. First, I spent a great deal of time gaining a deep understanding of light. I memorized the theory without making a single mistake. I am not sure, but there's not much time left. The specialized training ground for Class 7, number 41. Late at night, only 1 or 2 dim lights flickered. Siren stood below and began to warm up. Now I have to cast the spell. Nothing is impossible. I can only hope it works as expected. Siren's eyes glowed a deep, fathomless blue. First, open the spirit domain. The center of Siren's forehead immediately lit up. He whispered, apply the photochemical theory. Siren fought to keep his concentration. I am standing on the boundary between omnipotence and omniscience. The light grew ever more brilliant. Siren was almost enveloped in blue. The word I in the middle vanished. His body suddenly flared golden. He looked at himself in delight. Okay, it's working. Siren mouthed inwardly, now for instantaneous teleportation. His eyes widened. Humans cannot fathom the quantity of light. Siren remembered the lesson. When a mage focuses, their mind becomes sharp enough to perceive everything around them. It is said that outstanding mages can even count the number of leaves from afar. Someone placed small coins in his hand and explained, this is called an extreme state of mental sensitivity, also known as the spirit domain. Alpheas reached out and said, at that point, a mage would perceive the outside world supernaturally. As a result, they could manipulate phenomena. Before Siren, it was as if a new realm had opened up, not tallying quantities but sensing everything. Time was running out. The remaining time until the instantaneous teleportation exam was 13 days. Countdown 9 days. Inside the academy. Inside the academy, someone cried out, what the hell is that? All eyes turned to the back of the classroom. The short-haired girl and the pink-haired girl, who always looked annoyed, also turned around. A voice rang out. Had he trained without supervision? Impossible. Everyone looked at Siren. His face was bandaged. Siren focused on writing, thinking his first attempt at instantaneous teleportation had failed. He felt a bit helpless, but to correct the mistake, there was no choice but to keep practicing. Siren kept tumbling to the ground. He lay clutching his knee. This time his knee was at fault. Countdown 8 days. Siren's notebook was crammed with notes. He still focused on calculating. Was it an addition error of 0.02 microseconds? Countdown 7 days. It was a foolish method, but... Countdown 6 days. At night, the training grounds always echoed with constant sounds of impact. 5 days remaining. Siren was still falling. 4 days remaining. He resolved once more. His body would remember it as instinct. Countdown 3 days. 2 days remaining. And 1 day left. The final night. Siren stood under the light, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped onto the ground. What am I going to do? The test is tomorrow. As always, whenever I fix one mistake, another one appears. Siren wiped his face. There's nothing left to fix now. I have to do it. I must. He drew a silent breath. The space before him blurred. Siren slapped his cheeks to wake up. Link, hold firm. I can do this. I must. He tried again. He planted his feet on the ground. Siren focused. Teleport. A speck of light flashed and then shot away. Again. He opened his eyes. Siren saw that he was hovering very close to the ground. Thump, he landed lightly. This time he wasn't hurt. Siren lay flat on the ground, smiling in satisfaction. I did it. How far can I go? He was still lost in thought when he dozed off without realizing it. There is no time to lie here. I need to practice linking. I need to pray. The next morning, Mark stood on high ground, looking out over the campus. The man accompanying him spoke. Young master, what do you think? Mark turned confident. Very good. Today will be a historic day because we will advance to 5th class. He squinted. 700 meters is nothing. We'll do it easily. Inside the academy, the 7th class was still empty. Maria stepped up to the classroom door when someone called. Hey, Maria, have you given up on the exam? Maria was startled. It must be Mark. She asked, aren't you at the practice field? Are you studying? Mark laughed loudly. Do I look like some dumb failure when it comes to studying? He asked arrogantly, pressing, Maria, what are you doing here? Is that why your grades are so poor? Mark sneered, you should go to the training areas to learn how to study, watch, and learn from those better than you. Maria turned to leave, hesitating as she said, right? Good luck, I hope you pass. Mark laughed, really? You hope I pass? Maria's hand trembled. Mark leaned in close, his voice slick. You're really something, you know, like sneaking around with a teacher, for example. Maria reflexively asked, how did you know? The answer amused Mark. He laughed loudly. Idiot, I was just testing to see if it was you. Maria's backpack fell to the ground. Mark said nonchalantly, I have many ways of getting information. A shy person like you showing up at the teacher's office is a bit odd. Maria backed up against the wall. Mark lowered his voice threateningly. Because you're a classmate, I am being nice to you. But once I am your senior, what do you think will happen then? Judging by Maria's trembling form. Mark scowled and stood up. What a coward. Why would you want to become a mage? So even though you're 4 years older than me, you're still my classmate. He left a parting line and walked off. Just wait and see. Behind him, Maria sat down on the ground in fear, trembling as she covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Mark pushed the door open and stepped into the room loudly. The plan has been finalized, hasn't it? The 4 other students from Class 7 turned to look. One of them replied, 2 of us will latch onto Siren as soon as it starts. The other 2 will protect you. Mark said firmly, so there will be 2 chances to make him fail. The distance for the first round is 10 meters. Push him out for at least 10 turns. His gray-haired friend nodded and asked, are you really going to do as you promised, if we pull this off? Mark's eyes flashed, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Of course. Once I rank up, I'll find you a steady tutoring job. You won't have to worry about work, even if you can graduate. My father is the technical advisor to the Magic Association. If you help me, I will never forget it. If I can help you in return, I certainly will. He thought to himself smugly, not a single small mistake can be allowed. A genius should never let his guard down. Inside the mist-covered mountain forest, the students gathered in front of a gigantic cliff. Is this the bridge they were talking about? One student exclaimed. The students who hadn't registered for the 7th grade exam were forming groups. The short-haired girl who had opposed Siren's promotion complained, is this really the final round? I am so tired. The pink-haired girl replied, there are more people than I expected. Especially the 5th graders. They really look scary. On the 5th grade side, a few older students stared at one another tensely. One of them laughed and said, if someone from 7th grade gets into our class, I hope it's a super cute kid. Everyone burst out laughing, and the mood lightened. Students from both Class 4 and Class 6 also came over to see what was happening. The panel of judges was fully present, including the principal. A beam of light shot straight up into the sky as a signal. Etella looked up, then turned and announced, it's time. The test will begin in 10 minutes. An angry student shouted, damn it, this was supposed to be a cliff. Where's the bridge? Someone else yelled, idiot, the bridge is over there. The group looked down and saw only 3 or 4 thin ropes stretched across below. What? What kind of bridge is this? Everyone cried out in panic. In the distance, another group of students was watching through binoculars. Cyril beamed, there it is. This spot gives the clearest view. Ami crossed her arms and stood behind her, saying, "Hey, we don't have time. Why are you going to watch those idiots from grade 7? Cyril replied cheerfully, "What are you talking about? I have to cheer on your boyfriend, give him a bit of luck." Ami sighed, "Those who can cross will, those who fail will fail. What's the point of cheering?" She bit her finger lightly, her expression growing serious. "Anyway, can he really teleport?" Below, Mark was getting ready. A dark-haired friend moved closer and asked Mark, "Have you found Shirone yet?" He answered, "No, that student said he's not here." Mark narrowed his eyes. "What?" Across the way, Shirone was still lying face down on the ground. An ant crawled onto his face. Suddenly his eyes flew open, sending the ant scurrying away in panic. He sprang up like a coiled spring and shouted loudly, "What time is it now?" In the exam area, someone shouted, "What? He's not present." Ami, looking through her binoculars, was startled. "What did you say? Shirone, absent?" Cyril panicked. "I don't know. I've looked everywhere and can see him." Ami fell silent. Could it be? He failed to use magic. "See, I told you teaching yourself instantaneous teleportation is really difficult." Meanwhile, the 7th grade examinees stood before a sheer cliff. "This is a cliff, not a bridge," someone muttered. Atella spoke evenly. "The rules are very simple. When the instructor gives the signal, move to the cliff on the other side. Whoever travels the farthest using instantaneous teleportation will pass the test." The students looked at one another in disbelief. "Really? We have to get over there. If we fail, will we fall down?" Another student asked, "Is there really safety equipment down there?" Letter 1EA5T stepped forward and looked them squarely in the face. "If you ray afraid, then withdraw." The atmosphere went silent. Letter 1EA5T said sternly, "As you know, death is a real possibility in every course taught at the School of Magic. Moreover, this is an early promotion exam that selects students suitable for 5th grade. If you are not capable of defending yourselves, you should withdraw immediately. And if you insist on holding on to that weak resolve." His voice was cold as ice. "Then leave now, there's still time." On the surface, he looked stern, but Letter 1EA5T was smirking inside. They were surely trembling. Putting a bit of pressure on them is useful to avoid safety incidents. His gaze flicked to Mark's group, those standing with their arms folded, smirking. Mark sneered, "Why are a bunch of mediocre people taking part? In the end, they were only paving the way for people like me in society." He scoffed. "Besides, that so-called umbrella fellow is said to have taught himself to take the exam. He'll fail for sure. What a ridiculous person." Mark looked into the distance where the destination was hazy in the mist. "I had even prepared so thoroughly." Just then, Atella raised her hand to signal, "Everyone take your positions. The exam begins." But she suddenly froze when she saw someone sprinting toward them from afar. It was Shirone. He was gasping for breath, covered in mud, his clothes torn and ragged. A commotion ran through the students. Shirone sank to his knees, panting, and said, I am sorry. Am I still allowed to take part in the exam?" Atella hurried over to help him. Far away through binoculars, Cyril cried out, "Ami, there he is." Ami snatched the binoculars away and yelled, "What the hell were you doing that you only got here now, you idiot?" She bit her lip and looked more closely. His face was covered in wounds. Could he have been hurt during practice? At the judge's table, Sienna turned to Headmaster Alpheas and asked, "Headmaster Alpheas, should we allow a student who arrived late to participate?" Atella, standing beside her, signaled for a decision. Alpheas nodded and smiled. "Handling the situation is also a form of a student's ability. Proceed with the exam according to the schedule." Sienna was silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Yes, understood." An orange flare shot straight up into the sky. Etlin turned and shouted, "Get ready, the exam will begin as scheduled." She bent down and looked at Shirone, who was unsteady, and said softly, "Shirone, if you want to give up, just tell me." Shirone trudged forward step by step and smiled as he replied, "Thank you for worrying about me. I am fine, ma am." Up ahead, someone waved and called, "Over here." Shirone looked puzzled and nodded in thanks. The person who had spoken glanced at his companions and nodded slightly. Shirone had no idea. He only thought to himself, the first step succeeded. Eliminating him is an advantage. He bowed his head, gasping and drenched in sweat, then looked up ahead and focused intensely. "Now give it everything you've got." Etlin raised his hand high and spoke loudly. The The 7th grade early promotion exam officially begins now. Everyone get ready. She looked at the watch on her wrist. She confirmed, everyone take your positions. The contestants all bent down into a ready stance. Mark glanced at the person beside him and whispered, "Stick to my plan." The other nodded. Siren closed his eyes and focused his mind. A flare shot up into the sky. The starting signal. All the students rushed forward. Siren threw himself into a full-speed run, the two behind him quietly keeping pace. They looked at one another and nodded slightly. The hands of the clock ticked away. 1 second of the exam had passed. The kids had come quite far thanks to relentless training, but this was the first time they faced a real cliff. The feeling of the sky opening up beneath their feet was something they'd never experienced before. Heat, exhilaration, fear, all mixed together. There was only one strategy: run as fast as you can and jump at exactly the right moment. Everyone plunged forward thinking, I must be first. The chance of taking first place was entirely possible. 2 seconds had passed in the trial. The distance to the cliff edge was 20 meters. Mark was giving it his all too. He thought to himself, running fast isn't what's important. Victory depends on timing the teleport correctly. The timing of the jump would decide the outcome. Whether you go first or later doesn't matter, as long as you dare to do it. A red-haired student ahead accidentally pushed off too hard. The distance was still fairly large. But he shouted, "Screw it." Immediately after, he vanished in a golden light. Those around panicked, I'll do it too, and then one by one they activated their teleports. 3 seconds, the distance to the cliff edge was down to just 5 meters. A student shouted, "Damn it, I'll definitely do it." 3.2 seconds, the distance was 3 meters, another person lunged ahead. Behind him, one of Mark's companions shouted, "Sorry, Mark, I am going first." Mark screamed angrily, "If the escort leaves before me, what am I supposed to do?" He gritted his teeth in anger, "You cowards." Even so, Mark kept running headlong. "What if I fall? No, I can fail." 3.5 seconds. Mark leapt when only 2 meters remained. Siren was still running behind. 2 of Mark's companions, those assigned to trip him up, also began to act. "You Ray still hanging on?" Siren thought, annoyed. Another person whispered, "There's no one else but us, so go ahead," he shouted, then vanished into the light. The other 2 also used magic, leaving Siren behind. 3.7 seconds. The distance was down to just 1 meter. Siren still hadn't stopped. He felt the right moment approaching. He planted his foot hard on the cliff's edge and yelled to himself, "I have to catch up with them." The entire audience gaped, both Ami's side and the judges. Sienna held her breath. Isn't he going to jump? Etlin stood frozen. 4 seconds. Small murmurs rose. He's not jumping down. Siren Arian cleared over 2 meters. At the Ogent family villa, the scene looked like some old fencing match. Ryan once said, "This is the first time I've seen someone not tremble before my father. Aren't you afraid at all?" Siren replied awkwardly, "It's nothing special. I once read in a book that the nature of fear comes from imagination." But what surprised Siren even more was Ryan's Knight's Oath. He hadn't expected Ryan to invoke the Knight's Oath on him. He recalled the book that said only humans fear the sword. Siren calmly explained that imagination makes you think you'll die immediately afterward. For example, even when you jump off a cliff, you don't actually die until you hit the ground, right? So I choose to stop imagining the future and focus on the present. He smiled, meaning instead of being afraid, I try to face it. I do my best to find the answer. Ryan fell silent, then burst out laughing. "Siren, are you an idiot? Really stupid?" Startled at being called stupid, Siren was a little taken aback. Ryan grabbed his shoulder tightly and shouted, "You say such dangerous things as if it's nothing. If you fall off the cliff, you'll actually die? Definitely die." Siren hastily waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. I mean, I don't die right away when I jump down." Back in the present, all the students and teachers were holding their breath as they watched. The clock in Etlin's hand kept ticking, each second dragging by. At the cliff's edge, all the contestants had turned into brilliant streams of light, teleporting through the air. Siren had just begun to jump down. His whole body emitted a faint golden glow, beginning to open the spirit realm. The wind resistance from using teleportation created pressure against his body. I mustn't lose focus. If the spirit realm is disrupted, everything will end immediately. The moment Siren fell, his whole body was enveloped in a layer of light, and the space around began to transform. His body shot upward, hurtling at the speed of light, and gradually caught up with the students ahead. Siren overtook the group of students ahead. At that moment, a student noticed and shouted. Everyone was utterly astonished. They hadn't expected him to catch up, let alone pass them. How late did he jump to be able to get so far ahead? Watching Siren overtake like that guy couldn't believe it. On the other side of the mountain, the group of students watching cheered and shouted with joy as they saw him begin to enter the race. Everyone was shouting and cheering for Siren. It started, come on. Although it was only a fleeting moment to the naked eye, did you see that? The new student had just jumped down there. The fifth-year students were utterly impressed by Siren's outstanding display. They couldn't believe that a new student could do something like this. Ami said it was his first time learning magic, right? Sarah was stunned, her voice trembling slightly as she asked. Even Ami didn't know how to respond. She herself was astonished and speechless. Calming down, she understood why he had started later than everyone else, so she was no longer as surprised. Sure enough, although he began late, he had worked to make up for it. If he kept up a good pace, Siren would always be in the lead. Back to the race. Mark was in the lead, but he knew it wouldn't be long before Siren caught up. Damn it. What on earth is the strike team doing? The gap ahead was no longer the problem, Mark thought, glancing back as he tried to accelerate, but it was already too late. In an instant, Siren overtook him and took the lead. That kid is right in front of me. Far off, in the forest beyond the mountain range, where the competition was taking place. Maria was slowly making her way into the forest, moving quietly. It wasn't that Maria lacked talent. From the start, classmates' harassment, along with the insecurity and weakness in her heart, had held her back. In the teacher's room, when asked about her grades, Maria timidly kept her head down and, trembling, replied, well, it's because those kids were bothering me so much. And besides, before she could finish, the teacher coldly cut her off. It's obvious that classmates hold each other back. This is a competition that all the other students have passed, advancing them to the next grade. The leading group consists of Siren and Mark's strike team. The middle group trails closely, about 3 meters behind. And at the rear is the last group, those who resorted to magic first out of fear. Damn, I can even use flight magic. The senior said that even if you fell, you still be safe, right? After flying for a while, a careless student sneezed. That single sneeze caused the student to lose balance and fall. Following them were many other students from Group 3, all falling down the cliff and screaming in panic. Help, miss, I give up. Watching the students fall, the other onlooking students and the teachers all laughed, treating it like a spectacle. As expected, the students who couldn't overcome their fear were the first to fall. With that, the teacher then recorded the names of those eliminated on paper. The eliminated students continued to fall, screaming non-stop. Where's the safety equipment? How much longer do we have to keep falling? When everyone had fallen to a certain height, a large fan beneath the cliff began to operate. The fan generated gusts that caught the falling students and brought them safely to the ground. Those who were still conscious lay prostrate on the ground, lamenting, "This is really too much. You should have warned us about this beforehand." After a jolt, the eliminated group of students all cried out in protest when their seniors hadn't warned them about this. They had no idea this was just a small gift the seniors had deliberately left for the juniors. In the end, every student in the final group was eliminated. 200 the students who had made it this far showed signs of exhaustion, gasping, "I can't go on any further." Some students, too exhausted from maintaining the instantaneous teleportation technique, collapsed. "Miss, help me." The familiar cries rang out again. Many in the middle group had already given up. Back to the leading group. Mark continued to speed up. His magical talent was only average. yet he still showed no sign of fatigue. Hearing the cries of surrender from behind, Mark inwardly sneered. Although Mark tried to accelerate to stay close to Siren, the distance between them remained considerable. The problem was, damn it, he couldn't tell if it was just his mood, but he felt the gap between him and that kid growing wider than before. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Mark pushed himself faster, trying to catch up. He couldn't help feeling irritated when he thought of him. He showed not the slightest sign of fatigue. How could that be? That guy should have been dead before the start. Suddenly, something changed with Siren up ahead. A surge of energy poured into his body. Mark, watching everything from behind, cursed under his breath. What the hell is that? Siren suddenly accelerated. Ms. Edel used her magical eyes to observe all the students' exams and couldn't help but admire his talent. Siren's talent was truly remarkable. Even I had to use the B letter 1E9C technique several times, yet Siren's tempo remained constant, like a machine. The B letter 1E9C MS. Edel used involved objectifying herself to stabilize her mind while simultaneously creating a unique inertia. Not only Ms. Edel, but all the grading teachers also nodded in agreement with her observation. Some even offered remarks to Mark when they saw his respectable level of magic. On the other hand, Mark showed a noticeable change in his rhythm, quite good compared to his classmates, but still tinged with youthful impatience. Some praised Ms. Ethan's talent. As expected of her, despite the distance, she could still detect things precisely using her empathic sense. It was wonderful. Elsewhere, letter 1EA5T wore an annoyed expression and remained silent. The headmaster watching was also extremely pleased with the talent Siren displayed. Cyril, holding binoculars as he watched the contest, asked Ami beside him in amazement. He can use the B letter 1E9C on his own. That's impressive. Where did Siren learn such advanced techniques? Ami, standing on the other side, answered Cyril's question while intently observing the contest. Although she knew it in her heart, she wouldn't say it out loud. Learn? Ordinary mages are usually taught to use the unconscious realm deliberately. But this kid was different. He was almost directly controlling his subconscious. That's not something you can learn. Watching him pull away, Mark knew he couldn't win fairly. He had to stick to the plan. Without hesitation, Mark suddenly shouted, "Begin." Receiving Mark's signal, the two underlings immediately began to carry out the plan they prepared beforehand. Even though both had already reached their damned limits, he given the signal, so why did it have to be now? They had no choice but to drain all their remaining spiritual energy in one go. To complete the assigned plan, the underling decided to risk everything against him. He poured all his remaining spiritual energy into accelerating to his absolute limit. Siren sensed the motion, 2 strikes. Someone must have changed the tempo. In a momentary lapse of concentration, a shadow appeared before Siren, startling him. A student had leapt in front of him, making Siren so startled he couldn't react in time and could only slow himself down to dodge. Before he could understand what was happening, another student rushed in. Siren widened his eyes at the student rushing toward him. The underling, though aware his action was wrong, couldn't disobey orders. He thought to himself, "Sorry, but you'll have to end the game here. Let us fall together." The underling shut his eyes and hurled himself at him at full speed, intent on knocking him down. With his eyes wide watching the student who wanted to rush at him, Siren was stunned. "No, wait, is he really planning to dive at me?" The student, eyes squeezed shut and teeth clenched, full of worry, hung suspended in midair. He suddenly thought, could he dodge it? In the dangerous void, a few students flailed as they fell. It's over. Siren, at that moment, was struggling to stay conscious. His hand flailing in the deep void. The vast blue sky spread out before his eyes. The rhythm had been broken. Fatigue began to set in, along with a final surge of determination. Siren suddenly brightened, his jade-green eyes flashing once more. "I mustn't faint. Focus." A shaft of light, like sunlight, shot up into the blue sky. The student who was falling saw the sight and thought, "He's truly a demon, not a human." With that thought, the student continued to fall along with a few others. Below, the fifth-year students were still noisily debating. "He moved a bit oddly just now, didn't he? Could he have taken the wrong direction?" One student said, "They were trying to ram straight into the kid ahead. That's their real intention." The two students turned to look at him in utter surprise. "How did you know that? Who would deliberately cause an accident?" When his name was called, Uruki simply sat cross-legged, calmly folding his arms in front of the other students. Uruki then demonstrated with his hands. One hand clenched, the other splayed and held upright, bringing them together, then said, "One person blocks the track ahead, the other attacks from the side." Like that. With a nonchalant expression, Uruki analyzed, "That's an excellent strategy to negate both the advantages of instant teleportation and the spatial leap. If the new student docent deviate from the track, something terrible will surely happen." After finishing his analysis, Uruki waved his hand and smirked calmly. "Well, if it were me, I'd have easily escaped using the equations of motion." Hearing that, the two students could only frown angrily, full of disgust as they looked away, that disgusting act of playing innocent. The two exchanged glances, but according to Uruki, there was no way the teachers wouldn't notice. Who knows what they were plotting. Meanwhile, the principal and Ms. Sienna were still monitoring the exam. Mark, with his ability, was charging forward with a confident expression. Laughing heartily, first place is mine." Mark then flashed a triumphant grin. "They'll all be so jealous. My stupid classmates and even class 6 will become my juniors. Just you watch." Mark's confident blue eyes gleamed. "My talent, see Scion." At that moment, Scion still tried to chase after Mark's radiant stream of magic. Scion thought, "Mark's condition is excellent. He'll certainly finish the trial. If I want to win, I have to be faster. If I rush to increase the instantaneous teleport distance, the rhythm could be ruined." Determination filled Scion's eyes. "I'll go at a different tempo." Then Scion's stream of magical light accelerated. Scion shot forward, half a beat faster than Mark. The crowd grew noticeably louder, shouting excitedly, "Scion has caught up. Now there's no one left but the two of them. Mark, hurry up." Ami held the binoculars with both hands, looking astonished. His physical condition isn't good, yet he can still use magic so powerfully. Meanwhile, Cyril gripped Ami's arm with a pout of curiosity. "Show me again." Suddenly, Ami, eyes wide with astonishment, looked up from the binoculars. It was Mark, still darting forward. He stammered, What is that?" A stream of magic like a rope. Its tip coiled and was rushing straight toward Mark. Mark, terrified, dodged to the side as the magical stream shot past. What the hell? At that moment Mark was still flustered. If he wanted to die. Scion was right behind him. A warning appeared, activated difficulty, the uncrossable bridge. At the sight of that warning, everyone was stunned and astonished. Level 10. Scion froze in astonishment. Both Mark and Scion were stunned. Seeing the tangled, dangerous-looking matrix before them, it continuously fired off long strands. What the hell is that? What does level 10 mean? Ms. Sienna only had time to call out, "Mr. TH letter 1EA5T, ILL go to the equipment room to check." Mr. TH letter 1EA5T said that and immediately ran off. Having finished speaking, Mr. TH letter 1EA5T immediately used magic to fly up. A brilliant stream of magic shot up into the sky. Ms. Sienna hurriedly said, "Principal, we should stop the exam." Another teacher immediately said, "But this is a double-level promotion test. If it's cancelled, the families will complain fiercely. What will we do then?" At that moment, Principal Alpheas was still watching the exam in progress. Hearing the other teacher, he angrily shouted, "Is now the time to worry about that? Send the signal to stop the exam immediately." A beam of magic shot up into the sky, appeared before Scion and Mark, startling them both. Scion hovered in the air, looking at the signal before him. The exam had been halted. Meanwhile, Mr. TH letter 1EA5T, S stream of magic had arrived. Stepping out of the magic barrier, Mr. TH letter 1EA5T said urgently, "I just saw a yellow signal. Could the exam have been cancelled?" "Oh no, another pile of complaint letters on my desk to deal with." Mr. TH letter 1EA5T hurried to the equipment room, shouting, "Brad, you drank again last night. You know how important today's exam is. This time I will definitely." Mr. TH letter 1EA5T grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it, but couldn't. He stopped, locked. It doesn't appear to be a malfunction. Master TH letter 1EA5T concentrated his magic. A bright, fiery stream of power flared up for a moment. Master TH letter 1EA5T paused for a beat. There's someone in front of the door. A blue light appeared, revealing the interior. Behind the door were two figures, one slumped over a table, the other sitting on the floor in front of the system's control console. Master TH letter 1EA5T raised his hand, aiming his magic at the door. Someone open up now, or I'll blow this door to pieces. A voice immediately rang out. Go ahead and do it, please, Master. After all, even if I disappear, no one will know. This voice, a small memory surfaced. Master TH letter 1EA5T holding a satchel in one hand, the little student behind him. You are, Master TH letter 1EA5T, astonished, recognized. Is that Maria? Maria sat in front of the door, clutching her legs with both hands and trembling in fear. As soon as Master TH letter 1EA5T realized it, he urged and pounded on the door. Do you know what trouble you're causing? Open up at once. I'll treat this as an accident and you'll only get a light punishment. Maria shouted, No, it's all over anyway. If Mark is promoted, I'll have to live a life like hell again. What's the difference if I die here? What? Hearing Maria say that, Master TH letter 1EA5T was stunned. Better that way, better, Maria cried out, trembling with fear as she hugged her legs tightly. Master TH letter 1EA5T stood frozen. He closed his eyes and sighed. I understand. Do as you wish. Maria, tears streaming down both cheeks, immediately looked up. Suddenly the teacher said, if you Don T want to open it, then Don T, there's really nothing urgent. Just as she had hoped, the exam had been cancelled. A yellow signal beam flared brightly. In front of Shirone and Mark. Mark could only grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, stop the exam? Don T be ridiculous, this promotion opportunity is right in front of me. Mark shot a quick look at Shirone behind him. Reconsider this, hurry. No matter what anyone says, we can go out now, the chance to beat that guy might never come again. Shirone was panting from exhaustion, his steely gaze still unchanged. Mark continued to glower at Shirone. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Two streams of light shot forward. The maze then unleashed dangerous magical beams. The principal, Shirone, and Mark went straight into the maze. The glowing projectiles continued to surge outward. Miss Sienna covered her mouth, shocked. No, the principal clenched his hands. The principal, his face full of anger, clenched his fists. These idiots again. Sienna watched in horror as the two rushed like moths to a flame into danger, her heart burning, and shouted loudly. Principal, stop this at once. It's far too dangerous. What on earth is teacher TH letter 1EA5T doing? The principal then spoke. All the teachers ran to him to ask for his opinion. By now the principal was indeed extremely angry. His hands had clenched into fists, and his face no longer held the gentle expression it once had. His eyes glittered with a metallic sheen as he watched the two of them enter the maze. A sense of disappointment rose within him. I had thought that if it were you it would be a little different, but if you let momentary greed cloud your vision and make hasty judgments, you will never find a way out of the maze. In the maze, Shirone maintained his speed, weaving through to find an exit. The students watching had all fallen into a panic, packing anxiously. Oh my God, what are we going to do? What should we do now? Ami and Cyril covered their mouths with their hands, speechless, calling out to their close friend beside them. Ami was also frustrated and helpless as she watched. The contest kept going, and there was nothing they could do. Those idiots, level 10 is for professionals. From the cliff face, thick black strands shot out, which formed various shapes that hurtled toward the male lead, making him struggle to evade them. The traps moved too fast. Dodge one and the next would appear immediately, leaving almost no time to calculate. If it keeps happening like this, my stamina will be drained. Elsewhere, Mark still confidently charged into the maze. Either way, both of them would be eliminated. Whoever went the farthest would be the winner. If he performed well here, he might be recognized. With that thought in mind, Mark dashed off without a second thought. He slipped through the maze's openings at breakneck speed. As he walked, he smirked, seeing Shirone still struggling to dodge. So, seen my technique, you'll be stuck there forever. The dense, pitch-black maze blocks were still closing in on Shirone. He dodged the maze blocks lunging at him, while trying to find a way out. But when he saw Mark charging forward, he wanted to shout a warning, yet it was already too late. No, the control room. At that moment, a red light lit up on the control screen, and an alarm blared. Along with Maria's voice, "Teacher, what exactly is competition?" Maria sat leaning against the door, her arms wrapped tightly around her legs. She choked out, promoting lies to push others into the abyss. And above all, is this the kind of competition the Academy wants? Mr. Th1EA5T also sat with his back against the door, trying to reassure her. "Maria, you've misunderstood." Maria loudly cut him off. "Dante lumped me in with you. What would a teacher, hailed as a genius like you, know?" Her voice broke, tears of anguish streaming down her face. "I followed the teachings and endured. But at this school, who would remember a student without talent, someone as ordinary as me?" Noticing Maria's unstable emotions, Mr. Th1EA5T spoke gently. "Did you know I also graduated from this school? When I was in the graduating class, you were just a new student then." Hearing that, Maria stopped crying. She hadn't expected him to remember that after so many years. "Teacher, you still remember?" Maria murmured. "I once heard a rumor that a prodigy named Th1EA5T is studying at the school, Mr." Th1EA5T frowned, a touch of nostalgia on his face, and began to tell the story. Maria, her voice still trembling from crying, replied, "No, I've never heard that story. I was always at the bottom, held back in the same grade for 5 years. I grew increasingly angry as my friends advanced so easily." Mr. Th1EA5T went on to tell Maria about his time at the academy. His tale held both nostalgia and loss. "No way, my teacher now." Maria couldn't believe it and spoke up. Mr. Th1EA5T laughed loudly, cut her off, and continued, "One day I was caught and scolded by the headmaster." "What, that kid hit you first?" My voice rang out one evening in a secluded corner of the academy. "It's just a trivial matter. Why did you have to intervene?" I said, my face scratched as if from a fight, speaking a bit defiantly. The headmaster replied calmly, "Normally I don't concern myself. But do you know the one thing a mage must never do?" He cut me off. "It is to compare yourself to others." His words hit my soft spot. I flinched and avoided his gaze, but still snapped, "What are you talking about, preaching to me?" Unperturbed, the headmaster continued, "Mages call that the annihilation of existence. Just look at yourself. If you can do that, then that is truly the erasure of the self. But if you keep fixating on others during your own journey, one day you will lose your way." In the labyrinth, Mark still charged forward confidently, until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the nets ahead and behind him, Mark realized they were locked. He was trapped in a dead end with no way out. Mark panicked, his rising fear robbing him of the ability to think. Now all Mark felt was regret. He shouldn't have taken this route. Trapped and with the maze blocks closing in to attack, Mark had only one thought: am I going to die like this? Overwhelmed with regret and fear, he screamed for help. "Help me." Outside, seeing Mark in danger, everyone panicked and cried out, "Save him." Just as Mark seemed about to die, a hand reached out. It seized Mark by the collar, pulling him to safety at the last moment. Grasping Mark's collar, Siren gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit to escape the maze's assault. Seeing Siren successfully rescue Mark, the whole 7th grade cheered with joy. Mark's been saved. Siren saved him. Suddenly, a student realized they were still in the competition and asked, "But this is the exam. Why would he save a rival?" Another student snapped back, "Idiot. What does victory matter when someone is about to die right in front of you? That's not important anymore." Another student had just noticed that Siren's way of saving Mark was unusual. How could he perform such a teleport while in midair? Up in the air, Mark was still thrashing and shouting, "Save me, save me." Having to both find a way out of the maze and lug Mark, like a dead weight, left Siren a little exhausted. He flew upward at the speed of light with Mark. The traps were still in pursuit. As soon as Siren moved, the traps in the labyrinth seemed to come alive and began pursuing him. Running upward is useless. The students below, seeing this, shouted loudly to warn him. Seeing the labyrinth closing in, Siren knew that trying to widen the gap was pointless, but he still couldn't think of a better plan. What should I do? An idea suddenly occurred. That's it. Turn back. Without hesitating, Siren accelerated, pulling Mark as he turned back. Seeing the protagonist turn around, Uruki clenched her hands excitedly and shouted, "That's it. Moving forward isn't always right. Sometimes turning back is the correct choice." Elsewhere, when Siren performed so brilliantly, his classmates fell into confusion. It's only been a month. Has he really been training on his own? I thought he only got in through connections, and he didn't even know how to use magic. Could we have misunderstood him? You can do it. Despite the misunderstanding, all the students now shouted loudly to cheer Siren on. That's dangerous, get away, maybe, Siren. Cyril was astonished to realize his efforts weren't just for the exam, but for something else as well. Ami, beside him, confirmed, yes, he has been training so hard not just to pass this test. After all, the promotion exam is only a small part of the journey to becoming a skilled mage. He simply wants to become a talented spellcaster, Cyril said. In the control room, teacher P1-5 kept talking, consoling Maria. Competition is merely a tool to reach the finish faster. It's okay to go slowly. When we cross the finish line, we will all become mages. His words continued to echo. At that moment, all the teachers and students, even the principal, were astonished and speechless. They watched Siren dodge and escape the maze. Behind the door, Maria, filled with regret, spoke weakly. Now, it's not too late, is it? Realizing he had successfully persuaded her, teacher Th1EA5T smiled gently. I'll help you so. Why don't you be a little braver? Each of teacher Th1EA5T's words gave her more courage. Maria began sobbing uncontrollably, out of regret, or perhaps out of relief. Back at the contest, unexpectedly the principal spoke up. Continue the exam. This made Sienna and the other teachers turn to him in astonishment. The principal, unshaken, said firmly, I will take responsibility for everything. The scene ahead was fraught with danger. The crowd's shouts still rang out. Come on, it's dangerous, stay back. Siren, with a determined look, kept moving forward. He, dragging Mark along with one hand, entered the hazardous maze. This trap seemed alive, moving unpredictably with no rules. Wanting to save Mark but unable to pinpoint his location, Mark screamed in terror. I don't want to die. Siren, by contrast, remained calm and thought. First, to sense the entire structure focus on a single point. He used his eyes to find a safe way out. All he could see was that the entire structure of the maze was glowing. I've been through this before. It feels like having to flee. At that moment, Siren saw the path to take. He threw everything into it, accelerating to the limit and dashing toward the maze along the route he mapped out in his head. His speed was so great that only a yellow afterimage remained. Siren slipped through the gaps of the maze extremely quickly before they vanished. Inside the labyrinth, he was like a fish in water, passing through with ease. The students who witnessed it were astonished, mouths agape at Siren's power. Mark, pulled along, had fainted and was foaming at the mouth before anyone realized it. Ami and Cyril were also quite surprised by his action. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Siren's display. How it's the danger that amplifies latent power. A limit is formed at a point of satisfaction. Anpas seemed to discern the origin of the latent power within Siren. But what surprised him was that he himself could not determine the boy's limit, and yet he could sense no satisfaction or yearning from that child. Could it be that the child has no limit? The maze kept shifting and lunging toward him. However it changed shape, Siren managed to dodge it all. Alpheas, who had witnessed everything, was stunned, for now he could sense that there wasn't a single distracting thought in Siren's heart. Surprisingly, no lingering attachments, no stray thoughts. Ethel continued to watch every second. Although she appeared calm on the outside, she was not calm within. The spirit field density was nearly 99.9 pH. Calculating everything so precisely despite being in a state of panic. His talent was exceptional, but this trial was truly too dangerous. Siren passed from one maze to another. Each time the challenge became harder. When he overcame a challenge, he realized the obstacle spacing had narrowed by about 1 meter. He kept thinking of solutions. Instantaneous movement of 10 meters couldn't get him through. If so, split the instantaneous movement into 1/10 increments in this order. Right, left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left. As he thought it, his body immediately complied and moved, slipping through gaps under 1 meter wide at the speed of light. Siren moved on to the next level. Next came the traps. At this level, the maze formed hexagons packed together like a beehive, which gave him some trouble. Siren recognized the problem. We can't go in a straight line. The gaps are extremely tight. Without hesitation, he devised an immediate countermeasure. Then he'd split the movement into the smallest possible increments. Rainbow drop. He finally made it there. Uruki excitedly clenched his fists and shouted, causing those around him to jump. What that, bending light? Someone couldn't help asking as they watched how Siren had passed through the maze. Uruki, why is the light bending? Light only travels in straight lines, docent it. Hearing his classmate's question, kind-hearted Uruki explained that a simple principle. You really asking about that? If the differential is circular, you end up with an infinitely long straight line. The instantaneous distance traveled is divided into 1/1000th. Unable to contain their astonishment, all the classmates shouted, "How did you figure that out?" Everyone asked what calculation. It's intuition, it's intelligence. After all, isn't he a clever one? Uruki replied helplessly. In short, he's a genius. By contrast, Uruki continued to boast proudly, but none of the classmates paid him any attention. They were all marveling at Siren's talent. A genius. It's terrifying. The maze began to change. The jet-black strands, as if alive, merged into a single entity. They grew thicker and thicker, forming an immense shape, making things difficult for Siren. Too big, Siren was startled at what the maze had produced. Trying to make out what it was, all the teachers stood up in alarm, shouting, "No, that's the dragon's maze." A jet-black dragon head, formed from the maze, vast and terrifying, appeared before Siren. The maze kept operating, while teacher letter 1EA5T, who had been gone so long, still couldn't stop it. The sight made Miss Sienna extremely anxious. What on earth is he doing? She couldn't wait any longer. She used instantaneous teleportation, turning into a streak of light and darting away. Mark, now awake, looked bewildered. Where is this? Just regaining consciousness, he looked up. What struck his eyes was a dragon-esque gaping maw lunging toward him, causing him to scream in terror. Mark thrashed wildly, panicking. Siren, however, remained calm, facing it and thinking of how to dispel it. He had to memorize the entire sequence, first the left-hand ring. While Siren sought a way out, Mark was far less composed. He begged in terror, "I'll live an honest life, please save me." Elsewhere, Sienna had teleported to where teacher letter 1EA5T was. The moment her feet touched the ground, she hurried toward the control room, shouting, "Teacher, what's going on?" Seeing Sienna rushing over, teacher letter 1EA5T asked, "Sienna, what's happening here?" Sienna, impatient, said, "There's no time, stop the device now, the exam has been cancelled." Teacher letter 1EA5T still didn't understand, thinking the exam had been cancelled long ago. Sienna shouted, "It wasn't cancelled. I heard Siren and Mark are still in the testing area." Teacher letter 1EA5T, astonished, "What? This is terrible." Without thinking, he spun and dashed to the control panel. In a hurried, panicked voice, teacher letter 1EA5T called the two names. Miss Edel ran over, frantic, as if wanting to say something. At the very moment the dragon lunged, it swallowed the two of them whole. All the students screamed in fear, not daring to look. Both teachers and students stood in shock. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to stand still. The second hand seemed to move backward, 1 second. The clock stopped exactly at 12. Then rewound to about a minute before Edel arrived, facing a gigantic set of jaws about to snap shut. Siren is clutching Mark's shirt. Mark is terrified. Everyone around them is in a panic. Ami and Cyril cling to each other and scream, unable to look at what's about to happen. Siren stands before the monster, unleashing the power of his eyes. The light in them flares green. Sweat runs down his face, and everything around seems to stop. A minute before the collision, he is calm, as if slipping into another vantage point. I'm still alive, think. The neurons in his body fire at full capacity. At the 1-second mark, a light shatters the barriers. 1/100th of a second. The beam of light weaves through the square blocks. 6 turns, for a total of 9 shifts, including the exit. For a split second, he worries, I've miscalculated. The light is blocked by a red wall. Siren thinks, Mark and I can't get out by this route, we need another way. Back in the present, the clock's hand has just reached 12. The monster lunges ferociously. Everyone around is terrified. Ami frantically screams for Siren. Headmaster Alpheas moves to use his power to save them, but suddenly realizes something and stops. A streak of flashing light comes flying out of the darkness, as if trying to escape the abyss of the cosmos. Thunderous blasts from the strobing light tear across the blue sky. Everyone below surges toward the light, shouting in unison, "No, impossible!" From that light, Siren plunges straight down to the ground, dragging Mark with him. To everyone's astonishment, there were murmurs, "Down there, he really escaped. They were not ghosts coming back, are they?" Edel froze at the sight before her, then turned and ran off somewhere. Siren panted, unable to believe he escaped death by a hair. What happened? Did I get out? I can't remember anything. The engine system of the uncrossable bridge had been disabled to a degree that didn't match what he just witnessed. The boy, hair standing on end, exclaimed in surprise. That was difficulty level 10. He cleared the expert tier of the advanced class. Siren panted wearily after the recent trial, then shouted, I thought I was a goner. Everyone was surprised by his words. Cyril burst into tears of joy. He did it. He really did it. Ami smiled softly, thinking that people who succeed by real skill don't become arrogant or boastful. Everyone swarmed to Siren, excitedly congratulating him. Congratulations on overcoming such a grueling challenge. Congrats, you ray amazing. You've been admitted directly into Class 5. The Class 6 students will be very jealous. The professors teleported over, astonished, asking, Did Siren really pass? Sienna complained, regretful. I missed this important moment because of Professor Th letter 1EA5T. Professor Th letter 1EA5T protested. I'll explain to you later, but I did my best. Sienna scolded, you were no help at all. Professor Th letter 1EA5T was deeply hurt. Sienna spoke up. Anyway, since both of you crossed the finish line at the same time, we need to confirm that. Headmaster, please announce who, she faltered. Alpheas wore a stunned expression. Sienna continued, Headmaster. Alpheas, pondering, am I worrying myself sick? Looking at Siren, he thought to himself, I am very glad you showed everyone the light of the Milch family. Teacher Th letter 1EA5T looked toward Alpheas. He thought of the title given to the man who laid the groundwork for the definition of photons, the same man who was awarded the King-S Golden Circle Prize. Sienna, her face anxious, asked, Is he all right? A momentary surge of greed flared within him because of Siren's exceptional talent. Teacher Th letter 1EA5T stepped forward, placing his right hand over his left chest and bowing respectfully. Headmaster, please state your decision. I believe the person who can bring honor to the Academy's future has already appeared. Alpheas laughed. Yes, I was a bit absent-minded. He was recalling the past after witnessing his talented pupil. He thought, I envy his innocent love of magic. Remembering that scene, he no longer believed in fate. Alpheas raised the pendant with one hand and continued to think. It has been a very long time since my heart raced like this. Standing before all the students, the Academy's professor, Alpheas, announced, Even if only one person is accepted, I still want to commend every student who came to participate. The courage you showed today will be the force that brings the world closer to a brighter future. The person who passed the test today is Aryan Siren. Everyone around him erupted in cheers. They looked back at him, his face tired and stunned, his gaze vacant. From the crowd, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Mark, moving slowly and laboriously, nursing the wounds from the recent trial. Those nearby murmured, I am scared. Dante tell me he's going to stand up and protest because he was with Siren. But the new student was the one who saved him, and that whole conflict seems very suspicious. Mark grew increasingly uneasy. How could this be? I saw it with my own eyes. He is truly a genius. Siren looked at Mark with a frightening stare. Mark bowed his head and admitted, I've been wrong all along. Sincerely, Mark continued, No, I am sorry, Senior. As a mage, I accept full responsibility. All the upperclassmen, fearful, lowered their heads and shouted loudly in unison. I was wrong, Senior. We accept the punishment. Siren was still tired. Smiling, he said, All right, I hope you are sincere. They shouted yes. Yes, senior, everyone thought. Yes, terrifying. It's a good thing we apologized quickly. As for Siren, he thought, I want to sleep. I am so tired that I am not fully alert. Amazing. Ami urged, let us go, Cyril. Cyril asked, puzzled, I thought we should stay with Siren on an occasion like this. Ami replied, there's no time. She thought to herself, he has proven himself. Now it's my turn. Suddenly Siren looked toward Ami and shouted loudly, Ami. Ami began to feel uneasy. They both stopped. He raised his hand, pointing at Ami. Siren said, I kept my promise, didn't I? Right now. I am not fully alert. I'll catch up to you soon. Ami froze. Those around gasped, calling a girl by her name like that. Are you jealous of his girlfriend or what? You're so cool, Siren. Ami burst into tears at what he had just said. Siren didn't he remember any of this when he woke up? Siren was promoted to Class 5. Somewhere, Edel was searching for something. A puzzled thought rose in her heart. How strange, I am sure synesthesia chased after Siren, she worried. Had I lost him in the Dragon Maze? In a luxurious building, inside a room called the Disciplinary Committee, a meeting was taking place. Teacher TH letter 1EA5T was holding the violation report in his hand. Behind him was Maria, head bowed in confession. She had honestly admitted her mistakes and asked to be disciplined. However, Siren, Mark, and even the gatekeeper Grad, all of whom had been affected by the sleep spell, spoke up that they did not want Maria to be disciplined. The other students sympathized too. They began to speak up and admit their mistakes. They even confessed things related to Siren's exam. From behind Mark, the other students also stood up to admit their faults, and the atmosphere grew heated. Siren looked at Mark, thinking, is he trying to keep his promise to take responsibility? Alpheas spoke up. I think Maria's situation was unfortunate. She should not have used that device to harm anyone. With a solemn expression, he continued, and according to the rules, disciplinary measures will be enforced. Siren placed a hand on his chest and said, but I will accept the punishment as well. I ignored the postponement signal and entered the maze. Furthermore, I led Mark into such a dangerous place. Alpheas rubbed his eyes. I didn't expect to see such a scene in this school. Teacher TH letter 1EA5T thought. Things have gone beyond what the headmaster intended. The students all bowed their heads to accept punishment. They had failed to see the truth because it had been clouded by competition, pride, and jealousy. Now, in order to become mages of distinction, they were also admitting their mistakes. Teacher TH letter 1EA5T sighed, recalling the first time he met the headmaster, who would have imagined teaching like this. He had always taught me so much that. Sir. Alpheas brought down his gavel to pass sentence. A sharp crack rang out. All the students broke into tears. Mark returned to Maria and bowed his head to apologize. Ms. Sienna was writing the list of infractions for each student. This is an unprecedented occurrence since the school was founded. Everyone here has been punished. On the violation slips, Maria 19, grade 7, homeroom teacher, disciplinary details, suspended for 2 months. Slider Mark 15, grade 7, homeroom teacher, suspended for 2 months. Mark and Maria received 2-month suspensions. Other students received 1-month suspensions. And on Siren's write-up, he was only required to write a self-criticism, recalling when Siren admitted his fault. Siren, why did you enter the maze even though you saw the signal? Siren said, at that moment I didn't want to lose. The only thing I could think about was solving that maze. Don't really remember clearly. Sienna smiled. You also have a positive side that I didn't expect you to have, even though you look obedient. On Siren's representative's paper, he was allowed into year 5 because the kid is a boy. Back at Siren's place, he was snoring from exhaustion. In the dream, someone seemed to be calling his name. Siren, Siren. Suddenly a shout, the Dragon's labyrinth. A streak of light flashed by. It was him flying like a streak of light. More than that, focus harder. His eyes widened, remembering the scrutinizing gazes aimed at him. I will erase myself. I will erase myself, erase myself. Siren remembered what had happened. It felt as if his soul were being torn into tiny fragments, vanishing across the world. As if this very world had been made from those fragments. He continued to rush forward. The space around him began to crack. Sections of space dissolved more quickly, infinitely fast. Siren suddenly fell into a void, plummeting at breakneck speed, and he panicked when he looked down at an endless, empty expanse of black. Suddenly, a piano note rang out. Siren snapped awake, freed from the nightmare. He stared in confusion and wondered, the piano, is it already morning? He put on his uniform, straightened his tie, and muttered to himself, I can't remember anything. Why do I feel so weighed down? Looking around, he suddenly noticed the notebook on the table. Right, Ami lent me this notebook. It helps me remember the rules of magic. He flipped through the pages, smiling. I have to return it to her in the combined class today. I want to thank her. She helped me all the way. As if he'd seen something, his face suddenly filled with question marks. Just as he stepped into the second combined practice hall, Siren called out Ami. Ami turned around, her face full of worry. Cyril, standing beside her, smiled and said, "Hi, Siren, how are you? Are you okay?" Siren smiled and held out a basket of apples. "Thanks to you too, I want to say thank you." Ami's eyes widened. "What is this? Apples?" Siren nodded, handing back the notebook. "I didn't mean to snoop, but it seems you like apples." Ami froze for a moment. "But I like cherries. Who said I like apples?" She frowned and quickly flipped through the pages. On it a scrawled line appeared, saying sorry should be enough, right? Apple, apple. In Korean, apple and apology are homophones. Ami blushed and cried out, "Oh my God." She hurried off, shouting and stammering, "Whatever, I'm out of here." Cyril called after her, "Ami, where are you going? Class is about to start." Siren stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. Cyril chased after Ami. Ami had easily passed the advanced exam and been promoted to the graduating class, but there still seemed to be problems that even her genius mind couldn't solve. A month later, the 7th graders returned to class after their suspension. The whole class shouted in unison, "Senior, we've saved a seat for you." Siren, surprised and flustered, replied, "You don't have to do that." Strangely, every time there was a mixed class, the 7th graders would save him a seat. Everyone remembered the time his stern expression had turned the whole class pale. Now, Siren felt he had unintentionally become an intimidating senior. A familiar voice rang out, "Do you still have a seat for me, Junior?" Cyril smiled. "Your adorable girlfriend isn't here. You look pretty lively." Siren gave an embarrassed smile. "You the one who should feel lonely. The two of you are always together, after all." Cyril nodded. "Right, that is true. And I am about to move up to the graduating class." "Really?" Siren exclaimed in surprise. Cyril smiled softly. "I had planned to graduate early to live a normal life, but after seeing you and Ami, my enthusiasm returned. I felt like my youth had been wasted." She suddenly added, "Besides, it seems Ami wants to become a soldier." Siren flinched. "A soldier, you mean?" she asked, planning to take part in a war. Cyril nodded softly. "Yes. Even though Tomia is peaceful now, if war breaks out, all mages have a duty to fight. That's why we receive so many privileges. With Amia's specialty, sniper magic, she would only participate covertly." "Sounds cool, doesn't it? Agent Ami, the beautiful and charming." Siren laughed. "That does sound cool. But why am I worrying about someone who is top tier?" He waved to Cyril and left. Starting in 5th year, students must orient themselves toward a future profession as mages. If you're good in a field, that's a big advantage. But because of that, low-scoring students often avoid bringing up the subject. Lost in thought, Siren heard someone call, "Hey, Siren, practicing on your own again. If anything is difficult, just ask me." It was an extremely sociable boy, whom Siren was truly grateful to for still talking to him despite his poor social skills. The boy had average grades, but was so versatile he could even control lightning. However, that kind of versatility also made him not at all easy to get close to. Seeing Siren sigh, he asked, "You sighing again?" Siren thought to himself, everyone has their own traits. 5th year really is quite different from 7th. Everyone has grown up far more than I have. Suddenly 2 voices behind them rang out, "Hey, Siren, listen to us." He turned around and saw 2 students engaged in a heated argument. The short-haired boy said irritably, "I've told you I can possibly agree." Siren blinked, puzzled. "What are they arguing about? Should I stay out of it? Or?" One of them turned and asked, "Professor Attila and Professor Sienna, who do you prefer?"
Soren blinked, bewildered. What are they arguing about? Should I stay out of it? Or, one of the 2 turned and asked, "Professor Etla and Professor Sienna, which one do you prefer?" Soren was so startled that he stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, not knowing how to answer. The boy beside him sighed. "What are you thinking asking a question like that?" Soren could only awkwardly nod, agreeing instinctively. Immediately after, the short-haired boy crossed his arms and said loudly, "I'm on Professor Sienna's team." Soren almost toppled over, clutching his head, internally screaming, "Why am I stuck in the middle of this argument?" The remaining boy propped his hands on the table and retorted, "Don't you know? Professor Sienna is that proud, elegant, and wise type of woman." The person opposite immediately countered, "No way. Professor Etla is the one who makes you feel like you want to be protected." Soren looked extremely awkward standing there watching the 3 of them quarrel, thinking to himself, "Adolescent boys." Suddenly a voice called to him, "Soren, what do you think?" He jumped, mouth open, thinking, "What do I think?" Caught off guard by the question, Soren was left undecided. "That's right. To have a pleasant school life, I need to learn how to fit in with everyone. Standing before 3 pairs of fierce eyes staring at him, Soren felt awkward about having to choose between 2 professors he respected. Choosing one would. He clenched his fists and said resolutely, "As for me." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze when he saw the 2 people who had been radiating hostility earlier now edge away timidly, awkwardly greeting him. "Ah, sorry, we'll come back later." He froze like a statue, thinking to himself, "Is it because I couldn't answer?" Behind Soren, someone who seemed to have noticed someone else looked away, raised a hand, and called out loudly, "No, it's because of him." Then he shouted, "Hey, Iruki!" His eyes gave them a cold look. Iruki stepped forward, one hand stroking his chin, the other in his pocket, and slowly asked, "What are you guys so excited about?" Nid sighed softly and replied with an awkward smile. He asked the same as always, asking which professor is better or something like that. They're not children anymore. So, immediately after, he raised his hand to introduce, "Soren, this is Iruki." On being named, Soren, standing behind, thought to himself, they really changed their attitude fast. He forced himself to say hello. The other continued, "This is the first time you 2 have met, right?" Iruki S. the eccentric guy from class 5. Introduced, Iruki extended his hand and looked at Soren with a sharp, cold gaze. "Pleasure to meet you, Arian Soren. I've heard of you for a long time." "Really? Who at this school doesn't he know you?" Soren, bewildered, reached out to shake while staring at the man's hand, inwardly puzzled. That voice. Suddenly he remembered a voice and a blurred face that had once told him, "Don't hesitate. If you want to do something, just do it." "You came here to become a mage, didn't you?" He just stood there dumbfounded, silently asking, "Who is it?" He suddenly brightened, grabbed Iruki's hand with both of his, and shouted, "It's you. Thanks. Thanks to you, I managed to use that redirection form." Iruki was a little surprised, looked down at his hand being gripped, and didn't he reply. Soren continued, "Thanks again for last time." After a moment of silence, Iruki looked up and scoffed, "You're the boring type, aren't you?" Soren suddenly faltered. Nid immediately stepped in, separated the 2, and gave Soren an apologetic smile. "Don't mind him. He always talks like that." Then he turned to Iruki, held his hands up in front of his chest, and said, "Hey, mind your language." Iruki scratched his head and replied calmly, "What? That's a compliment, you know." Having said that, he stepped forward, glanced back at the 2, raised his hand to eye level, and teased, "Anyway, good luck. 5th year is full of oddballs. Be careful." Seeing this, Nid called out, "Iruki, where are you going? What about class?" He turned and walked off in a single bound, leaving behind only 3 words, "Not bothered." Soren was astonished, thinking, he doesn't care about attending magic class? After Iruki left, Nid scratched his head, sighed, and, looking exasperated, explained to Soren, "Sorry, he's always like that. But once you get used to him, you'll see he's a good guy." Soren replied in a puzzled tone, "He's a bit strange, isn't he?" Nid went on, "Yeah, trying to really understand him is tiring. To be honest, he's also a genius." He spoke for a moment, then hesitated. "But the problem is he's a genius in a strange field." Soren looked surprised. "Iruki is a genius?" Suddenly, many voices murmured, "Hey, look, it's Iruki. Why has he gone into the arena again?" Up ahead, Iruki was on the platform, walking in some direction. Below, the crowd stood thickly, watching. Someone teased, "Come on, he is not going to strip off and writhe around there, is he?" Soren went blank, wondering to himself, "Take off his clothes." The person beside him slapped his forehead and shouted in alarm, "Oh my God, what is he going to do now? Let us go check it out." At that moment, on the high platform beneath Iruki's feet, currents of wind began to swirl around his legs. An outer ring of enchantment formed around him. From where he stood, sources of power radiated outward rapidly. At Iruki's feet, the rings of enchantment spun. He stood proudly, one hand in his pocket, watching as a stream of blue energy shot up from the ground into the sky. Soren and the others gaped, following that blue stream of energy. He wondered, that is, redirecting spiritual energy? The speed is astonishing. The blue stream then formed a huge circular vortex above the students' heads. Some people showed looks of panic. Suddenly another voice called out, "Every time I witness it, I find it so captivating." Another voice added, Surely no one else in this kingdom could do that. Iruki sneered and snapped his fingers. 8 medium-sized blue circles suddenly appeared on the ceiling. Everyone else looked up, murmurs spreading. What's that? Like a target. The teacher, in the middle of a 4th-grade lesson, heard the noise, turned her head, and let out a startled cry. She then shouted, Iruki, stop right now. On the ceiling, the blue circles began to sprout tiny wings and move. Inside one was a ring that looked like an eye. Iruki pinched his thumb and forefinger together, his eyes a cold blue. Fire. A voice rang out, an alarm bell. Everyone, get out of the way. Everyone panicked and scrambled to flee. Hey, you lunatic. People ran away in terror, not noticing the blue eye being pierced by a sword. It glowed brightly on the ceiling, making the crowd even more frightened. Then it suddenly exploded, a loud, resounding blast directly overhead. Purple smoke and blinding light had everyone screaming until they were hoarse. Soren did not run. He stood frozen, letting the purple smoke whip through his hair. Then Iruki's laugh rang out. He raised his hand to eye level, glanced, and said, See you later, Soren. Soren sank into the purple and white smoke. The teacher suddenly grabbed his ear, furious, scolding as she dragged Iruki away. You little troublemaker. It hasn't even been long since your last suspension, and you're causing trouble again? He was in too much pain and leaned into her hand, replying, I didn't destroy the machine. You know I didn't do it. The teacher shouted, Enough? You're suspended for 3 days, understood? Iruki showed no surprise. He seemed to have been through this many times and only said, long after. Then someone else's voice spoke about Iruki. Iruki is the oddest kid in year 5. He looks very aristocratic and unapproachable now, sitting with his legs crossed on the desk, hands behind his head, staring ahead. His social skills are extremely poor, and his personality is probably just average, I guess. But the reason Iruki is called a genius is that he specializes in just one area. His midterm scores, 0s in all the social subjects, but straight 100s in all the natural sciences. There's a condition called savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon where, sometimes after recovering from brain injury, patients gradually acquire abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. The stranger's voice continued. Specifically, Iruki is the king of the sciences. His nervous system seems to glow, the neurons firing intensely. For example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments below 0 degrees Celsius or above 100 degrees Celsius. He can even compute the calendar date 40,000 years from now, if he really wanted to. I bet he could count the digits of pi for the rest of his life, too. However, in other areas, the remark stopped as the literature professor grew so angry that veins stood out on his face. Holding up the literature test, he shouted, Iruki, are you belittling a professor's authority? It's ridiculous that you turned an essay into a math problem. Specifically, in the second question, which asked to analyze the poem by the poet Jin Bto and explain the meaning of the line "the leaves tremble as they fall," Iruki answered, the velocity on the surface of a falling leaf experiences air resistance, so it moves primarily in the direction of the resultant force vector. He wrote equations for a model of the leaf's surface below, then solved a whole series of equations on the literature exam. 5 hours, 19 minutes, and 11 seconds. The literature teacher slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, This is a literature exam, not a math test. She enlarged his paper on the big screen and kept yelling. So you want to prove you're a genius, huh? But there are many things you can't explain with math, like a profound image or an emotion. Iruki looked unconcerned, picked at his ear with his pinky, wearing a bored expression. But, Professor, there's nothing I can't explain with numbers. He glanced at the professor and continued. If we can't explain the world through reason and logic, how could we live in such a frightening world? Saying that, he tapped the side of his nose with his index finger and teased, Your face looks like it could explode at any moment. Then he folded his arms and looked away. For example, an angry face is an expression that comes from chemical processes inside the body. The professor fell silent, glaring at him with anger. Iruki continued. Emotional imbalance, nerves stretched from extreme stress, blood pressure fluctuated, then blood vessels dilated, making the face a deep red, while constricted vessels bulged and turned blue. Hearing this, the professor grew even angrier, his face a fierce red like a demon. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Get out of here. Her voice echoed throughout the building where the professor worked. Get out. You get a 0, 0, 0, understand? Soren heard it and was stunned. Amazing. He can talk about what he believes in with such confidence. He continued, I can't believe he is the same age as me. People really come in all types. NEID propped his hand on his chin, looking awkward. Before, the professors were always actively encouraging a rookie, but then everyone gave up. He sat cross-legged, braced his chin, then cheerfully said, But who would have thought he'd be curious about you? Unexpectedly, I was very happy when you started a conversation with me. Soren forced a smile. I understand. He thought to himself, Still, I'm a little worried. Then he brought his hand to his mouth, thinking seriously. Anyway, NEID really is very knowledgeable. While he was thinking, a girl standing beside him quietly spoke up. Excuse me, both of you. Everyone turned around in surprise to see what was going on. It turned out that a long-haired girl, looking embarrassed, looked at Soren and said, Soren, would you like to join our research group? NEID softly called, Soren. The girl continued, We're researching matter-shifting magic. If someone with strong achievements in fawn magic like you joined, the paper would be completed much faster. Then she added, If you submit the research paper, you won't have to waste your break on performance evaluations, and we can spend the rest of the time studying together. Soren felt awkward and said, I'm sorry, my current grades aren't very good, so I think I need to focus on that first. Sorry for turning you down. Seeing that, the girl said softly, There's nothing we can do about it. If you change your mind, let me know. After saying that, she turned back to her friends and left one last remark. If you change your mind, you can join anytime. Soren, sitting at the other table, turned around and smiled with his eyes narrowed. He replied, All right, thanks. NEID looked toward them and smiled in the same way. After a while they left. The guy glanced back, grinning, and said, How embarrassing. Those researchers sure stand out. Soren fell silent and wondered, what do those two things have to do with each other? He turned his thoughts elsewhere. Unfortunately, his knowledge was still far from sufficient. He felt uneasy remembering his low score on the advanced midterm. Raising his grades alone would be hard enough. He couldn't be daydreaming about joining a research group. Nate teased, You're so jealous. Soren dodged the subject and asked, You don't have a research group? If it were you, I think you could join a good one. He said cheerfully, Me? I do have a research group. Soren exclaimed in surprise and added, And I'm the group leader too. Hearing that, he looked hurt, sighed in disappointment, and lowered his head, sitting quietly. Seeing this, his friend awkwardly waved his hand to reassure him. No, it's not a big group. You're embarrassing me. I only have 2 members, so our group's funding was cut. He deliberately explained further. The seniors have all graduated, so that's why I was given the position. He nodded appreciatively and said, The graduating class, graduates used to be part of that group too? Then his face lit up, as if he realized something. If a research group once had graduates among its members, then it must be an extremely promising group. Thinking that, Soren asked, If you don't mind, could I tour your research room? Outside the stop, his friend's voice called out, Soren, I thought you weren't interested in research? Soren replied, No, I am interested, but I thought I'd be a bother if I join. He was surprised. What? Research groups aren't that rigid. We mix work with fun. This is our research room. He led Soren to his research room, a place as dark as ink, with strange shapes. Soren wondered, what is this? He introduced it. Its name is the Istis Magical Repository, a repository that contains the students' entire training facilities. The two suddenly felt as small as ants standing before a huge, partially truncated black, cube-shaped research chamber in the middle of a clearing in the forest. He went on, This is an extremely advanced repository. You can place your study materials into a block, and it will automatically deliver them to the room you need. Soren sighed, looking exasperated with himself. So this is a repository? Seeing Soren's expression, he hurried to explain. Wait. It may look like that, but it's very secure inside. You'll be surprised. The two stepped into the laboratory. He went ahead and said, This is a precious place my predecessors worked hard to preserve. Soren asked, Really? He continued, So I can look forward to it, right? He replied at once, Of course. You'll be amazed by what's inside. Suddenly an image appeared of someone's hand holding a piece of chalk, writing very quickly on the blackboard where the sound had come from. The two walked and talked, He slung his bag over his shoulder and smiled at Soren. Other groups have been eyeing this place. My predecessors had to fight hard to keep ownership of it. Soren passed another corridor, stopped, and asked, "This is?" You turned back, baring your teeth in a grin. "To be honest, we could use everything in here if we wanted." Soren asked, "Wouldn't that be against the rules?" You replied, "And each time you find the item you want, the layout of this place changes." In other words, the words trailed off as he stepped deeper inside, while Soren had only just followed. On the floor a long yellow line ran, marked 7A. You walked on, one hand slinging your bag over your shoulder, the other in your pocket, smirking confidently. "No one can find us here." He was astonished, trailing behind and staring at you. Soren thought in a daze. A hideout no one can find. Your friend held out his hand cheerfully. "Tada, this is our research lab." He was dumbstruck, speechless, mouth agape in astonishment. A skeptical sound escaped him. The two stood before an old-looking sign hanging on the door that read, "Laboratory for the Scientific Study of Supernatural Phenomena." Soren blurted out in surprise, "The science of supernatural phenomena?" After a moment, he fell silent in thought. "Supernatural? In a magic academy?" NEID, still as excited as before, asked, "What do you think? It's so cool, right?" Then he continued, his voice full of excitement. "Demons, spirits, lives/rebirths, aliens, hell, God, and so on. We study everything related to things like that." Soren stood behind him, his face pale as death, his body trembling uncontrollably. He doubted himself, thinking, "I must have joined the wrong group. I'm not entirely uninterested, but this is kind of..." A door opened in the silent space, followed by a loud bang that caused no damage. The blast blew his hair and clothes back. Soren started and blurted out, "What is that?" His friend, delighted and squinting, said, "It's just a bit dusty. You'll get used to it soon." He coughed and covered his mouth with his hand, glaring at him, thinking to himself, "Why should I have to get used to it instead of cleaning it up?" He froze once more when he saw something in front of him. Before the two of them stood someone with their back turned, writing on the board. It turned out to be a rookie who was intently working something out. His friend tilted his head and said casually, "Our research group is pretty notorious, so we can't reveal all the members yet. That's why I didn't tell you earlier." Soren, puzzled, "Is a rookie interested in supernatural phenomena?" Iruki seemed to have noticed the two of them arriving, so he clarified his question. "It's the opposite." He joined to prove the contrary. It's also a pretty good bait to lure those who try to explain everything in the world with a purely rational mind. Iruki's eyes lit up, delighted. "Oh, Soren, you." He ran over, grabbing Soren's hands with both of his, excited. "What wind blew a genius like you down to this lowly place? It's great that you're here. Listen to what I've found." Soren was taken aback and muttered his assent. Iruki went on, still ecstatic. "When matter decays, what's left are atoms, right? Isn't that right? But I think even atoms can be broken down into even smaller particles. If that's the case, what do you think those atomic particles would be made of?" He was flustered by Iruki's question, hesitated. Yes. I'm not sure, but I think there's some hidden, latent form of energy." On hearing that, Iruki kept pumping Soren's hand up and down, exclaiming, "Exactly. I knew you were extraordinarily brilliant. I can't believe you thought that far ahead." He was literally sweating under Iruki's enthusiasm, thinking to himself, Did I actually say the right thing?" Iruki looked at Soren and cheerfully continued, "Yes, there's a tremendous amount of latent energy. That energy is so plentiful it could destroy an entire city. You think that? What do you think will happen?" Soren, bewildered by the question, replied in surprise, "What?" Then a grave expression crossed his face, and he hesitated. "People will be hurt." Hearing that, Iruki lifted his pinky to his nose and said coldly, "What are you talking about?" He then stuck his pinky straight out. Iruki's face was now that of a madman. "There's a lot of latent energy inside you. Do you think we need to worry about that?" Soren frowned, astonished. "What? Do you even understand what you're saying?" Then he spoke loudly. "The headmaster told us that if you become a mage you must consider the consequences magic can have on this world." Seeing the two of them tense up, NEID didn't know how to handle it either. Soren raised his voice. "So you think sacrificing the many is acceptable to satisfy your wish?" Iruki lifted a cherry by its stem from the cup and remarked coldly, "You're really boring, Soren." Then he held the cherry at eye level and smirked. Do you think other mages know about this and simply choose not to act? It's because they lack the ability to do it, so they don't. Then, as he popped the cherry into his mouth, he said, that supreme intelligence of yours was given by the heavens to accomplish something. Soren, displeased, shouted, even if we are geniuses, that doesn't matter. Rather than be a genius who harms others, I'd rather be a harmless fool. Iruki tilted his head back, chewing a cherry. On hearing that, he glanced down and said teasingly, a small minority of geniuses lead the vast majority of fools. History has already proven that, and that's the world we live in. I really hate having to resort to idealism. Soren's expression went stern. He shot him a look and growled, no. Your so-called logical argument reeks of defeat. You could satisfy that ideal extremely easily. Any ID, sweating profusely, barreled in from outside between the two of them, waving both hands to diffuse the gunpowder-tense atmosphere. Wow, that discussion just now was great. Very interesting. Soren stared at Iruki, who had his arms folded and was looking away. Then he rubbed the bridge of his nose. In a quieter, advising tone he added, but you know, fighting like this emotionally isn't good for you, right? Come on, sit down, have a piece of cake and a drink first. Soren decided he couldn't stay any longer, shouldered his bag, and walked straight out the door, saying, I have nothing more to say here. That's it. Goodbye. So I'm leaving. Neid screamed, reaching out and calling, Soren, wait, don't go, Soren. Do you know the way out? Iruki rubbed his nose and said nonchalantly, just follow the path you came in on. And if you can't do that, then you're a proper idiot. Neid spun around in anger and snapped, hey, why would you do that? If it were you, you could explained it somehow so he'd understand, right? Iruki flopped down onto the couch and replied him, I admit I did go a bit too far. He folded his arms, crossed his right leg over his knee, and sneered, because he's my rival. His friend watched, puzzled. You did that on purpose, didn't you? And who would expected you to actually say the word rival when all you care about in this world are numbers? Iruki brushed his hair back, tilted his head up and looked, full of arrogance, saying, that's because all I care about are the numbers. You saw Soren at the rank-up test too, didn't you? Nade answered in surprise, the teleportation test? Of course I remember. And that's how he was rated at the same level as us. He glanced up at the ceiling, thoughtful, and said, for people who have only just learned teleportation, do you know how fast you have to think to get past level 10, especially the Dragoness maze? Neid fell silent, his face showing clear tension as he looked at Iruki. He continued thoughtfully, being able to get through it without splitting time is impossible. In that moment, the rate at which he performed divisions reached 10,000 calculations per second. Iruki's voice dropped as he said this. The image of Soren's brain working rapidly and connecting to the spirit domains appeared in Iruki's mind. Neid, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, 10,000 calculations in 1 second? Iruki suddenly bowed his head and burst into laughter like a madman, shouting, that's the mystery of insight. Faster than effort and more precise than knowledge. No conscious calculating ability can beat the speed of calculation in the unconscious. Then he suddenly grew calm, looked at Nun with a cold, killing gaze, and said, what about you? He heard Iruki ask, frowned slightly, then grinned and replied, I see. A battle between calculation and insight, and you want to confirm it with that exam, right? The rapid-fire exam is coming up. Nen said as he thought of Soren's resolute figure leaving earlier. The next day, many voices echoed out of the students' stately building. The rapid-fire test will take place in 2 weeks, right? If I fail again, I won't be able to advance in rank. Inside the classroom where the chatter came from, it seemed class had just ended. Soren was standing, packing his bag on the desk, and heard those words, but he hadn't expected them. Huh, what? Suddenly they mentioned him. Soren heard and immediately stopped. A voice rang out again. He's very good at the practical part, isn't he? I wonder how high a score he'll get. He listened to their chatter, unable to help feeling anxious. He thought to himself about the speed shooting test. In speed shooting, you use active magic to aim at targets and earn corresponding points. Active magic is the common term for spells that produce effects on objects other than the caster, even those not in the attack, healing, or or support disciplines can take part in this test. You must eliminate all the targets that appear in each round to advance to the next. There are 3 rounds, 1, 2, and 3, with 10, 11, and 12 targets respectively. Quick, accurate shooting is absolutely crucial. However, Soren sat upright in his chair, both hands cupping a teacup. He was both astonished and worried. Professor, I still can't control active magic. If that is the case, how can I possibly take part in the speed shooting test? The professor replied that to be able to use all-limb, grade magic you must have a minimum score of 60. On a scoreboard 4 numbers appeared: 41.4, 0.4, 1.42. Oliver Sienna is the Year 5 homeroom teacher and Soren's professor. She sat in her chair, teacup in hand, smiling with narrowed eyes as she said to him, "It seems your chemistry score in my class is rising the fastest. Quite impressive. I see it?" He addressed her in a pleading voice. "Professor." From outside the window you could see her office. The two sat facing each other. Sienna encouraged him wholeheartedly. "I'm not teasing you. You completely understand this subject. You can optimize and make full use of your knowledge." Soren sat slightly hunched, awkward, and listened as she continued. "And there's one more thing. Well, isn't there some of the knowledge that only an expert could fully understand?" He was surprised to hear that, then guessed in astonishment. "Wait, is it the photon decomposition theory?" Afterwards he thought to himself, teleportation magic is a variant of the photon decomposition theory, a form of passive magic that can decompose the user's body into photon particles. He remembered the earlier incident. The duration was so short that he didn't even feel it was a passive spell. So it's not something too advanced for me, then. Passive magic is a type of magic that imposes no time limit on the caster. After recalling that, Soren looked at Sienna in astonishment and said, "I didn't realize we could apply the photon decomposition theory to active magic." She turned to rummage for something and said that recently spells like that have been registered with the association. He froze, wondering inwardly, magic that uses photons. I hope it's really cool. He remembered Ami's radiant figure when she used the spirit field. She handed him a booklet and said, "Take a look." Soren held it in his hands and thought to himself, "This is my first active spell." He pondered, then flipped through the pages of the magic journal. He turned to a page that contained important information, a new discovery about the theory of photon output. Beneath the image was additional information. The researcher described photon output, true to its name. It is a form of magic whose output is light. One can detect the people around them using photon output. However, this method is not as effective as light magic. Much more research remains to be done. Then he spoke up and asked, "Professor." Soren picked up the book, eyes wide, and said, "Are you sure you're introducing me to the right magic? I can take the exam, but I'm not sure I can use this magic." She took a cup of tea, closed her eyes kindly, and said, "On the surface it seems quite useless, but the idea of using photon output is extremely promising." She sipped her tea and continued, "Light is the fastest thing in the world." A Z-shaped golden ray flashed through her mind, and linear trajectories have the advantage of being very easy to control. At the Ivory Tower, the leading institution in efficiency optimizing magic, it was predicted that photon output would be a major advance for future information transmission and communication. A towering spire appeared faintly behind sheets of white cloud. Sienna said it has been, and continues to be, studied in many magical techniques we do not yet know. If they investigate it more thoroughly and consistently, it could develop into an enormously significant field of magic by the time you graduate, with great potential. When she finished speaking, Soren looked at the book, propped his hand on his chin in thought, then answered Sienna, "I understand. It wouldn't be bad if I mastered this skill before that happens. I will do as you say, Professor. Magic leads to a new field. Huh." He thought to himself, maybe it will become something quite interesting to study. Now Soren was in a different space, in the forest. He reached a hand into the air, but there was nothing there, and he let out a surprised exclamation. Then, muttering to himself, he thrust both hands forward and waved them up and down. Why isn't it working? He held the booklet Sienna had given in one hand and turned his other palm up to look at it. Are you kidding? I can't control it at my current level. It turned out he was in a practice corner with other trainees. It was at practice area number 32, a wide plot of land at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by trees and hills. Near the edge stood a fairly large grandstand, with fifth-year practical class students gathered around it. Someone raised a hand into the air and thought silently. Spell initiation. Spell initiation is the motion used to cast magic. Soren pondered. Of course, magic doesn't emanate from the hand, but from the spirit domain, yet imagining the light forming from the hand makes it easier to perform. He anxiously held both hands up, creating luminous energy. Isn't simple. Could it be because my spirit domain is of the convergent type? The casting method is tricky too. Suddenly a female professor's voice rang out. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Edela. She had just stepped onto the stands, smiling with her eyes narrowed. Let us begin the lesson now. The students on the ground panicked, mouths agape, calling out in unison, Ma'am. Who are you? Professor Edela's attire. Her glasses were gone. She had indeed just taken them off. She gave a light clap and smiled kindly at them. Soren exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my God, her outfit is gorgeous. A male student standing behind tapped his philtrum with his index finger, closed his eyes and guessed. She probably just returned from training. Soren turned and asked, when and where was the training? The male student replied, that's right. Professor Edela is the bishop of the Cassis congregation. Soren doubted. Bishop? Do you mean Edela is a pastor? Another male student added, yes. A bishop is a high-ranking position that protects 12 sanctuaries. There are 12 bishops across the continent. Edela shone in her bishop's robes, surrounded by an aura not everyone possesses. The male student's voice continued, and Edela is one of them. With unyielding mental strength, she was awarded the title Jonah, the honor the kingdom bestows on the mage with the strongest mental fortitude. Having said that, he turned back to the arena, smug. Got it? That's how she appears on the outside. But Professor Edela is... Immediately, the two words entranced appeared above Nade's head. He looked at Edela with dreamy eyes, hands clasped in front of his chest, and exclaimed admiringly, from today on I'll join Professor Edela's team. Then he covered his face, writhed his body, eyes full of hearts, and cried out, I'll study hard forever. Long live studying, long live tests. The two male students were left speechless. Soren silently looked away, staring thoughtfully. Amazing. I never expected to learn magic from such a gifted professor. Edela stood cheerfully on the arena, clasped her hands, and called out, Are you ready for the speed casting test? The crowd answered in unison, yes. She announced, before that test, each class will have a practical session like today's. They replied together, enthusiastically, yes. Edela adopted a serious stance, smiling as she laid out the plan. Today we'll learn a technique to enhance your all-around abilities. I've invited a senior from the graduating class to assist. They murmured, really from the graduating class? Where? Edela's warm voice rang out. Welcome the Kodadama Mage, Samuel. Note, Kodo equals words, Dama equals soul/spirit. Samuel relaxed his shoulders, stepped forward, and said, Hello, fifth-year class. He placed his hand on his right shoulder and bowed. At the invitation of the esteemed Professor Edela, I have come. Though this place may not be meant for me, I hope I can be of some help to you. I am very willing to assist. The female students squealed with delight. 5 hours, 39 minutes, and 46 seconds. As Samuel stood beside them bowing, Edela clasped her hands at her chest and instructed, Samuel's signature magic is Kodadama. It has a close connection to today's lesson. So pay attention and stay focused. The two male students who had been standing earlier in front of Soren and Nade looked jealous. The one on the left blurted out, Damn, the graduating class. The one on the right clenched his fists and ground his teeth. He's not even on our level. Nade and Soren stood behind with sneering expressions. Nade said, Since when is he on the same level as you guys? Samuel stood on the podium, looking down at the crowd gathered below, and said loudly, Kodadama magic uses the power of words to amplify magical energy. Seeing it with your own eyes will make it easier to understand than the explanations just now. He stretched both hands straight out in front of him, his blue eyes briefly looking upward, then said, Nade, first I'll show you the basic Dragon Coil Wind spell. He formed a spiritual field from his palms. A stream of blue energy made it spin like a sphere. Soren thought in surprise, My God. That spell is what the principal showed me when I was little. Then Samuel cried out, Dragon Coil Wind. Immediately, from who knows where, a towering vortex whipped up, whipping everyone's hair around. The center of the whirlwind was right where he stood. After a while it subsided. People, startled, whispered, "That scared me." He is not someone to be taken lightly. Samuel, calm, closed his eyes and held a notebook in his hand as he continued. "Remember the power of the incantation just now. Now I will amplify its magical energy with Kodadama." Then he opened his mouth and recited an incantation. Earth Mother's frenzy. After that, Samuel opened his blue eyes, looked at the small notebook in his hand, and read aloud. "I beseech your power, please take my hand. Looking from the high heavens, the sacred temple stretches on forever. My heart preserves the Mage's soul, seeping into earth and sky. Sing a lofty hymn in praise. Let the embers blaze, gather wind into a storm." When he read this, everyone was taken aback by his voice. The female trainee looked at him with admiration, murmuring, "It sounds like an incantation. His voice is so beautiful." 3 minutes later, he was still reciting his chant. "Soul united with body, we call upon your name. The mage fears not the wild power of the mighty lion. Together with the ocean that carries the sun's ardor, together with the earth that holds winds blowing for 100 million years, we will be infinitely devoted, moving toward utmost reverence." Everyone had dozed off after listening to the chant for 3 minutes. Others, tired, called out, "When will this ever end? Don't fall asleep." He assumed a stern expression, the corners of his eyes tilting upward, and said, "Long Gwyn Fong." Following that, a whirlwind rose from his feet, spiraling straight up into the sky. The force was so great it threatened to blow away everyone watching, including Soren. The others panicked and shouted, "Help me." Everyone was thrown back and forth by the vortex's pull. Now they were like hairs hanging in the wind, exclaiming, "I thought I was done for." Edela squinted, smiling, and said, "You didn't speak your incantation out loud, but you still chanted it in your mind." Samuel's voice rang out. "Of course you don't just read. You put your will into every word and cherish them. In that little notebook, there are many different incantations." He went on, "That's what amplifies magical power. It's the basic principle of Kodadama magic." Samuel held the little notebook, closed his eyes, and calmly said, "However, the incantations are too long to use in combat. So now I'll show you what's called a magic technique, sound speed." The others, hearing this, panicked again, but Samuel didn't read anything further. He pinched the notebook shut with his thumb and forefinger, then murmured softly, "Earth Mother's frenzy." Then he tilted his face to the sky, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Grant me," followed by incantations so fast and long that others couldn't make out the words. Everyone was utterly terrified as the wind grew stronger. Their hair seemed about to lift off their scalps. Samuel kept rapidly reciting the spells. His tongue moved up and down continuously, making it hard to hear what he was saying. With one hand holding the notebook and the other raised to the sky, he opened his mouth and bellowed some incantation. His hair streamed in the fierce wind. His blue irises seemed ready to bulge, bloodshot veins visible in his eyes. He shouted, "Dragon Scroll Gale." After those 3 words, a wind rose from the ground and blew straight up into the sky. It could be seen from 10,000 miles away. It formed a massive pillar of wind, surrounded by fierce gusts twisting into a vortex and tearing away the dense treetops of the entire forest. Adela's voice suddenly rang out. "All right, have you all watched the senior's demonstration?" No one answered, for they had all been knocked down by the Long Gwyn Fong technique, lying scattered on the ground. Soren propped himself up with one hand and brushed his hair with the other. His eyes half open, he thought to himself, "That power is unreal. Is this really the level of the graduating class?" He went on thinking, "A standard graduate mage is called a level 10 mage, an official rank." Edela stood with her hands clasped, turned to him cheerfully, and smiled. "Thank you, Samuel." He bowed and replied, "If anything comes up, just call on me." Soren watched them and thought, "I can't imagine how much power an officially ranked level 6 mage like Edela must possess." So that's how this world is. The students, some had lifted their heads and sat up, while others lay strewn about. One student over there kept trembling, struggling to raise a hand and stammer, Professor, do we have to practice Kodadama magic?" She stood on the podium looking down and answered, "Kodadama magic is an advanced subject, so you will not be required to practice it." They all breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said in a stern voice, "Instead, the technique you're practicing is called Track 2. Track 2 is a technique that increases your all-around capability by concentrating spirit energy while counting numbers." Soren raised his hand and asked seriously, "So the more you count, the stronger it gets?" The other students gaped. The male student asked, "Why numbers, teacher?" Edela explained, "Numbers are pattern symbols, so they are compatible with our spirit field." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes changed to blue. Behind her, a blue pane like glass appeared, showing the words, "Spirit field, radius 10 m." Edela continued, "Of course you aren't just counting. Unlike Kodadama magic, you're assigning them specific meanings. I'll demonstrate. A rule is the most basic system of propositions used in logic and mathematics." At that moment, the space around where Edela stood was enclosed by a spirit field with a 10 m radius. She stood inside it, smiling with narrowed eyes, and said, "I'll open the spirit field using the Track 2 technique. I'll count a sequence of multiples of 10. Then she closed her eyes and began to count. 100. The spirit field with a 10 m radius suddenly expanded, growing larger than before. The students below started whispering, Professor just counted 100? Did she just count from 1 to 100? Another voice exclaimed in surprise, "The professor's spirit field has expanded. The 10 m radius has really opened up to 12 m. Then Edela opened her mouth and continued counting. For 100. 1,100. Then Edela began counting again. For 100. 1,100. The spirit field kept expanding its radius with each of her counts. She counted up to 1,700, then 2,400. Soren was astonished, quickly covering his face with his hand, thinking, "Impossible. How could an ordinary person be this fast?" The spirit field kept expanding, and so effortlessly. After she counted to 10,000, she opened her eyes and let out a sigh. The spirit field now covered nearly half the training ground. Everyone admired it and exclaimed, "Just by using the tracing technique, the spirit field has quadrupled." Edela stood on the platform, looking down at the students with their mouths agape, and said, "Are you all paying attention? If Kodadama magic reflects and constructs the scene, then tracing uses thought and reflection." She added, "The faster you count, the stronger the spirit field becomes. Not only does its size expand, but its power is also increased, its precision and success rate. A spiral of numbers twists down from above." She continued, "And all of your skills will be enhanced." Soren gaped, thinking to himself, "Amazing. If I learn this technique, I could create photons." Edela's voice rang out continuously. "Of course, tracing is not omnipotent. The effect will diminish if one's mental force isn't steady enough." She cheerfully added, "So don't forget, strict discipline and a compassionate will are the fundamental principles when opening the spirit field. Understand?" Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." A short while later, everyone split up to practice. Soren stood motionless, clenched his fist, nodded once, and happily told himself, "All right, I counted to 1,000 in 1 minute." Then he thought, "Quietly counting numbers is harder than I expected." The people around him couldn't concentrate when counting for too long. Seeing that, he pondered, "If it weren't for constantly training my mental strength during lessons, I certainly couldn't do it." Suddenly he remembered, "Wait, when I teleported instantly, I used a technique that let me sense complex calculations. Perhaps that was Track 2. A cascade of numbers, large and small, appeared in his head. He continued sorting them into groups of hundreds and counting them at once. A beam of light touched the surface and flashed brilliantly. Soren estimated about 10 seconds. Then he set his face, held his palm out in front of him, and silently wondered, "Should I aim at that tree?" He was just thinking to himself, "Luminous orb," when his palms suddenly began to glow. The golden light spiraled into rings. It shot straight toward that tree, to everyone's surprise. The luminous orb raced off. The classmates behind gaped in astonishment. Soren was startled too, but kept his stance, let out a silent exclamation, and thought, "So dazzling." After releasing the move, he stood there lost in thought. It was too flashy. Looking down from above at the wide training yard, he remained rooted to the spot. A few groups of trainees clustered together, craning their necks and whispering, "Isn't that a luminous particle? Did he learn that to use for the speed shooting test? Since it's light, it's really fast." Another trainee hesitantly said, "But studying that just for one exam is a bit." A voice answered, "Yeah, It doesn't do any damage. Edela was standing outside. She happened to turn and saw Soren cast the luminous particle, her face going blank as she thought, huh, Soren, the one who specializes in defense, has learned an active spell now? Then she approached and called out loudly, Soren, it looks like you've succeeded with the rune test. Haven't you? He turned and looked at her in surprise. Professor. Then he averted his gaze and, awkwardly, said, yes, maybe so, Maya. Edela cheerfully suggested. So would you like to try practicing inside the spirit domain? Now everyone turned their attention toward the spirit domain. A single figure stood in the center. They murmured, oh, practicing speed shooting right away? I'm so curious. Edela stood behind the table, watching him and instructed, after you complete the rune test, summon the target. Soren looked back and replied, yes. After saying that, he shut his eyes tight. He focused his thoughts. First, use the rune test to strengthen his spirit domain. Gradually, numbers, large and small, concentrated into a single bright point, which then split into many smaller points of light that gathered onto him. Soren stood at attention and snapped his fingers. The spirit field began to activate, enveloping him. Then he thought to himself, and summoned the target. A cluster of blue shapes appeared around Soren. On the blue-black display, information read, Rapid Shot, Level 01, Score, 0, Time Limit, 1 minute. Soren's pupils reflected a string of dazzling blue-green targets. He frowned and widened his eyes to stare at the targets hovering before him. He raised his hand, concentrating the spirit field into a single point. His palm aimed at the aerial target. He mouthed, luminous particle. Immediately, the luminous particle lit up and shot straight toward that target. Seeing that, Soren was dumbfounded and thought inwardly. So that's how it is, he thought. Because the projectile's speed approaches the speed of light, the luminous particle, even when released in a single shot, automatically seeks targets to attack, shattering the targets into pieces. Soren continued reflecting. It feels as if I'm aiming and firing at the same time. Currently, his rapid shot is at level 02, score 11, with 55 seconds remaining. The other trainees exclaimed in surprise, that's fast. Everyone gaped in astonishment. One voice kept calling out. As soon as he finished aiming, he already hit the target, like an instant activation spell. Edela stood silently watching him, then thought, I get it. Soren's permutation is grouping numbers into a large combination and then unfolding them. She concluded to herself, this is a modularization technique once used in intellectual magic. Above Soren, his technique struck the targets like fireworks exploding in the sky, while at his feet a wide enchantment circle spread across the entire arena. Edela watched and thought, perhaps that's the knowledge he gained at the impassable bridge. What an astonishing rate of growth. Soren, meanwhile, concentrated on unleashing his moves at the targets. He didn't miss a single one. They were all shattered. After a while, the training with the abyssal projection finally ended. Soren wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, not paying attention to the information on the wall. Time up at level 19, score 342, time limit 0 minutes. Everyone below cheered nonstop. ISNT that a perfect score, 342 targets taken down in 1 minute. A voice rang out. Should I switch to using the photon shot now? Better not. That is only feasible if you understand it like Soren does. Soren wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. With this technique, I don't need to worry about the rapid-fire test anymore. Nade, standing outside, had seen everything. He folded his arms and said, up until now he hadn't succeeded with magic, but the moment he understood it, he instantly scored 342. Impressive indeed. A rookie, sitting beside him, said, that's a careless score. Someone hastily replied, what? But it's his first time, so that's not bad. A rookie sat up and glanced over, bearing a grin. His score is careless, but it's interesting. Suddenly a rookie stood up, raised his hand, and called out, Edela, Professor, I want to try too. She and Nun both flinched. She worriedly said, a rookie, are you? But you must not cause any trouble, okay? Soren was wiping his face when he suddenly heard someone exclaim, oh, it's a rookie. He wants to practice too? Hearing that, he puffed his cheeks in annoyance, turned away, and thought, a rookie? I don't like the way he thinks. But I'm still curious. A rookie stepped out onto the stands from inside, looking bold and confident. Everyone gathered to watch him. He took his hand out of his pocket, stood up straight, and smirked. The spirit field began to envelop him, rising from his feet and soaring into the sky. His expression was very smug. People murmured, "Talk XA with a redirect form? No way. Talk XA is completely different." Soren was surprised too. Someone's voice rang out. So he is planning to take down targets by looking at them instead of using synesthesia? The targets hovered around a rookie. A large rune circle appeared at his feet. He bowed his head and snapped his fingers. The spirit field shot straight toward the targets. Soren frowned, thinking, the target size is being reduced. How is he planning to do that? Then he widened his eyes and quietly said, "This." Iruki's spirit field undulates in a Z shape, piercing through the centers of the targets in the sky to everyone's astonishment. The targets exploded all at once, like fireworks. On the board, Talk XA, level 02, score, 13, time limit, 0 minutes 57 seconds. Iruki's spirit field undulated again. They pierced the targets, and they continued to explode above everyone's heads. Soren stood there, stunned, staring. He thought, no need to watch any further. I can already tell he'll surpass my score easily. Iruki stood above, glanced down, smirked, and murmured, being amazed by only this one to-do, Soren. Then he pointed straight ahead, adjusting his spirit field to pierce through the targets faster, taking on many different shapes, causing the targets to explode. People exclaimed, "Amazing, the speed has increased." Huh? Is a rookie always this strong? A classmate asked in surprise. Soren stood at the back, eyes up, hand covering his mouth. His face showed astonishment. He reasoned, I get it. If you watch closely, you'll see he isn't chasing the targets with his eyes. He is predicting their movement using motion equations. Iruki broke the targets down into different equations. Yet, surprisingly, after predicting their motion, he still kept up with all the targets even while redirecting. Soren thought, touched his chin, and said aloud, how can his spirit field be so fast? Is that some kind of calculation? Nade stepped closer, smirked, and replied, yes, but a rookie doesn't just deploy hundreds or thousands of numbers. Soren asked, full of curiosity. So he calculates numbers beyond the thousands? Nade looked at him, bared his teeth in a grin, and said bluntly, millions. Hearing that, Soren immediately looked incredulous. The board on the wall lit up again. Time S up for level 24, score 548, time remaining 0 minutes. Everyone cheered at a rookie's result. What? A rookie is incredible. And you were grinning smugly, standing with one hand on your hip and the other raised above your head, looking quite odd. People kept shouting, why are you hiding your skills? Hitting the target with such a tiny redirection form is really difficult. Is he even human? Edela stood to one side watching you walk past, looked up thoughtfully and thought, amazing, very skillful. You walked to the edge of the stands and stood in front of a wary Soren. Iruki asked, how is that? You continued, was that worth watching? Soren looked up and replied, that is amazing. I didn't know you could use the redirection form that way. Iruki shoved his hands into his pockets, grinning arrogantly, and said, is that all? I'm a little disappointed. Soren asked, what? Iruki said, I'm really impressed that you thought of modularization. Soren's face darkened at that. Then you asked sternly, are you curious how I calculated millions of numbers? Soren looked up at Iruki tensely, wary. I am. But tell me, is that okay? It seems like you see me as a rival. Everyone watched to see what the two were saying. Iruki stood on the podium, haughty, it's not important. Even if you knew, could you actually do it? Soren fell silent. People wondered, what the heck is going on? Iruki's voice rang out, it's nothing. Then you scratched the back of your neck, glanced away, and continued, I used logs and simplified the terms. Soren was utterly astonished, gasping, silently wondering, no way. How can you call this a method? Everyone nearby heard and gaped, exclaiming, W what? Isn't that completely insane? Soren frowned, thinking, if you calculate using logarithms, the numbers will clearly seem much larger. Even using track 2, a simple calculation method, the computations still become complicated. Then he stated firmly, this is the scholar's syndrome. Iruki ran his index finger across his nose, frowning. What do you think? Can you beat me? Soren said loudly, I don't intend to beat anyone. This is just a test. He stood covering his nose and looking away, replying, a commonplace declaration from weaklings. Remember that. Iruki said sternly, if you don't have the skill, abandon your life's ideals, and keep pretending you're the best. Then he said contemptuously, that isn't at all convincing. Soren, furious, growled, if I defeat you, that will prove I was right, won't it? Iruki snapped his fingers and smiled mysteriously. Of course. But you should know, no matter how great your knowledge is, compared to me, it's just an insect. Soren, furious, blurted out, an insect? An insect? Everyone was astonished. Even Nade was the same. He thought about it to himself. Then he brightened up, rummaging in a paper bag for something. How interesting. Rapid-fire test rules. The score is calculated by the number of targets hit within the allotted time. Level 01, score 00, time limit, 1 minute. The time is 1 minute. Correspondingly, with each level the number of targets increases. First stage 10 targets, second stage 11, third stage 12, fourth stage 13, fifth stage 14. If you miss even a single target, you cannot advance to the next stage. Also, the higher the level, the faster the targets are summoned. If you cannot steer your spirit field to keep up with the targets, the trainee will be timed out. If you cannot act quickly, you cannot summon more targets and your score will be severely affected. Everyone is focused on the rapid-fire test scoreboard. Soren is watching too. He thinks, the average score for fifth-year students is 400. No one has scored above 700 yet. He props his chin, reasoning that to reach 700 points, he probably can't miss a single target in 1 minute. He has to reach level 30, which means he must clear a level every 5 seconds. Soren now stands on the platform under everyone's scrutiny. He adopts a stern expression, eyes lifted, and raises his right hand to the sky. Immediately, targets explode one after another. The other trainees crane their necks in admiration. Incredible. Incredible. Then he turns and launches his move. His eyes show clear determination and keenness. He swings his arm, directing the spirit field toward the targets in front of him, and they explode loudly again. On the ceiling, the two people who had been talking to Soren now stood there looking at him in surprise. The one in front said sternly, Soren isn't kidding. Even without teleporting, his head can hit a target. The one behind asked skeptically, how can he do that? The blackboard on the wall displayed the message. Time S up, level 25, score 567, time limit, 0 minutes. Someone's voice rang out in astonishment. He raised his score by 200 points in just 1 week. Time was up and the field vanished. He stood massaging his left wrist, letting out a relieved sigh as the crowd cheered. After that, Soren turned and walked away. In the distance, 2 people murmured, his bullet speed is really fast. Once he locks on, he can't miss. The boy beside him replied softly, his rapid fire has improved a lot too. I think he can fire 4 shots in a second. He wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, glanced back and sighed, thinking to himself, see, I've already caught up to your score. It turned out he had been glancing at Iruki behind him. Iruki smirked, leisurely sat up, then walked past him toward the podium. With his hands in his pockets, Iruki said casually, is it my turn? Soren looked at him, a little worried. Everyone's eyes turned to the podium, and he did the same. He looked up tensely, and the result was unchanged. Iruki still controlled the Lin field with great skill, sweeping through and obliterating the targets, causing them to explode all at once. A voice suddenly rang out. His spirit domain is even smaller than before. Iruki's spirit field flashed over everyone's heads, and they all stared in astonishment. The speaker continued, even faster still. The spirit field kept bending, passing through the targets and causing them to explode. After a while, Iruki was finally done. He raised his hand, made a gun gesture toward the sky, and struck a cool pose. Done. The board on the wall displayed. Time S up, level 25, score 568, time limit 0 minutes. After that, Iruki paid no attention and walked off at once. People started discussing excitedly. Iruki's score went up too, but it's only 1 point behind Soren's new score. The murmurs dwindled. Soren was close, but he lost. Even so, Soren's score is rising exponentially. He'll catch up soon. Soren was now very unsettled. Watching Iruki's back, he thought, that 1 point gap wasn't accidental. The next day, their scores still differed by only 1 point. Of course, 571 was Soren's. 572 was Iruki's. The day after that, 585 and 586 also differed by only 1 point. The next day, 593 and 594 Still a 1-point difference. Iruki stood with his back to everyone, raised his right hand, glanced back over his shoulder, and curled his lips in a proud smile. The other trainees shouted his name, Iruki, Iruki. Only Soren knew that the 1-point difference had been deliberate. He stood motionless in the crowd, eyes wide as he looked up at the platform, thinking, if you wanted to be 1 point ahead of me, you must have been calculating carefully since level 1. He frowned and stared straight ahead, thinking, that's exactly the idea. Even if he didn't say it, that was his message. He imagined Iruki standing on a high wall, haughtily looking down at him, that he could easily defeat someone like him. A moment later, at the tall, luxurious building, someone's voice rang out. This time Iruki will probably win, right? It turned out the three of them were sitting and talking. The friend perched on the table, legs crossed and head tilted, continued, scoring over 600 points. Soren is really impressive. The man on the left propped his hand up. It's just that Iruki is too strong. Another voice added, I think Soren doesn't know his own limits. As for Iruki, he sat with his hand against his cheek, arrogantly looking the other way, ignoring what the two in front of him said. They spoke. Iruki, do you want to join our research group? Teach us how you do it. What's the highest score you can reach? Soren sat nearby, elbow propped, glaring at Iruki in annoyance, displeased. Precisely. Unlike someone who gave it his all like me, Iruki hasn't shown his full ability yet. He fell silent, thinking, if I hadn't recognized those strategies early, it would have been for nothing. Suddenly, Nate placed a hand on his shoulder from behind and smiled with narrowed eyes. It's okay. We're cheering for you already. He continued. Actually, both of them are my friends, so who wins doesn't matter. Soren turned his head in irritation and said, be serious. Nate propped his elbows on the table and tilted his head leisurely. While I was eating, I couldn't tell whether I was chewing food or numbers. I feel sorry for you, but as a spectator this is actually entertaining. We're all eager to see which of the two of you will break the score record. Soren asked, score record? There is such a thing? How many points? Whose record is it? A senior who already graduated. Nate blinked, answering, hey, don't tell me you don't know anything about your girlfriend's scores. Huh. Soren turned his head. Nate said loudly, it's senior Ami, 987 points. At the same time, elsewhere, perhaps the schoolyard in front of a 2-story building, people were coming and going. A pink red-haired girl was leaning back in a chair when she heard someone call, Ami. It turned out to be Cyril, who had just run up. Cyril, worried, stood in front of her. Long time no see. You've gotten so thin. The graduating class must be really intense. She handed Ami the stack of documents, smiling faintly with dark circles under her eyes. Sooner or later you'll be like me. Here, the materials you asked for. The two sat down, drank water, and chatted. Cyril asked, is the advancement exam very difficult? Ami took a sip from her glass and replied, it's not too hard, but the standards are high. Even with a high score you might not pass. Then Ami put on a chilling look to tease her. They'll study everything I've ever done up until now. Cyril exclaimed in panic, oh my god, that's terrifying. But then she bowed her head and gave a wry smile, reassuring. Don't worry. Although they call it the graduation class, it's basically just an advanced level 4 class. With your skills, you'll be fine. She held the glass with both hands and looked at Ami with admiration. Oh, I think she has changed. She is much more composed now. Lost in thought, Ami spoke up. How is Soren these days? Cyril, as if struck by lightning, suddenly screamed in horror. That's terrible. They've never even met? Are they really dating? Then she continued, her voice full of excitement. Yes, there is something very interesting. Her voice echoed beside the running artificial waterfall. Ami didn't seem too bothered and asked, so Iruki challenged Soren? She looked at the worried Cyril and recounted. Back when I was in 5th grade, he challenged people too. His manner is weird. He pretends not to care about others. Then, after he defeats you, he'll use that feeling to provoke you. Hearing that, Cyril asked in confusion. So, is he a genius hunter? Or something like that? Cyril hurriedly. What about our Soren? Aren't you going to help him, Ami? Ami simply rested her head on the hand propped on the arm of the chair, sipped her drink, and replied calmly. There is no need for that. He doesn't need my help. Our Soren, what do you mean? She suddenly yelled. You're so heartless. How can you be so cold to your boyfriend? Ami slightly frowned, bit the straw, and whispered, "No, that's not what I mean." Then she added decisively, "Soren knows what he needs to do." Over here, he kept gasping, his face drenched in sweat. It turned out he had just finished the rapid-fire test. Everyone murmured in awe as the wall display showed. Timeout. Level 30. Score 700. Time limit 0 minutes. As for Soren, he could barely breathe. He sank to his knees and loosened his tie, looking as if he'd given his all. The two of them had earlier stood stunned under the podium, taking turns exclaiming, "I never expected that in a 5th grade class I'd see someone score 700. That savage bastard. A terrifying monster." People buzzed excitedly. "To get that score you have to level up 10 times in 10 seconds. I can't believe he pulled it off." Soren frowned and limped as he walked, nearly exhausted. Iruki, hands in his pockets, swaggered forward arrogantly. "Congratulations, 700 is a high score." "Not bad, huh?" Soren panted, turned to answer. "Because I wanted to prove something to you." Iruki shut his eyes, glanced over, and smirked. "I knew it." Cyril's voice rang out. "So did Soren win?" Ami sipped water and stared at the ceiling, saying indifferently, "What is the point of winning or losing? It's just a test." The other girl, hearing this, looked at Ami in surprise. "What? You're flexing your Ami the unbeatable reputation, aren't you?" Then she went on, shouting, "I know you beat Iruki, the one who holds the rapid-fire test record of 987 points." Ami looked up to counter. "No, I've never competed against him. I was just describing some of his weapon techniques." After that, she glanced off somewhere and said, "But if you two actually competed, you'd probably lose." She spoke sternly. Cyril froze. "Huh?" A shout echoed, "What?" Back to the arena. The scoreboard appeared. Only the words over 701 points in 0 minutes were visible. Everyone in the stands shouted, "Amazing." That was Iruki's result. He stood and stared at his own score. Someone yelled, "It's a 1-point difference again." "I can't believe he hit 700 points and still remains so calm." Soren stood bewildered among the crowd, thinking, "I'm done for. What is Iruki's limit?" Everyone wondered. He looked up at Iruki with a resentful expression, silently concluding that he couldn't beat him. Soren's satchel was carelessly set down on the table. He sat in silence on the simple bed in the spacious room. Sunlight streamed through the window, slanting across his face. He looked out thoughtfully. "When the holiday ends, the exams will begin. I only have 3 days." He closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed. "I can't find any other way to beat Iruki in that time. Should I give up? It's just a test." Suddenly, he remembered the line, "Only the weak say that." He fell silent, frowning in thought as he recalled Iruki's cold demeanor when he said it. "If you don't have the skills, then idealize life and pretend you're the best." His expression changed suddenly. A look of resentment surfaced. Then he remembered a string of events he'd recently gone through, all of them painful and unfair to him. He thought, "No one will believe what I say." The final image. When he was a child, he witnessed several bodies lying scattered along the alley. Then he struck a match and lit a candle. He sat cross-legged on the bed, watching the candle burn on the table, pondering, "Have I lost my awareness from studying at the noble school for too long? In fact, what Iruki said, wasn't he wrong?" And then he thought, "The world will not listen to those who have no power." Soren's eyes suddenly turned blue. He vowed to himself, "I will not give up." He sat up straight and closed his eyes to calm himself. To surpass Iruki, there is no other way than to overcome the numbers. The drops of water slowly dwindled, forming larger numbers. A question flashed within. What is a number? In his subconscious, Soren floated, surrounded by numbers. He whispered, "What is a sequence of numbers?" He gathered the numbers into a circular spirit field that shone brightly in his palm. He held it up to eye level and looked. What lies at its core? Then he told himself, "Don't think about those things." He raised his hand straight toward the sky and let it fall. He continued, "If he keeps getting lost in those thoughts, he won't be able to see the whole. He will only." He relaxed his arm. Tiny blue lights slowly began to fall. As he felt it, they formed into many smaller lights, falling in increasing numbers. The solitary lights descended and enveloped Soren's body. His body hung in midair, translucent and glowing blue. He opened his eyes wide to watch them, then wondered, "How far can I count?" Then he thought, "I can." Soren rose into the sky, chasing the place where the light was coming from. He wondered, how far does it go? He flew to a barrier like a choppy water surface. In the middle was a hole like a whirlpool. As he flew into it, he thought, what is this? The end of numbers. No way. Numbers are infinite. Soren touched that rippling surface with both hands, bewildered. So what is this? Suddenly, the surrounding space began to crack. He was utterly astonished, his mouth wide open. The ground beneath his feet also began to split. He looked down and cried out in surprise. Huh. Then the crack under his feet widened, tearing a large hole. He stood there, stunned, not knowing what to do. Back in reality, he startled, opened his eyes, and sat up panting. I must have arrived, but what was that? A hallucination? The candle on the table had burned down, leaving only pools of wax. He looked at it thoughtfully. Was it because I was dead? Was it really a hallucination? I feel a very strong pulling force. Soren sat cross-legged on the bed, raised both hands. Then, astonished, stared out the window. It's hard to explain, but numbers might not exist solely to be counted. He looked up at the brilliant moon above the castle and thought so. Soren later realized that 40 hours had passed since he closed his eyes. The next day, the TOC-XA test would be held at training ground number 1 in the building. It was the day of the 5th-year speed gun test. On the field, 2 people stood in the center. Around them, the stands were packed. It was the day of the 5th-year speed gun test. On the field, 2 people stood in the center. Around them, the stands were packed. The scoreboard hanging on the wall was also operational. Someone exhaled and said, I'm so worried, really worried. It was those 2 male students again. The one on the left asked, puzzled, why are the underclassmen here? The one on the right frowned and replied, they're probably here to watch. I used to do the same. Everyone suddenly looked toward the door. Oh, over there is. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The 4th-year seniors have come too? Sarah was in that group. The other male student clutched his head and whimpered. Too much pressure. The one on the right awkwardly tried to reassure him. Don't be like that. They're here to watch the match between Soren and a rookie. That's probably it, right? Those at the back fell silent as Cyril and her friends took someone's seats. She smiled, eyes crinkling, and waved to the boy who lost his spot. Thanks. The boy who had been whining earlier replied, Ah, of course. He looked up at the board. Today's program is packed with events. A voice rang out. The main event today? The blackboard read, Iruki and Soren will face each other in Group 20. The pink-haired boy wondered, I wonder who will win? The boy sitting in the middle stroked his chin and answered, Iruki is currently ahead. Cyril put up a finger and said confidently, It's still too early to say. Then she looked at them with a mischievous smile and added, Because the test is done in groups, the scores could change. If it were a setting like the real thing, Soren would win. She said it with confidence. By now a minute had passed, and the first round of the test ended. The person on the left won with 427 points. He happily raised 2 fingers and said, I won. The other person wasn't satisfied. The test is over, but why am I so angry? Cyril sat in the stands, frowning with his chin in his hand, thinking, they say that, but what should I do? I'm so worried. A minute passed, and Nate's group's turn ended. He stood up wiping his sweat, quietly pleased. I did so well. Edela, standing behind the table, called out, Well done, very good. Group 19. Then she flipped the paper and smiled with narrowed eyes. Now it's the final group, Group 20. As soon as she finished speaking, cheers rang throughout the hall. Iruki and Soren stepped into position at the same time. Everyone shouted the 2 names. Soren. Iruki. The calls echoed. Edela felt anxious. Soren stood silently amid the cheering. Nade, unconcerned. Soren seems overly focused. The 2 guys put an index finger to their lips to signal him to be quiet. The cheering stopped completely. The 2 stood at the center of the arena. Edela's voice rang out. You will have 1 minute. She stood behind them and said, Many students are watching, so I hope both of you will do your best. Soren, focused on listening, nodded slightly. Iruki, on the other hand, wasn't interested at all. Edela said, Then let us begin. The information board on the wall had 2 buttons, yellow for Iruki, red for Soren. The yellow button beeped. Everyone fell silent and looked toward the arena. Soren began counting numbers in his head. His eyes flashed with lights just like in the dream. Then his red button beeped. Both simultaneously activated their spiritual domains for the battle, each using his own technique. Iruki's was powerful and sinuous. Soren's was decisive and steady. Under the stands, everyone witnessed the dazzling match. They cried out in astonishment. Amazing. Both reached level 12 within the first 58 seconds. Someone blurted, All the targets exploded right at the start. Soren's eyes glowed with a blue light. He concentrated, channeling his entire spiritual domain into his palm. Everyone shouted admiringly. They're both so skilled. Iruki launched his technique while glancing at Soren. Someone observed, Iruki's spiritual domain has also become smaller. Indeed, Iruki's technique was growing sharper and nimbler, tearing the targets apart. The person sitting next to Cyril folded their arms and remarked, "So that's the strength in the rumors about Iruki. It's real," she said sternly. "So that's why Ami called him a strong opponent." Cyril then widened his eyes in surprise. "What? Soren's score is higher." She looked at the scoreboard and exclaimed, "Soren 121, Iruki 119. Then she loudly scolded, "That bastard Iruki is messing around again? Thinking he can turn the situation around, so he dares to joke. What nerve?" At that moment, Iruki could only smile inwardly. Everyone's completely mistaken. He swung his arm, grinned, launched his move, and thought, "I've been giving it my all from the start." He glanced at Soren, thinking, "This guy? What has he done in just 3 days?" Iruki watched Soren focus to unleash his technique and thought just that. On the platform, Edela watched sternly, never taking her eyes off him. She thought to herself, "I understand. If you walk a path for the first time it feels long, but if you walk it again you'll arrive much sooner. It's the same with counting, but I've already gone very far, Soren." Iruki looked at him with an unnatural smile, then said, "This guy really is crazy." Soren quickly swung his hand forward. He concentrated his spirit field into his palm and fired at the targets, causing them to explode one after another. Then Soren stared at his palm and thought, "Release the module." Edela, standing outside, was utterly surprised. She began to think. He's gathering the numbers while performing calculations at the same time. This tactic can only be used when someone has reached the limit of conscious calculation. She remembered when Soren entered the arena. To do that, he must have already been in a state of hyper-focus before stepping in. However, if he did that, right now he was intensely focused so he could attack as quickly and accurately as possible. He reminded himself, if the matrix slipped even a little, all the continuous effort he'd been maintaining up till now would be for nothing. He frowned as he thought this. In his consciousness, a bolt of yellow lightning was flying straight toward the source of that light. On the scoreboard mounted on the wall, their scores rose. Soren was leading with 469 points, while Iruki had 432. The gray-haired woman sitting at the same table as Cyril suddenly exclaimed that the score gap was widening. She and the girl beside her planted their hands on the table, sprang to their feet, and shouted, "Soren, advance." Everyone in the stands stood up and cheered. The blonde girl with twin braids turned toward the arena and yelled, "Faster." The match on the field had become intensely gripping. Both fighters' techniques were immensely powerful and lightning fast, drawing delighted praise from everyone. As Iruki unleashed a move that detonated the target, he thought to himself that this could also be seen as a form of morale boosting. The fact that the other side was willing to break their usual calculating style meant he had staked everything on this technique. He glanced at Soren and smirked. "All right, I admit it, Soren. Your resolve is as strong as mine." Then he immediately curled his hand inward and murmured, "But my gamble will always be on a completely different level." Iruki emphasized that thought, clenched his hand, his eyes cold. Blue bolts of lightning appeared around his spirit field. Suddenly, everyone was bewildered. Some stood up, others rubbed their eyes to see more clearly. Something felt very strange. Someone shouted in astonishment that Iruki's score had suddenly soared. Iruki's scoreboard shot up uncontrollably, and his level rose one tier above Soren's. The two people who had been standing with none a moment ago gaped. The man on the left said, "But I don't see Soren being any slower." The one on the right added, "Iruki's explosion rhythm suddenly changed strangely." None frowned. "Impossible." Cyril's trio had all risen. The pink-haired girl asked, "Does anyone notice something strange about the afterimage of Iruki's spirit field?" She frowned and replied, "I see it. That's not an afterimage." Cyril, alarmed, pointed forward and shouted, "He actually has 2 spirit fields." 2 streams of spirit field appeared around Iruki, enveloping him. Everyone was stunned. Someone shouted, "You can do that too." Edela, astonished, began to think. Twin spirit fields are a hallmark of the detached mind redirection type. I never expected to witness a student using this technique. On top of that, He is simultaneously executing 2 consecutive chains and recording the whole process. She suddenly thought, even if he has savant syndrome, that ability is still exceedingly rare. It's surprising that a child could conceal power of that magnitude. Then Edela whispered, another unforeseen variable has appeared at this magic academy. Cyril and her friends stared intently down at the arena. She muttered, Ami was right. Iruki's twin spirit fields pierced the target and swept across the air beneath the ceiling. Cyril's voice rose. Iruki really is a monster. Iruki thrust his hand forward, directing the twin spirit fields to assault the target. The 2 scores suddenly froze. Iruki 845, Soren 692. Someone exclaimed, it's over. Nade's trio stood watching intently. The one on the left said, so everyone already guessed the result. He added, Soren was really unlucky this time. Soren stood in silence, barely able to draw a breath. He thought helplessly. In the end, he still couldn't win, even though he wagered everything he had. Soren hovered before the cliff in the dream. It was clear he had given it his all and was now exhausted. He told himself, yet he still couldn't match even half of a rookie. He felt sad and tried to console himself. He'd done his best. His hand loosened, then clenched again. Soren continued, my best? Beads of sweat dotted his face as he bowed his head. He glared and told himself, no, it's that I'm still afraid. Soren feared whether he himself was allowed to follow that path. Then he raised his fist into the air and punched hard at the rock face before him. But now it wasn't a problem anymore, Soren thought. A hole appeared in the rock face as he drew his fist back. Next he swung his fist high for momentum. He clenched his teeth and stared at the hole with determined eyes. He would overcome it with his own hands. A powerful strike against the rock face moments earlier had split it open, leaving a very large hole. Suddenly it began to glow. Soren stood dazed as a pure white light reflected off his face, illuminating the subconscious space like daytime. Back in the arena, Edela jolted and turned toward him. She glanced quickly, puzzled. Soren couldn't believe it. The targets had all been pierced straight through the center by his golden streaks of light, with diameters of only millimeters. Those beams were incredibly thin. Everyone in the stands was once again terrified, their mouths hanging open. Someone shouted, hey, look at Soren. The light is getting brighter. Cyril's group panicked as well, desperate to rush down onto the arena floor. As for Soren, he made no sound, merely standing with his head bowed. The light emanating from him was so intense that the blue targets turned black and were smashed to pieces by that beam of light without him having to do anything else. Both of their scores were climbing rapidly, but it seemed Soren's was increasing faster than Iruki's. He turned to look at Soren again, coughed, a small huck, then smiled, gritted his teeth and muttered, no matter how fast you are, I'll still calculate faster than you. Only 5 seconds remained, yet Iruki was still confident. I'll compute every single number in this world. His twin spirit field continued to accelerate without stopping, for seconds remained. As Iruki's twin spirit field struck a target, only 3 seconds were left. He told himself he was in control and could win. 2 seconds left, just 1 more second. Finally, there was only 1 second left. Iruki winced, gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why is time passing so slowly? Everyone stood up at once and shouted as the match ended. Iruki suddenly sat down heavily on the floor, thinking, it's over. He looked up at the scoreboard, self-satisfied. Oh, not a bad score. Does that mean I've won? His score was 1247. Then he turned and wondered, what about Soren? Iruki frowned in confusion as he glanced over at Soren, who still showed no sign of movement. Suddenly someone ran over, shook his shoulder and shouted, Soren. Only then did he snap awake, gasping. Cyril was slowly letting go of his shoulder. She anxiously asked, Soren, are you okay? Everyone nearby gathered around. He spoke up, Sister Cyril, the test has. She turned to look at the board on the wall and cheerfully announced, the victory goes to you. He was stunned when he looked at the scoreboard. She continued, you've even set a new record. Your score is 1273. The students happily clustered together and chorused, congratulations, Soren. He stood there in a daze, thinking to himself, did I win? Suddenly Iruki stepped up to where Soren was and called, hey, you. He looked at Iruki with wide-eyed astonishment, as did everyone around. Iruki went on, area magic is banned in rapid-fire tests, you know. Soren fell silent, thinking, right. The entire arena was flooded with light. Then, Iruki's voice rang out again. Huh, you're such a bore. He had one hand in his pocket, the other extended for a handshake, smiling. Just because there's photon emission doesn't mean you're using photon magic. I'm only joking. Congratulations on the win. The other male students shouted in alarmed unison. No way. Iruki actually admitted defeat. Has the sun risen in the west today? Soren clasped his hand, stood up, and said, So do you now admit what I said? That life is more important than research? Iruki said sternly, Yes, you're right. He could hardly believe his ears. Yuha? Are you serious? Iruki replied calmly. However, it seems you've misunderstood. A burst doesn't mean violence. Nobody else understood what they were talking about. Iruki continued. A burst is just a large mass of accumulated energy. For it to be considered violent, you also need the element that the user's intent is to harm others. Nade and Cyril stood side by side, eyes wide and bewildered. Nade spoke softly. That. Soren didn't bother hiding it, frowning as he objected. But that kind of energy is controlled by humans, which means it's still dangerous. Isn't it? Iruki answered. Then that person will have to take responsibility for controlling that enormous source of energy. And by the way, speaking of this, I have something I want to ask you. He looked at him, puzzled. Iruki's expression turned serious. From now on, you must be responsible for me. Iruki's voice rang out. An explosion is basically a large, uncontrolled release of energy. But if we can control it, it would be a kind of energy that could save 100,000 lives. He said it seriously. A strange light appeared in the ink-black sky, shining down on a city. Iruki stood facing Soren and said, A new era has begun. We want to be fighting only nature. Of course, I don't have such noble ideals. Soren was silent for a moment, then said, Why didn't you say that from the beginning? If you had, I wouldn't have misunderstood. People clustered in small groups, watching them and whispering. Iruki replied, I want you to know whether you belong to those who possess power or to those who only know fear. Soren watched intently, thinking to himself that he understood. Iruki was afraid his power would spiral out of control. He looked at him and thought so. Iruki said, his eyes full of anguish, If you defeat me, you'll prove your will. So, the only person who can stop me is you. Iruki looked at Soren, who was staring blankly, spoke earnestly, then added, If you can't handle me, I want to take another step. The people behind them heard this and, puzzled, murmured, Oh my God, he's saying he want to move because he's afraid of his own power? Soren remained uncertain, not knowing what to do. Suddenly he says that. I don't understand any of it. He looked at Iruki, worried and unsure whether he was delusional or realistic. But there was one thing he knew for sure. He looked into Iruki's eyes and thought to himself, the fear reflected there is real. Then he stepped forward, grasped Iruki's hand, and spoke. I promise. When the time comes, I will stop you. Everyone in the arena had no idea what was happening and simultaneously blurted out, Huh. Nade, tears streaming down his face, rushed up to the two of them and called out loudly, You guys. He wrapped his arms around both of their necks, pulling them into his embrace, beaming. So cool. I'm proud to have you as my friends. Edela, standing behind the crowd, called out, Soren, can you come here for a moment? He turned his head back. Yes. Meanwhile, Iruki was being squeezed so tightly by Nade that he couldn't breathe. Soren followed Edela out. Right after, she suddenly grabbed his shoulder and, her voice strained, startled him. Soren too. She looked at him anxiously and then shouted, Do you know what you've just done? Do you really want to leave here? He was utterly alarmed when he heard her. Soren stammered, Professor Edela. She frowned. If you step into that realm, if you go to that place, you will no longer be yourself. Soren lowered his eyes slightly and, glumly, said, I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't realize this was so dangerous. Edela said softly, Soren, then bowed her head in thought and warned. The domain you're stepping into goes far beyond numbers and is called the realm of infinity. Mages often call it the immortal maw. Our monks, however, call it nirvana. Soren recoiled at the word. Humans can attain the infinite, but those who reach that point cease to be anything at all. He thought to himself, beyond the numbers he saw there. The rocky face he had struck had shattered a vast expanse of space. Soren felt as if a force were pulling him forward. He continued to ponder, and it kept pulling him in. Soren, who had been sleeping, suddenly jolted awake. He gasped and put a hand to his forehead. Then he got out of bed, braced his hands on the desk, and thought, that nightmare again. Ever since I went into that place, I've been having this nightmare every day. He said he had a strange sensation inside. He picked up a glass of water, but his hand was unsteady and the glass spilled. Suddenly his whole body trembled. One hand braced on the table to steady himself, the other clutching his shirt over his chest. He thought, anxious and afraid, and sometimes I can feel. I asked Professor Etela, but neither of us could find anything wrong with my body. I looked at the puddle that had just spilled onto the table, worried. What the hell is happening to me? One late afternoon, a flock of birds flew back to their nest. Soren's voice rang through the room. Lately, I think I'm possessed. He sat in the chair, his face weary from not being able to sleep well. Iruki and Nade, sitting across, turned to look, puzzled. The three of them were in some kind of room. Nade, on the long couch to the left, scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. You looked so serious, I really was worried. The man in the middle chair said wearily, I'm serious. You did say this is a paranormal research group, after all. Iruki sat with his arms crossed and gave a wry smile. Indeed, the level of concern from someone who once beat me is on another level. Nade, surprised, why did you think he was telling the truth? Soren gave a rueful laugh, twirled his index finger, and looked at Iruki. Was that a stupid question of mine? Well, not really, Iruki said, propping his chin. The dream you described. You said you saw yourself in an empty, dark space, right? Then you added, and the stars were being sucked back into somewhere. Soren only uttered a single Iruki's voice rang out, and finally that barrier shattered. A beam of light shot out, right? Soren widened his eyes. Right. It moves like a heartbeat. Iruki sat back with his arms folded and said, taking into account both the size and the speed of the space you're talking about, that would be a number no one on this continent could guess. Now Iruki has a new nickname. The Spiritual Council, supposedly in charge of criticism. Just kidding. If we assume that place exists, he said solemnly, then it would have to be outside the universe. Nade and Soren jolted upright, exclaiming in unison, outside the universe. Soren looked at Iruki, suspicious. Are you talking about the universe mentioned in that book? But how could I have dreamed about it when I've never even seen it? Nade propped his chin, eyes sharp. No. He raised a hand, very serious. I've heard of it before. Soren called out awkwardly, Nade. And Nade gained a new nickname too. The Spiritual Council, tasked with asking questions. He said solemnly, 200 years ago, a condemned man underwent a soul exchange experiment. If a person's soul could be materialized into matter, there was a hypothesis that electricity could separate it via a closed circuit. In other words, they would put a person inside an iron box and run an electric current through them. However, because the experiment was inhumane, it was stopped long ago. The condemned man survived. His consciousness returned after a month, but Nade paused for a moment, then continued. He came to know about the affairs of countries beyond the continent, places he had never been to or even heard of. Soren, bewildered, is that really true? Nade rested his elbows on his knees and said thoughtfully, the information the death row prisoner gave has been verified, and everything has been confirmed to be true. He glanced at Soren and warned, a soul separated by electricity, gradually ionized and producing electromagnetic fields. Could that very power have drawn information about the world to the death row prisoner? It's a hypothesis. That strange tingling the prisoner experienced, that's what S called a spiritual sensation. He got goosebumps at Nade's words, hugging his arms tightly in fear and saying, God, tingling, like my symptoms. Iruki suddenly shot to his feet, startling Soren, and shouted, that's why Soren saw the universe out there. If your soul was ionized by electricity, producing quantum phenomena, then it's possible you could transcend space and time. He stood dumbfounded. Transcend space and time. How? Iruki held his thumb and forefinger a tiny, pea-sized distance apart, and said, in a microscopic realm even smaller than an electron, an event beyond human understanding can occur. A world defined by probability, a place you cannot observe and measure simultaneously. If you assume the weight of the soul is lighter than an electron, a ring of electrons appeared in Iruki's imagination. He urged, go on. The relationship between space and time would no longer mean anything. Then Iruki pointed his index finger at the ceiling, looked at him, and concluded, and the ability to perceive external space is possible. Nate also pointed at him, excited. What do you think? I think that's exactly your case. Soren shouted out in admiration and said loudly, you worked it out? Incredible. Looking at you two like this, you're actually a real research team. Nate grinned and replied, it's nothing, I guess so. Iruki also smiled smugly, sat with his arms crossed watching him, and said, it's just a solution. If we want to study it, we'll need more information. Then he asked again, why won't you tell the truth? Soren looked puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Iruki gave him a cold look. During the TOC XA exam, your luminescence malfunctioned, and you said that after that day you began having nightmares every night. Tell us what happened. Iruki really wants to know. Soren, embarrassed, looked down at the table, then said, actually, Professor Edela told me a few things. Hearing that, Nate exclaimed in shock, what is the immortal jaw? Iruki, do you know what it is? Iruki didn't answer. He only let out a soft chuckle, which made Soren look at him a little alarmed. Then he pressed a hand to his forehead, threw his head back, and laughed loudly. I get it. So that's it. It's the immortal jaw. Iruki continued. I once heard my father speak of it. This is the dreamland of mathematicians, where a single function can become the key to everything in this world. Nate and Soren both felt a little uneasy hearing that. Soren, flustered, said, but the professor also warned that thing is very dangerous. Iruki spread his arms and said loudly, of course, because it contains everything and yet nothing at all. Then he covered his mouth, giggling as he said, I know. To beat me, you'd need the immortal function. Soren looked at Iruki, both surprised and pleased, thinking to himself that somehow watching them joke made him feel relieved. Soren said sternly, I've made up my mind. I'll join the parapsychology research group. Iruki and Nade were delighted, jumping to their feet when they heard his decision. Nade cried out, really? Soren replied, yeah, I don't want to be frightened. I want to study it myself and confront it head on. He stood up, smiling with his eyes narrowed. If I work with you guys, I'm sure I'll discover something. Nade threw his arms straight up and shouted, awesome. The immortal function, or whatever it is, will overcome it. Now we've got enough people, and we'll become an official group again. Nade was so happy he nearly cried. That means we'll be receiving funding again. Iruki added, but will the professor even let Soren join? Our reputation isn't that great. Nade, slyly holding up some piece of paper, said, trust me, I'll get him in without the professor finding out. Soren and Iruki stared blankly and said in unison, is that really okay? Then Nade lunged forward, grabbed the two by the collars, squinting as he said loudly, don't worry. Okay, let us go to a cafe and throw a welcome party for the new member. Today it's my treat. Iruki said coldly, reminding him, but your clothes are torn. Soren, meanwhile, said nothing. He only glanced back thoughtfully. Now this truly is my research group. He surveyed the lab as a whole and told himself, let us start by cleaning up. One late afternoon. But things didn't go as Nate had hoped. His Group S formation application was in someone's hand, and that person looked furious. The most feared professor had noticed. Sienna. She wore an extremely stern expression, eyeing the application as she spoke sharply. A voice called out, Professor that. It was him. He was clutching a stack of papers up to his nose while glancing back, replying, applications to join research groups are always like this around holidays. He walked on talking, and didn't he notice that one application had fallen to the ground. Gather for a period, then when you have training points disband the group. Let us just get it done quickly, he said. Sienna, seeing the fallen form, called out, Professor, you dropped this. He was startled and exclaimed, oh no. She picked up the form to read. That glanced at it too, then frowned. Professor, this research group is a... That faltered. They looked at the application to join the research group. Nade's scientific research group on supernatural souls. He was surprised. A scientific research group on supernatural souls? Then that added, his gaze falling on the name Arian Soren. He glanced at the form and asked her, Isn't that Soren? Sienna's face went dark. She said nothing. She clenched the form until it creased, then broke into a terrifying smile. Inside a range of relatively low hills, deep within the mountains, stood a house. A voice echoed from outside. I'm sorry, Professor Edela. You're in the middle of your practice. She sat cross-legged at the tea table, lifted her cup and smiled with narrowed eyes. If you've come all the way here, It's certainly us and TA's simple matter, Professor Sienna. So this was Edila's home. The air fell silent for a moment. The two sat facing each other, sipping tea, the scene around them tranquil. Sienna set her cup down and said, "Actually, Soren has joined a research group." Edela asked cheerfully, "So he finally joined some group? Which one?" Sienna leaned forward, her expression serious. "The research group studying supernatural spirits." Edela took a sip of tea and froze at the news, nearly spilling it from her cup. Sienna, fearful and trembling, continued, "As you know, even before we became professors, this group had a troubled history. Every day, I received numerous complaint letters from students' parents." She grew increasingly frightened. Why that group of all groups? Soren is the future of our school right now. He should be studying diligently. Edela sat dazed, holding her cup and looking at her, smiling foolishly before saying, "But isn't that group different now?" She raised her index finger and hastened to speak up for Nade's group. "The current president is Nade, a very well-behaved and friendly student. So there shouldn't be any problem. Those troublemakers have already graduated, and the current president of the Thormia Magic Association used to be the leader of that group anyway." She added cheerfully, "I'm sure you'll share good things and learn together." At the same time, over with Nade's group, he was lying with his head propped on the couch, looking very relaxed. Nade called out, "Oh, Soren's here." He stood in the doorway, frowning, using his sleeve to shield against the rising dust. He said irritably, "You guys." Dust coated the entire room from ceiling to floor. Soren, waving the dust away, asked, "Not coming to class?" "I don't feel well today." Nade propped his head on his hand and crossed his legs on the couch, replying, "I'm not feeling well today." Iruki, meanwhile, sat at the chair, focused on the chess game on the table, and said, "I always skip anyway." Then he excitedly threw himself into his game. "All right, check. One more round." His hands moved swiftly, manipulating two pieces at once. Soren stood behind, just frozen, watching. He then turned to the messy pile on the right and thought to himself, "I already cleaned up. Why is it messy again?" He spoke up, "You lot don't study, you don't do research, and you even skip class." Nade looked up, "Huh? You can regret it all you want, but you're not allowed to leave, okay?" Soren turned away, taking off his outer uniform jacket with a sigh. "I'll study here." He went to the round table beside the long couch, took out his papers, and sat quietly to study. Iruki and Nade both watched him. Nade lay on the couch, looking bored, thinking to himself, "What a model student." Suddenly, Iruki propped his elbow on the table, leaned forward, and sneered at Nade. "Have you finished your new invention yet?" Nade turned over, lifted his head. "All right, of course I have." Iruki's voice rang out, reaching Soren's ears. "So this is an invisibility cloak?" He was taking notes when he heard the two of them chatting animatedly. "So cool. That's awesome, right?" Soren couldn't concentrate, so he pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. They said, "It lasts for an hour, and if you put energy like this into it." Amazing. Hearing that, Soren could no longer pretend to be quiet. He jumped to his feet and looked at the two of them with curiosity. "I want to see it too." Back at Edila's home during her meeting with Sienna, Sienna calmly raised her teacup, took a sip, and said, "We're talking about Nade, so while we're at it, let us talk about the other students too. That brat Iruki. He's in 5th year, but pretends to be an idiot." In Sienna's head, two prototypical faces came to mind, Iruki and Soren. She fell silent and continued, "Have you seen his ability yet?" And Soren even managed to defeat that monster Iruki. When the graduating students graduate, they'll probably become the shining stars of our school. Suddenly, she put her teacup down hastily on her lap and said sharply, "But what if Soren hangs out with kids like Iruki and becomes rebellious like him? He would become the Magic Academy's biggest failure." Edela froze, worried. "Failed?" Then she said casually, "Oh, you were worrying way too much." At that moment, in the trio's research room, Soren's voice rang out in amazement when he saw a pile of strange devices that looked like grenades in a wooden crate. "Nade, did you make all these?" Nade nodded. "So these are magic grenades." The three of them sat around the wooden crate. Nade braced himself on the floor, giggling. "I'm saving them to use for a really big show someday." Soren, sitting next to him, tugged at his invisibility cloak and picked up a round pink grenade, wondering, "But isn't this a bit dangerous?" Iruki sighed, holding a black book and smiling wryly. "Come on, Nade's dream is to become a magical engineer, That's why he went to study. Soren wore the invisibility cloak, so only his head, collar, and hands tugging at the fabric were visible. The rest was invisible. Hearing Iruki, he looked impressed. A magical engineer, so cool. So you used electromagnetism to make these, he said. Then he wondered, but what's this red book? Soren reached for the red book. Iruki and Nade glanced over. Nade jumped. Huh. That's. Before he could finish, Iruki blurted out. What? It's from the Human Body Research Group. Why is it here? He flipped the book open, eyes still on Iruki. The Human Body Research Group? As he turned the page, he cried out in alarm. What's this? The page showed pictures of two beautiful girls. He felt embarrassed, let the book fall to the floor, and covered his face with both hands, leaving only his left eye exposed. Isn't that a student from our school? Iruki glanced at the page and frowned slightly. So it's here. Nade, calm, looked at Soren and explained. This is like the newsletter of some shady research group. The drawings are a bit crude, but it's full of inside information. Iruki, disheartened, said, it's just a pastime for bored kids. But Soren felt something was wrong and frowned in annoyance. Shouldn't we intervene? Suddenly his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed. It turned out the book had a picture of Ami. Seeing him silent, Iruki asked, so, Soren isn't saying anything at all. Are you really dating? Soren didn't let Iruki finish, throwing his hands up in embarrassment. Why you guys can't be looking at this stuff? What the? Nade, seeing this, raised a hand as if to say something, but only let out a single cry. Soren lowered his hands, looked at Iruki with worry, and dodged the question. Who runs a group like this? Iruki replied calmly. It's an underground shady group, but since most of it is about the graduating class, it's probably run by members of that class. He muttered anxiously. The graduating class has a group like this? On Edila's porch, soft sunlight reflected off the roof tiles. Sienna's voice rang out. That's right. The Supernatural Soul Science Research Group is also a shady organization. She said coldly. The Dark Mage Group is just child's play. The problem is that this is a prank set up by the smartest and most talented students in the school. They have all kinds of talents. Painting, eyes with supernatural abilities, and a knack for communication. Research skills, even the ability to completely evade the school's investigative system. Sienna knelt with a straight back, hands clasped, and, with a serious expression, explained to Edela that the reason we didn't touch the scientific research group on supernatural souls was that it was no longer considered an official group. A few bright students were trying to revive the group. She concluded, her face cold and her eyes sharp. So, taking this opportunity, I will disband the group. Edela was silent for a moment, closed her eyes, lifted the teapot to pour into a cup, and then spoke. I understand your concern for your students. However, there is a reason the head doesn't intervene in those groups, to help students develop independence. Research groups are regarded as independent and must be responsible for their own choices. On the high branch sat a nest of multicolored fledglings, a stark contrast to the pink of the mother bird perched beside them keeping watch. Edela continued, if we adults strip them of that right to choose, the students will be afraid to make decisions. Why don't we give them a chance? Sienna was silent, closed her eyes to think, and then furrowed her brow. Of course what she said is true, but I think it's also the responsibility of adults to nurture talent and prevent the students from going astray. Edela looked at her and thought to herself that she could clearly see Sienna's affection for Soren. She wanted to give him enough time to decide for himself, but she couldn't dismiss Sienna's opinion. She spoke up. I'm sorry for not mentioning this earlier, but this involves Soren. In the recent speed gun test, Soren reached Nirvana. Sienna's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe it, then shouted loudly, what? Her cry echoed through the mountains and forests, and the birds in the treetops panicked and flew into the sky. In the laboratory shared by the three of them, the ceiling lights suddenly shook violently. The floor trembled as well. Soren dropped to his knees on the floor, crying out in fear. Huh? Is it an earthquake? Nade grabbed a cloak, stuffed it into a wooden crate, and urged, go, hide the stuff quickly. Iruki helped Nade gather the stacks of papers and put them into the crate. Only Soren remained puzzled. Why? What is happening? Iruki straightened the chaise and replied, a professor is operating the storeroom. Nade hurriedly adjusted the table, and Soren anxiously asked, so what do we do now? Sit and wait, Iruki said quickly. A hand pressed onto the identification reader by the door, accompanied by a voice. "This is an emergency investigation." Sienna stood waiting for the door to open, her face stern as she calculated. It takes 3 minutes to summon the storeroom, hoping it would be enough time to hide the evidence. At that moment, Nade and Iruki forced Soren to sit down. He panicked. "The professor is coming. Aren't we supposed to go out and greet him?" Nade held his hand calmly. "It's fine. Act like nothing has happened." Iruki murmured anxiously. "If we're caught, it won't just be suspension." After Soren sat still, Nade sat cross-legged in the middle chair, clasped his hands, and warned, "The lab is our turf. If you show fear, you're finished." "Okay. All right," Soren replied, still doubtful. Sienna, with a cold beauty and an imposing presence, pushed the door open and stepped in. Before her sat 3 people in chairs, each in a different posture. The room looked perfectly ordinary, not the least bit suspicious. Iruki crossed his arms, lifted his chin, and glared at her arrogantly. Nade sat up straight, resting his arms on the chair, his head slightly bowed before he glanced up. Soren wore a serious expression, staring straight ahead. Sienna frowned at the 3, thinking to herself, "Before it's too late, I have to break up this group." Then the thought stalled. I anticipated this reaction. Nade crossed his legs and said calmly, "We apologize. We're in the middle of a debate." Sienna, displeased, said, "That attitude is rather unpleasant." Nade remained with his legs crossed, elbows on the armrests, hands clasped and smiling with narrowed eyes. "If you had sent an official notice before coming, we would have greeted you warmly." Sienna ignored Nade, shot an annoyed glance to the side, thinking, "What makes me the angriest is that Soren got dragged into this too." On the surface, Soren appeared calm, quietly staring at the tabletop, but inside, he was tearing his hair out and crying inwardly, "Professor Sienna, is it really okay if I just sit here?" Sienna suddenly smiled brightly. "Shouldn't you offer tea or a drink when a guest arrives?" Nade, smiling with narrowed eyes, replied, "Oh my, do you really trust us enough to drink tea we offer?" Soren, sitting between them, was stunned and just wanted to log out of this place. Sienna pushed her glasses up, closed her eyes, and smiled faintly. "Then I'll get straight to the point before I leave." She sat down and, speaking sternly, said, "I expect you to return the research group's room." After she finished speaking, Iruki simply looked at her with a stern face. Nade still smiled with squinted eyes. Soren, meanwhile, stared at Sienna a little bewildered. Then the 3 of them huddled together, wide-eyed, looked at her, and exclaimed in unison. Nade suddenly slammed his hand on the table, sprang up, and cried out in pain. "Return the room? Why all of a sudden?" Sienna pulled out a stack of documents, flipped through them, and said, "I've checked the records and can hardly find a reason not to close this research group. The fact is you haven't done anything for 4 years." Soren broke out in a cold sweat, glancing anxiously at Iruki, who was also worried. She continued, "The truth is you've been short of students all term. That's enough reason to shut the group down. It looks like your budget has been cut as well, hasn't it?" Sienna kept flipping through the documents, her tone decisive. "According to policy, if within 1 month you generate some form of value, you may continue. If not." Nade suddenly knelt on the table, clasped his hands, and bowed his head in pleading, leaving Soren stunned. "I beg you. Anything, but don't make us submit research results. Supernatural topics simply can't be proven. Do you really want to close the only research group that could shake a magic-reliant society that's overly dependent on science and logic? We'll do anything except submit research results. Please." Sienna rested the file against her cheek, looked down at Nade, and said, "If that's what you want, I have another proposal." "Yes, I'll do anything," Nade shouted. Sienna said sternly, "Expel Soren from the group." All 3 looked up at once, equally astonished. "Why?" After a moment of discussion, Sienna clarified. Nade and Iruki sat up straight. They hesitated, unsure which to choose. Soren, whom she had asked to sit in the opposite chair, was also thoroughly bewildered. Sienna folded her arms behind the chair. "The immortal jaw is a major problem that a trainee cannot resolve. It's extremely dangerous for a young person. Soren could disappear because of it." Soren looked up, both worried and resentful. "I know it's dangerous, and I want to do it again." She shook her head. "That's not the whole issue. It's actually an information overload." She glanced at Nade and Iruki. "Overload of what?" Nade was momentarily frightened and didn't answer. Iruki frowned and explained, I roughly describe it as a disease that prodigies suffer from. I've had it since I was 8, but not severely. My father said, you're crazy, shut up and live with it. Nade, curious. I don't even know anything about it. Sienna put a hand to her forehead and said slowly, I call it a problem because you are treating it like a disease. Information overload is a phenomenon that occurs when the mind cannot control the amount of information rushing in after a sudden awakening. Something accumulates in the brain and leaks out. Like a dam that cannot hold back the water, it can shatter your consciousness. She continued, because of the mistaken belief that it's a genius' illness, many parents, both relieved and anxious, miss the best window for treatment. Many children end up living their whole lives in suffering because of it. And if you keep thinking overload is the cause of the immortal jaw, your teachers would never want to imagine how much more dangerous it really is. Soren frowned, worried, consciousness collapsing. Maybe it's the nightmare I dream every night. My body constantly feels wrong, like a mass of cylindrical strands running rampant inside. Or have I gone crazy? Sienna continued to persuade. I want Soren to focus on psychological treatment and try to minimize the impact on his studies. I'll regulate myself so there are no lasting effects. So if you're truly worried about your friend, then kick Soren out. No, Nate shouted, cutting her off. He spoke in a very confident tone, though a trace of amusement lingered on his face. As the president, I don't think you know everything. Sienna flinched, leaned forward, and snapped. Is this the time to get angry? Iruki replied calmly. Isn't this Soren's decision to make? Soren went blank. Iruki added, I know you're worried, but isn't this going too far? Nade, annoyed, sprang up. Exactly. May I ask why you've gone this far, Professor? Because you like. He hesitated, then shouted in anger. Because you like Soren, right? Sienna answered immediately, calmly. Yes. Is there a problem? Nade looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, clutching his head and crying out. Of course there's a problem. His face flushed and his eyes glazed. He stammered. If that's the case, is it possible that you, like me? No, Sienna replied coldly. Nade collapsed face first onto the table, lamenting miserably. Soren panicked. President, we're doomed. Sienna waved her hand. I'm not getting dragged into that right or wrong argument. Stop being stubborn and accept the reality. Iruki looked at her. Professor, if Soren can't handle the overload, does that mean he can only go that far? He won't die, will he? Soren stood dumbfounded when Nate asked that. Sienna replied seriously. I think you already know this because you've been through it before. This isn't an ordinary matter. It's the ability of immortality. Iruki frowned and asked. Immortality is a field that's never been fully understood. That's where Soren has stepped in. Shouldn't we trust him and wait? Are you worried he'll exceed his limits, Professor? He then emphasized seriously, and that's what people call an obsession. Sienna fell silent, pressing her lips together, involuntarily recalling a childhood memory. Someone calling her name, telling Sienna she had to leave. The image of a little girl sitting alone in a forest of ice, clutching her head in panic. Soren looked up. As you think, that's something I have to decide for myself. Sienna flinched and looked at him anxiously. Soren continued. Honestly, I'm very scared too. As you said, there were times I thought I was going mad. Sienna panicked. Then start now. But Soren cut in. No, because I felt wonderful. Sienna was astonished. Soren placed his left hand on his chest, his voice intimate. It's not something everyone experiences, yet it happened to me. I'm truly afraid of the nightmares disappearing. If they vanish, I won't be able to uncover the secrets hidden deep inside me anymore. If this question is meant for me, I want to find the answer. I don't want to run away. I'll face it. Sienna fell silent, recalling a blond young man who once reached out to help her and said, Don't run away. Look straight ahead. She silently thought, she is like that person. After a moment, Sienna nodded. I understand. I respect Soren's decision and will never think of her giving up again. The three were surprised and then overjoyed. Nade lifted his head from the table. So, what then? Sienna smiled and waved. We're reverting to the original conditions. You'll show results within the next month, right? Nade froze, his face ashen, unable to force a smile. Now the three sat on the bench by the waterfall, each staring blankly in different directions. Nade looked as if his soul had left his body. Soren, bewildered, asked, What are we supposed to do? So we have to have research results within a month, right? Do you have any records of past research? Nade, dazed, didn't he answer. Iruki frowned. As far as I know, there has been no research at all. If there were a science of supernatural souls, it would already be in the textbooks. There is no evidence proving the existence of souls. Nade finally spoke, his face pale. I'm sorry, former president. The research group will end with this generation. He said more, but Soren's eyes filled with tears. Still, he tried to encourage him. Nade, hang in there. Suddenly, Iruki, who had been listlessly leaning back in his chair, sprang up, his eyes lighting up. Look, a pretty girl, Soren said sternly. Now is not the time. Focus. Nade was still dazed, but at the mention of a beautiful girl he shot up, shading his eyes to narrow his view. Where? Where? They saw a girl in a long dress with purple hair gliding off in the distance. Nade didn't take his eyes off her. Who is she? Is there someone like that in the senior class? Iruki rubbed his chin and guessed, there's no one like that in the senior class. Has she already graduated? Soren asked. Iruki, do you remember the faces of every girl in the senior class? Then he realized the girl looked a lot like Sienna and murmured in embarrassment. Soren and Nade peered more closely and said in unison, It's Professor Sienna. Nade exclaimed loudly, What? No way. Can one person change that much? Iruki glanced at Soren. You've got an eye for girls. Huh. Pervert. Soren panicked. No, that's not it. But where is she going on a weekend? And she's even wearing makeup. They watched Sienna's retreating figure and speculated. Iruki guessed, is she on a date? She is old enough for that. After all, Nade was skeptical. She has a boyfriend? Then he muttered and sprang to his feet. This is our chance. Soren stared, bewildered, not knowing what Nade planned to do. Nade, excited. If we tail Professor Sienna and discover her weakness, we'll use it to stop the group from being disbanded. Iruki, serious, tracking a certified 6th rank, Mage 1 TB easy. But we have an invisibility cloak. With that, the two of them ran off, telling Soren, Iruki will tail the professor first, you go with Nade. Nade pointed at Soren. I'm going back to the lab to get the cloak. You know how to keep your distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the group. They left a note and disappeared. Soren stood motionless, bewildered, then complained, use your heads and focus on your studies. At that moment, Sienna stopped and scanned her surroundings, highly alert. Soren's trio were hiding under an invisibility cloak behind the apple stall. Iruki whispered, she's very vigilant. She almost spotted us. Nade, excited, said, looks like something's happening. Who is she meeting? Soren, irritated, muttered that there was no need for this. Yet he felt a flicker of worry. When a noble goes on a date, the four of them were now in a large, bustling market.
Soren wondered, shouldn't they avoid residential areas? Sienna walked while continuously scanning around, as if wary of someone, and carefully glanced back when she noticed something suspicious. Then she hurried quickly through the stalls on the street. Iruki commented, there's definitely something shady. She is very alert. Nade worried about the fate of the document pages. Would the professor sell those strange pages for money? Soren shot him a judging look. Do you think she is like you? Sienna stopped in front of a house in the residential area. She smiled as the door opened. A man reached out to embrace her, showing his happiness. All three exclaimed in surprise. It's a man. Nade was excited by what he saw. Her secret commoner boyfriend. What a scoop. Is this the forbidden love her family opposed? Iruki and Soren gave Nade a warning look. She has gone inside. We should stop here. However, unable to contain his curiosity, Nade jumped out and ran down the street, shouting, we have to follow the professor and find evidence for the sake of the research group's survival. Iruki and Soren were helpless at Nade's decision. Nade signaled to Iruki, it's time. Iruki cleared his throat and focused. A stream of blue light flowed into the iron fittings inside the door. The lock popped open under the effect. Nade shouted in delight, we did it. The door is open. He pushed the door wide, boasting his prediction. I knew the basement lock would be the loosest. Let us go in. Nade and Iruki quickly inspected the house's floors. The first floor was empty. Great. Let us break into the second floor. Use your redirected field type to check the hallway first. Nade urged. Soren could only smile helplessly at the two's naivety. Why don't these two use their intelligence and extraordinary energy for studying? The three pulled up their cloaking scarves and crept along the wall to listen. Suddenly, Nade signaled. "Stop. I hear a woman's voice coming from that room." The room ahead was closed and emitted sounds. Soren felt things were going too far and begged, "Let's go back, please." Nade brushed him off. "Professor Sienna started this. We have no other choice." He pressed his ear to the door to listen. Sienna's voice drifted out. "Don't you need to change your clothes?" Armin inside replied softly, "I still prefer the outfit from today." Sienna continued, "Should I change out of it?" Then Armin decided to change her clothes for her. "Just keep wearing that. You're beautiful." Iruki and Soren outside blushed, embarrassed. "I think we should stop listening." Sienna asked, "When will your wife be back?" Armin answered, "Probably in about 2 hours." All three were stunned to hear. The professor is dating a married man? Armin inside quickly organized. "Excellent. Let us get to work." Iruki lowered his voice. "This is even worse than a weakness." Nade panicked. "I don't think this is right." He turned the doorknob, determined to stop the wrongdoing. "We have to prevent this from happening." The three rushed into the room, tears in their eyes, and cried out together, "Professor, don't do this. It's so wrong." The door couldn't withstand the pressure and slammed open. Before them, Armin was sitting and painting. The three were bewildered. "Painting what?" Sienna trembled and snapped. "What are you doing here, kids?" Immediately after, the three were punished to raise their hands. Trembling, Nade, leading, spoke to apologize. "We're sorry, we thought." He stammered, "You were doing adult things." Sienna was shocked. "Did you really think I would do something like that?" She angrily ordered, "Return to the school or you'll pay. Understand?" Iruki sighed. There certainly should be a punishment. He immediately dragged Nade out and pointed. He was the ringleader. Soren also presented evidence. The cloaking cloak is Nade's. Nade stood in the middle, unable to react to his friend's betrayal. "You traitors." You didn't object at all. Armin quickly stepped forward to defuse things. "Don't scold them. I'm fine and the door has been fixed." Sienna still felt guilty, but Armin explained, "Your students followed you because they were worried about you, right, Sienna?" Then he smiled and reassured them, "It's okay. Even if we were being followed, it's my fault for being careless. Breaking into someone's house was wrong. The kids probably rushed in without thinking, because their teacher was here." He slowly walked out. "I'll make tea. You all talk for a bit." Soren's group chorused, "Thank you." The three watched Armin with admiration. He is truly an angel. Watching Armin's slow gait, Soren suddenly realized something and quietly wondered, is he blind? A thought shifted in Soren's head and he grabbed his forehead. "Why does my head feel heavy? Could this also be related to a sense of grief?" Sienna put her hand to her forehead, helpless. Fortunately, Armin is a generous person. Soren immediately asked politely about the professor. "Who is he?" Nade couldn't hide his curiosity. "Yes, what is your relationship that you had to be so cautious?" Sienna, exasperated by the students, still answered, "Armin is a senior who studied at the Magic Academy with me when we were young." Iruki wondered, "So he is a mage too? But why did he lose his sight?" Sienna suddenly sighed, hesitated, and lowered her voice. The atmosphere noticeably darkened. "Armin lost his sight because of me." Sienna recalled that day. Sienna running in a torrential downpour. When she was young, she also experienced overload. The image of her sobbing in the rain blended with her words. During those hellish days, the only thing she could do was run away. Armin then was still a boy, running and shouting, "Sienna, it's dangerous. The water is rising a lot there." Sienna stubbornly ran on, waving her hand. "No, don't come near me." Immediately after, she missed her footing and was swept into the current. Armin's frantic cry came from above. He immediately rushed after her. The two grabbed a large log. Sienna cried out in fear. Armin reassured her. "Hold on tight. If we can endure until downstream, we'll be saved." Armin suddenly saw ahead. A massive pile of logs stacked together, branches of all sizes jutting out, extremely dangerous. He hurriedly instructed, "Sienna, we have to dive under. You can do it, right?" Sienna, tears streaming and trembling, said, I can't." With little time left, Armin immediately pressed Sienna's head down, calming her. "Hold your breath. I'll keep you submerged so you 1T surface again. If you hold on tight, we'll survive? Sienna obediently replied, yes. On the water, Armin alone faced the log pile head-on. A flash of faith. We will survive. The current sped up, and the log hurtled straight into the large tangle of trunks. In his final thought, at least she must live, Armin's tears fell, awaiting what would come next. Sienna bitterly recounted. The genius of the Magic Academy, Armin, lost his eyes that way. He gave up the path of a mage, though both survived. When she heard he became a painter, she was stunned. Nade softly said, so that's how it happened? Iruki nodded. That's why she was so worried about the overload. Just then, Armin entered, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. Sienna nags a lot, doesn't she? Sienna startled. Amin. Soren quickly bowed. Thank you, sir. Armin smiled. Even if she nags, Sienna cares a lot about the kids. She talks about her students all the time. Nate scratched his head sheepishly. We also respect her very much. Iruki sipped his tea, innocently. It's iced tea. Soren approached the painting Armin was working on and asked, if you don't mind, may we watch you paint? Armin, slightly surprised. Watch me paint? Nate immediately agreed. I'd like to see too. Iruki wondered, how do you paint when you can't see? Sienna, seeing the student a bit rude, warned, you kids, don't say nonsense. Armin softened his voice. I'm fine, and there's not much time left. I must continue painting. Sienna, do you agree? Sienna, a little embarrassed, nodded. Of course, though. It's a bit embarrassing. She posed so Armin could sketch her. Armin quickly finished the sketch. Nade marveled. This skill is unbelievable. I wonder how you do it. Iruki guessed. He must be using his field. Nade looked at the table. So at least he S-zone a level. Soren silently observed Armin's every gesture. He slowly stood up cautiously. Mr. Armin, you can see, right? Armin smiled and turned to Soren. He slowly removed the blindfold. I've been looking forward to this kid. I wondered whether Soren froze. Your eyes, they're glowing. Armin stepped closer, his gaze luminous, his voice melodious. Did the kid notice? Soren called out, Nade, Iruki, come here and look. But the two stood motionless. Sienna also remained seated as she was. Soren checked each of them, astonished. This is... Armin explained from behind. The golden light magic surrounding him intensified his aura of dignity. This technique is called stasis. Soren horrified, impossible. A mage reaching the realm of casting time magic at light speed. Armin calmly invited, sit down, stay calm and talk. We have plenty of time. At that moment, the room seemed to split into thousands of small chambers, forming an endless maze. Soren, half believing and half doubting, smiled in bewilderment. Armin sat opposite, calmly confessing, to be honest, I've always worried. I knew you'd realize it soon. Soren surprised. You knew I'd realize it? Armin lightly pointed to the white cloth that had covered his eyes. Ordinary people receive light with their eyes and reconstruct images. These eyes of mine are light itself. Just by looking at you, I knew we share one trait. Soren timidly inferred. Could it be? Armin nodded, smiling in confirmation. That's right. The immortality ability. Soren widened his eyes. Sir, could you tell me about the immortality ability? Armin did not hesitate. The immortality ability is the gateway to reincarnation. Those who open that door are called light keers. Through Armin's eyes, through the white cloth, a lock image opened before Soren's vision, along with a halo of golden power around him. Armin said, Soren, you've opened that door. Under Armin's explanation, a jade green light and a circle of power appeared. The mind of the unlocker flows into the infinite, granting them immense power and release. Soren listened carefully to every word, feeling the tension rise on his face. Armin reassured him, don't worry. As long as you don't go beyond the limit, your mind will remain intact. Soren quickly replied, it's really okay. In fact, I always dream of the universe every night. Armin was surprised too. The universe? Soren worried. Yes, I hear from my friends, but these supernatural sensations make me feel like I'm losing my mind, and it also seems a bit dangerous. Armin smiled. I understand. Perhaps that's a good sign for Soren. Magic has taken a liking to you. This puzzled Soren. Armin continued to explain. First, your symptoms are unavoidable. The image of Soren suspended in the universe, among thousands of stars, appeared as Armin elaborated. The place you touched is the infinite realm, also the universe. Anyone confronted with reincarnation, and such an overwhelming space will be frightened. A stimulus like fear leads to awakening. Armin mimicked the scene of Soren unlocking the universe. Most who unlock it gain omnipotence over space. But for you, Soren, the fear you felt wasn't related to space. You faced something very different. Armin softened his voice to reassure him again. The moment you know what that thing is, the worry will disappear. Hearing that, Soren brightened. How can I find out? Armin chuckled. You'll find out yourself. I don't know when. Could be soon. Could take a lifetime. Soren deflated. A lifetime? Armin reassured him again. Don't worry. The silhouette of the cosmic soul behind you, he added. That thing is already within you. You just haven't named it yet. Soren pondered and asked, is it something undiscovered? The universe exists, but it's inside me. I don't quite understand. He then offered information that surprised Armin. Maybe it related to the light and the strands you used to dream about. As if realizing something, Armin smiled. Perhaps it's connected to gauge symmetry theory. Soren was introduced to a new layer of knowledge. Gauge symmetry theory. Armin continued. Scholars believe this world is perfect. Humans are influenced by supernatural currents and by the universe. Perfect physical laws, a world explainable by mathematics, like the constancy of the speed of light. That ideal symmetry appears, as if meticulously arranged by someone. However, over time, the world changes and factors acting on people quickly diverge from the original direction. The more we study, the more we realize the symmetry was broken. Soren turned to observe Iruki, recalling Iruki's talk of mysterious world of probabilities. Armin continued. The universe we live in is not perfect. We cannot know what broke that symmetry. It's an anonymous existence. But if it were you, Soren, you'd find out. Encouraged, Soren awkwardly thanked him. I seem to understand many things. He gratefully affirmed. Thank you very much, Mr. Armin. I think I can do it. He also stammered an apology for following Professor, but said he was glad to have met him. Armin turned to look at Sienna. Take care, Sienna. She is softer-hearted than you think. Only then did Soren remember and ask, why did you hide your ability? You could have told her. Armin bowed slightly. Sienna always worries about me out of guilt, but my eyes cannot be restored. Letting her waste time on me isn't good. The thought flashed, I'm married already. Armin returned to his seat to continue drawing. Soren kept watching, and Armin sketched while thinking about what he just said. I want to help Sienna live her life. Sienna sat still as a model. Her cheeks flushed. She looked like a duchess of old. Soren silently reflected on the conversation, neighed, and Iruki chatted animatedly nearby. Soren remembered Armin's request and smiled in agreement. So, promise me, keep this a secret. The painting of Sienna in a golden autumn leaf dress was finished. Armin thanked her. Thank you, Sienna. She replied modestly. It's nothing. We're close like siblings. She added softly, today is the last day. When you settle elsewhere, I'll write to you. Armin agreed at once. Yes, I'll reply. He then told Soren, Nate, and Iruki, study hard, all of you. The three replied in unison. Thank you very much, sir. Armin smiled. Sienna, see you later. Sienna, still reluctant, said goodbye. Then I'll be off. Immediately after, a bright voice called from afar. My love, I'm back from shopping. Are you done painting? All four Sienna's students froze at Armin's model. Then an inviting voice rose. Oh my, Miss Sienna, are you leaving already? Stay and have dinner with us. Soren was astonished by Armin's choice of model. Mr. Armin truly has peculiar tastes. She bent down to examine Sienna's face and said, Why is your face flushed, my love? Miss Sienna looks unwell. Sienna faltered, unable to speak. Sienna and her pupils quickly fled the awkward atmosphere. I'm sorry. We're busy, so we'll go ahead. Armin could only give a brief farewell. Goodbye, Sienna. The red-haired girl at the back watched all their actions, then sneered. Armin, I wonder if the superiors know that Armin Radiant Eyes would put on such a show? Armin replied coldly. Stop nagging and report. She quickly presented. We need to leave CRES for Kelborough. There'll be plenty of annoyances on the way, but they're nothing compared to Armin's radiant eyes. Then she mocked. Wait, we should call you the sole seeker of the eternal realm, right? Armin entered the house silently. I will fulfill the agreement, so stop saying that nonsense. She then spoke up. Father asks, you still haven't told Sienna, right? Seeing Armin silent, she reminded him. Don't forget, the lives of those you love are being threatened. Armin threw out a cold remark, striking at her directly. Don't worry, she knows nothing. Sienna walked ahead in silence, saying nothing. Nade behind her worried. No, it's over. Soren turned to ask why. Nade explained. With that move, Miss Sienna will be in very poor spirits. When we return to the academy, we'll be punished for trespassing and spying, and the research team will be disbanded. He suddenly called, Sienna, causing her to stop and turn around. Professor Sienna. Nade stepped forward in a playful, pleading tone. Could we eat before heading back? Iruki immediately chimed in. Yes, we're starving. Soren smiled kindly. It's been ages since we went out, so we should eat something. Miss Sienna, seeing her 3 miserable students, softened. That's true. You're so hungry you haven't been yourselves all day. She quickly agreed and turned away. All right, let's go. Eat until our bellies burst. The 3 behind, having executed the plan, cheered in unison. Awesome. Nade focused on his final goal, lift her spirits, then sneak away from punishment. Iruki eyed tonight's meal greedily. I'll order something really expensive. Only Soren cared about Sienna's feelings. She is sad about leaving Uncle Armin. We should comfort her. 2 hours later, dusk was falling. In a shop in the city, Sienna's voice rang out. Give me more. Panicked voices kept sounding. Professor, I'm sorry, stop, please. Give me more. Panicked voices kept sounding. Professor, I'm sorry, stop, please. Sienna's face flushed from drinking. She held the wine bottle and called out, Another bottle, please. The students below were terrified. Please don't drink any more, miss. One mystery remained. What exactly was happening to Sienna? Earlier on the table, the dishes had been laid out, beautifully presented and fragrant. Nade, seeing Sienna pour wine into a cup, asked curiously, Professor, are you going to drink? Sienna casually held the cup and teased the students. So what? You kids break into strangers' houses, and that is fine. But I can't have a drink? Nade quickly laughed it off soothingly. Of course not. It's your day off. Drink as much as you like. Soren deftly enjoyed each dish, constantly exclaiming, This is so good. Iruki on the side smiled at Soren as innocence. You look like it's your first time eating this. Nade hurriedly tried to please Sienna by pouring wine. Let me pour for you. She swiftly pulled the bottle back and waved it away. You're just kids. Don't touch this stuff. Nade smiled, but inside he was calculating. Still, I must ensure the professor is cheerful. He'll be mysterious with his plan. Then ask her permission. Behind them, Soren happily shared food with Iruki. Iruki, try this too. Iruki immediately refused. No thanks. I'm sick of it. Nade put on a confident look and smiled slyly. I'll definitely find her weak spot. About an hour later, Nade cried out in pain, tearing up as Sienna pinched his chubby cheeks. You troublesome brat. She playfully toyed with Nade's bun cheeks. Why are your cheeks always so plump? Soren and Iruki across from them began to worry. She asked drunk. Suddenly Sienna turned to them, startling both. You two did great in the rapid-fire shooting test. With one hand still holding Nade's cheek and the other pointing at the 2, Sienna praised loudly. Both of you are very talented. Why are you so lackadaisical at school? Then her voice softened and tears fell. Even with talent, there are so many who never reach their dreams. She said in a choked tone, You think I'm a poor teacher, but what about you? Soren hurried to clarify. No, we don't think that at all. Sienna's face was now flushed from drinking and filled with unspoken sorrow, seemingly losing momentum. She collapsed face first onto the table, motionless. The students panicked. Professor Iruki remarked, picking his teeth as he said, I'm done eating. The 3 looked at the professor with the same thought, and she still hasn't sobered up. Nade, still chewing, looked at the teacher with fear. What now? She really hasn't paid for this place. Soren went over to shake her and called, Wake up, Professor. At that moment, A man's voice sounded with an amused laugh. "Oh no, this young lady seems completely drunk. Should we take her home in my carriage?" "Of course. She is just a young lady after all." Nate politely declined. "No need." The men paid no attention and moved closer to Sienna's chair. "Hey, kids, don't interfere. Let the adults handle this. Go help her." He raised his hand to touch Sienna. Up close, he actually looked quite handsome. His gaze suddenly shifted in a striking way. Just as he was about to touch Sienna, Soren grabbed his wrist, his voice cold. "What do you think you're doing?" His eyes fixed firmly on the two strange men. "Don't lay a hand on our professor." Both thugs froze at Soren's stance, then barked. "Who does this brat think he is? If you're students, why are you sitting here at night? Kids should go home and sleep with their mothers." Nate stood beside Soren, expression unreadable. One man threatened, "Say the word, and you'll all be expelled." Suddenly a bolt of electric light flashed, making the man scream in panic, his pupils seeming to pop from their sockets. Nate stood to one side, casting a spell. "Warning, I suggest you quietly leave if you don't want to lose face." The other stammered, "It's magic." He began to fear. "Don't tell me they're from the Alpheas Academy of Magic. That would be beyond my authority." A calm voice spoke, Administrative Official Kriya's Douglas Silver. The man turned abruptly and saw his wallet in Iruki's hand. He shouted, "My wallet! When did you take it?" Iruki calmly glanced at the papers and asked, "Are you someone with authority?" He tossed the wallet back with a smile. "If you want to expel these kids, go find Mercadane. Iruki will back them to the end." The wallet slapped the man's face, leaving him dumbstruck. He stammered, "Mercadane?" The image of a powerful noble, immense strength, and a formidable pedigree flashed in their minds, stunning both men. First-rank nobility. The Miedan family had served as royal advisors for 3 generations. Both of them panicked and turned to run away. Nade watched them go and asked Iruki curiously, "Why did you mention the family clan? I thought you didn't like them." Iruki replied, "Except for those bastards who only rely on connections. Let's go, we get to eat well, but my mood is ruined." Sienna was still asleep, smiling. That photo was quickly taken by Nade and printed out in excitement. He held up the photo, spun around happily as if he'd struck gold. "Look, a perfectionist got drunk and nodded off. Shocking news." Iruki took the camera and praised. "Not bad. Good shot, Nade. Did you take it?" "Not bad." Nade beamed. "Our group can escape falling apart now." Soren, sweating profusely, whispered, "You guys—" On his back, Sienna lay motionless like a large slab of meat. He groaned. "Why do I have to carry Miss Sienna?" Nade joked. "What? I'm jealous." Iruki explained, "You're the strongest of the 3. When Nade tried to carry her, his legs buckled. I'm done for." Iruki was even weaker and barely took a step before collapsing. Iruki stepped beside Soren, winked. "A little trick. Try using force arts." Soren looked puzzled. "Can you use them whenever you want?" Iruki replied, "You can only use force arts if you can use a domain." Nade suddenly remembered. "Right, and the kingdom's magic swordsman too." Iruki encouraged, "I knew you had talent." Soren's eyes lit up. "Really? I want to learn." Iruki instructed, "First, close your eyes and focus on yourself. I will guide you with questions. Follow my voice." Soren followed seriously, gradually sinking into the deep pit of his soul. Iruki teased, "Where did you have your first kiss with Senior Ami?" Soren opened his eyes, helpless. Nade laughed loudly. "Got you." Soren was tricked. The night was mystical purple, the crescent moon white and bright, the sky full of stars. The 3 had just crossed the bridge. Soren reminded, "Hey, don't use her weakness to beg anymore." Nade objected. "Why not? We worked hard to get it." Soren said softly, "You know, Miss Sienna has probably had a tiring and sad day." Sienna slept peacefully on Soren's back. Iruki said, "She just hopes we don't have to go through the pain she once did." Nade fell silent and avoided their gazes. He scratched his head and made a decision. "All right, but the former president entrusted the group to me. If we fall apart," he frowned, then threw the photo into the river to let it drift away. "Well, things will probably work out." The 3 looked at each other and resolved, "Right, let's do what we can." Suddenly Sienna sat up, startling them. She asked, "What do you mean by right?" Soren flustered, "Professor, you're awake." Sienna quickly said, Sorry to trouble you. Children, my apologies. She put on her coat and calmly said, I will keep your secret. The three were surprised. Really? Sienna explained. I mean, I won't punish you, understand? The three widened their eyes. Really? Sienna pointed at the three of them in a teacherly tone. And I'll give you 1 month. Show me demons, or whatever. If you truly love your research group, use that confidence to persuade the academy. She emphasized, you must achieve what you want. At those stirring words, Soren seemed to sense something and softly called, Professor. Nade responded emotionally at once. Yes, he stood before her and determined, whether we present or not, we will prove the value of our research group with confidence and pride. Iruki beside him also said enthusiastically, we should use our intellect at least once, right? Sienna encouraged, go for it, you troublesome students. Nade replied, full of vigor, then don't be too surprised. Facing this scene, Soren smiled in satisfaction, thinking the situation had indeed changed. He felt noticeably relieved. The four of them then walked across the bridge. At that moment, the students asked Sienna, Professor, when did you wake up? A mage passes out after a few sips of wine. A few days later at the academy, under a clear blue sky and white clouds, whispers rose. What is this? A research presentation? A large poster on the notice board caught passing students' attention. Since when did Senior Soren join this group? And Senior Iruki, too. Everyone was puzzled by the Group S name, Spiritual Science Research Group. What is that? The poster was gray, the image evoking a mysterious atmosphere with a bold line. Spiritual Science Research Group, the terrifying truth about Alpheas Magical Academy. Outside the castle, someone asked, Senior Soren and Iruki are participating too? But hey, is this really an academic presentation? The scene rewound 10 days earlier. At a place called Istis, Nade tore his hair and shouted, I can't think of anything. He leaned back on the sofa and sighed. The table was covered with topic cards. Opposite him, Iruki lay back and sighed. In the next chair, Soren also sighed at a loss. Iruki rubbed his nose and said, no matter how many nights we stay up discussing, looking at all the topics spread on the table, goblins, the undead, exorcism, animism, supernatural senses, hauntings, deities, possession, clairvoyance, aliens, spirits, Ouija boards, the other world, ecstatic experiences, ghost stories, doppelgangers. There weren't many exciting topics. Nade held 2 stacks of cards. On one side, hauntings, goblins, exorcism. On the other, ecstatic experiences, supernatural senses, spirits. He panicked. Even if these things really happen, we can't reenact them during a presentation. Cards fell everywhere, and the three were helpless and bewildered. It had been 3 days since they promised a professor. Sienna had pointed and said, show me a ghost or something. Anything? Soren sighed. How can we show something invisible to the naked eye? No wonder Nade went crazy. Nade tossed a pile of photos up and scolded himself. Why did I throw those photos away? Iruki said, well, I'm usually already crazy anyway. And I also, Soren yawned. I can't do this anymore. He turned to tell Nade about it and fell silent at a glance. He screamed in fright when he saw a transparent image of Nade behind him smiling. Soren fell backwards to the floor. Nade popped up behind the chair, grinning. How about that? Or should we fool them this way and claim it's a ghost? Iruki, still with his legs crossed on the chair, said casually, that's just a lightning ghost. As he pushed the chair up, Soren was still startled. It looked at me. That's why I was scared. Iruki sighed and glanced. Mages aren't fooled by things like that. Nade replied innocently. What? But it fooled Soren. Iruki asked, if you're only fooled for 2 seconds, does that count as being fooled? Soren froze, then sprang up. Clenching his fists, he shouted, there is no need to verify. He affirmed again, we don't need verification. Nade laughed. Right. So let us find Professor Sienna as weakness. Iruki propped his chin and pondered. No, I think he has a good idea. Soren explained to Nade. It's not that I'm afraid because I was tricked, but that a deep fear inside me was awakened. Nade, surprised, explained more. Soren, serious. Instead of making them believe by presenting evidence, we'll pull their hidden fear out. Iruki's eyes lit up, intrigued. You mean change tactics, rather than prove it so they believe Make them believe first and then prove it? Soren replied, right, a kind of psychological puzzle. Nade grabbed Soren's face and shook it, shouting, you're the one who is going to save our group. Soren brushed him off. You haven't T showered in 3 days. Iruki propped his chin, a clever inversion concept. Iruki pointed at Nade's shadow. The problem is, if we show them this disgusting magic, even the superstitious ones bother to believe. Can you move it to make it scarier? Nade, whose face Soren had been pushing away because it was gross, instantly responded, of course I can. He raised his hand to cast a spell. If I continuously use a lightning shadow like this, watch. A series of identical shadow expressions appeared simultaneously. Nade jumped and sang. If I use it 24 times per second, I can even create more lifelike animation. Seeing Nade, who hadn't slept for 3 days, still hopping about, Soren put his hand to his forehead and turned away. We can't use this method. Iruki asked, can you make a machine? Nade stopped, scratched his head embarrassed. I thought of that, but there's a problem. I can load the program into a device and move the projection. For example, a person walks into the woods, suddenly encounters a ghost, and reacts immediately, startled, shouting, ah, it's a ghost. But if someone doesn't react, they want to be fooled. They'll just stay alert and wonder, what is this? It's fake. Soren pondered. You're right. I was very surprised because he looked toward me. At that moment, a hand went up with It was Iruki, he said confidently. I think I can solve that problem. The other two jumped and asked, you can do that, Iruki? How? Iruki pointed up and answered, predict their reactions, and it's doable. We'll use complex systems theory. Soren repeated, predict their reactions, then continued illustrating with his own daily habits. Iruki said, after analyzing most reaction habits, we'll program them. For example, predict Soren will look to the left, then the spirit on the left will look toward him. Then if Soren runs away in fear, the program will give 2 choices, chase him or keep staring. Upon hearing this, Soren exclaimed in surprise, can you really do that? Iruki continued, everyone's habits at the academy are similar, so it can be done. But we need lots of data, lots of memory. More importantly, a way to send the entire program to all the devices. Nade thought, my lightning energy wouldn't be enough. Then, as if remembering, he said, right, Soren, you can use photonic emitters, can't you? Soren startled. I can use photonic emitters. He recalled the Professor S words. In the ivory tower, where the newest magic is, photonic emitters are predicted to revolutionize information exchange. Soren affirmed. Yes, Professor Sienna said that. Use it as a medium to transmit information. Nade excited. Exactly, we can do it. Then Iruki said, we can create a perfect ghost. But I don't think just frightening them with a ghost will be enough. He turned and asked, Soren, you have another plan, right? Soren answered, yeah, but I think that... He frowned. For example, I intend to use a psychological trick, saying that. Soren put pen to paper and wrote. Iruki and Nade both leaned in, curious to look. Soren, flustered. What's wrong? Is it bad? If it doesn't work, we can add other keywords. Nade, looking down at the paper, said no, he can prove it. Soren asked again, really? Nade asserted, I don't even think we could use it like this during a presentation. Iruki said, if successful, I guarantee the entire academy will be turned upside down. Turn 180 degrees. Soren, excited, really? Ow. Nade, cheerful. Then it's decided. Nade assign roles. I'll build a machine. Iruki will write the program. And Soren will prepare the photonic emitters. Soren and Nade, excited, great, we can save the group. Iruki, pensive. But you guys know what? Nade, startled. Ugh, what now? Iruki, serious. I've roughly calculated the photonic energy needed to send the data. Soren asked, how much do we need? Iruki held up both hands. 3 times the current amount, and you have to sustain it for 10 minutes. He asked Soren, what do you think, can you do it? Soren and Nade's faces went pale. Soren stammered, utterly bewildered. 10 minutes, 10 days later, in Istus, Nade, impatient, pushed the door open and called out loudly, hey, you two, I'm going to put up some posters. And, oh my goodness, inside the room, Iruki looked up. You've been writing the action habit equations all day. Soren turned back. You've been training the photonic emitters all day. He asked, what's going on? Nade said, it LL make a huge stir. Everyone says they LL come to see it. Soren wiped the sweat on his brow. They see a poster like that and still say they LL come. A rookie guessed. Oh no, is it because we put our names on it? This will be chaotic. If too many people come, the workload will increase. How many people do you think will come? Nade, extremely happy. I'm not sure, but more than half the academy for sure. A voice from outside shouted, a rookie? Soren, calm down. About 17 days until the Supernatural Soul Research Group's presentation. Lumina strode down the corridor, hearing people gossiping all around. You think it'll LL be fun, right? Right. Who would be guess both senior Soren and a rookie would present? I'm sure that talk wouldn't be ordinary. I wonder what the LL show us. All of it reached her ears. Lumina walked along the residential blocks. Suddenly, someone standing in the shadows spoke. Is it true the Supernatural Soul Group will present something? She replied, it's not decided yet whether the group can be revived. She led the person into a hidden corner and continued. According to my sources, if the presentation fails, the Academy will revoke the research room. The person in the corner said, of course, that group is done for. Their glorious past is gone. Another short-haired person also hiding in the shadows said, but we still don't know. The group has a rookie suspected of having savant syndrome and Soren suspected of having dispelled the dark mage. We can't underestimate their abilities. The other sneered. They're still just low-level students. What we should worry about is what happens afterward. The girl kept walking. The murky struggle of the research group to become the second master of Istus had begun. In a room thick with darkness, the sound of grinding teeth rang out. Suddenly, bricks in the walls separated. Light from outside seeped in, illuminating the dim room. In the faint light could be seen Soren's handsome face, taut with tension. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brow. He focused intensely to perform a method to aid recovery. Both hands reached straight forward, spiritual energy radiating from his palms. A fierce beam of light was instantly released. After a while, Soren's hands were sweating. He seemed exhausted. He collapsed on the floor, his face showing clear fatigue. Soren recalled, this is called mental recovery. It's an extreme method to rapidly boost magic output after spiritual energy reaches its limit. It needs about 20 minutes to recover, and you'll continuously drain it until you hit your limit. The average spiritual energy consumption per spell is continuous concentration lasting 40 minutes, so this is considered a foolish method that can kill the user. Thinking this, Soren looked at the pocket watch in his hand and thought, if the professor knew, he wouldn't let this go. Timer, 5 minutes 32 seconds. Soren felt a bit despondent. That's bad. The purpose of pushing mental power to the limit like this is so I can use the photonic core for 5 minutes. 7 days remain until the presentation. Soren frowned, resolving. To reach the 10-minute goal, I have no choice but to keep going until my consciousness is completely worn away. Can I really do it? Just then, Nade poked his head into the room, asking worriedly, Soren, are you okay? Startled by the sudden call, Soren flinched and awkwardly replied, of course, I'll finish before the deadline. Nade, sad and teary, murmured, actually that goal is too far-fetched. It's beyond the 5th year's level, but if you fail, then our group will. He couldn't continue. Both understood the result would be disastrous for the group. Soren understood and hurried to reassure him. I told you, don't worry. He deftly steered the conversation. How about you? Is your part done? Hearing that, Nade suddenly remembered. Right, I'm about to run test again. In a moment, Soren followed Nade into a room. As he stepped in, he halted. What struck his eyes was a rookie with dark circles under her eyes, crazily writing the thesis. Soren panicked. A rookie, are you okay? He stepped forward, patting her shoulder repeatedly. Why, you okay? A rookie kept writing furiously, eyes wide, answered mechanically. Don't worry, I'll make the deadline. Soren was momentarily at a loss. Thinking helplessly, I can't stop her. She's crazy. Nade suddenly spoke up, cutting to the thought. Here it is. Seeing Nade's result, Soren couldn't help but exclaim. He asked excitedly, is this a prototype? Nade laughed and explained. The final test will use your photonic core. I need to check performance of the light cable a rookie's father sent us. Nade instructed Soren to run the test. Hold that orb and use magic. Soren complied. He held the glass sphere with both hands and signaled. Okay. He closed his eyes and focused his spirit energy into the sphere. In an instant, the sphere emitted a brilliant, dazzling light. The light from the sphere transmitted down the connected conduit. Soren, surprised and joyful, shouted, "Oh, amazing!" Nade stood beside him, smiling with narrowed eyes. "How is that? Not bad, right?" It really wasn't too bad. Looking at the result before him, Soren was sure the group was half successful. In the days that followed, on a night of steady rain, the sound of hurried footsteps splashing to the muddy ground rang out. Nade had just returned from outside. As soon as he stepped in, he inhaled a blast of cold air. His coat was still wet with rain. The first thing he did was head to Soren's room. He tiptoed to the doorway and called out, "Soren, the presentation's about to start. Are you ready?" Inside it was unusually quiet. Nade called again softly, "Soren?" Suddenly, the pendulum clock Soren usually used slid across the floor and stopped right at Nade's feet. He bent down to pick it up. His pupils contracted in surprise. "Wait a moment. Soren." Nade's voice betrayed his delight. "You did it?" Soren stepped out, sweat beading on his brow, but a radiant smile on his lips. He gave Nade a thumbs up, excited. "Let us do this together." Before long, the day of the presentation arrived. The Spiritual Science Research Group gathered in full at the academy. Everyone waited eagerly. Voices and laughter rang out incessantly. The surrounding booths were lively, too. "Anyone want food? Please wait in line." A waitress carried a tray of drinks and offered the Academy's famous peach juice. Up ahead, a pink-haired student held a flyer, calling out, "Please take a flyer." Amid the bustle, heavy footsteps in a dry, curt voice sounded, "There's an event today?" It was Slider Mark, the student suspended for 2 months. He grumbled, "Why are there so many people here?" The pink-haired girl stepped up and handed him a flyer. "Please take a flyer and wait in line, sir." Mark took it, awkward. Thanks." Holding the flyer, he thought to himself, what kind of flyer looks like a kid drew it? Suddenly he focused on one detail. Besides the eerie image, there was a bold headline, "Spiritual Science Research Group. The chilling truth behind Alpheas Magic Academy. The secrets the school wants to hide will soon be revealed." Despite the eye-catching headline, what interested Mark most was the name Arian Soren. He couldn't forget that name. He frowned, angry. What kind of childish presentation is this? Who would bother to watch? I thought he was a genius. Maria peeped at the flyer in his hand and squealed with delight. "Oh, Senior Soren? Let's go see." Maria grabbed Mark's sleeve and cheerfully said, "You're coming too, right? Right? Fine, let us go." Faced with Maria's enthusiastic expression, Mark reluctantly replied, "Of course. Maybe I'll learn something there." Not giving Mark a chance to back out, Maria tugged him and dashed off, exclaiming, "Line up here." The two had once received special education from that during their suspension. More precisely, Mark got stuck there and endured more lecturing. While Maria pulled Mark to see Soren's presentation, a group of girls clustered, whispering. A chestnut-haired girl pointed at Ami in surprise. "ISNT that the graduating class?" The black-haired girl beside her gasped. "What, seniors from graduating class?" Another nosy girl cut in. Where? Soon, all eyes turned to Ami and Cyril. Students cheered. "It's Senior Ami and Senior Cyril." People curiously murmured, "Why would graduating class students come to watch an advanced class presentation?" "Shoo, Senior Soren is her boyfriend," someone said. Immediately the crowd eyed, as if they understood. Amid the chatter, Cyril still cheerfully offered Ami a cake, doting, "Ami, open your mouth." Ami, mortified, could hardly contain herself and blushed as she said loudly to Cyril, "Why are we even watching the advanced class presentation?" Cyril giggled. "Oh, come on. How long are you going to say that?" "Because it's your boyfriend's presentation." He deliberately emphasized the phrase. Ami could only cover her face and inwardly regret. How embarrassing. Serves you right. Suddenly the students' attention converged in one direction. A A senior from Class 1 is coming? Why would such a rare figure show up? Ami was also surprised. What person could make an outstanding former student like her be ignored? Sero pointed. Ami, over there. The arrival wore the school's prestigious badge on a black suit. Why is Senior Fermi here? Don't tell me he asked come to watch the presentation. Not only that, there was Senior Hershey from the electromagnetic wave department, and Senior Riken, the electromagnetic monster, Senior Richard from the alchemy department, and Senior Caden. A string of outstanding names left everyone stunned. Even Sarah was astonished. Why are the Class 1 seniors here? Ami was calmer and tilted her head, asking, Do you think they have something in common? Sarah frowned and asked, Something in common? Yes. As far as I know, there's a rumor that they are all members of a shady research group called the Golden Ancient Order. In the lecture hall, students had already found their seats. Sienna carried a tray of tea to offer an elderly white-haired teacher. The woman stammered softly, Sienna, what breeze has brought you here? Headmaster Alpheas? Alpheas smiled amiably and waved. The students will work hard preparing. Of course I must attend. Sienna respectfully invited him to the honored seats. Sitting down beside the old teacher, hidden behind a kind smile, Alpheas narrowed his sharp eyes. Well, let us see what the kids will show me. The seating area was packed. No more seats. Please don't push. Ami looked around, saw Mark and Maria sitting together way in the distance. Far away in Fermi's group, in the front row, reserved of course for Alpheas, Sienna, and the teachers. With so many influential figures present, Ami couldn't help but wonder, is there something I don't know? Soon the lobby lights all went out. A spotlight shone on the center of the stage. The announcer's voice rose. Nade, in a neat suit acting as MC, faced the audience, formally introducing the presentation on spiritual science. He raised his hand to signal the start. The Spiritual Science Research Group's ambitious presentation officially began. And 30 minutes later, contrary to expectations, there was no applause. Instead, paper rained down along with jeers. Damn, what the hell did I expect from a fifth-year class? Go study. What a waste of time. You call this a presentation? I've been duped. Ami froze. Sarah beside her quietly called, Ami. On stage, the lighting technician focused the lights on Nade. Below, Nade began. Thank you all for being here. Today I'm serving as the MC. I am the head of the Spiritual Science Research Group, Nade, his voice brimming with confidence. The main topic today is spirits. Under the stands, Mark frowned bluntly. Spirits like souls? Meanwhile, Maria beside him gazed at the stage with admiration. On stage, Nade continued the presentation. Some audience members might be frightened, so please be careful when watching. As soon as he finished, all the stage lights flashed on. Streams of yellow, blue, and red intertwined, and the space erupted spectacularly. The whole hall went, whoa. Headmaster Alpheas beamed. You really prepared the tech well. Sienna replied reluctantly. Yes. Thinking privately. The idea is clever, a three-dimensional backdrop. But then she felt uneasy. No. What exactly are they planning to do? On the screen appeared an image of the spacious school, like an old castle. Nade held the mic, his voice evocative. Has anyone ever heard the story of what stood here before this school was built? It was 250 years ago. He snapped his fingers. The screen switched to an ancient village. This place used to be a peaceful farming village. In an instant, the scene fell into chaotic warfare. Nade's voice slowed. The whole continent underwent the infamous Conquest War. People fled into the mountains. Civilians and soldiers alike who did not want to fight were no exception. At that point, the auditorium lights abruptly cut out. Darkness poured in ominously. Students below startled and looked up. Huh? The lights. Nade's voice sounded eerie and chilling. Non-human entities began to appear. A piercing scream cut through. A few faint-hearted students went pale, hair standing on end. Try to reassure themselves. It's probably nothing scary that LL jump out. Suddenly, the bloody, mud-caked footsteps of an armored knight appeared on stage. Nade introduced in a deep voice, that is the Iron Armored Knight. He screamed, flailing his hands, covered in blood, looking like a zombie. According to the narration, the knight was possessed by an evil spirit. The audience was both terrified and burst into laughter. One guy pointed. Hey, ISNT that Iruki? On stage, Iruki staggered, groaning. His posture was both frightening and pitiful. Below the stands, Sarah laughed until she couldn't breathe. That is hilarious. Ami frowned. Wait, is this a presentation or a play? The story continued under Nade's narration. The lights shifted to a cold blue. The village sank into silence. Nade's voice mournful. Olia, my love. Olia, where are you? Damn it. I came here to avoid the war. But I lost you. The one most precious to me. He clutched his chest, agony written on his face. Maria in the audience gripped her hands, absorbed. It seems he lost his lover while fleeing. By contrast, Mark scowled. What the hell is this? ISNT this supposed to be a presentation? When will that person appear? At that moment, Soren's voice rang out, making Mark nearly choke. Olia, I'm here. All eyes turned to him. In the dim light, Soren appeared in a graceful white dress, one hand on his chest, voice gentle. My love. The auditorium nearly exploded. A female student blushed. That is really Soren? The male student clutched his stomach, laughing hard. In the VIP row, Sienna gaped. Below the stands, Sarah frowned and called out, Ami. Soren is pretending to be a woman. Ami stood frozen, speechless. Sarah had to shake her. Ami, wake up. On stage, Soren rushed forward. Nade affectionately put an arm around his shoulder. Olia, I missed you. Soren chimed in. Let us never be apart again. Olia, the two gazed at each other lovingly, lips almost touching. Mark turned pale. Maria flushed. Don't tell me. No way. The male students strained their eyes, determined not to miss the moment. Soren and Nade were almost lip to lip. Cyril panicked. Is it real? Ami trembled and whispered. In plays, they really do it. At the crucial moment, Iruki, clad in blood-stained armor, appeared behind Nade, mouth wide as if to devour him, then suddenly sank his teeth into his shoulder. Nade screamed, Help me. The entire auditorium fell silent. The lights went out, plunging everything into darkness. Maria trembled against Mark. That was kind of scary. Mark froze. The central light came up. Nade held up an old book. 6 months ago, the origin of the story was an old diary found during the Academy's historical research. Our team immediately set to work, and the result was a shocking truth. The spirits had turned malevolent after being infected by other evil entities. Now they roamed the mortal realm seeking hosts. Hearing Nade's account, some students began to feel uneasy. His gaze sharpened. Suddenly a gigantic bell appeared right behind Nade, its chimes resonant and sonorous. Students below startled and exclaimed, ISNT that the bell that rings at midnight? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. On stage, Nade intoned eerily, At midnight, when all light vanishes, the evil spirits will appear. Below, Maria was frightened, while Mark still wore a look of contempt. Nade smirked devilishly. You've never seen an evil spirit at midnight, have you? Perhaps spirits only show themselves to those they choose. But through this presentation, you should be a little more curious about those evil spirits. Or, put another way, you'll tune into the spirit's frequency. Tonight, when the bell rings at midnight, please look around. You might see an evil spirit lurking nearby. The audience began to panic. Some worriedly whispered, That is scary. A few bravely sneered, Liar, I'll stay in the library until midnight tonight and see. Amid the murmur, Nate suddenly concluded, Of course, that S if you're lucky. We'll end the presentation here. The auditorium froze for a few seconds. Then all the lights came on, the hall dazzling. Students looked baffled. That is it? At once, a flurry of paper rained down on the stage, along with a barrage of jeers. Damn it, you call this a presentation? No evidence or results. You didn't T-show us anything. Stupid to trust Soren, and a rookie. Forget about those spirits. Ami angrily flicked her coat and stormed off, shouting, How embarrassing. I knew this would happen with those weirdos. Cyril hurried after her. Ami, the students rumored to belong to the alchemy club, also quietly stood and left. Only Fermi lingered in the VIP row. Sienna awkwardly bowed and apologized to Headmaster Alpheas, promising to punish the students. She forced a smile. They were a spirit group. It's understandable. Alpheas showed no reaction, merely waved his hand. Don't worry. But he pondered. If you intend to end it like that, Then from the start, they never really began. Soren, a glint of conviction lit his eyes. Behind the wings, Nade burst into delighted laughter, turned to Iruki and asked, "Did you see their expressions?" Iruki nodded. "I did." The bewildered looks of the students, Maria's worry, Marcus' contemptuous gaze. All were seeds already sown. The mysterious bell on stage would also play an important role. Soren stepped forward calmly. Step 1 succeeded. Let us show them what a spirit is like. The midnight moment approached. The academy sank into a silent darkness. Purple clouds covered the sky, making the atmosphere even more mysterious and eerie. The wall clock ticked. It was past 11:30. Nade stood outside Soren's room and reminded him, "It's time. Have you finished your meditation?" Soren nodded slightly and stepped out with Nade. A few days earlier, Nade had braved the rain across the campus to carry out an important task, installing hundreds of holographic projectors around the ground. Transmission cables ran down into the ground. The projectors would play a pre-programmed sequence of predicted actions compiled by Iruki. In the basement, Nade crept around, warning Soren to watch his step. Iruki checked his watch and calculated. 5 minutes and 15 seconds until midnight. We cannot be early or late. We must show them the ghost at exactly midnight. He signaled, "Begin on my cue." Nade adjusted some settings on the control panel, then turned to Soren. "It's your turn. We're counting on you." Soren placed both hands on the white crystal orb. Iruki raised his hand. "Ready?" Nade glanced at Soren. He answered in a loud voice, "Now." Immediately, Soren funneled spirit energy, surging into the orb. Light flared brilliantly. Nade shielded his eyes and marveled. What an excellent source. Iruki had to admire, too. In just 1 month, his power has grown to this level. But Soren was pleased. He frowned and muttered, "Strange. It's like pouring water into a bottomless bowl." Nade jumped. "What? Don't tell me." He rushed to the control panel, panicking. "What is wrong with this thing?" Iruki asked anxiously. "What is happening?" Nade whimpered. "The output energy ISNT increasing. The gauge needle couldn't pass the 18% mark." Iruki immediately panicked. "How can this be? Can you fix it?" Nade replied in disarray. "I don't know. My calculations were perfect. What the hell is happening?" The main cause was that rats had chewed through the transmission lines, preventing Soren's spirit energy from reaching projectors. After a brief struggle, Iruki said in disappointment, "It's over. We've failed." The pocket pendulum in Iruki's hand showed only a few seconds until 12 o'clock midnight. Nade hung his head. "It's all my fault." He sadly blamed himself. "I was too stupid, careless. I couldn't even build a proper device." Iruki softly called, "Nade." Tears streamed down his cheeks. "I'm sorry for involving you all. Sorry for making you look like a joke. I'll take full responsibility at any cost." So, Nade turned to Soren and said, "Stop. Soren, let me take responsibility." Soren replied firmly, "No." He said slowly, "We've all worked very hard and sacrificed our sleep. Nade and Iruki, give it your all here." Soren's eyes shone with fierce determination. "I can't let it end like this." Sensing Soren was about to do something dangerous, Iruki shouted, "Nade, stop Soren." Nade looked bewildered. "Huh?" After a few seconds of coming to his senses, he immediately realized and stammered, No way." Nade cried out in panic. He is going to use the immortality ability. Sure enough, Soren began to activate the energy from within. His eyes lit up, entering an infinite spiral dimension. Iruki and Nade vehemently objected. "Soren, stop, don't continue." Iruki impatiently shook him. "Damn it, why hasn't T stopped?" Nade, holding Soren's orb, pulled hard and pleaded tearfully. "Soren, please stop, you'll disappear. We can give up this research group. I don't want to lose you anymore." Soren quietly called, "Nade." His face was strangely calm. "I'm not afraid anymore." A bolt of blue lightning flashed in his subconscious. A fierce power flooded his whole body, so terrible that Soren could not bear it. He clenched his teeth, a pain groan slipping through his teeth. He recalled Armin's words, "I want to disappear." Soren screamed miserably. His body began to dissolve into dust. He told himself to remember. Bright memories appeared one by one like a fast-forwarded film. Moments with his parents, Rena and Rain-S radiant smiles. The first meeting with Ami and Cyril. The month spent as friends with Nade and Iruki. Principal Alpheas' trusting gaze. The reunion with Armin. Countless lives and deaths. The relentless efforts for this present moment. All reminded Soren who he was. Knowing who he was, the immortal energy within him awakened. The dissolution process slowed, and his body gradually restored to its original state. Just as Armin said, Soren did not disappear. He opened his eyes, vowed not to run away again, and then shouted once. Nade panicked. Sora, are you okay? Soren suddenly barked. Get out! Iruki reacted in time, and shouted. Nade, the meter. Nade rushed to the console, exclaiming in shock. Wait, no way. The dial was jumping. The current reading reached 157%. Nade burst into tears and hurriedly signaled Iruki. In Iruki's hand was a switch. On command, he decisively flipped the lever. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Maria's gentle voice sounded. What? It's already midnight? Maria is currently a third-year student. She closed her book and said, Too bad. I should go to sleep. I have class tomorrow. Suddenly Maria shivered, remembering something that sent a chill down her spine. I forgot that story about the spirit. Will I really see a ghost at midnight? She sighed. Soren, there is no such thing as spirits. As she finished, Maria accidentally glanced out the window. Outside, a ghost suddenly appeared, clinging to the glass pane, a gaunt, bone-thin face. Filthy drool pressed against the glass. Maria was terrified. On the other side, Ami's shrill scream rang out. Get out! The crash of a shattered vase echoed. In front of Ami stood a tall, dark figure, a spectral knight. Ami trembled and screamed, Were you? How did you get in? The ghost twitched slightly, as if it had just smiled. Ami's eyes widened. Suddenly, she turned and ran, shouting loudly as she fled. Cyril rushed over from the next room, yelling, Ami, a ghost just appeared. Ami, astonished, you saw it too? Cyril panicked. So that means they both turned their heads. Indeed, female students were pouring out of the rooms like a disturbed beehive. Shouts filled the air. Ghosts! Run! Behind them marched a legion of spectral soldiers of bizarre, terrifying shapes. Across the grounds, every room as lights suddenly flared on. An entire academy shook violently. Screams echoed everywhere. Ghosts! I can see ghosts, just as Nade had warned during the presentation. When the clock strikes midnight, the evil spirits all appear in their most horrifying forms. They wailed and roared menacingly. Malevolent spirits were present everywhere, from the campus grounds to classrooms and dormitories. Desperate cries, help me. They're even in the sky. The whole school was thrown into chaos overnight by the rampage of the spirits. People panicked. Why do they keep chasing us? Don't come near here. The school's ancient tower had not been disturbed like this in a long time. Students poured into the courtyard, clustering into groups. The girls clung to each other, sobbing, while the boys tried to use magic to fight the spirits. A light brown-haired boy flusteredly cried, They're everywhere attacked. The steps of the spirits came in overwhelming waves. Their numbers were too many, their appearances horrific. The students lost all fighting spirit, crying as they jostled and fled in disorder. At that moment, the spirits suddenly vanished. Everyone was bewildered. They're gone? A boy, still streaming with tears, whispered, The light. Another boy looked up. There is someone on the roof. On the roof, Soren, Nade, and Iruki stood proudly looking down. Nade clapped a few times, nonchalant. Our presentation was late, yet everyone still showed up. He placed a hand on his chest, solemn. Thank you. An angry shout rang out. Sienna ran over scolding. Get down here right now. It's midnight, and look at this chaos. She had the three-dimensional projector Nade had set up in her hands. She'd been taking a bath and was completely startled. On the roof, Nade winked teasingly. It's a beautiful night, Professor. Seeing the projector, the students realized, a holographic projector? So the ghosts were all fake? A soft laugh came from behind. Sienna turned and saw Alpheas. She was surprised. Headmaster, why are you here? Alpheas calmly. I don't think the presentation is over yet. Please listen to the end. Nade eagerly posed a question. According to our research group, Souls do exist. Do you believe in the supernatural? Those below immediately protested vehemently. Leading them, the light brown-haired boy shouted, "You're frauds. Exists what? It's all fake. Any child could do such a shallow trick." As soon as he said shallow, he suddenly felt something was off. Two girls behind whispered to each other, "But how did they do that? How could the holograms move differently everywhere?" The entire grounds buzzed. Someone said, "We know it's fake, but still don't understand. If you use projected images from a device, how could you cover the whole school?" Another hesitated. It would require massive data and energy. Alpheas quietly channeled spirit power to form a whimsical ghost. Smiling, he asked Sienna, "So, will you explain this trick?" Sienna pushed up her glasses reluctantly. It's a fairly high-level prank. Standing behind Nade, Soren grinned to himself, thinking that the thing mages value most is intelligence. They'd be drawn in by curiosity. The light brown-haired boy trembled with anger. Fooled by fifth-year students. Although impressed, Sienna frowned and said, "Alpheas, not enough to approve your research group." Alpheas only smiled. "Actually, the trick isn't important." Below, criticisms continued to pour out. "It's fake. There's no such thing as souls." The light brown-haired boy pointed at the roof, snapping. "What does a fake soul have to do with supernatural research?" Nade chuckled. "Oh, come on, you still don't believe? Then let me ask, why are all of you here?" The crowd fell silent. Nade continued. "What were you all trembling and running away from? If souls or ghosts aren't real." Murmurs came from below. Ami and Cyril were also silent. Nade narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly and firmly. "Your current emotions are the core of the scientific study of supernatural souls. All those who didn't believe in souls, when they saw a ghost became afraid, because the seed of doubt, maybe they exist, was already planted in you. We only showed you that tiny doubt. We don't know whether they exist or not, but we study that very doubt, and that is the purpose of the research." Listening to Nade's presentation, Iruki and Soren silently nodded to each other. A female student with chestnut hair covered her mouth and whispered, "Right. There were times what we believed to be true turned out to be false." On the roof, Nade's voice rang out grandly. "Because people showed us that doubt, we proved our research group has value." He concluded, "Thus, the presentation of the scientific research group on supernatural souls is finished." Saying this, Soren, Nade, and Iruki all bowed toward the students and teachers below and expressed their thanks. The students turned to each other smiling. The light brown-haired boy curled the corners of his mouth. Immediately after, the campus erupted in cheers. "Awesome. We approve. If it's a special act like this, we're happy to be fooled by you as many times as needed." Standing behind the students were the teachers. Alpheas clasped his hands behind his back, his voice steady but authoritative as ahead. "Where we come from and what future are we heading toward? Someone is exploring doubt and revealing unseen things to everyone. What do the teachers think?" Sienna was silent. Alpheas smiled and commented, "I think this presentation had meaning. That stood aside respectfully. I have no objection, Principal." Sienna sighed. "I understand." Sienna stood solemnly and formally declared, "The professors have decided to recognize the presentation of the scientific research group on supernatural souls." Hearing this, the three in Nade's group couldn't hide their excitement. But Sienna suddenly showed a vein of anger and shouted angrily, "Instead, you are suspended for 3 days. This bunch of idiots disobeyed the suspension order." The three, Nade, Iruki, and Soren, hugged each other, bursting with joy. "We did it. It's a success." Below, students also cheered congratulations. "Good job." Sienna was ignored and annoyed. "Are you all listening to your teacher? I told you it's a suspension." Maria turned to Mark and said, "Wow, Senior Soren is really..." Mark concluded, "Cool." His eyes sparkled with reverence. "Senior Soren is a genius." Sarah also looked at Soren's group with admiration. "Oh my God, they're so cool. Everyone wants to do that at least once." Ami stood quietly beside them, thinking, "I really didn't expect this." When she needed to bury herself in studying to graduate, he spent time on this useless thing. Seeing Soren's radiant smile, Ami huffed and snorted in displeasure. She looked up at the twinkling stars. "I'm a little jealous, just a tiny bit." In a hidden corner, a few masked figures in black watched Soren's group as success with fury. One clicked his tongue. A scrawny camel still thinks it's bigger than a horse. Those already graduated, letting a group of brash kids take over? Really? Another folded his arms in annoyance. Forget claiming Istus as your own. My ant language research group is saving it. Someone else interjected. They're only fifth years. Don't tell me you'll tail off and run. The ant language group member snapped. They LL be graduating soon. A person with a girlish manner covered their mouth and laughed mockingly. If you don't want a confrontation next year, you'd better graduate this year. The ant language guy shook with anger. You doll-collecting group should shut up. He started to pick a fight. And you two hide-and-seek research group. For me, who had stood with folded arms in silence until now, spoke in a calm tone of a leader. Stop. Cut it out. We're going to attract attention. He curled one corner of his mouth, his words sly and unreadable. Gathering here like this only harms us. Wait for the right opportunity. Far away, Sienna quietly observed Fermi-S group inside, those flashy brats from those shady research groups. She wanted to cry out, "Grow up for me, will you?" Alpheas stretched out his hand, casting the Soren-style light magic used to shape demonic spirits, and chuckled appreciatively. Beautiful. He stroked his beard, praising. Even I, an expert in light magic, am astonished. This usage surprises me. Looking up at the enchanted sky, Alpheas said with satisfaction, "You completed a rather difficult task, Soren. At that time I thought you couldn't that this child was limited to only that, but unexpectedly, he looked down at the keepsake in his hand. He whispered, 'In the future you may have the power to fulfill my dream.'" Saying that, Alpheas clenched the keepsake. At this moment, Soren lay sprawled on the grass, laughing with joy. This is real happiness. Nade lay beside him, lightly tapping his friend, worried. "Are you really okay? Are you normal?" Soren smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine." Iruki sat up, teasing, "You're insane. Who risks their life for something like this?" Soren just snickered. Iruki glanced over. "But you're still the best." Nade jumped up in agreement. Right? If Soren hadn't used his innate ability, he couldn't have finished it. But thinking about risking your life for that is really... Iruki flopped back down, laughing. It was all just luck that we made it. Thinking of Soren nearly dissolving when using the mortal power, Iruki affirmed once more, "But you're really a madman." Hearing his two friends' non-stop praise, Soren blushed, embarrassed. "Why you only praise me? You're both geniuses too." Iruki predicted the reactions of the school as students like you would be amazing. Iruki, praised, grew shy and looked away. Soren turned praise further. "Nade, you can produce a large number of machines, but that is only the beginning." Like a rookie, Nade was embarrassed. His face turned as red as a tomato. All three felt their faces flush hot, as if their whole bodies were blushing. Iruki awkwardly said, "Oh, it's surprising to think you'd be modest." Nade, flustered, replied, "You know, you guys make me so embarrassed." Soren reached out as if to touch the twinkling stars high above, confiding, "I want to climb higher, like those bright stars up there." At that, Soren's eyes sparkled with faith and hope. Iruki also looked up at the sky. "What about me? How should I start? I've been playing around a lot. Should I consider advancing my career?" Hearing that, Nade sat up excitedly. "Yeah, great idea. The three of us must graduate together. When we integrate into society out there after graduation, I'm pretty sure a ton of fun things will be waiting." Soren raised an eyebrow at Nade and muttered, "Society out there?" Hearing Nade, Iruki sat up fully and curled his lips. "Sounds good. ISNT at time we live comfortably and confidently." Nade excitedly raised his hand. "Promise we'll go all the way together." Soren placed his hand on Nade's, replying, "Yes, we'll become the strongest." Iruki was the last to place his hand, asking in a low voice, "But what should we use to seal our resolve and promise now?" Nade brushed it off. "Who knows? Use whatever we see." Suddenly struck by an idea, he pointed to the brightest star in the sky and shouted, "Long live supernatural science." Iruki immediately joined in. "Nade, don't give up, you three sheep." Soren reached out eagerly. "Let's graduate together." Nade suddenly pointed at Iruki teasingly. "What kind of fake encouragement is that?" Iruki laughed evenly. "I only said we try to be like three sheep." Soren sat between them, laughing until he cried, silently wishing, "Together we'll become the strongest mages." Tonight the sky was truly beautiful. The starlight shone down on the academy grounds, promising a bright future. The next morning, in the boys' dormitory, Nade called, "Soren, wake up." He shook him while saying, "Are you going to waste this precious suspension time like this? Let us go out and have fun." Iruki stood beside Nade, watching Soren's expression, and guessed. He passed out. He must be exhausted. Nade didn't give up, shook him a few more times. "Soren." But Soren still didn't respond, lying still with his eyes tightly shut. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up. It was as if sleep paralysis held him, unable to move. He thought to himself, "That's right, I'm trapped in a nightmare again. Like before, I head toward the infinite, a hazy space with the motion of stars. The destination was a colossal galaxy with twisted light waiting for me. But this time something was different too. I always wake up at this moment. That difference was a strand of shimmering golden beads, magical and radiant. The strand-esque beads merged together. Like a cracked mirror, Soren couldn't tell what it was. He opened his eyes to an indescribably wondrous scene before him. His entire body suddenly dissolved. Soren woke in a cold sweat, panicked to realize the dream had changed. He hazily wondered, "What is this? Did yesterday's experience bring a change?" On the wall, the clock pointed to nearly 1 in the afternoon. Soren was still stunned, lying motionless on the bed, eyes wide, lips moving. Above his head, a string of brilliant golden beads coiled into rings, constantly spinning around Soren. His hands gripped the blanket tightly, bewildered. What is going on with these things? Soren quickly got out of bed and picked up a note from Nade and Iruki. "We're heading to the casino. As long as we can predict Iruki-esque behavior, we'll stay rich." Below were 2 of their leering, smiling faces drawn. Soren sighed involuntarily. "Oh, dear, the casino? I feel like the LL end up broke again. Anyway, 3 days of suspension. What should I do now?" In his mind, he thought of his parents in the countryside. He considered, "Should I take this chance to go home? Surely my parents would be shocked and fire off 100 questions. Suspended? Are you being punished?" Thinking that, he firmly pushed the idea away. No, I must keep this a secret. A while later, Soren dressed neatly, stood before the mirror, smiled, and adjusted his cuffs carefully. He was happy because his heart raced with excitement. "I just remembered something I really want to do for several reasons." Having said that, Soren turned and left. He didn't notice that the mysterious shining golden beads had followed his silhouette, forming a phantom image of Soren standing in front of the mirror as if he were still there. Soon, Soren stopped in front of a spacious bookstore. He grabbed the door handle, his heart fluttering. "Over the years, I've kept studying nonstop. Now I want to buy a novel to remind me of those old days." A flash of painful memories surged back. The boss's arrogant scolding at the bookstore from years ago echoed, as if it had just happened. "You think you can put those dirty fingers wherever you like?" Back then, Soren was just a poor kid with torn clothes. Even though things are different now, the trauma of being looked down on remained deep. He worried, what if they tell me I can't touch anything anymore? After a few seconds of hesitation, Soren resolved to step inside. It was the same owner as before, with curly orange hair and a green dress, but her haughty attitude had been replaced by a welcoming smile. "Oh heavens, welcome, handsome customer. It's an honor that you came to this humble place. Are you here to pick up a few items?" The owner's enthusiasm left Soren momentarily flustered. No, I'm here to buy just 1 book." The owner cheerfully, "I see. Feel free to browse." "Oh my, you really are handsome." Soren, unused to such friendly treatment, replied dazedly, "Thank you." He hadn't expected her not to recognize him at all. It's only been 5 years. Watching the owneress retreating back, he pondered, have I really changed that much? Having chosen a satisfactory book, Soren paid. Seeing the gold coins, the owner flattered him. "Oh my, you're so generous. Thank you very much." On the cover was a title, Raising Dragons to Defeat the Demon Lord, the book he'd longed for since childhood. Soren rejoiced. Finally I got it. He hugged it tightly, thinking, this is a novel I've always dreamed of. It's also the first book I bought with my own hands. Holding the book, Soren spun around gleefully, causing passers-by to click their tongues. to see a young gentleman so crazy about a book. He smiled to himself. Good thing I saved the allowance my family sent. Suddenly a voice called from behind. Soren! A girl unexpectedly grabbed his arm, smiling brightly. You're Soren, right? Startled by the sudden embrace, Soren blushed. Who are you? She didn't answer, only turned and waved. That's him. Everyone. Soren, after a moment of looking. Soren was astonished to realize that the sweet voice hadn't changed. It was the innocent girl who used to watch him whenever he read. Soren, are you reading again? When Soren was a child, whenever he sat reading under the tree, a bunch of kids would tease him. Now, reunited, he still recognized them, and they immediately recognized him. The broad-shouldered, muscular guy leading them shouted, Soren, is that really you? Soren widened his eyes. Elthor? He turned to the girl beside him. You're Lumina? Lumina exclaimed happily. That's right. Have you forgotten my face? Soren stammered. I didn't recognize you at all. You look so beautiful now. He recalled that as a child, Lumina had the nickname Jan Ninos. Hearing that, she was a little offended and balled her fist. What do you mean as a child? Are you saying I'm not pretty? Soren forced a smile. No, not at all. The childhood friends closed in, exclaiming one after another. What's wrong with you? You dress like nobility. Costly, isn't it? Wow, you've changed a lot. Surrounded, Soren flustered. This is Aelthor, the leader of the kids. Spoke up. Soren, it's been so long. How have you been? We asked Lord Vincent, but didn't hear anything. Soren looked at Elthor, torn. What should I say? They'll investigate anyway. If I lie, they'll be hurt, especially Elthor. In the end, he chose honesty. Recently, I've been studying at the Magic Academy. Everyone exclaimed in unison, the Magic Academy? Aelthor's expression instantly turned unpleasant. Soren recalled the old timeline. Since childhood, Aelthor had been strong and generous, naturally becoming the Group S leader. When he was 10, the whole gang went into the woods. From afar, Aelthor shouted, Soren, then strode forward. You're reading again? The children's gazes fell on the thick book in Soren's hand. They whispered admiringly, so many words, he must be really smart. We can't even read books like that. Hearing that, Elthor fell silent, then suddenly snatched the book and growled, You don't even go to school. Why read this stuff? You should train your strength to be useful to society. In the small mountain village, full of danger, there was an unwritten rule. Obey the leader to survive. Soren, who was just a child then, smiled gently. That's right. I understand. Aelthor sighed as if a weight had been lifted and returned the book. As long as you understand. Then he smiled brightly and held out his hand. I'm going to play football. Want to come? Suddenly a shout rang out from afar. Aelthor, Lumina rushed over fussing with a mop and shouted, I told you not to bully Soren. Aelthor got pounded and protested. Who is bullying whom, you idiot? She wouldn't listen and kept shouting. He just recovered from an illness. See, and you still call that not bullying? Lumina scolded repeatedly. Aelthor angrily snapped. At this rate, no one will want to marry you. Ending the flashback, Soren smiled inwardly. Well, those things were a long time ago anyway. Aelthor awkwardly said, Unbelievable. You actually went to school? Lumina was surprised too. You can use magic? One friend nearby excitedly. Can you show us? Soren smiled sheepishly. No, I only just started learning, so I'm not proficient. Besides, using magic outside the academy is against the rules. Hearing that, the friend sighed. That is unlucky. Althor suddenly noticed the book Soren clutched and laughed. You still always carry a book like before, huh? He reached to grab it. Hey, let me see what the Academy of Magic S book says. Startled by the sudden action, Soren exclaimed, Wait a moment. In his heart, he panicked. No, this is a novel I just bought for fun. Althor's grip grew stronger. He managed to jerk the book free, but in his haste his hand slipped and it fell. Soren silently cried out, My precious book. He reached out to catch it. As his hand neared the book, images and memories flashed rapidly through his mind. Luckily, he caught it, but the sensations were so vivid they stabbed him with pain. Clutching the book, he collapsed to the ground. Everyone panicked. Soren, what is wrong? Are you okay? Lumina turned to scold Aelthor. Why did you do that again? You're not a child. Why are you still bullying him? Aelthor stammered. I didn't do anything. Soren spoke up. It's nothing. It was just accidental. Don't worry. Lumina remained alarmed. You suddenly collapsed? How can I not be worried? It's not usually like this. Aelthor stood watching, a complex emotion rising in him. Seeing Soren was fine, Lumina brightened. Come on, don't just stand here. Will you come with us? Let's go eat something delicious. Aelthor chimed in from behind. That's right. Soren, to celebrate the sale day, our whole shop is having a party at Lumina S place. Go and chat there. What do you think? The friends quickly agreed. Great, approved. Seeing everyone excited, Soren smiled. Then let us go. He also considered. It's just when I have nothing to do. Probably fine. Seconds later, the chubby friend and another person led a cart to a stop in front of them. Alpheas gently lifted Soren up and cheerfully said, You can sit in the front seat. Suddenly hoisted, Soren was startled. You can lift me? Alpheas laughed heartily. You're so light. What could you do anyway? Watching the display, Soren thought to himself, Alpheas, you bastard. In the time we Haven team met you become a monster, and now he even knows how to do business. He looked at his friend and guessed. There's a good chance Alpheas will become the village's new leader. The whole group went to Lumina's house together. A moment later, Lumina's mother called out, Oh my, who is that? Is it my grandson? Soren gets more handsome every day. Lumina must be so pleased. Hearing that, Lumina blushed and quickly shouted, Mother, don't babble. After the warm greetings, everyone raised their glasses. To our Soren, looking at the lavish spread, the brown-haired friend exclaimed, This looks delicious. Lumina held up a glass. Eat a lot, Soren. He replied, Thank you, I'll enjoy it. The brown-haired friend curiously, But is this drink really over here? Alpheas slowly sipped large mouthfuls, silently observing. The brown-haired boy suddenly shouted, Soren, tell us more about school. You must be the best student there, right? Soren choked, nearly spitting out the sip in his mouth. Alpheas also felt a reflux at the remark. The friends clamored. You became a mage? I heard only nobles attend that school. So doesn't that mean you study with nobles? Inwardly, Soren was embarrassed. Please, don't praise me in front of Alpheas, fueled by the barley ale. They talked even more enthusiastically. The nobility must have many beauties, right? Tell us. We're so curious. Faced with a barrage of questions, Soren waved his hand, reluctantly. How should I know? I'm busy enough just with studying. As soon as he finished, Lumina exhaled, as if she'd just survived a calamity. Immediately after, Alpheas slammed his mug on the table and said, It's fine that Soren is studying, but have you thought about the next step? Soren startled. The next step? Alpheas continued. Right now, Lord Vincent is supporting the whole household. Next, it will be your turn to take responsibility, and you will have to marry. After you finish your studies, will you be able to shoulder that burden? Hearing that, Soren fell into thought. There's no guarantee I'll even graduate. Seeing his reaction, Alpheas took a sip and said, Right, you need to be realistic. Thoughts running through Soren's mind. Reality is, now that I think about it, I've spent so much time studying that I never really considered this deeply. My friends are already helping their families' businesses, but my father still works hard. Soren silently wondered, when will I be able to help my father? Seeing him like that, Lumina was a little worried. At that moment, Alpheas spoke. I don't mean to dampen the mood. Soren, want to try an arm wrestle with me? You used to be very good. Soren, surprised. Arm wrestle? His chubby friend excitedly. Yeah, Alpheas and Soren used to be evenly matched. The brown-haired friend agreed. Soren looks like that, but he is really strong. Now that you mention it, Soren remembered that as kids they often played that game. The match that year made the brown-haired friend exclaim, Soren, you're amazing. Alpheas insisted on a rematch. That doesn't count. Do it again. But today, preserving Alpheas' dignity was the right choice of the village. Thinking that, he took his stance. Fine. How about we bet on this match? Alpheas laughed with pleasure. Loser buys the drinks. Agreed. Soren replied. Their competitive spirit immediately heated the atmosphere. The friends around cheered. A battle between a mage and a warrior. Get ready. Soren gripped Alpheas' hand tightly, thinking, to save Alpheas' face, I must hold out as long as possible before losing. Begin. As soon as the words were spoken, both hands braced and strained. A loud bang made the barley mug tremble. Lumina and the others yelped. The result. Soren fell back onto a chair, his body steaming. Everything happened so fast he wondered, what just happened? The friends worried. Soren, are you okay? Lumina snapped. Alpher, why did you use such force? He hurriedly. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He wasn't this week before. Lumina sighed helplessly. Alpher, oh, Alpher? Seeing Soren like that, Alpher felt a bit guilty. Sorry, I'll pay for this round. Soren waved his hand. No, today I'm the one who lost. He smiled awkwardly. You're much stronger than before. With that, Soren pulled gold coins from his pouch, but because he was so flustered, he accidentally dropped the pouch, revealing several gold coins. The friends gathered and shouted, Gold coins! You even have 5 coins. Lumina was surprised too, picking one up. Soren, why did you bring so much money? 5 gold coins equal a month's worth of my trade earnings. Seeing Alpheas' expression, Soren thought himself, what should I do? I'm ruined.